The Perfect Supreme Chapter 4108 to Chapter 4191. Xianxia. He's the challenger who betrayed us. Longyang nodded. Her words made Lin Ling stunned for a moment. Following that, his lips curled into a sneer. He had been looking for that challenger all this time. Who would have thought that he would bump into the muzzle of his gun? If he didn't mess with him, Lin Ling's years of martial arts training would have been in vain. Longyang saw Lin Ling's eyes flash. Although that cold light was hidden very well, she still caught it in the end. Subconsciously, Longyang's heart trembled as a feeling of dread rose within her, because she was too familiar with Lin Ling. Once this cold light appeared in Lin Ling's eyes, then someone would definitely be unlucky, and as his opponent, she had suffered plenty of such hardships in the past. You also have enmity with him? Longyang suddenly asked. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He told her about the previous matter, which made Longyang finally understand. However, she also secretly admired that challenger. This admiration was not because of his methods, but because of his courage. He actually dared to frame Lin Ling for no reason. At this moment, the white-robed man had his hands behind his back as he slowly watched the ice door open. The smile on his lips deepened by a bit. This large hall contained countless treasures. Naturally, he knew about it. He even guessed that this was the place where the spiritual light city stored their treasures. Not only did it contain the indigo spiritual flower, it also contained other rare treasures. Of course, ordinary people would not be able to get close to this kind of treasure trove. However, in the current spiritual light city, the experts had already left. This gave him this opportunity. Lin Ling? Haha, he's just an idiot. He secretly sneered towards Lin Ling. He naturally did not recognize him. However, he had heard of his name. It was said that he was a fierce person under Lei Gong. However, in his opinion, he was just a person with an undeserved reputation. Perhaps this Lin Ling was powerful to the cultivators of the 9 prefectures, but to the cultivators of the 9 prefectures, he was still too tender. I'm sorry. In order to enter this place, I have to sacrifice you. Of course, this is also a lesson that I, Xianxia, have taught you. The white-robed man said sarcastically. With this thought in mind, the huge ice door in front of him opened wide enough for one person to enter. This made Xianxia secretly excited. However, just as he was about to enter, a chuckle suddenly sounded behind him. My friend, as the saying goes, it's hard to swallow everything alone. Could it be that you want to swallow all the treasures inside? The voice was very clear and crisp. It was obviously a woman's voice. Xianxia subconsciously turned his head to look. Then, he was stunned. He almost rubbed his eyes. This was because he recognized the 2 people who were walking over. They were the trial takers Longyang and the others. Not long ago, it was precisely because he had betrayed Longyang and the others that they were able to avoid capture time and time again. Hee, you're really lucky. You're actually still alive. Then, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Longyang and the others with contempt. What he was talking about was naturally the matter of Longyang and the others being hunted down not long ago. At the mention of this, Longyang and the others immediately frowned. Their eyes were filled with anger. However, Xianxia didn't care at all. It was as if he was the wise man of the world. Everyone was being toyed with in the palm of his hand. You want the treasures inside? Then, he said calmly. That's right. We're all from the same place. Could it be that you want to swallow it all for yourself? Longyang suppressed the anger in her heart and said coldly. Ha ha ha. Xianxia instantly burst into laughter. He played with his fingernails and said, I'm sorry. I don't like to share things with others and I don't have the habit of doing so. So, you have no right to touch those treasures. Of course, I know that you're definitely thinking of doing something. Unfortunately, you're still too inexperienced. After speaking, he looked at the people in white beside him and said, these 2 are spies. Capture them immediately. After speaking, he was extremely excited. Amir Longyang wanted to fight with him. She was simply courting death. The people in white had been listening to Longyang and the others' conversation. Of course, they didn't really understand it. However, they understood Xianxia's last sentence, spies. At this moment, all the people in white stared coldly at Longyang and the others. Haha, Longyang, you really don't have the right to fight with me. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you run away immediately, you still have a chance to escape. On the other hand, Xianxia took a step back as if he had retreated behind the scenes. However, he laughed as he walked and was extremely pleased with himself. Spies. As for the people in white, they were ready to attack. What's going on? However, at this moment, a large number of people in white arrived. The leader was a handsome young man. Of course, he was Lin Ling. Sir, they're spies. Seeing Lin Ling walking over with many people in white, the people in white guarding the door immediately guessed that Lin Ling was not simple. Therefore, they pointed at Longyang and the others and said. As for Xianxia, he was also staring at Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he had never seen Lin Ling before. Instead, he thought that Lin Ling was from the spirit nation and someone of high status. He was secretly shocked. He was afraid that Lin Ling would discover that he was a fake. However, on second thought, he knew Huang Ling's spirit nation mantra. Therefore, Lin Ling should not be able to discover him. How can you be sure that they're spies? At this moment, Lin Ling spoke coldly. Yes. Lord Huang Ling said so. The people in white immediately looked at Xianxia. This caused Xianxia to curse silently. He braced himself and bowed to Lin Ling and said, I've seen them before. Therefore, I know. Oh, you, who are you? Lin Ling looked at Xianxia and asked. I am. Oh right, who are you? What right do you have to ask me? Xianxia was a little nervous at first. However, he quickly plucked up his courage and said. I'm not qualified? You must have a pair of dog eyes. Lin Ling laughed and scolded him directly. Xianxia was furious. As the heavenly voice of God, he had never been scolded like this before. Of course, although he was angry, he did not dare to flare up. Lin Ling did not say much. He activated his Jia Qi and spat out the Spirit Nation mantra. When these words came out, the faces of the people in white in front of the ice door changed completely. This was because they knew that this was the K spirit of the Holy Dragon Phoenix K. In the Spirit Nation, this was not a weak position. It was even higher than Huang Ling. Therefore, the people in white all bowed. However, Xianxia was stunned. This was because he did not understand the Spirit Nation mantra. Currently, he only knew one type of Spirit Nation mantra. Are you stupid? You don't understand? Why are you still in a daze? Why aren't you bowing? Are you looking down on me? While Xianxia was in a daze, Lin Ling's gaze was already fixed on him. He naturally sensed that this cultivator was very strong. He was not weaker than Sister Zhen. However, now that they were in Spirit Light City, no matter how strong this cultivator was, he did not dare to act recklessly. This was because he was afraid of exposing his identity. Me. I'm not a spy, Pa. Lin Ling walked over and grabbed him by the neck. Then, he gave him a few hard slaps on the face. As a subordinate, you actually didn't pay your respects to me when you saw me. If you continue to act like a fool, you deserve a beating. Pa. A series of vicious slaps were thrown over, leaving Xianxia dumbfounded. Because someone actually dared to slap his face, one had to know that in the entire universe, apart from gods, no one would dare to slap his face. For the treasures inside, I have to endure. However, Xianxia was someone who would do great things in the end. He endured the humiliation and said respectfully, My lord, you've hit me well. I didn't react in time and was rude. You've hit me well. Previously, he was still thinking of using his status to suppress the other party, but he immediately guessed that the person in front of him was probably of a higher status than him, so he could only give up on this idea of using his status. However, he also had an intuition that the cultivation of the person in front of him was not high. Damn it, with such a low cultivation level, he was already the lord above him. He really didn't know how the Spirit Nation determined one's status. It was such a mess. If he knew that the person in front of him was also a fake, he would probably go crazy from anger. Are you an idiot? I'm slapping your face, and you're saying it's a good slap? Lin Ling said mockingly as he stopped after a while. It is my fortune to be slapped in the face by your excellency. As a trial taker, Xianxia naturally knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Of course, this was just suppressing his anger. If that's the case, I'll play a little more. Lin Ling nodded with a satisfied look on his face. Ah. Xianxia opened his mouth wide. He had been trying to flatter him, but who knew that not only did the other party accept his flattery, he even wanted to slap his face, endure, bear with it. After this storm, he, Xianxia, would be able to do whatever he wanted. Moreover, he wanted to take away all the treasures in the main hall, not leaving a single one behind. He leaned over and said with a smile, "Sir, please hit me. As long as Sir is happy, Sir will do anything." How despicable. Lin Ling sneered. The other party had already sent his face over. If he didn't hit him, then he would be letting this cultivator down. Therefore, not only did he want to hit him, he even hit him harder and harder. Pa pa pa, Xianxia spat out blood from the corner of his mouth. His teeth were broken, and his face was bruised and swollen. He was slapped in the face by Lin Ling, so he naturally didn't dare to defend himself. In the end, he was beaten until he saw stars. Moreover, what made him depressed was that this lord whom he had never met before seemed to be very unhappy with him. With a swing of his hand, he gave him a few hundred slaps. What bad luck. Of course, when he was slapped in the face, he naturally saw Longyang and the rest sneering at him. This made him laugh coldly in his heart. For now, he was enduring, but in a while, the unlucky ones would definitely be Longyang and the others. "My lord, go ahead and hit him. Vent your anger. If you hit the right side of his face, don't forget to hit the left side." As he said that, he moved his face forward again. This time, Lin Ling was stunned. Was this guy a masochist? At that moment, Lin Ling didn't hold back anymore. He rolled up his sleeves and waved his hand again. The crisp sound of a slap drifted out, making Lin Ling feel extremely carefree. This cultivator had framed him, Lin Ling. Now, he, Lin Ling, could be considered to have collected some interest. Unfortunately, this cultivator still didn't know that the person who hit him was Lin Ling, and this kind of violent beating continued until Lin Ling's hands went limp. He had slapped many people in his life, but this was the first time he had slapped someone so carefree. Looking at Xianxia again, he was so angry that his heart was about to explode. However, seeing that Lin Ling had stopped, he finally felt relieved. Next, he lifted his pig-headed face and looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, "My lord, I know 2 spies. It's them." He believed that he had already let this lord vent his anger. This lord shouldn't target him anymore. He might even treat him as a confidant. After all, a loyal dog like him was extremely rare. Which superior didn't like this kind of subordinate who could vent his anger? They are spies? I don't think so. Lin Ling also turned to look at Longyang and the rest, but shook his head. Ah? Xianxia was stunned because he was sure that this lord definitely didn't know Longyang and the rest. So how could this lord be sure that Longyang and the rest weren't spies? Moreover, he had been beaten into a pig's head by this lord. This lord should give him some face. "I think you are more like a spy." While he was in disbelief, Lin Ling's next sentence made Xianxia even more stunned. He was a spy. He immediately explained and said the Spirit Kingdom's mantra. "Look, I know the Spirit Kingdom's mantra. I'm not a spy." He was so depressed that he wanted to die. This was because he had already slapped this lord so many times. Logically speaking, this lord shouldn't have any prejudice against him and shouldn't target him. But now, it seemed that this lord had already slapped him, and even slandered him as a spy. No matter how I look at them, they don't look like spies. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. "As for you, although you know the Spirit Kingdom's mantra, I think you are more like a spy." "Why?" Xianxia gritted his teeth and continued to suppress his anger. He thought to himself. It seemed that he had been slapped for nothing. F***ck. Because they are good-looking. As people of the Spirit Kingdom, good-looking people are definitely not spies. As for you, you are ugly with a swollen face and small eyes. You look more like a spy. Lin Ling nodded seriously. What the F***? Xianxia almost fainted from anger. Just because Longyang and the rest were good-looking, furthermore, he was also good-looking. It was just that he had been slapped by this lord until his face was swollen. "Men, capture him." Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, Lin Ling shouted coldly. "Lord, I've been wronged." Xianxia almost knelt down as his heart went crazy. This was because he had almost entered the treasure trove but was suddenly mistaken as a spy, and the reason was because he was ugly. How could he accept such a reason? Of course, with his proud and arrogant character, he almost wanted to attack these people, but he knew that once he did, he would be chased by the people of the spirit kingdom through 9 streets. Although he was very confident in his own strength, he didn't have the confidence to go against so many powerful cultivators. Especially when he knew that the powerful cultivators of the Spirit Light City were still outside. If they were to return, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for him. Therefore, he was making a final struggle, hoping that Lin Ling would give him a way out and not accuse him wrongly. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling had purposely targeted him. Accuse my ass. You've been accused wrongly. That Cao knows how to climb trees. To be honest, I've thought that you were a spy from the start. Men, capture him. Lin Ling shook his head disdainfully. With a wave of his hand, the men in white behind him charged forward. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations being ugly was also a sin. You. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Then, he could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood 5 meters away. I prepared so much, but it was all for naught. It's all because of you. He glared at Lin Ling angrily. Finally, he could no longer hide his identity. He never expected that when the treasure was right in front of him, he would be mistaken for a spy because of his ugliness. It seemed that being ugly was also a sin. Anyway, you're a spy. Everyone, capture him. Lin Ling ignored Xianxia's anger and spoke slowly. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, all the people in white pounced on Xianxia. Xianxia also knew that he had been completely exposed, so he erupted with all his strength. Moreover, he glared at Lin Ling angrily. However, he did not dare to attack Lin Ling because he guessed that with Lin Ling's high status, Lin Ling's background would definitely not be small. Therefore, he vented his anger on Longyang and the rest. Protect them. However, just as he looked over, Lin Ling said indifferently. F***ck. Xianxia was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. They were all spies, but Longyang and the rest were protected while he was hunted down. It was too unfair. Longyang and the rest laughed at his misfortune. Little South stuck her tongue out at Xianxia with a cheeky look. They're trial challengers. Xianxia could not get close to Longyang and the rest, so he could only retreat as he fought. However, Lin Ling sneered and ignored his words. He almost wanted to tell Xianxia that he was a trial challenger too. He believed that if he said that, he would definitely anger the other party to death. Boom boom boom. Xianxia was fighting against too many Spirit Nation experts at once, so he had no choice but to use his trump card. His divine embryo was also revealed. At this moment, thunderbolts shot out from his body, causing a pair of black wings to appear on his back. His face also quietly changed. Sharp teeth flew out from his mouth, making him look extremely ferocious and ugly. Moreover, a pair of weapons appeared in his hands. It was a lightning hammer and a lightning nail. The lightning hammer struck the lightning nail, and lightning bolts blasted out, instantly killing many of the Spirit Kingdom's experts. Of course, this was the land of treasures. There were many Spirit Nation experts, and many of them had heard the news. Then, they swarmed toward Xianxia, and Xianxia was unable to gain any advantage. Lin Ling, look. At this time, the giant ghost hidden in Lin Ling's clothes whispered. Following the giant ghost's words, Lin Ling's pupils suddenly trembled. This was because he saw a fist-sized giant ghost beside Xianxia. This giant ghost was green and looked exactly the same as Lin Ling's giant ghost. It's also an evil ghost? Lin Ling said in shock. That's right, but it's different from mine. Its aura is very evil. The giant ghost nodded. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Could it be that Xianxia obtained it from the 8 gods' heavenly palace? After the giant ghost beside Xianxia appeared, it seemed to whisper a few words to Xianxia, causing Xianxia to look at Lin Ling. They had obviously noticed the giant ghost beside Lin Ling. Unfortunately, there were too many Spirit Nation experts around, and they were all chasing after Xianxia. Xianxia did not have the time to investigate. What a powerful spy. Everyone, you must kill him. If you're killed by him, the Spirit Nation will resurrect you. At that time, your strength will greatly increase. On the contrary, Lin Ling said this timely because he realized that Xia's strength was terrifying. This made him very clear that if the other party wanted to go all out, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill everyone here. However, he was afraid of the Spirit Nation and did not dare to do so, therefore, Xia was retreating as he fled. The Lord has ordered us to kill the spy with all our might. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the Spirit Nation experts roared. Compared to Xia, they were much braver because they could be resurrected. In the huge ice palace corridor, the fierce battle continued to erupt, causing Xia to retreat further and further. He was almost angered to death. Although he did not know who the Spirit Nation's lord was, he could sense the giant ghost. This made him speculate. Could it be that the other party was also from the 9 states? If that was the case, then he was wrongly accused. Not only was he exposed, but he was also beaten up for nothing. However, as more and more Spirit Nation experts arrived, he did not dare to stay any longer and could only leave this place as soon as possible. Of course, when he left the corridor, he clearly saw Lin Ling leading Longyang and the rest into the ice door. This made him think, could it be that they were the real treasure hunters? This result almost made him dumbfounded. I'll go check on the treasure. In front of the ice door, Lin Ling didn't care about Xia. Instead, he looked at the remaining people in white. Yes, Lord. These people trusted Lin Ling even more because Kei Ling was too powerful. She actually found a spy. After we go in, seal the ice door. No one is allowed to enter unless we come out. Lin Ling said sternly and led Longyang and the rest into the door. Yes, Lord. The people in white said solemnly. Then, after Lin Ling and the rest disappeared, they immediately chanted the Spirit Nation's mantra and sealed the door. Thank goodness you're here. We almost let a spy in. That despicable spy must be here for the treasure in the main hall. If he went in, we would have failed to protect the treasure. It would be a great crime. That was close, that was close. Then, they began to whisper. They did not know that they had just chased away the wolves and let in a few fierce tigers. At this moment, Xia was running wildly in the Spirit Palace. Behind him, a large number of Spirit Nation experts were chasing after him. Xia's speed was very fast. With a leap, he disappeared before the Spirit Palace made of black ice could even shine. The hard mysterious ice on the ground cracked apart wherever he passed. If one were to look carefully, one would find that there were lightning snakes slithering about. All of this showed that he was extremely powerful. Long Ling and the rest are back. Everyone, do your best. Even if we can't catch him, we can't let him go missing. Behind him, the voices of the Spirit Nation experts could be heard. Xia was so angry that he almost exploded. This was because he knew what Long Ling was. Previously, he had used Lin Ling's appearance to lure Long Ling and the 9 states' 10 evils away. Now, these experts were back. Run, now, this was the only thing in his mind. Moreover, when he thought of Longyang and the rest, he was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. This was because he knew that with him as a live target, the Spirit Nation experts would naturally give up on Longyang and the rest and chase after him with all their might. Of course, he also tried to expose Longyang and the rest's identity. Unfortunately, no one believed him. Damn it, the Spirit Nation is a bunch of idiots. Animal skin map. How unlucky. Now, Xia had no choice but to flee again. Something's not right. Everything seems to be under someone's control. Beside Xia, the giant green ghost said with a sinister smile. I think so too, but it's useless to think too much now. It's better to leave as soon as possible. Xia nodded and then disappeared on the spot, and in the Spirit Light City, the white-clothed woman brought the 9 prefectures' 10 evils back and found out everything that had happened in the city. Looks like we'd been lured away. It was the leader of the ancient demon kin. Someone is using Lin Ling as bait to lure us out. Then, they're using this opportunity to enter Spirit Light City. What a cunning fellow. But fortunately, we came back early. Now, let's pursue him with all our might. I want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. The woman in white coldly nodded and led all the experts in pursuit. Since the fighters were all attracted by Xia, Lin Ling, who was in the Spirit Palace, was naturally very safe. When they entered the main hall, they immediately discovered that there were spirit flowers planted on the ice floor of the main hall. Moreover, they were emitting a resplendent spirit light. Looking at these spirit flowers, Lin Ling and the others were stunned, especially Lin Ling, because he never expected that there would be so many sapphire spiritual flowers. Although this was the first time he had come into contact with the sapphire spiritual flower, he could sense that this spiritual flower contained a power that couldn't be underestimated. I heard that the indigo spiritual flower is a spiritual flower that grows beside the laurel tree. It uses the laurel tree to germinate. Little South said in surprise. What is a laurel tree? Lin Ling asked curiously. I heard that it's a divine tree formed from the eyelashes of some ancient great deity. It's incomparably powerful and possesses supreme might. Little South said. Lin Ling frowned, and a mythical story suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be the great god Pangu? In the ancient myths of Xianxia, Pangu created heaven and earth. His body transformed into the void and endless mountains and rivers. The breath he exhaled became the wind of the four seasons and the drifting clouds. The sound he made became the rumbling thunder. His eyes turned into the sun and moon, and the laurel tree was formed from Pangu's eyelashes. How do you know Guru Pangu? Hearing Lin Ling's words, Longyang suddenly looked at Lin Ling in shock. She realized that her understanding of Lin Ling was still too little. This was because she had also heard of this rumor. Moreover, she had learned of it in a certain mystic realm. Therefore, she knew that not many people knew about this rumor. How would I know? Lin Ling was stunned. In their country of Huaxia, there seemed to be very few people who didn't know about this mythical story. I know Nuwa, Hongjun ancestor, and I know about the primordial age of desolation. Then, Lin Ling laughed. Ah. Little South and Longyang immediately revealed curious expressions. What is the primordial age? Longyang asked subconsciously. She didn't know why, but she was infatuated with curiosity about the ancient great deities. When heaven and earth were first created, the void of the universe was chaotic. An ancient great deity created heaven and earth, forming the void of the universe. An ancient great deity created life, and an ancient great deity spread the great Tao. This is the primordial age. Lin Ling spoke frankly with assurance, scaring Longyang and the others. Little South's eyes were filled with worship. This was because this was the story of the ancient deities. She didn't expect Lin Ling to know about it. In fact, Lin Ling didn't know whether this was true or not. However, he was sure that there were ancient deities in Huaxia. After all, he had seen one. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's hurry up and collect the treasures. I reckon that the experts of Spirit Nation have returned and are currently attracted by that trial taker. At this time, Lin Ling laughed. No wonder you didn't kill him. So you let him go on purpose. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Longyang suddenly came to a realization. Lin Ling immediately looked at her sarcastically. Do I look like someone who's easy to kill? Moreover, do you think I'm his opponent? He's obviously a trial taker who has cultivated for many years. At that time, I was probably still in the rainforest sacred land. Sorry, I think you're that easy to kill. Although I admit that he's very strong, I think that you're not much weaker than him if you go all out. Longyang also said sarcastically to Lin Ling. Lin Ling shrugged and didn't comment. In fact, Lin Ling didn't have the confidence to defeat that trial taker. After all, although he was strong, he wasn't as strong as Sister Zhen. Next, the few of them hurriedly collected the indigo spiritual flowers in the hall. There were a total of 365 flowers, and they were divided equally among the three of them. The indigo spiritual flowers were the essence of the universe. They were left behind during the deities' era and could greatly increase the strength of the deities. With these indigo spiritual flowers, Lin Ling believed that his strength could more than double. For example, the dragon god's talent, the realm-swallowing beast's talent, and so on. He could now enter the ranks of the acquired deities. This trip to Spirit Light City was really not in vain. However, after collecting the spiritual flowers, Lin Ling secretly sighed. This was because the Spirit Nation's foundation was too rich, beyond his expectations. Then, Lin Ling looked around and immediately realized that Longyang and the rest hadn't left. Instead, they were searching around. This made Lin Ling look around and see that there were some items displayed in the corners of the ice hall. However, on the surface, most of them were useless. Lin Ling, look at the picture on the wall. Suddenly, the giant ghost said softly to Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked over and saw an ancient animal skin picture hanging in the corner. On the picture, there were many scorpions, running neatly in the direction of the sun. However, Lin Ling checked it with his soul power and found that this animal skin picture was the same as the other treasures. It was useless. Do you know what those are? The giant ghost asked after seeing that Lin Ling didn't find anything. Lin Ling immediately shook his head. Do you still remember the scorpion you met under the Kaiyuan River mineral vein prairie? The giant ghost said. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. World scorpion? Yes, it was transformed from the soul of the world scorpion. There are countless souls of the world scorpion inside, so that animal skin picture is extremely powerful. The giant ghost said, didn't I teach you the art of beast taming? You can try using this method to control that animal skin picture. Of course, if you feel that something is wrong, you have to withdraw immediately. Okay. Lin Ling nodded. He knew the art of beast taming, and using this kind of magical power relied on soul power. Soul power was Lin Ling's greatest pride, so he was still confident in controlling this animal skin picture. In front of the animal skin picture, Lin Ling used the art of beast taming and treated the animal skin picture as a divine beast. His soul power had reached an extremely high limit, so it formed a rope and tied up the animal skin picture. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Ice Palace's Long Talk. Scorpions were the scariest, although they rarely provoked others. Once they were provoked, their desire for revenge would be extremely strong, and they would even perish together with their opponent. When the resistance came, Lin Ling was secretly shocked. It was as if he was fighting against countless world scorpions at the same time. Of course, the more intense the resistance, the happier Lin Ling was, because if he could subdue a treasure, this treasure would definitely be extraordinary. At this moment, Lin Ling sensed that the cold aura was increasing. It was as if countless world scorpions were pointing their deadly tails at Lin Ling. It's so hard to control them. Lin Ling felt that he was about to control the beast skin map several times, but he was interrupted by the souls of the world scorpions. If this continued, not only would he not be able to control the beast skin map, even escaping would be a problem. Lin Ling, don't control the beast skin map. Instead, control the beast taming technique on each world scorpion. At this moment, the giant ghost's voice floated over. Lin Ling was shocked because he knew that the world scorpions in the beast skin map could be said to be endless. If he could control them all, he did not know how long it would take. Spread out all of your soul power. The giant ghost continued, although it's difficult, you have to familiarize yourself with all of your soul power. After all, although your soul power is huge, your control level is still too low. Controlling soul power. Lin Ling had also studied this field in the past, however, his soul power back then was not as strong as it was now. Now Lin Ling's soul power was 35,000 levels. Lin Ling was clearly aware of this. Therefore, he also attempted to spread out all of his soul power to control the world scorpions in the beast skin map. However, this process seemed simple at first, but when it was actually done, the difficulty was not small. That feeling was like a person who was good at using a sword but suddenly switched to using a saber, causing everything else to be out of place. If I had been able to control my soul power from the very beginning, then it wouldn't have been so difficult. But now that my soul power is so huge, it's really not easy to disperse it. Oh right, I've been covering the evil ghost jellyfish with my soul power, maybe I can try this method. Lin Ling thought. He knew that the most important thing right now was patience. The beast skin diagram released blinding purple light. It was as if realm scorpions were pointing their scorpion tails at Lin Ling and were about to unleash a fatal blow. Even Longyang and the others in the distance noticed this scene. What's going on with Lin Ling? Little South exclaimed in surprise. Don't worry about him. He should have found a good treasure. It's just that it's a little difficult to get that treasure. Longyang shook her head, her eyes filled with envy. Judging from the aura of the beast skin diagram, she estimated that the power of that treasure could affect any martial god realm cultivator. Let's continue to look for treasures. Longyang was not to be outdone. She also began to look for treasures. Time passed by just like that. Lin Ling gradually began to familiarize himself with that method. He borrowed the method from the evil ghost jellyfish, just like how he controlled the evil ghost jellyfish. Therefore, the speed of his control was very slow at first. After familiarizing himself with it, he gradually sped up. Little South, hurry up. We've stayed here for too long. Those experts will come at any time. Okay. Longyang was still searching for treasures. But it could be seen that she had gained a lot. But she also reminded Little South, in fact, she was reminding Linling more, while Linling was constantly controlling the beast skin diagram. In another hall of the Spirit Palace, more than a dozen figures were sitting there. Judging from their appearance, they were not young. Moreover, some of the younger generation were standing behind them. They were drinking tea and chatting wittily, but their every move carried the calmness and confidence of a deity. The experts who came to Spiritual Light City this time are not as powerful as before. Yes. After a while, a middle-aged man picked up a teacup and blew on the hot air in the teacup. He smiled faintly. Yes, last time, we recruited Lu Xian from the Sky Sword Academy. The harvest was good. He's an expert ranked 51st on the Stairway to Heaven on the Divine List. Last time, we recruited Sky Eclipse City's City Lord, E-Garden's expert Wu Yu, Yuan Chaoan, Miaoshan College's Zhang Wuji, Painting Mountain Fairy, and other experts. These experts are all at the top of the 100 on the heavenly ladder. This time, there aren't many experts. But although there aren't many, it's better than nothing. It's a pity that Duan Wuhan, the 7th prince, and other experts didn't come here. Otherwise, if we recruited them, it would be a great harvest. After the middle-aged man, other people who seemed to have an extraordinary temperament also laughed. Behind them, there were many people of the younger generation. They stood there quietly, but their eyes were filled with disdain and fighting spirit. But this time, our spiritual light nation seems to have been exposed. I'm afraid that the 4 old guys have noticed. Suddenly, the middle-aged man put down his teacup and said. The hall became inexplicably silent. What are you afraid of? At most, we'll just fight. Suddenly, a short and stout old man with a full beard shouted angrily. As soon as this voice was heard, the entire spiritual palace shook as if the heavens were angry. This meant that this person's strength had reached the level of a deity. It was extremely terrifying. Haha, what will come will come. Even if the 4 great deities know, what can they do? Moreover, His Majesty will be here soon. Why should we be afraid of them? The middle-aged man from the beginning was still as calm as ever. Lord Ning, you're right. But Lord, there's one person who came to Spiritual Light City this time. If we can recruit him, it will definitely be a great harvest. Suddenly, someone said with a faint smile. If Linling was here, he would definitely recognize this person. This was because this person was the city governor of E-City. Oh? Everyone looked at the city governor of E-City curiously. This was because the Spiritual Light Nation's purpose here was to bring people into the Spiritual Light Nation. Recruiting powerful cultivators was also their primary goal. Millions of years ago, they had brought away a large number of experts from Jiuzhou and continuously strengthened the Spiritual Light Nation. Now, those experts had become existences that could not be underestimated. However, they had yet to come to Jiuzhou. The ones who came were also experts with high status and authority. Now, they wanted to recruit more experts from Jiuzhou. After all, Jiuzhou had changed after millions of years. There were as many experts as there were clouds. I wonder what kind of expert he is. Lord Ning looked at the city governor of E-City and smiled. His name is Lin Ling. He's currently a 2nd-level martial god. The city governor of E-City immediately smiled. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone frowned. This level of strength was naturally not enough to move them. However, he used less than 5,000 years to walk from the present era to the ancient times. Attach importance to it, because this meant that the junior called Lin Ling had reached the martial god realm from an ordinary martial artist in less than 5,000 years. From this point of view, Lin Ling was indeed a rare talent. Of course, it was only rare, and it still hadn't reached that level of amazement. However, the governor of E-City spoke again. I know that a mere 2nd-level martial god is not enough to catch the attention of the spirit nation. However, I can tell you that his battle strength is comparable to a late-stage martial god. Furthermore, he possesses a divine fetus. Someone began to draw in a breath of cold air. And he has 2 innate divine embryos. The voice of the city lord of E-City floated out again. many people stopped drinking tea and frowned at City's city lord. On top of that, he also has several great talents and trump cards. He's not any weaker than the experts trained by the Spirit Nation. Most importantly, he is still a trial taker of the gods. As the last sentence was spoken, the gazes of everyone in the hall began to heat up. They looked at each other and exchanged glances. After analyzing, they all believed that this Lin Ling was indeed a rare talent. That god really has a good eye. He actually made the first move against such a talent. A moment later, Lord Ning smiled faintly. Of course, if such a talent can't become a trial challenger, that would be too unfair. I'm a little curious about this Lin Ling. That's right. I wonder if he's comparable to the people we recruited. There are strong challengers and weak challengers. The strong ones aren't much weaker than us, and the weak ones can't even compare to the Academy's experts. But, it can't be denied that they all have great potential. Following that, the others also spoke up one after another, their gazes fixed on Lord Ning. Lord Ning nodded. If possible, I would like to represent the Spirit Nation to recruit Lin Ling. Upon hearing his decision, many people began to nod their heads. The seemingly impulsive and tyrannical old man from before was even more carefree as he said, "Practitioners are elusive. I'm afraid that this Lin Ling will be very difficult to find." That won't be the case, because they are now in the Spirit Palace. Lord Ning suddenly smiled. Hearing this, everyone in the hall was shocked. The governor of City was stunned, then he immediately smiled. That guy Lin Ling was also here? For trial takers were scouts and found this place. They also know the secret of our spirit kingdom. Lord Ning continued, these 4 trial takers are the 4 gods. They are Lin Ling, Longyang, Yi, Little Self, and Xianxia. They are all rising talents among them. Xia's age is the oldest, and he is the most powerful. What? They actually snuck in? They are truly worthy of being trial challengers, they're able to act so stealthily without anyone noticing. Of course, Lord Ning is even more fierce, you've already noticed them. But, why didn't Lord Ning stop them? Someone said with admiration at first, then suspiciously. Hee, the 4 gods only think that they are very powerful. In fact, they don't know that we have appeared in the 9 states many times, but they only discovered us now. They are really slow. Lord Ning snorted disdainfully, then said confidently, this time, we deliberately let them know. I see. Everyone nodded in realization. However, that kid called Lin Ling is really powerful. He brought the other 2 trial takers and sneaked into the treasury. Not only did he steal the treasures, but he also tried to steal the 1,000 Scorpions sunrise painting drawn by Lord Ning. Lord Ning said. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically, because that painting was drawn by His Majesty. How dare he? Someone shouted angrily. Lord Ning waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. Our Spirit Nation can afford these treasures. Just treat it as a reward for them. After all, sneaking in under the watchful eyes of so many people is not an easy task. Moreover, when the trial takers were competing, I thought that Xianxia had won. In the end, Lin Ling turned the tables and used an eye for an eye to scare away Xianxia. This was a good show, so this is my reward for him. Next, if I am not wrong, he should be going to Lu Chen's side. Lord Ning seemed to have everything under control and spoke with great familiarity. 9 Lantern Fish Lu Chen, the 9 states 10 evils who refused to enter the Spirit Nation? I remember that his friend, the leader of the Serpent Clan, died in front of him. I didn't expect him to be related to Lin Ling as well. The crowd immediately cried out in alarm. Lin Ling is a person who values friendship and loyalty. 9 Lantern Fish Lu Chen had helped him before. Therefore, he will come even if he has to go through fire and water. Lord Ning seemed to be very familiar with Lin Ling. In fact, he was very familiar with every dazzling figure in the 9 states. This was because his responsibility was to recruit experts and let them become His Majesty's men. The experts that he had recruited had a bright future. They had all become deities and returned to their positions as deities. What does Lord Ning mean? The governor of City had a good relationship with Lin Ling and was also recruited by the Spirit Nation. However, he had hidden it very well and no one knew about it after so many years. Recruit him. He will definitely meet 9 lanternfish Luchin later. This is an opportunity for us. After all, he has 2 divine embryos. We cannot miss this opportunity. Lord Ning took a sip of tea and said decisively. That's right. We cannot miss this opportunity. The others nodded their heads one after another. On the contrary, the young experts behind them had flames of jealousy in their eyes. Naturally, they had heard of Lin Ling's name. However, they had never taken him seriously because he was just a trial taker. Unless it was the top few, they were not afraid. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others obviously did not know that they had been discovered long ago. At the same time, Lin Ling also put away the beast skin map. At this moment, he had successfully used the beast taming technique to tie up all the world scorpions. Although the process was not easy, the result was delightful. This was because the beast skin map was indeed a rare treasure. It could release the world scorpion's rising sun array. In fact, this beast skin map was drawn by the soul of the world scorpion. Countless world scorpions were imprisoned in it. These world scorpions were trapped in the beast skin map. They all wanted to leave the beast skin map and fly to the rising sun like moths to a flame. When Lin Ling activated the treasure, he was actually freeing the world scorpions and completing their mission. The rising sun. Let's go immediately. After putting away the treasure, Lin Ling said to Longyang and the others. It took you so long. This treasure must be extraordinary. Longyang said in a sour tone. Didn't you also get a treasure? How about I use this beast skin map to exchange with you? Lin Ling said with a faint smile. No way. No. Arrived. Hee, you guys don't need to fight anymore. In any case, we've already reaped a great harvest. Moreover, the mission has also been completed. It's time to leave Spirit Light City. Little South was obviously in a good mood and interrupted the conversation between Lin Ling and Longyang. Have you forgotten what you promised me? However, Lin Ling looked at Little South with a strange smile, which made Little South think of something. She stuck out her tongue and nodded. Then let's go save them. She didn't forget her promise to Lin Ling. The 3 of them arrived in front of the huge ice door. Lin Ling also borrowed the human monarch's flame to make the white-clothed person outside open the door. Outside the ice door, the people in white who had been assimilated by him were still standing guard. When they heard Lin Ling's order, they immediately said to the people in white who were guarding the door, "Milord is coming out, open the door immediately." Good. The white-robed men did not suspect anything and immediately began to chant the Spirit Nation's incantation. Rumble. The gigantic ice door slowly opened, but it wasn't moving at a fast speed. As they watched the ice door slowly open, Lin Ling and the other 2 felt a little anxious. They were just one step away from escaping with their lives. They hoped that no strong cultivators would appear during this process. Fortunately, their prayers were answered. When the ice door opened wide enough for one person to pass through, Lin Ling and the rest did not encounter any Spirit Nation experts. At that moment, Lin Ling didn't beat around the bush. He instructed these people to guard the main hall and then led everyone away. After the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn, the corridor of the main hall welcomed many experts. The person in the lead was the white-robed woman and the leader of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. The white-robed woman searched the Spirit Light City, but in the end, she still let Xianxia escape. This made the white-robed woman furious. Moreover, from Xianxia's words, she knew that he was not the only one who had infiltrated the Spiritual Light City. There were 3 other challengers, and these challengers were all in the Spirit Palace. That was why she had rushed into the Spirit Palace so anxiously. During this period of time, did anyone enter the main hall? The white-clothed woman brought the crowd over and questioned the white-clothed people. Those experts naturally spoke of what had happened before. What? Are you all idiots? How can you allow anyone to enter a place with such great treasures? Hearing this, the woman in white finally felt that something was amiss. But, that lord is K. Ling, we don't dare to disobey his orders at all. The Spirit Nation's experts were startled and quickly lowered their heads to explain. A bunch of trash. The woman evidently knew that she could not blame these people. The Spirit Kingdom's status was clear, and K. Ling's status was even higher. How could these people resist her orders? Open the ice door. Then, the woman gritted her teeth and said. She prayed in her heart that nothing would happen. however, after some time had passed, the ice door opened, revealing an empty hall. Her face finally turned pale. Sure enough, they were all fooled. This was a scheme to lure the tiger away from the mountain. According to Xianxia, there are 3 trial takers in the spirit palace. Then, I can be sure that one of them is Lin Ling. Because, the 4 great gods sent trial takers as scouts. Generally, each god would only send 1 trial taker. Lin Ling is obviously here on behalf of one of the gods. The gods on his side will not send out other trial takers. Suddenly, the great demon god of the great demon sect said coldly. Lin Ling? The white-clothed woman suddenly clenched her teeth. Wasn't he being chased by us? Why did he escape here? This is a scheme to lure the tiger away from the mountain. He lured us out and then turned around to enter the spirit light city. This Lin Ling is really cunning. The great demon god said coldly. Being fooled by Lin Ling, his mood was naturally not good. The other leaders of the 9 prefectures 10 vicious did not speak. However, their eyes were secretly dark, especially the leader of the Toon Guardian clan. His heart was like thunder. This was because not long ago, he was the one who had let Lin Ling go. He did not expect Lin Ling to go against his will and escape into the spirit light city. Those little guys were really brave. They must not have gone far. Search the entire spirit palace to find them. Also, no one is allowed to enter or leave the spirit palace. The white-clothed woman's status was obviously not low. She immediately gave the order. Dragon spirit, according to the time, it is time to let those people in. What should we do now? Beside her, the leader of the ancient demon clan suddenly asked. Hearing this, the white-clothed woman's eyes flickered. She naturally knew that outside the spirit light city, a large number of people were still searching for the spirit light city. They treated the spirit light city as the place of the god's treasury. It was just that the spirit nation did not let them in. However, the spirit nation's purpose was to recruit that group of people. According to the time, it was time for them to enter the spirit light city. But the treasures in the main hall have all been stolen. The white-clothed woman said with a gloomy face. Those treasures were used to recruit that group of people. Now that the treasures were gone, how could that group of people join the spirit nation? Let them in first. Then, the white-clothed woman made a decision. However, the spirit light city can be open to them, but the spirit palace is not. As long as we find Lin Ling, we can take back the treasures and use those treasures to recruit those experts from the 9 states. Let's go. We must find Lin Ling. Then, the white-clothed woman strode forward. The rest of the powerhouses followed suit, and the shock in their hearts intensified. They never thought that Lin Ling would be able to ruin the spirit nation's plan all by himself. At this moment, Lin Ling followed the white-clothed people and walked along the ice crystal corridor toward another main hall. My lord, the dragon spirit has given the order. We have been exposed. As they moved forward, the white-clothed man in front of them immediately said. Although he had been assimilated by the human sovereign's flame, he could still receive the orders of the dragon spirit. Speed up. Lin Ling's face grew more solemn. He didn't want to delay the rescue of Senior Lu Chen because of the treasures. Swoosh. Swoosh, everyone unleashed their full strength and disappeared from the corridor in an instant. There were also white-clothed people patrolling ahead. However, Lin Ling used his identity to intimidate that group of people and continued moving forward. Not long after, a huge ice door appeared in front of them. The ice door was 50 meters tall and 100 meters wide. From time to time, white ice fog would fill the air, and it was extremely mysterious. We're here. The white-clothed people in front of Lin Ling all stopped in their tracks, stared at the door, and laughed. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the huge ice door. He realized that the ice door here was actually bigger than the ice door where the treasures were hidden. This surprised Lin Ling. Could it be that Senior Lu Chen and the rest were more precious than the indigo spiritual flower? Otherwise, this door couldn't be bigger than the ice door in the treasure room. Something's not right. Then, Lin Ling frowned. What's going on? Longyang and Little South immediately looked at Lin Ling. Look outside the ice door, there's not a single guard. You must know that the ice door in the treasure room has countless experts. Lin Ling explained. Longyang and the rest stared at the ice door and nodded immediately. The gods had returned. That's the treasure hall, so it's normal for there to be guards. This is where the prisoners are kept. Perhaps the spirit nation is confident, so they didn't send anyone to guard this place. Little South guessed. Impossible, the last time we were here, there were more guards than the ice gate. However, the people in white who had been assimilated by Lin Ling all shook their heads. Looks like things have changed. Lin Ling had an ominous premonition. What do we do now? Long Yang looked at Lin Ling and said. Although she and Lin Ling were like fire and water, she was still a person of integrity. She had promised Lin Ling. Even if there was something wrong now, she had never thought of running away alone. Open the ice door by force. Lin Ling said coldly without hesitation. He was here for Lu Chen, so even if the situation had changed, he would not give up halfway. Just as he was about to force his way in, the huge frozen door suddenly opened slowly. Billowing icy mist filled the air as if the door to another world had been opened. Amidst the white icy mist, a terrifying aura could be faintly sensed. That was the aura of a god. Lin Ling and the others immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Rumble. When the ice door was completely opened, a chuckle floated out. Welcome to the world of the gods. Although his voice was calm and polite, it carried a domineering aura that seemed to control the world. What happened? Longyang and the others narrowed their eyes at the strange sight before them. Lin Ling didn't say anything. His gaze landed on the ice door, and he discovered that it was a world of its own. It was actually a place with green mountains and clear waters, and there were a large number of people inside. Some people stood under the green mountain in silence. They were the members of the God Extermination Alliance. There were also some people who were sitting in the middle of the beautiful world, drinking wine and chatting merrily. We've been exposed. Lin Ling's heart trembled, and he finally said. What? Long Yang and the rest immediately panicked. Then, they looked at Lin Ling. At this point, they didn't know what to do. This was because they all knew that the Spirit Nation was very powerful. Even if they were challengers, they would not be able to resist a single hair of the Spirit Nation. We don't have a choice now. Let's go in. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Lin Ling strode in, causing Longyang and the others to bitterly smile. In the end, they could only follow him in. Rumble. After all of them had entered, the huge ice door was completely shut. As for the crowd behind the ice door, they all looked at Lin Ling with smiles. A man raised the wine cup in his hand and said with a smile, Welcome trial participant Lin Ling. This man was dressed in a divine python robe and had a jade crown on his head. He looked cultured and refined, but he had an irresistible divine might. This man's strength was definitely above the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures because he'd already surpassed the martial gods. He could be called a god. Lin Ling looked deeply at the man. In a short period of time, countless thoughts rose in his mind. Congratulations, everyone. You've returned to the God's world. Have a seat. After the man smiled, he had people bring in tables and chairs and invited Lin Ling and the rest to sit down. Seeing this, Lin Ling didn't argue. He led Longyang and the rest to sit down. This was because he knew that if such a powerful god really wanted to attack them, he wouldn't have needed to bring so many people. He even had a feeling that this god was deliberately waiting for Lin Ling's arrival. Why do you welcome us to the God's world? After sitting down, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hearing this, everyone laughed and looked at each other. Finally, they looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man didn't say anything. Instead, he said to the governor of Yi City, It seems that your old friend is very curious. Hee hee. Lin Ling followed his gaze and was shocked. That was the governor of Yi City? Lin Ling, you don't have to be so surprised. In fact, 10,000 years ago, I'd been in contact with the Spirit Nation. The governor of Yi City didn't care about Lin Ling's surprise and said faintly. However, his words made Lin Ling smile bitterly. It seemed that he knew too little after all. Because the Spirit Nation allowed me to return to my godhood. The governor of Yi City seemed to know that Lin Ling was very confused, so he explained. Return to your godhood? Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned slightly. Let me say it. The man sitting at the head suddenly interrupted and said with a smile, The War of the Gods back then was also known as the Twilight of the Gods. A large number of gods and gods fell. Those gods who fell were from two sides. One side was the current four gods, and the other was our side. It can be said that in the war of the gods back then, the strength of the two sides were evenly matched. Hearing this, Lin Ling and Longyang were shocked. They all thought that in the era of the gods back then, it was the gods who fought against the will of the world. They never expected that the two sides were evenly matched. This also meant that these people in front of them were part of the war of the gods back then. The gods fell, and the void of the universe changed. However, as millions of years passed, the era began to change. In the post-God era, countless experts rose, stood out, and stood out in the void of the universe. The man said again, his eyes looking into the distance, "How did these people rise?" Some people say that they relied on perseverance and fighting spirit. Some people say that they relied on opportunities and luck. In fact, this isn't the key because they are all gods who had fallen. Now, they are beginning to return to their godhoods. Boom, when this news came out, Lin Ling and the others' hearts exploded. Even Lin Ling and Longyang looked at each other. The meaning in their eyes seemed to be saying that they were both gods in the past, even their lives could be explained this way. Until now, they were able to rise out of the blue because they were gods in the past. Now, they were just returning to their godhoods. Therefore, this is also the era of the gods' return. Therefore, I welcome all of you back to the world of the gods. The man said again. Lin Ling and the others fell silent because the amount of information was too much. They also needed some time to digest it, but soon, Lin Ling smiled and said, "So, the Spirit Nation is wantonly recruiting to find the gods who had fallen in the past." That's right. The man didn't hide anything and nodded. Gods are omnipotent. They can turn nothingness into existence and reverse the universe. Their birth has been different from others since the beginning. Therefore, they should enjoy a higher status and rise to prominence. I think that the so-called gods are just people who are stronger in martial arts. That's all. However, Lin Ling smiled and said non-committally. You can think of it that way. Gods are also humans, and humans are also gods. The man did not care about Lin Ling's words. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, "Trial taker Lin Ling, one of Lei Gong's people, return to your godhood in less than 5,000 years of cultivation. I think you must have been an extremely powerful god in the past. No, you must have been a god. Maybe I knew you in the past. I'll buy your heart. Perhaps?" Lin Ling was non-committal. Suddenly, he understood the purpose of these people. The Spirit Nation was looking for the fallen deities in an attempt to recruit them. In fact, it was also to get these deities to join the will of the world. Therefore, the goal of these people was to recruit Lin Ling and the rest. However, in order to recruit Lin Ling and the others, they had actually mobilized so many experts, and there were even deities among them. This made Lin Ling feel that they were making a mountain out of a molehill. Perhaps you're doubting whether you have the right to do so. But let me tell you, you do. You absolutely do. You even have the right to have the Spirit Kingdom's Emperor step in personally. As if guessing Lin Ling's thoughts, the man spoke again. Not only Lin Ling, but even the people around the man were shocked when they heard this. The Spirit Nation valued Lin Ling too much. It's a pity that I'm already following Boss Lei Gong. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind changing to another big shot. After all, I don't care about the battle between the gods. I only care about who is sincere to me. Lin Ling said with a smile as he played with the teacup in his hand. Our Spirit Nation knows that you are loyal and not pedantic. That's why we value you so much. Unfortunately, we were one step too late and the Thunder God made the first move. However, it's better to be slow than to do nothing. The man shook his head and introduced himself. My name is Ning Qingshan. They all call me Minister Ning. You can call me Minister Ning. Minister? Everyone's eyes flickered. Because they all called that man Lord Ning, but Lin Ling could call him Lord Minister. This also explained Lin Ling's position in Ning Darren's heart. Thank you, Minister. Lin Ling also had a very good impression of that man. Although their standpoints were different, it didn't stop Lin Ling from praising him. This was because Lin Ling could sense that the other party was very sincere towards him. You're here for Lu Chen and the others, right? At this moment, Lord Ning spoke once more, and then he waved his hand. Someone immediately brought Lu Chen over. Lin Ling. As for Lu Chen, his strength had been sealed all this time. Now that the seal had been lifted, his eyes started to tear up when he saw Lin Ling. He had never imagined that Lin Ling would come to save him. He had charged into the fray single-handedly. Back then, he had helped Lin Ling a few times. He had never thought that there would be a day when that brat would repay the kindness of a drop of water. Senior Lu Chen, you don't have to say anything. Leave it to me. Seeing Lu Chen, Lin Ling was also a little excited. Then, he smiled and said. Alas. Lu Chen let out a long sigh. Naturally, he knew what the Spirit Nation represented. He was afraid that Lin Ling would harm Lin Ling by making a deal with such a powerful entity. However, he also knew that Lin Ling's temperament was stubborn. Since he dared to come here alone today, then it was impossible to persuade him. I won't say anything else. I, Lu Chen, will recognize you as my brother for the rest of my life. Lu Chen said word by word. His eyes were filled with endless gratitude. All right, let's drink when we get back. Lin Ling nodded excitedly. Then, he looked at Lord Ning and said, Lord Minister, this is my friend. If I want to take him away, I don't know what I have to pay in exchange. He knew very well that he had already been exposed, so it was impossible for him to secretly take Lu Chen away. He could only depend on Lord Minister's intentions. It's very simple. You will fight 3 rounds. If you win, you can take Lu Chen away. Lord Ning smiled. Although his words seemed gentle, they were filled with endless heroism and dominance. All right. Lin Ling nodded immediately. He did not ask which experts the other party would send because he believed that Lord Ning would not deliberately set a trap for him to jump into. With the other party's strength, there was no need for that at all. In fact, Lord Ning thought so too because he knew Lin Ling's temperament. The more he was pressured, the stronger his resistance would be, therefore, such a person could not be dealt with forcefully. He had to hit his weak spot. Forcefully obtaining a person was only temporary. Winning his heart was the most important thing. 3 rounds. If you lose, you will join the Spirit Nation. How about that? These are my conditions. Lord Ning spoke again. His gaze swept across the crowd. His calm gaze was filled with dominance. Furthermore, not only Lu Chen, but I will also use the God Slayer Alliance and the Serpent Clan, 2 of the 9 states' 10 evils, to buy your heart. When these words came out, it was as if the mountains and rivers were shaking, everyone's heart was pounding, even the governor of each city gasped. In order to buy Lin Ling's heart, he had used so many experts as bargaining chips. Of course, Lin Ling was also shocked because he knew that Lord Ning did not have to do this. He could have used force. He would have asked if Lu Chen wanted to join. If he did not, he would have killed him. At that time, Lin Ling would not have been able to fight back. However, Lord Ning did not do so. He reached an agreement with Lin Ling and gave Lin Ling enough respect. All right. At this point, Lin Ling had no reason to refuse. As expected of the trial tester, Lin Ling. You are a straightforward person. I look forward to your service to the Spirit Nation. I am sure that once you join the Spirit Nation, you will be put in an important position and will be able to revive the glory of the deity era. Seeing that Lin Ling had agreed, Lord Ning laughed heartily. However, I have not lost yet. Therefore, it is too early for me to betray Lord Lei Gong so soon. Lin Ling also spoke. Ha ha ha, then I will wait for your good news. Lord Ning nodded and asked, do you need to rest? No need. Let's start now. Lin Ling walked out. At this time, Longyang tugged at Lin Ling and said, for the 3rd battle, Little South and I will help you. Lin Ling was stunned. He did not expect Longyang to make such a choice. However, Longyang noticed the strange look in Lin Ling's eyes and immediately said coldly, we said before that if you help us enter the main hall, we will help you save people. But now, we are of no use. That is why I suggested this. Don't think too much. Don't worry. There will be a time when you will be of use. If you fight and lose, you might have to join the Spirit Nation. Lin Ling said immediately. Hee, that's right. I am also very interested in Longyang. Lord Ning said at the right time. Longyang and Little Self did not dare to speak. Lin Ling also rejected Longyang and the rest's help and walked step by step into the Green Mountain. Ling Lu, you go. At this time, Lord Ning's voice rang out. Then, a handsome young man walked out from the crowd. He was wearing the robe of the Sky Sword Academy and was obviously an expert of the Shinsan Hall. However, to be valued by the Spirit Nation, he was naturally much more powerful than many of the experts of the Shinsan Hall. Lin Ling, I have heard a lot about you. I would be lying if I said I wasn't jealous when I saw you being treated so well. Now, let me see if you are worth 2 of the 9 states' 10 evils. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin 9 Heavens Obsidian. He didn't hide his thoughts because he knew that those who were being recruited were jealous of Lin Ling, and he was just one of them. In fact, he was right. Behind the gods, the eyes of the younger generation kept flickering. Obviously, they were jealous of Lin Ling. Looking at Lord Ning and the others, they were all smiling as they drank their wine. They didn't object to Ling Li's jealousy because they also knew that if Lin Ling wanted to convince the masses, he had to show some ability. You will know. Lin Ling said indifferently as 2 swords appeared in his hands. 2 swords? Not bad. It's a pity that swords have no eyes. Plus, this is a spar. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll kill you. But don't worry, I'll control my strength and spare your life. Ha, Ling Lu smiled faintly and stretched out his hand. Thick realm essence gathered and dyed his hand black, making it extremely sharp. I'm at the 7th level of the martial god realm with the innate divine embryo. I'm ranked 108th on the heavenly stairway of the gods and I have 10 streams of divine energy. You must be careful. Ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Lu made his move. He stretched out his hand and the divine energy was as sharp as a knife. His 5 fingers closed together and shot toward Lin Ling. His steps were extremely strange. He moved left and right, but in fact, he had taken 10,000 steps in an instant to confuse Lin Ling's vision. His speed was 4,800 world speed. Ling Lu has the divine embryo body of the 9 Heavens Obsidian. Someone said faintly. The 9 Heavens Obsidian is a kind of Heavenmen stone, and the Heavenmen stone is extraordinary. In the ancient times, an ancient god used the Heavenmen stone to mend the void. Therefore, the Heavenmen stone seized the merit of heaven and earth and absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. It contained the divine embryo and turned into a divine monkey. In the ancient times, the divine monkey was extremely powerful. Although Ling Li's divine embryo body isn't a Heavenmen stone, it's still one of them. Lord Ning said calmly. Everyone nodded and widened their eyes. They didn't know that the Heavenmen stone had such a reason. As for Ling Tian, he was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. His footsteps were as though he was chasing after the Grand Tao. Lin Ling was still motionless, both swords in his hands. At almost the same time, the sword in Ling Tian's hand was less than a meter away from Lin Ling. At such a distance, an expert would be able to kill his opponent in less than a breath, and at this moment, Lin Ling finally drew his sword, striking after the enemy. Although it took a long time to describe, it seemed fast. Just as Lin Ling's sword was about to reach Lin Ling's throat, Lin Ling's dark sword also shot out with 10 strands of divine energy, the lightning luster physique, the flame of the human monarch, and the Bodhi enlightenment. Ever since he used his spiritual force to control the beast skin diagram, Lin Ling's control over his divine energy had also increased by quite a bit. Clang, the sword and hand collided, and a deafening sound rang out. The most frightening thing was that Lin Ling's sword was actually unable to pierce through Ling Tian's sword hand. You have to know, this was a sword formed from a hand. The corners of Ling Tian's mouth also curled up into a cold smile, and he was just about to make a move, but in that instant, Lin Ling's other sword also moved. It was the tyrannical Song sword, mixed with 2 strands of divine energy, and it went past Ling Tian's palm, landing in front of his neck. A wisp of killing intent and demonic chi shot out, causing Ling Tian's pupils to constrict, and cold sweat began to form on his forehead. This is only a spar, you can't kill me," he said nervously. He never imagined that Lin Ling's dual swords would be so powerful. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, both swords simultaneously struck out, one sword blocking his sword hand, and the other attacking. You lost. Lin Ling withdrew his sword, and retreated, paw paw paw, under the Green Mountain. Applause immediately floated out. and many people nodded their heads in praise, very satisfied. Lin Ling was indeed worthy of being a trial participant. Ling Tian is an expert in the top 10 of the 100 on the Divine Stairway. Sir Lin Ling, you were able to force him back with one strike, it's really amazing. Lord Ning nodded his head in satisfaction. He could see that Lin Ling's every move seemed calm, but there was still the rhythm of the great Tao in it. This meant that Lin Ling was not just a high realm, but his martial foundation was also beyond ordinary people. It was just a fluke. Lin Ling stood with his sword in hand, nodding his head lightly. This fellow is really a risk-taker. He clearly could have defeated Ling Tian in a safer and faster manner, but he chose to use such a dangerous method. If he hadn't blocked Ling Tian's sword earlier, he might have lost. Long Yang's eyes narrowed, and she shook her head. With her eyesight, she could naturally see how Lin Ling won. It was unexpected, and a fatal strike. But he has 3 opponents. If he used his full strength at the beginning, if the next 2 people targeted him, then he would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, although it was risky, this method was also faster and more convenient. Little South, who was beside her, shook her head and said, "The first person is already so strong. I'm afraid the second person will enter the top 100 on the Divine Stairway." Long Yang nodded her head, and then guessed. Lin Ling was already waiting for the second person. He looked at Senior Lu Chen and saw the worry on his face. Lin Ling immediately smiled at him, indicating for him not to worry. Senior Lu Chen sighed again, knowing that he had implicated Lin Ling. This was because he knew that Lin Ling did not want to join the Spirit Nation, but for him, Lin Ling was willing to risk his life. "Lord Ning, I'll go for the second battle." At this moment, someone volunteered. It was a burly man, and his voice was like that of a god. He was wild and unruly, and he had the aura of an emperor. After he walked out, he immediately bowed to Lord Ning. But each and every one of his movements was completely natural. How was he still a martial artist? He was simply like a god. In terms of strength, he was probably one of the best in the martial god realm. His cultivation was not weak either. He was an 8th-level martial god, and he had an acquired divine fetus, Realm Bear. Legend had it that the Realm Bear was the same as the Realm Scorpion. They were both ancient divine beasts. However, their ancestors had listened to the teachings of ancient great gods, so they had become gods. As a result, the descendants of their bloodlines had benefited greatly. For example, the current Realm Scorpion was an existence that could not be underestimated. The reason why the Realm Scorpion was so powerful was that its ancestors had listened to the teachings of the Buddha God for many years. However, they had accidentally bitten the Buddha God once, so they were chased out of the God's world. King Dexiong? Lord Ning frowned when he saw the man. This was because he had personally recruited this man. "Lord Ning, this man has a grudge against me. My elder brother was killed by him, so I want to take revenge." The man called King Dexiong did not hide anything and said solemnly. Lord Ning was immediately put in a difficult position. Lin Ling was someone he had his eyes on. But he had personally recruited King Dexiong. They were both his flesh and blood. "All right, you go and fight." However, Lord Ning clearly treated his subordinates well. Since he had recruited King Dexiong, he would not let him down. "Thank you, Lord Ning." Sure enough, King Dexiong was grateful. He even kowtowed 3 times to Lord Ning. He would probably follow Lord Ning's lead for the rest of his life. It was a dilemma. As for Lin Ling, he calmly looked at this scene. It had to be said that Lord Ning truly had the spirit of a superior. With just a simple action, he immediately caused a powerhouse to be loyal and devoted, even willing to protect him with his life. After all, it wasn't difficult to subdue an expert, but it was difficult to subdue an expert's heart. "You are the second person?" After that, Lin Ling looked at King Dexiong calmly and said, "Not bad." The man nodded coldly and said, "Trial taker Lin Ling, you and I have an irreconcilable enmity. Do you dare to fight me to the death? This is a sparring session, but you're here to fight to the death. Do you want to upset the minister?" Lin Ling shook his head. Naturally, he wouldn't agree. It was not that he was afraid of this man, but he knew that this man called King Dexiong was a god personally recruited by Lord Ning. Therefore, regardless of whether Lin Ling won or lost, it would be disadvantageous to him. If he won, he would have to kill his opponent. This would make Lord Ning unhappy. Although Lin Ling didn't have a deep friendship with Lord Ning, the other party respected him. Lin Ling couldn't not give him face. Moreover, if he killed the other party, it would make Lord Ning feel that he, Lin Ling, didn't know how to do things. If he lost, Lin Ling would have to join the Spirit Nation. This was not something that Lin Ling wanted to see. Therefore, Lin Ling also realized that the so-called 3 battles were sometimes not only a clash of strength, but also a battle of conduct. You're afraid that Lord Ning will be unhappy? That's simple. Whoever loses will leave this place and commit suicide. If I, King Xiong, lose, I will keep my word. That man seemed to hate Lin Ling very much, which made Lin Ling curious. I seem to be seeing you for the first time. I wonder who I killed. My big brother is in the new celestial court. A year ago, after you stepped on the stairway to divinity, there were gods who massacred the people of the new celestial court. My big brother was one of them. It was because of that incident that I joined the Spirit Nation. The 4 great gods are Bull ****. They treat people like pigs and dogs and kill as they please. The man gritted his teeth and said, looking a little extreme. Lin Ling was also enlightened. He knew that it was Eugene who did it. In fact, it had nothing to do with Lin Ling because it wasn't Lin Ling who asked Eugene to kill those people. Eugene didn't want to offend Lei Gong and made the decision himself. You don't dare? What heavenly voice of God Lin Ling? In my opinion, he is just a coward. Hee, how can such a person be worth 2 of the vicious 10 of the 9 prefectures? What a joke. He's just a coward. Seeing Lin Ling remain silent, King Xiong laughed disdainfully. Since you insist on having your own way, then I will fight to the death. As for suicide? Sorry, there is no such word as suicide in my dictionary. Unless I die in battle. Lin Ling's sword hummed. He would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Alright, unless I die in battle. Yes. King Xiong also shouted angrily, seeing the murderous aura from the 2, many people narrowed their eyes and subconsciously looked at Lord Ning. However, the latter had his eyes closed and was drinking tea with an unfathomable expression. This made many people speechless. In their opinion, Lin Ling was a rare talent, but so was King Xiong. If either of them fell, it would be a great loss to the Spirit Nation. This is troublesome. Yes. Long Yang frowned secretly. Sister Long, what's wrong? At the side, Little South immediately asked. Lin Ling does not have a choice in this battle. If he admits defeat, he will have to join the Spirit Nation. If Lin Ling wins, he will have to kill Lord Ning's subordinate. This is equivalent to humiliating Lord Ning. If it was a narrow-minded person, he might even go back on his words. Long Yang secretly said. Then Senior Lin Ling is in a dilemma. Sigh. Little South helplessly slapped her forehead. However, Long Yang nodded and said, however, I reckon that with Lin Ling's character, he will not show any mercy. That guy looks amiable, but when he is fierce, even ghosts are afraid of him. Boom, at this moment, under the Green Mountain, the 2 experts looked at each other and unleashed their full strength. King Xiong's figure grew taller as a divine bear roared. It was as if he was guarding a divine mountain. His boundary essence also rose steadily. Judging from his strength, there would be few who could match him in the 8th level of a martial god realm. Most importantly, his divine energy was extremely terrifying. There were as many as 15 strands. The divine energy had a heaven-defying might. After it entered his body, it made him even more domineering like a god. Boom. On the other side, Lin Ling's super berserk state appeared. The sea urchin lightning was released. I heard that the 4 great gods have methods to awaken divine energy in the divine fetus. Lin Ling's divine energy is not weak. Looking at the overbearing divine might, someone said with a solemn look in his eyes. Divine energy was the symbol of the 4 great gods. Humph, it's just divine energy. It's only effective on some weak people. If they also have divine fetus, the influence will be much smaller. Moreover, the divine energy is the foundation of the divine energy. Lord Ning immediately snorted. As long as the 4 great gods were mentioned, he would not be at a disadvantage. While they were talking, Lin Ling and King Xiong had already collided. Both of them unleashed their full strength, shaking the heavens and the earth. The two of them fought from the ground to the Green Mountain in the distance. Splash, the huge lake under the Green Mountain was hit by the two of them, causing waves to shoot up into the sky. After sprinkling down, under the illumination of the sun, a gorgeous rainbow appeared. Linling is so powerful. Behind the various experts, the people who were being recruited narrowed their eyes. This was because they knew King Xiong's strength, but they did not expect Linling to be able to fight evenly with King Xiong. Linling defeated the city lords of the 36 cities. The city lord of each city said lightly. His words made many people's eyes narrow. This was the first time they had heard of such news. It seems that we have underestimated him. Then, many powerful gods said solemnly. As for the people behind them, they were secretly gritting their teeth. Their dissatisfaction with Linling had more or less weakened. After all, who asked him to be so strong? You actually have 16 strands of divine energy. King Xiong said in shock as he watched the battle on the Green Mountain. He had repeatedly clashed with Linling, but to no avail. He had never expected that Linling, at such a young age, would have 16 strands of divine energy. One had to know that his current divine energy was obtained after tens of thousands of years of cultivation. You are no match for me. Linling said lightly. At this moment, he did not use his sword. Instead, he used both his hands to clash with King Xiong. Since King Xiong did not use any weapons, Linling did not want to take advantage of him. However, Linling had also activated all of his divine energy. In terms of talent, he was twice as strong as King Xiong. In terms of realm, Linling had 6 stanchions. In terms of divine energy, Linling had 1 more strand. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, Linling was undoubtedly going to win this battle. Compared to when he was at the divine staircase, his strength has increased so much. He was once her senior. She clearly remembered that Linling only possessed 10 strands of the divine energy when he ascended the stairway to divinity. Moreover, at that time, Linling's control over the divine embryo had been very crude, but now, Linling already possessed the might of a berserker. And Sister Long, his divine might seems to be even stronger than ours. Little South said in surprise. This was the first time he had seen Linling's strength. Because he has 2 divine embryos. Longyang enunciated each word clearly, but her words made Little South suspicious. Big Sister Longyang, don't you also have 2 divine embryos? Your divine might shouldn't be any weaker than his. Hearing this, Longyang didn't say anything. Rumble, the battle on Linling's Green Mountain became more and more intense. The great Xiong King seemed to have transformed into a divine bear as he swung his giant claws continuously. Linling, on the other hand, defended himself with both hands and remained as immovable as a mountain. In the end, Linling took advantage of King Xiong's anxiousness to lower his body and avoid King Xiong's terrifying divine power. Then, both of his palms landed on King Xiong's body. Boom! He activated all of his divine power and forced King Xiong to retreat. You lost. After that, Linling turned around and left. He didn't intend to continue the fight. I haven't lost yet. However, who knew that King Xiong would not give up? After retreating, he once again pounced towards Linling. He erupted with the speed of 6,000 worlds. His bare paw seemed to be able to shatter the heavens as he slapped towards Linling's back. Stubborn. Linling's footsteps came to a halt as he coldly snorted. Without even looking behind him, 2 swords appeared in his hands as he viciously slashed out. Linling, no. Almost at the same time, the city lord of each city also shouted. He was afraid that Linling would kill the great Xiong King. That would be troublesome. However, his shout was still too slow. Linling's sword was like a rainbow, clean and efficient. Boom! The great Xiong King's figure smashed into the Green Mountains, shattering countless green mountains. At this moment, everyone stood up, shook their heads, and sighed. Linling had killed the great Xiong King, which meant that he had killed one of Lord Ning's subordinates. He wondered how Lord Ning would deal with Linling. Longyang also sighed softly and warned Little South to prepare to fight to the death because she could foresee the troublesome outcome. Pa pa pa. But right at this moment, Lord Ning finally opened his eyes and clapped. Not bad. Thank you, Your Excellency Linling, for giving me face. Lord Ning has treated me like a friend. How could I not give him face? Linling stood in the sky and looked down at Lord Ning with a smile. Everyone immediately became confused. However, these people were all powerhouses, so they immediately reacted after sensing it. A huge pit had appeared under the Green Mountains. The great Xiong King was lying there, spitting out blood from his mouth. There were 2 deep sword wounds on his chest, but he was not dead. Could it be that Lin Ling did not use the sword's edge but the sword's body at that critical moment? That should be the case. In this way, he could defeat the great Xiong King without killing him and offending Lord Ning. This guy really does things flawlessly. No wonder Lord Ning values him so much. Those people started whispering to each other. Then, they stared at Lin Ling with a smile on their faces. As for Lord Ning, he kept nodding his head in praise. A powerful god was indeed hard to come by, but a god who knew how to control his power freely was even rarer. Not only did Lin Ling defeat the great Xiong King, but he also didn't kill him. Lin Ling had done well. The third battle. Under the sky, Lin Ling said calmly. Everyone looked at each other and then looked at the young powerhouses standing behind him. However, those powerhouses were frowning. Through the previous battle, they knew that Lin Ling was a strong opponent. His strength could definitely make it to the top 100 on the stairway to heaven on the divine list, and his ranking would not be low. They could not win against such an expert. Haha, it's normal that you can't win. Lin Ling is someone who is valued by the deities. I think this Lin Ling must have been an extremely powerful deity in the past. Lord Ning suddenly smiled and looked around. Finally, he looked at a middle-aged man who was sitting down. Wang Shui, why don't you go and play? As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed drastically. That was because one could tell the status of the people present from their seats. All the rising stars were standing behind the seats. Those who were qualified to sit down were definitely extraordinary. It could be said that they were of a different generation. Me? At that moment, the man named Wang Shui raised his head calmly. His eyes were filled with suspicion, his long hair fell and covered half of his face. He looked a little lonely and unruly. The sparse beard on his face made him look even more aged. Lord Ning, Wang Shui is here. The governor of Yi City said in disbelief. That was because he knew Wang Shui's strength. That's because he came from the same place as Lin Ling. As a senior, he's very suitable to fight with Lin Ling. Lord Ning said with a smile. All right. Wang Shui pondered for a moment, then walked out of his seat and walked towards the sky. Longyang and the others' expressions changed slightly when they saw this older expert. The peak of the martial god realm? Longyang said in disbelief. As for Lin Ling, he frowned slightly. He could also sense the strength of this person. Speaking of which, he had never fought with an expert at the peak of the martial god realm in his life. Lin Ling, I come from Snow City. I was once a student of the Snow Academy. Therefore, we can be considered half friends. After a while, the man named Wang Shui finally stopped and smiled at Lin Ling. His words surprised Lin Ling. Moreover, the current principal of the Snow Academy was once my junior. The man named Wang Shui continued, I heard that you came from the Snow Academy. Therefore, I'm here to fight with you. Is it appropriate? Lin Ling shook his head inwardly. It seemed that as he continued to display his strength, Lord Ning kept increasing the difficulty. Now, he had already sent such an ancient figure to fight with him. Lin Ling couldn't help but look at Lu Chen on the ground. Then, his gaze fell on Lord Ning and he finally nodded his head. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to take away the God Extermination Alliance. Seeing Lin Ling nod his head, the man named Wang Shui also nodded his head. As for the city governor of Yi City and the others on the ground, they all shook their heads. However, they also knew that Lin Ling had no other choice. Your cultivation is too low. I'm at the peak of the martial god realm. My strength is comparable to the leader of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Therefore, I won't bully you. How about I suppress my strength to the early stage of the martial god realm? Wang Shui. That Wang Shui said again, you, after all, are my junior sister's people. I don't want to bully the weak. That's not necessary. However, Lin Ling also shook his head. How about this? You defeated a few experts at the late stage of the martial god realm. Then, I'll suppress my strength to the late stage of the martial god realm. A formidable opponent. As a result, the strength of his world essence was on par with Lin Ling's. Obviously, he knew that although Lin Ling seemed to be only at the second level of the martial god realm, the density of his world essence was comparable to a late-stage martial god. Thank you. Although Lin Ling didn't want the other party to suppress his strength, he also knew that if he continued to persuade him, he would be looking down on him. However, even if the other party had suppressed his strength, the other party was still comparable to the leader of the 9 states' fiercest 10. At present, it was very difficult for Lin Ling to win, unless he used the overarching heavenly umbrella and the beast skin diagram. However, this was a spar. If he used these treasures, he would become a joke. Without hiding his strength anymore, Lin Ling began to fuse with his talents and turned into an incomparably terrifying monster. And looking at Lin Ling's power constantly increasing, Wang Shui also showed an interested look. You are really strong. Our Snow Wind Academy has produced a god-level genius like you for so many years. This is the Snow Wind Academy's blessing. Senior is actually from the Snow Wind Academy. Why don't you go back and take a look? Countless tentacles appeared behind him. Thunder, fire, the dragon god, and the realm-devouring beast's talents all spread out. Hehe, I'm too ashamed to go back. Wang Shui smiled deeply and sighed. If you want to know the reason, then you will know after you defeat me. I will beat you. 2 swords appeared in Lin Ling's hands, and his expression turned solemn. The 2 of them floated under the firmament and did not attack. Instead, their auras clashed madly. Rumble. The collision of their auras caused the green mountain to tremble. Beneath the ground, the weaker members of the younger generation felt as if they were carrying a divine mountain on their backs. Even breathing became difficult. This is Senior Lin Ling's full strength. Little South said solemnly as he retreated. She finally knew that Lin Ling's strength was definitely the strongest among the new trial challengers. She couldn't even compare to Longyang. This is his full strength. When he met the senior of the Snow Wind Academy, his fighting spirit was also aroused. I estimate that the man called Wang Shui was once the most dazzling genius of the Snow Wind Academy. Longyang also retreated and said solemnly. Then, this will be the clash of the 2 strongest geniuses in the history of the Snow Wind Academy. Little South was shocked. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's cultivation time is too short. It seems that his chances of winning are very slim. However, Lin Ling's growth has always been monstrous. Perhaps he also wants to use this battle to break through the door and step into a new world. Long Yang said faintly, as if she was very familiar with Lin Ling. When one reaches Lin Ling's level of strength, the speed of his growth will slow down. Even if he breaks through the realm, his strength will increase step by step. The increase won't be great, but if he meets a strong opponent, his growth will increase by several times. However, there are pros and cons. If Lin Ling can't hold on, then he will be defeated. He may even suffer a setback and it will be difficult for him to rise again. Hearing this, Xiaonan nodded. That's right. I heard from Grandpa Black God that many strong people had a smooth journey before they rose to power. However, after they encountered a huge setback, they fell into decline. Even gods are no exception. As long as you are human, you will have emotions. With emotions, you will naturally have inner demons, so this is not surprising. But I believe that Lin Ling is not someone who will give up so easily. Longyang stared at Lin Ling. The fighting spirit in her heart was also aroused. At this moment, in the sky, the 2 men looked at each other. They were only 100 meters apart. A formless wind spread out between them, causing the void to crack open. Then, it continued to merge. However, neither of them moved. They did not even blink. Even their eyes were as calm as an ancient well. They were like stone statues. Both of them were looking for each other's flaws. In such a battle between experts, sometimes a flaw could affect the outcome of the entire battle. Amazing. On the ground, perhaps affected by the oppressive atmosphere, a strong person said in shock. Obviously, they all knew that in this kind of battle between gods, even the slightest flaw could be grasped and turned defeat into victory. Therefore, the 2 people in the sky were not only competing in momentum, but also in endurance, perseverance, fighting spirit, and fighting spirit. If any one of these aspects was weak, it could still change the whole situation. Time passed quietly, unknowingly. 2 hours had passed. The 2 of them were still motionless, but sweat dripped from their foreheads. They did not seem to have made a move, but in fact, this collision of momentum was no less than an earth-shattering battle. but gradually, Wang Shue's eyes began to flicker. She was a little shaken, that was a kind of guilty conscience, it was as if he had met someone from the Snow Wind Academy again. He felt guilty and could not face them, although this inner demon had been suppressed and even resolved by him for so many years. This inner demon that should have dissipated quietly broke out like a stubborn disease in the midst of such a battle between experts. This was also the reason why martial artists had to destroy their heart demons, because in a life and death battle, the heart demon's influence was great. Looking at Lin Ling again, his eyes were still firm. He would not be shocked even if the sky collapsed. His heart demon had been destroyed, and the people in the rainforest sacred land had returned. He had a clear conscience. If there was anyone, it would be the current senior Lu Chen. He, Lin Ling, owed Lu Chen a favor, and today he was here to repay it. Therefore, no matter who stood in front of him, he had to step over this big block of characters. He is after all a member of the Snow Wind Academy. This is disadvantageous to me. I have to make a move. Wang Shue's eyes flickered even more fiercely. Suddenly, he made a move. A snow-probing staff, mixed with 15 divine powers, flew across the void and attacked Lin Ling. When this slender and sparkling staff appeared, the sky was filled with snow. Behind him, a white-haired woman appeared. She looked up at the sky, opened her hands, and summoned ice and snow. Ice goddess, this was not a god from the ancient era, but from the era of gods. However, she had an illustrious reputation in the era of gods, and Wang Shue's talent was the divine fetus, world of ice and snow, Xiao. The long staff was incomparably fast, reaching 6,500 world speed. Moreover, it smoothly passed by Lin Ling and pierced his body. The blizzard came and froze his body, Kacha. However, the ice sculpture immediately exploded, and the figure that appeared in the ice sculpture also scattered like the wind. It was a shadow. However, Wang Shuo was not surprised at all. The long staff that he had stabbed out suddenly swept behind him, bringing with it a rolling snowstorm. Clang! In the blink of an eye, 2 swords slashed down crazily behind him, mixed with 16 divine powers. Thunder, fire, Buddha, immortal. At the moment of collision, a huge wave of air raged wildly with the two of them as the center. Lin Ling was shocked. This Wang Shuo seemed to have suppressed his realm, but his divine powers were too fierce, and his talent was very strong. In terms of talent control, Lin Ling was ashamed of his inferiority. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation Song of Ice and Fire. Tyrannical Song. The true inheritance dark sword was still resisting the snow-seeking staff, but Lin Ling pulled out his tyrannical song sword and slashed at Wang Shuo with murderous intent and demonic energy. At this moment, the headless old man who had disappeared without a trace quietly appeared behind Lin Ling. The expressions of the deities below changed when they saw the scene, especially Lord Ning. His brows were tightly furrowed because he sensed a familiar feeling from the headless phantom. It was as if he had seen it somewhere before, but in the end, he still couldn't recognize it. However, he was sure that Lin Ling's power was the essence of many schools, including thunder, fire, Buddha, ghost, demon, slaughter, and immortal. Good and evil, light and darkness, merged into a person's body. How strange! Lord Ning muttered to himself, and his curiosity about Lin Ling grew stronger. Continuous blizzard. Almost at the same time, Wang Shuo saw Lin Ling's demonic sword slashing at him. He shouted and slapped out with his other hand. The crazy power of the ice god poured out and froze the tyrannical song sword. However, the tyrannical song sword was also powerful, and its murderous intent gushed out. With a clang, it shattered the ice and snow. Boom! At the moment when it collided with Wang Shuo's palm, a tyrannical power burst out, and the impact sent both of them flying backward. As expected of the outstanding talent of the Wind Snow Academy, Wang Shuo shouted and pounced on Lin Ling again. Senior, as expected of the number one in the past. Lin Ling was the same. Rumble. The two of them were like magnets, colliding and separating from each other, then colliding again. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged 300 moves. The whole Green Mountain was constantly shaking. World of ice and snow. After another collision, Wang Shuo's hands danced wildly in front of him, drawing 9 huge ice circles, and then he slammed them at Lin Ling. The huge ice circle surged over like a dragon, continuously expanding. Everywhere it passed, everything would be frozen into ice sculptures, and then shattered into dust. and within the 9 ice circles, the snow-seeking divinity staff shot out like a sharp arrow. In the end, it even surpassed the 9 ice circle divine dragons, as if it was flying with the ice dragons. Looking from the ground, the scene was also incomparably magnificent. Crackle! Before it reached Lin Ling, the lightning outside Lin Ling's transcendent realm was frozen, causing his expression to change. The power of divinity in this move had probably reached 20 strands, as expected of someone comparable to the leader of the 9 prefectures' vicious 10. Red Bodhi's scripture Heavenly Venerable Shu, 6 paths of 10,000 elements controlling the winds and clouds. Yellow Bodhi's 1,000 hands Guanyin, Guanyin's 1,000 hands shaking the universe. Lin Ling channeled the power of divinity from the Bodhi testimony divine ability into his 2 swords and slashed out. Crash! However, before he could approach the giant ice circle, a wave of frightening ice god power repelled him. Lin Ling's pupils did not change as he used the repelling force to frantically retreat. Where do you think you're going? Seeing this, Wang Shue's aura was also overbearing as he chased after Lin Ling. Lin Ling kept retreating, passing through countless green mountains. However, wherever Wang Shui passed, the green mountains froze and turned into ice mountains. In the end, the 2 of them disappeared into the endless mountains. It was as if the ancient gods had fought and destroyed the endless divine mountains. Lin Ling saw that the ice god power behind him was getting closer and closer. He put away the tyrannical Song sword, and with a wave of his right hand, golden flames turned into a vortex and swept out, flames of the great earth. Then, he threw it behind him. Boom! In the endless green mountains, a frightening golden flame erupted, and a huge Dharma idol of the human king descended upon the world. Flames of the human king. Looking at the dazzling firestorm, everyone's eyes became more serious. Next, ice and snow arrived and fought against the golden flames. This also formed a huge world of ice and fire, like a song of ice and fire. The scene was so terrifying that Longyang and Little South sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not expect Wang Shui to be so strong, and they did not expect that Lin Ling's full strength would be so terrifying. Both of them were known as the gods of the current generation, but soon, a holy goddess appeared in the world of ice and snow. She controlled the ice and snow like she could summon the wind and rain, drowning the flames of the human king. After all, this world of ice and snow had a total of 20 strands of divine power. Lin Ling's flames of the human king could only resist it by relying on the purest divine fetus. But the divine power was still weak. Seeing the endless snowstorm coming, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Suddenly, he shouted coldly, "Go!" He poured all of his divine power into the true inheritance nether sword and threw it at Wang Shui. Almost at the same time, the white snowstorm arrived and drowned Lin Ling. At this moment, Wang Shui was floating outside the snowstorm. His eyes continued to flicker. Did he win? However, at this moment, the snowstorm was penetrated. A sword mixed with the divine power of Buddha, immortal, fire, and lightning instantly pierced through his chest. This kind of unforeseen event was clearly something that Wang Shui did not expect. Rumble! Looking at Lin Ling's side, the snowstorm invaded, causing Lin Ling to grit his teeth. Then, he did not delay any longer. At the critical moment, several indigo spirit flowers appeared in his palm, and he stuffed them into his mouth. His chaos divine formula could refine anything, so, he fought with his life on the line. He hoped to use this short period of time to increase his strength again. Although this was somewhat suspicious of cheating, Wang Shui was an expert who had been famous for a long time. Presumably, Wang Shui would not say anything. Just as the indigo spirit flowers disappeared into his mouth, Lin Ling was frozen. Moreover, the earth and the sky were all frozen. Swoosh! The snowstorm also rushed into the distance. After it disappeared into the distant world, the place where Lin Ling was standing was frozen. Only the figure of a young man could be vaguely seen in the endless green mountains. The young man's eyes were extremely dignified. He maintained the posture of stuffing things into his mouth. Everything was so vivid. He lost. People looked at the strange scene in the distance and exclaimed in surprise. Because it was too shocking, not only was Lin Ling frozen, but also the green mountains, the earth, and the sky. This caused a huge mirror to appear in the distance. Wang Shui is injured. Someone looked at Wang Shui and said. He saw a sword grazing Wang Shui's chest. The sword was also frozen, but the tip of the sword pierced Wang Shui's chest, causing blood to stain his clothes. However, Wang Shui looked into the distance and said indifferently, "He hasn't lost yet." Yes. Hearing this, everyone present felt as if they were struck by lightning. Because, facing Wang Shui's 20 divine energy, Lin Ling was still not defeated. I can sense his life force. Although it is like a dim flame, that flame is trying to reignite and burn again. Wang Shui said solemnly. He did not expect this rising star to be so terrifying. It was as if he came from a distant place and suddenly appeared beside him. His strength was almost comparable to his. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations The 8-9 Demonic Art. He really has too many talents. This is his trump card. Junior, I didn't expect the Snow Wind Academy to have such a freak. Junior. Wang Shui's eyes suddenly looked into the distance with anticipation. That year, he represented the Snow Wind Academy in the battle. He should have shocked everyone, but unfortunately, he was careless and was defeated in the end. At that time, the Snow Wind Academy had the most hope to rise, but because of his failure, the Snow Wind Academy plummeted, and he disappointed the Snow Wind Academy. This also became his inner demon, Rumble. While he was thinking, endless darkness suddenly appeared in the world of ice and snow in front of him, as if it was dyed with ink, and a fierce aura soared into the sky. The four great beasts, Chaos. Junior. Seeing this, Lord Ning's pupil shrank. He sensed the awakening of chaos. Crack. Crack, crack. The world of ice and snow had just been dyed black, and suddenly, endless cracks spread out in the ice and snow, and a dragon roared. This was the dragon god. It had the power of a divine fetus. He seems to have stimulated something, and pushed those talents to the peak. TSK, this battle is wonderful, and it makes people's blood boil. This is the peak battle of the post-gods era. Junior. Then, Lord Ning laughed, inexplicably excited because he felt that today, he was fated to see an extremely rare battle. Wang Shui suddenly lifted her head. Her eyes trembled as she said, this fellow. Boom, more and more cracks appeared in the world of ice and snow, and finally, the world of ice and snow completely exploded. Countless ice shards shot out in all directions, and the power was extremely terrifying. At the center of the explosion, a man in black walked out step by step. Behind him, a fierce aura surged and turned into a huge mouth, swallowing the sky and the earth. This was the four great beasts, Chaos, and it was the real Chaos body. This was the acquired divine fetus. Looking at the fierce clouds, there was a dragon swallowing the clouds, ferocious and ferocious. It was the real dragon god. The dragon clan's bloodline was also divided into noble and lowly. The noble one was the dragon god, because it was a divine fetus. And there were two dragon gods of that level. Everyone stared at the man in the sky, and their pupils contracted. They never thought that Lin Ling had such a move. Didn't you say that he only had 2 divine embryos? Now it seems that he has 5 divine embryos. Although 3 of them are at the Hotian level, they're still divine embryos. Someone said with a trembling voice. The city lord of E-City smiled excitedly. Compared to last time, Lin Ling seemed to be even stronger. He was very curious as to what Lin Ling had done to suddenly increase his strength by so much. Lin Ling, who walked out, didn't say much. He walked towards Wang Shui step by step. Suddenly, his body exploded, turning into 3 ferocious forces that swept out like tornadoes, the sky dragon on the left, the wind dragon on the right, and the primal chaos in the center. Wang Shui's expression changed when she sensed the unstoppable power. The power of the ice god surged in her body and turned into a huge piece of 10,000-year mysterious ice to resist the power from the 3 directions. Boom. Boom, 3 consecutive booms rang out. Although Lin Ling did not use the power of divinity, the terrifying power was not much weaker than the power of divinity. Was this still the Lin Ling who had to retreat from Wang Shui and did not dare to confront her head-on? No one knew that Lin Ling had used the sapphire spiritual flower to forcefully make the 2 dragon gods and the realm-swallowing beast's talents step into the Hotian divine embryos. The strength of that power had increased by 30,000 realms power, which added up to 90,000. Realms power, 90,000 realms, in addition to Lin Ling's own 60,000 realms power. The current Lin Ling had gathered 150,000 realms power. The huge 10,000-year mysterious ice began to shatter, and the illusion of the ice goddess became even more illusory. So powerful. The city lord of E-City and the others all sucked in a cold breath. They could sense the ferocity of the power in the sky. If it was in Jiuzhou, among the 36 city lords, there were probably no more than 3 people who could defeat Lin Ling. If this continued, Wang Shui would definitely be defeated. This also meant that Lin Ling could take her away. Wang Shui, it's not that simple. However, at this moment, Lord Ning said lightly, Wang Shui's strength was comparable to the leader of Jiuzhou's 10 vicious. How could she be defeated so quickly? At this moment, in the sky, Wang Shui saw that the pressure was increasing. Her eyes turned cold, and a demonic aura bloomed in the depths of her eyes like a flower petal. Ka ka ka, boom boom boom. Next, the 10,000-year mysterious ice shattered. However, in the endless ice and snow, a figure with rolling demonic aura quietly appeared. Then, looking at Lin Ling's 3 forces, she fiercely punched 3 times. Boom boom boom, the void exploded. After the 3 punches collided with Lin Ling's 3 forces, the 3 forces were beaten back to their original forms. They were the 2 dragon gods and Hundun. 8-9 demonic art. After knocking away the 3 forces, the figure's lips curled into a cold smile as she said lightly. If in the beginning, this person's aura was lonely and desolate, then now it was filled with demonic aura. 8-9 demonic art. Hearing Wang Shui's voice, everyone's expression changed slightly. My lord, could it be the void's #1 physical body technique? Someone looked at Lord Ning in shock and said. In the ancient era, there were 3 ancient great gods who had achieved divinity with their bodies. They rebuked the heavens and earth, and what they cultivated was precisely this cultivation method. In the records of the era of gods, this cultivation method was incomparably fierce. It did not fear the power of gods, nor did it fear the power of the void. It surpassed the great Tao laws of the void. No, Wang Shui's cultivation technique is a modified version of that cultivation technique. After all, it's not easy to obtain the cultivation technique of an ancient great god. The ancient great god's cultivation technique is the 8-9 mysterious art. Wang Shui's cultivation technique is the 8-9 devil art. The 8-9 devil art will turn one's body into a devil. Lord Ning said lightly. Everyone suddenly realized that Wang Shui was cultivating a modified version of the technique. However, they were still shocked. This was because they knew how powerful the real 8-9 mysterious art was. Relying on this powerful technique, the 3 ancient great gods dominated the world in ancient times. Boom. At this moment, Wang Shui moved and disappeared on the spot. Then, she punched out. Terrifying demonic aura lingered around her body, forming a powerful physical strength. In front of her, Lin Ling was floating there quietly. Around him, the 3 forces returned to his body. He stared at Wang Shui and felt the terrifying physical strength of the other party. This was also the first time he saw an expert whose physical strength was comparable to his since he started practicing martial arts. No, it should be stronger than him. His fleshly body strength has most likely reached the power of 200,000 worlds. Wow! Lin Ling said in shock. His 150,000 world force was still a bit weaker. However, he had 6 stanchions, which could make up for some of the gap. After he used that technique, his temperament seemed to have changed. Wow! Translator, Nioibo Studio Fatal Power. Previously, I heard Lord Ning and the others say that Wang Shui cultivates the 8-9 demonic arts, which is adapted from an ancient great god's cultivation method. In the myths of Xianxia, there are only 3 people who cultivate the 8-9 mysterious arts. This kind of cultivation method also has many names. Some are called the 9 revolutions divine arts, and some are called the 8-9-72 heaven transformation technique. The 3 people who cultivate this divine art are Yang Jian, Yuan Hong, and Sun Wukong. Lin Ling's heart trembled. He didn't know if his guess was true, but he knew that there was such a story in China. However, seeing Wang Shui's ferocious attack, Lin Ling also withdrew his mind. His body also began to change continuously. For a time, he transformed into chaos, devouring the heavens and the earth. For a moment, he transformed into the dragon god and roamed the 9 prefectures. For a moment, he turned into a lightning lock and wreaked havoc in the sky. For a moment, he transformed into a human king and burned the earth. In the end, all of these clones disappeared and returned to Lin Ling. Boom! Boom! After those clones disappeared, his strongest punch, which contained all of Lin Ling's strength, blasted out as if it could split the heavens and earth. On the other side, Wang Shui's eyes flickered. She had also sensed how terrifying Lin Ling's punch was. It was probably comparable to the power of 200,000 worlds because it contained the power of the gods and rich world essence. What a strange guy. His method of fusing power is too strange. Wang Shui was shocked. This was because after activating the 8-9 evil art, he wouldn't be able to use any other methods, such as his Ice World Divine Embryo, but Lin Ling could. Good timing. He roared angrily, opposing Lin Ling with equal harshness. Everyone, back off. Seeing that the two of them were about to dominate the area, Lord Ning let out a low shout and ordered the weaker people to leave the area. His eyes were also fixed on the two deities in the sky. He was not surprised that Wang Shui possessed the 8-9 mysteries, but Lin Ling gave him a huge surprise. 5 divine embryos could fuse together. Even though he had seen many things, this was the first time he had seen such a technique. Boom. Boom, finally, the two meteors collided. Fists burned. But at the moment of collision, a terrifying and mysterious power swept out in all directions with the fist as the center. The world of Green Mountain had collapsed. The spirit palace was shaking. Such power was too terrifying. How was this still a battle between humans? This was simply a battle between gods. Endless gale swept out. Even Longyang and the others' faces changed greatly as they frantically retreated, and within the storm, Lin Ling and Wang Shui's long hair wildly danced in the wind. Their clothes continued to be torn apart, and then their bodies were torn apart. This collision of power had already reached the power of 400,000 worlds. Even they couldn't resist it. They had never imagined that when their physical strength reached the pinnacle, such a terrifying storm would occur when their weapons collided. Lin Ling, you will definitely lose. The strongest genius in the history of the Snow Wind Academy is me. Suddenly, Wang Shui shouted angrily. Her temperament was completely different from before, and she was filled with a demonic domineering aura. I have no interest in the title of Snow Wind Academy's strongest genius, but I know that I will take the God Slayer alliance with me. Lin Ling also shouted coldly. Blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. They began to know that if they didn't leave this power vortex, they would all die. However, they didn't retreat for the time being. They were waiting for an opportunity. Looking from afar, a vortex with a radius of 10 million miles appeared under their feet and slowly rose into the sky. If it engulfed them, even their masters would be strangled to death by the power, because this was the purest form of physical strength. A vortex storm formed from it. Let's go. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling found the best opportunity. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he paid the price of being seriously injured and rushed towards the sky. Physical strength sometimes couldn't compare to realm essence. After punching out, it was very difficult to retract the power, not to mention that this power was 200,000 worlds worth of power. Lin Ling has rushed out. Lord Ning and the others also stared at the scene in the sky and naturally guessed the two's actions. Retreat. Next, Wang Shui also shouted angrily. Her body was like a spinning top as she rushed into the sky. The two figures rushed into the sky at the speed of 20 worlds, as if they were going to break through the sky. Oh no! Suddenly, Wang Shui, who was at the back, had a change in expression. Because the power of the huge storm under his feet had wrapped around his feet, it felt as if countless people were grabbing his feet and trying to pull him into the terrifying power, and if he was sucked into the ferocious power, even he would not be able to escape death, because that power was not only his, it also contained Lin Ling's power. When the two powers collided, they didn't cancel each other out. Instead, they merged and formed the ferocious storm under his feet. But at this moment, an arm suddenly appeared and grabbed his hand. Then, it brought him towards the sky. This made Wang Shui look up. His eyes were filled with shock. Because this was Lin Ling, he clearly saw that Lin Ling was more seriously injured than him. However, Lin Ling didn't leave him behind. Instead, he saved him in the most urgent situation. Good. In the distance, Lord Ning and the others also looked at this scene and laughed loudly. Lin Ling's body was covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and carried Wang Shui higher and higher. Then, he leaped horizontally, avoiding the storm below and rushed into the sky. However, just when Lin Ling and Wang Shui were safe, Wang Shui suddenly looked at Lin Ling ferociously. His eyes were filled with madness. I haven't lost yet. The Wind Snow Academy will not fall so drastically in my hands. After he finished speaking, his right fist appeared behind him. Demonic aura surged, causing his fist to grow to 5 meters in size. He smashed it towards Lin Ling. This punch had the power of 200,000 worlds. It wasn't difficult to destroy 10,000 worlds, and such a turn of events shocked Lord Ning and the others. They never expected Wang Shui to make such a choice. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Unfortunately, he was too close to Wang Shui and couldn't react in time. Boom! The huge fist smashed into Lin Ling's body, shattering all the bones in his body. Then, the fist filled with demonic aura suddenly shrunk and turned into a claw, piercing through Lin Ling's chest. Crash! Blood gushed out from Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He knew that if he didn't do anything, he would definitely die here. Soul Force was activated. Step of Wisdom. The mysterious power didn't seem to have any offensive power. It enveloped Wang Shui, but it sealed half of his power. Get lost. After sealing Wang Shui's power, Lin Ling's fist also hit Wang Shui with earth-shattering force. The latter spat out a mouthful of blood. His bones were also shattered, and he smashed into the ground like a cannonball. Rumble, the ground also cracked like a plate, and soil soared into the sky. Release him. Sigh. The endless green hills had already turned into ruins. Only when the storm of energy created by the fusion of Lin Ling and Wang Shui disappeared into the sky did Lord Ning let out a soft sigh. After this final confrontation, he already knew who had won and who had lost. After all, if Lin Ling had not saved Wang Shui would have died long ago, but no one would have thought that Wang Shui would be saved by Lin Ling and he would actually launch a sneak attack on Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you've won, Lord Ning said after a moment. He stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of shock because he realized that he had underestimated Lin Ling. The method that Lin Ling had used before seemed to be the God Stares. One must know that this was a power that only gods possessed, and Lin Ling had such a method but he had not used it. If not for the fact that he was close to death, Lin Ling would probably still have hidden it. This showed that from the beginning, Lin Ling could easily defeat Wang Shui. Unless Wang Shui did not suppress his strength and unleashed his full strength, then there was still a chance for him to win. It can't be considered a win. It should be a draw. After all, Wang Shui suppressed his strength. Otherwise, I might not have been able to defeat him. In the sky, Lin Ling said lightly. No matter what, we all agree that you've won. Moreover, you saved Wang Shui. Here, I'll thank you on his behalf. Also, I hope that you won't mind Wang Shui's sneak attack from before. Lord Ning apologized on Wang Shui's behalf. At this point, he was obviously embarrassed to not let Wang Shui go, because in these 3 battles, Lin Ling had won beautifully and he had given Lord Ning enough face. He was bedeviled before. He didn't have eyes for me, but for one of his opponents in Snow Wind Academy. Therefore, I won't mind. Lin Ling shook his head. Naturally, he had seen through something. The 8-9 demonic art was after all not the 8-9 mysterious art. Cultivators would have some side effects. Turning into a demon was probably one of the side effects. That's right, he was possessed by the devil before. It's said that when one cultivates the 8-9 demonic arts to the end, one's temperament will change even more. However, this kind of physical strength is too attractive. Not many people can resist that temptation. Back then, after Wang Shui was defeated, he gave up on himself. Later on, he accidentally obtained this divine art and rose to prominence. He must have his own enemies. Lord Ning explained. That enemy should be the one who humiliated him. It wasn't hard for Lin Ling to guess what was going on, because Wang Shui was so strong, it was impossible for him not to return to the Snow Wind Academy. Moreover, the Snow Wind Academy did not have his name. This meant that after Wang Shui left the Snow Wind Academy, he stopped the Snow Wind Academy from mentioning his name. Perhaps to him, this was a humiliation. Wang Shui, he should have fainted. I'll have to trouble Lord Ning to tell him after he wakes up that the Snow Wind Academy is also waiting for him to come back. He will definitely be able to wash away the shame of that year with his own hands. Lin Ling said again, which made Lord Ning nod his head. After that, Lin Ling walked down from the sky. Lord Ning understood and waved his hand. The members of the God Slayer Alliance were all released. They all looked at Lin Ling with gratitude. Lin Ling, are you really not going to consider it? After Lord Ning handed over the person, he looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Now, he obviously felt the pain of letting go of Lin Ling. However, if he didn't let go of Lin Ling, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. After all, he owed Lin Ling a favor. I'll consider it. But for now, I probably won't join the Spirit Nation. Lin Ling smiled and said. Alright, I'll wait for you. Lord Ning nodded. He knew Lin Ling's temperament. He was both good and evil and not pedantic. Not joining the Spirit Nation today didn't mean that he wouldn't join in the future. Farewell. Then, Lin Ling didn't say much. He led Lu Chen and the others into the distance. Rumble, above the shattered sky, the ice door slowly opened. However, just as it opened, a large number of white-clothed Ling Kingdom people appeared outside the door. When the leader, Long Ling, saw Lin Ling, his face was filled with disbelief. Beside her, the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils was the same. Catch him. Then, Long Ling shouted angrily. Let them go. However, Lord Ning spoke in a majestic voice. My lord, this. Long Ling and the others were undoubtedly shocked. At least in the Spirit Palace, you are not allowed to attack him. Lord Ning thought for a moment. He seemed to know Long Ling and the others' duties, so he said lightly. Yes, my lord. Even though Long Ling and the others were unwilling, they didn't dare to disobey Lord Ning. Lin Ling wasn't from the Spirit Nation at the moment, but he had appeared in the Spirit Nation. This had obviously violated the Spirit Nation's taboo. Therefore, Lord Ning could only order them not to attack him in the Spirit Palace. However, he didn't care about other places. After all, he couldn't protect Lin Ling forever. Moreover, he believed that with Lin Ling's arrogance, he wouldn't like to be protected forever. Thank you, Lord Ning. Lin Ling nodded and led the others out of the ice door. Outside, Long Ling and the others had complicated expressions. This was because they also saw that Lin Ling had taken away the God Slayer Alliance and the Serpent Clan. Most importantly, the Spirit Nation didn't object. In the end, they could only watch as Lin Ling and the others walked further and further away. Long Ling, come in. Everyone else, go back to your positions. Yes. Behind the ice door, Lord Ning's voice drifted over. After Long Ling bowed, she entered the ice door. Behind the ice door, the people looked at Lord Long with complicated expressions and remained silent. However, very quickly, someone finally spoke. Lord Long, are we really letting him go? In time, he might become a formidable opponent of the Spirit Nation. Everyone had witnessed the previous great battle. The strength that Lin Ling had displayed was unexpected. With the fusion of the 5 divine embryos, he was almost invincible. Moreover, compared to the side effects, Lin Ling's talent fusion was even weaker than the 8-9 demonic arts. If such a rising star was allowed to grow, no one would be able to control him. How could I not know? Hearing this, Lord Ning smiled bitterly. Thinking of the previous intense battle, he also felt that his horizons had been broadened. It's a pity that this child can only be attacked mentally. You can't use force. If you use force, he would rather die than live in dishonor. Then, the Spirit Nation won't be able to win his heart. Lord Ning said. If we can't win him, then why not? A ruthless person said with cold eyes. If we can't win him, then we'll destroy him. I want to as well. Unfortunately, I can't do it. From the Spirit Nation's overall situation, he deserves to be killed. However, from a personal point of view, I can't bear to see him die. Moreover, I have a feeling that if His Majesty knew about Lin Ling, he would be tempted to cherish his talent. Lord Ning turned to the crowd and said, therefore, Lin Ling's matter can't be rushed. The Spirit Nation still has a chance. Sigh. Seriously injured, after he finished speaking, he looked at the mess before him and shook his head. Never had he imagined that he would be checkmated by Lin Ling. 2 people, King Dexiong and Wang Shui, were both saved by Lin Ling. Moreover, these 2 people were Minister Ning's people. Didn't he, Minister Ning, owe Lin Ling a favor, especially the matter of Wang Shui? Lin Ling had almost died because of Wang Shui, but he didn't care about it afterwards. This made Lord Ning feel guilty. This kid knows when to yield and when to stand tall. He's really amazing. In the future, he'll definitely become a god. Alright, let's forget about this matter. In the end, Lord Ning concluded. Everyone nodded one after another. There was no one who was unconvinced. It's all right. The governor of Yi City heaved a sigh of relief. He was happy for Lin Ling because he knew that if the gods of the Spirit Nation really wanted to kill Lin Ling's current strength was not something he could stop. Fortunately, Lin Ling did things flawlessly and the Spirit Nation had nothing to say. "My lord, are we just going to let Lin Ling go back like this?" In the end, Lin Ling and the others are still challengers. At this moment, the dragon spirit suddenly said, "The matters of the Spirit Palace are under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Palace. Anything outside of the Spirit Palace is your responsibility. It has nothing to do with me." Lord Ning looked at Dragon Spirit and said. Dragon Spirit understood what Lord Ning meant. In the Spirit Palace, she had to give Lord Ning face and not touch Lin Ling. But outside the Spirit Palace, Lord Ning would not follow Lin Ling step by step and protect him. Dragon Spirit would decide what to do on her own, should they chase after him or let him go. This was also the responsibility of the Dragon Spirit, and it was up to her to decide. Long Ling's eyes immediately flashed with a cold light. In her heart, she naturally wouldn't let Lin Ling leave, especially after hearing Lord Ning's words. She knew that if Lin Ling were to join the Spirit Nation, he would be her #1 competitor, and this was not what she wanted to see. Furthermore, Lin Ling was the first person in the history of the Spirit Kingdom to leave safely. She could not allow this glory to continue. At this moment, Lin Ling was leading the group down the corridor. Lin Ling's expression was calm, but his eyes continued to flicker. Thinking about what happened before, he secretly felt lucky. "Lin Ling, thank you." Lu Chen said gratefully to Lin Ling. "Senior Lu Chen, you and I are no longer strangers, so there's no need to thank me." Lin Ling immediately turned his head and smiled. But Lu Chen thought about how Lin Ling had risked his life to win 2 of the 9 prefecture's 10 evils. He still felt bad about it. "Let me ask you something. If I, Lin Ling, encountered such a situation, what would Senior Lu Chen do?" Lin Ling suddenly asked. Lu Chen was stunned. His first thought was to lead the entire God Slayer alliance to save Lin Ling. "Isn't that right? If something happens to me, you will definitely save me. If something happens to you, I, Lin Ling, will not stand idly by." Seeing Lu Chen in a daze, Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders. "Ha ha ha." Hearing this, Lu Chen finally burst into laughter. The God Slayer alliance and the Serpent clan behind him also laughed. They knew that they should not say thank you anymore. If they did, they would be treating Lin Ling as an outsider. However, after laughing, Lu Chen was deeply moved. The kid from back then had grown to such a level. He was not much weaker than him and could stand alone in the sky. This was something he had never expected. This kid's growth was too fast. Puff. However, just as everyone was rejoicing, Lin Ling's face suddenly turned pale. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Crack. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. This had undoubtedly frightened everyone, even Longyang's pupils constricted. "I'm seriously injured. Leave this place immediately." On the contrary, Lin Ling was not surprised. Previously, he had forcefully refined the blue spiritual flower, causing a terrifying force to wreak havoc in his body. After that, his 3 great talents had increased crazily. This had exceeded Lin Ling's limit, coupled with the desperate battle with Wang Shui. This had caused his injuries to worsen. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Lu Chen and the rest looked grave. Without saying anything else, Lu Chen carried Lin Ling on his back and immediately ran down the corridor. At the entrance of the Spirit Palace, a large number of people in white were still guarding. However, they did not stop Lin Ling and the rest. Instead, they made way for them. However, when they saw that Lin Ling was injured, a complicated look appeared in their eyes. Soon, Lin Ling and the rest rushed out of the Spirit Light City. "Not good. We received an order from the Spirit Nation. We can only enter the Spirit Light City, but not leave." At this time, the people in white who had been assimilated by Lin Ling immediately said, "It seems that someone wants to kill us." Lu Chen immediately guessed something. "You guys take Lin Ling and leave. I'll stop them." Then, Lu Chen gave the order. He looked at Longyang and the rest. Longyang and Little South nodded. Little South even whispered, "Senior Lin Ling said that he would need us. So this is the time." There are too many of us and we'll become a thorn in their side. On the other hand, if you guys scatter and leave, the spirit nation will not be able to find you in a short period of time until Lin Ling recovers. Lu Chen said again. My lord, all the cultivators outside the spirit light city have entered. I guess that the spirit nation is using treasures to attract them. If they want to obtain the treasures, they must prove their loyalty. I'm afraid that Lord Lin Ling's head is the proof. One of the people in white said again as he continued to collect the orders from the spirit nation. Hearing this, Lu Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Things are a little troublesome. Not only are there foreign cultivators entering, there are also the spirit nation and the 9 states' 10 evils. If we fight them head-on, we won't be able to win. However, everything will have to wait until Lin Ling recovers. You guys must protect Lin Ling's life. But if this place doesn't open, we won't be able to get out. Therefore, we won't be able to hold on for long. Longyang suddenly thought of something and immediately analyzed. You don't have to worry about this. I guess that as long as we can hold on for a while, the 4 great gods will come. At that time, the spirit nation will definitely leave. Although the spirit nation is not afraid of the 4 great gods, they obviously don't want to fight them head-on so soon. Yes. After being captured for such a long time, Lu Chen naturally knew the spirit nation's intentions. To put it bluntly, this was the awakening of the world will. All right. Yes. Without any worries, Longyang nodded and left with little South with Lin Ling. Little ones, we are indebted to Lin Ling. Today, it's time to repay him. We must hold on until Lin Ling recovers. Yes. Next, Lu Chen looked at the crowd and said. That's for sure. If it wasn't for the spirit nation, who would the God Slayer Alliance be afraid of? It's too humiliating to be captured. However, how can ordinary soldiers bully the God Slayer Alliance? Dream on. Yes. Senior Lu Chen, now that the leader of the Serpent Clan is dead, we will follow you. We will do whatever you say. Yes. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Longyang's killing intent. Let's go. Then, Lu Chen laughed loudly and led the countless experts into the distance. From afar, there were about 10 to 20,000 people, and there were many experts. In fact, Long Ling would not allow Lin Ling to leave. After leaving Lord Ning, she would be responsible for the defense of the entire Spirit Light City. Her first order would naturally be to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, he did not hesitate to use a large number of sapphire spirit flowers as the price. Of course, these sapphire spiritual flowers originally belonged to these people. As long as they joined the Spirit Nation, they would be able to obtain them. Even if they did not join the Spirit Nation, as long as they killed a member of the God Slayer Alliance, they would also be able to obtain a reward. This was because, in the eyes of the Spirit Nation, the God Slayer Alliance and the Serpent Tribe were traitors. Naturally, the Spirit Nation would kill all traitors. Moreover, the Spirit Nation did not force those who were hesitating to join the Spirit Nation. Instead, they gave them enough time to consider and even offered some treasures as a lure, because they knew that a true expert wouldn't be able to win their hearts by force. Sister Long, look in the distance. Many people are starting to appear. As for Longyang and Little South, they flew across the wasteland and sensed the changes in the distance. What a bunch of trash. All they think about is reaching the heavens in a single bound. Longyang said sarcastically. She naturally knew that those people came from the final world and 9 prefectures. They thought that this was the land of the divine treasures, so they flocked over. Therefore, after the Spirit Nation had paid a certain amount of treasures, they had forgotten their roots and were willing to do anything. According to what we've seen on our way here, there aren't many strong cultivators outside of Spirit Light City. However, we can't guarantee that there won't be more strong cultivators after this. Therefore, for safety's sake, we should try our best to avoid conflict with others and hide Lin Ling. Longyang looked at Little South and said. Then, she looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was pale, and his breathing seemed to have stopped. Moreover, rumbling sounds came from his body from time to time. This let her know that this resolute man was most likely seriously injured this time. She knew that Lin Ling had fought countless battles and was riddled with injuries, but this was the first time she had seen Lin Ling unconscious because of injuries. Fighting against the leader of the 9 states' most vicious 10, was this Lin Ling's strongest ability? This level of strength was truly terrifying. Although that battle ended in a draw, it did not hinder the pride of that battle. It's no wonder that every time I see him, his strength would increase tremendously. So that's how he got his strength. He's been through life and death battles time and time again. Longyang whispered as she walked with Little South. Yeah, the battle just now was too intense. Little South nodded and said with admiration, there must be countless scars on his body. Scars are also a symbol of a martial artist. It represents how many ups and downs he has gone through. Longyang smiled. Her gaze suddenly fell on a barren wall in the distance. There was an imperceptible cave there. Then, she led Lin Ling into the cave. What we need now is time. Time for Lin Ling to recover, so it's better to hide. The God Slayer Alliance has attracted the attention of all the experts. This can also buy some time for Lin Ling. Longyang said after entering the cave. Little South began to set up a barrier to hide the cave. She also knew that this concealment might only be temporary, but it was enough. The two of them quickly sat down cross-legged in the cave. They looked at Lin Ling, who was lying on the ground, and their gazes continued to flicker. Longyang, in particular, had the most complicated expression on her face. Her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Ling's chiseled face. For a moment, a murderous intent rose in her heart. She thought of the man who had taken away her most precious thing in the spirit province. She thought of how that man had brutally destroyed her that night, giving her the greatest shame in her life, and now, she had the best opportunity to kill Lin Ling. In fact, if she moved a finger, Lin Ling would die. All kinds of thoughts rose in her heart, but more of them were murderous intents. Beside her, Little South's body suddenly trembled. She had sensed Longyang's murderous intent. She was in disbelief. Sister Long wanted to kill Lin Ling. She wanted to stop her, but Longyang said calmly, "Don't worry, I won't kill him." However, after saying this, Longyang continued to stare at Lin Ling. The murderous intent in her eyes did not diminish. Little South was shocked. She was still on guard against Longyang because that was her promise to Lin Ling. Fortunately, although Longyang's murderous intent was very strong, she had controlled it well and did not attack Lin Ling. How ironic. What a helpless life. A moment later, Longyang suddenly smiled. Her smile was very beautiful, but it also carried a sense of exasperation and helplessness. The enemy of my life is right in front of me, but I can't kill him. She shook her head. When she thought of how this man had domineeringly fought the spirit country and saved 2 of the 9 states' 10 perils, as well as the promise he had made to them, she could not do it. Forget it. If I really want to kill you, I won't do it while you're heavily injured. I'll kill you fair and square and defeat you. Finally, Longyang seemed to have made a decision. The murderous intent in her eyes finally disappeared. When Little South saw this, she finally sighed. However, she felt as if this was the first time she had met Longyang. Longyang had given her the impression that she was very easy to talk to. However, she never thought that this woman would hide her intentions so deeply and that her ambitions would be so great. Longyang did not seem to know what Little South was thinking. She left after saying that, "Little South, keep an eye on him. I'll go take a look nearby." "All right." Little South nodded. After Longyang left, she finally felt a sense of relief. It was as if the person whom she had interacted with was not Longyang but someone she did not know. "Senior Lin Ling, hurry up and recover." Little South then gently wiped the sweat off Lin Ling's face. She noticed that Lin Ling's brows were furrowed and relaxed at times. She immediately knew that this man must be enduring inhumane torture. However, this man had continued to chat cheerfully with everyone despite such pain. He did not look like he was seriously injured at all. Clearly, he had endured all the pain alone. Little South was very clear about this and was even more curious about Lin Ling now. At this moment, Lin Ling's body was indeed in a state of chaos. The power from the indigo spirit flower was wreaking havoc on Lin Ling's body. This was because Lin Ling had refined too many indigo spirit flowers at once. That tremendous power was not something that Lin Ling could withstand at the moment. Now, Lin Ling could not do anything at all. He could only watch helplessly as the indigo spirit flowers wreaked havoc on his body. As a result, the side effects of his forceful fusion of the Dragon God's innate talent and the Primal Chaos innate talent did not disappear for a long time. Furthermore, it was difficult for him to recover from the serious injuries that Wang Shui had inflicted on him. The only thing he could rely on now was the primal chaos divine technique. A mysterious voice: if the refining speed of this technique was not as fast as the destruction, then Lin Ling would be completely destroyed in the end and die in this era. Of course, if the speed of refinement exceeded the speed of destruction, then not only would Lin Ling not die, he would also gain unimaginable benefits, life and death. At this moment, as for Lin Ling, once the pain reached its limit, it would become numb. It was as if he had lost control of his body. He could not feel anything, therefore, at this moment, he felt as if he was dreaming. He's back? After an unknown amount of time, an aged voice suddenly resounded in Lin Ling's soul. This left Lin Ling a bit confused. His soul quietly awoke and he discovered that he was in a vast expanse of white clouds. But, as he was in these clouds, his soul actually felt extremely comfortable. Where is this? Lin Ling frowned slightly as his mind went blank. However, he soon recalled that in order to save the God-slaying alliance, he had battled with Lord Ning and had been severely injured. But why did he suddenly appear here? Lin Ling's mind was in a daze, but the clouds around him made him feel very comfortable, so he quietly stood in the clouds, enjoying the peace and tranquility. What a strange place, Lin Ling thought to himself. The boundless clouds seemed to have a spirit. When they passed by Lin Ling's body, it was as if a gentle hand was caressing him. Oh! Lin Ling let out a carefree moan. The clouds and mist in the distance were surging and rolling. Under the illumination of the sun, a resplendent golden color could be seen in front of him. When this vastness entered his eyes, Lin Ling was also mesmerized by it. Lin Ling could be considered to have traveled extensively in his life and had seen countless wonders. However, the wonder in front of him made him feel as if he could swallow mountains and rivers. Old friend, you're back. At this moment, an ancient and benevolent voice suddenly drifted out from the endless sea of clouds. Who? Lin Ling was startled. He looked around, but there was only endless fog in front of him. He couldn't see anyone. Who are you? Lin Ling frowned. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that the voice was very familiar, as if he had heard it before. But he was also sure that he had never seen that mysterious man before. However, the rolling sea of clouds was still rolling, but the sound had disappeared. The surroundings were incomparably quiet. With no other choice, Lin Ling could only follow the surging sea of clouds. Stubbornness arose in his heart, and he especially wanted to know who was talking to him. Rumble, as he leaped through the sea of clouds, the vast ancient clouds were stirred up by him. From afar, the scene was incomparably spectacular. Lin Ling sprinted all the way, but the scenery in front of him didn't change at all. It was still a sea of clouds, and this sea of clouds seemed to have no end. As for Lin Ling, it was as if he didn't know what fatigue was, and he continued to chase forward. He didn't know how long this chase lasted. It was as if countless years had passed, but it also felt like a short moment. Old friend, when it's time to return, you'll return. It's still early now, and this is the chaos of the beginning of the world. There's no end. You should go back. Finally, the ancient voice sounded again, and Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. He frowned and shouted, Who are you? You should go back. However, in the rolling sea of clouds, endless echoes drifted out. Then, Lin Ling felt that the world was spinning, as if he had fallen from the sea of clouds into the mortal world. Oh! After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling suddenly sat up, and then his eyes were a little blank. This place was no longer in the sea of clouds, but in a cave. The cave was very clean and tidy, but other than him, there was no one else to be seen. Where is this? Lin Ling's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he continuously tried to recall. Gradually, his memories before he fainted also quietly recovered. He remembered that he was seriously injured, and then Senior Lu Chen took him, Lin Ling, and left. Could it be that Senior Lu Chen left him, Lin Ling, in this cave? What about Senior Lu Chen and the rest? Also, what was with the sea of clouds just now? Was it a dream? Lin Ling was still a little confused, but he had an intuition that what happened just now wasn't a dream. Instead, it was as if his soul had gone to a mysterious place in the void, and there was someone he knew in that place. However, who was that person? That's right, he said that it was still early to return. What did that mean? Lin Ling slapped his forehead, but he had no clue. Then, he sensed his whole body and was immediately surprised to find that not only had his body recovered, but his strength had also greatly improved. He remembered that before he fainted, he couldn't do anything. The only thing he could do was to let the Chaos Divine Formula refine the indigo spiritual flower. His life or death would depend on the Chaos Divine Formula. To his surprise, the Chaos Divine Formula did not let him down, as it had refined the chaotic force in his body. Everything has returned to normal. Could it be that something happened while I was sleeping? Lin Ling was overjoyed. He did not expect to overcome another great tribulation, and he did it without knowing it. It seemed like Lin Ling was not destined to die yet. My cultivation has improved. Following this, Lin Ling sensed the realm essence in his body and discovered that among his 6 dantians, his first dantian had successfully achieved the 3rd layer martial god realm. The other 5 dantians were still in the 2nd layer martial god realm. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Ling discovered that his devil jellyfish body had also entered the ranks of the acquired divine fetus. It seemed like it was the effect of the remaining force of the indigo spiritual flower. That being said, the indigo spiritual flower was indeed terrifying. Even though it was able to improve one's talent, its side effects were quite strong too. It seemed like he would have to refine it carefully next time. Currently, Lin Ling still had quite a number of indigo spiritual flowers, which were enough to improve his talents to the next level. However, after experiencing the Great Tribulation where he was forced to explode, Lin Ling did not dare to act recklessly for the time being. Currently, my 6 dantians have all achieved the godly embryo realm. My flesh's strength has reached 150,000 worlds worth of force. Even without the innate talent, it's still 100,000 worlds worth of force, and my speed is 10,000 worlds worth of speed. Lin Ling was inexplicably excited. Only when he sensed his strength did he realize how much he had improved this time. He clearly knew that if it weren't for the battle of life and death with Wang Shui, even if he managed to achieve a breakthrough in the future, his strength would not have improved so significantly. It was obvious that the outcome of the battle with Wang Shui had exceeded Lin Ling's expectations. That being said, Lin Ling did not have much time to consider. He had no choice but to risk his life. 3rd layer martial god realm. Next, Lin Ling became inexplicably excited. His hands began to form complicated seals to activate the god's heritage treasure. Rumble, the cave shuddered slightly, causing the air to ripple. Following this, cracks began to appear in front of Lin Ling, revealing the treasure hidden in the rift. Where's the giant ghost? Activate the god's legacy treasure. Because the giant ghost had been by his side the last time he opened the treasure trove, Lin Ling suddenly felt that something was missing when the giant ghost wasn't with him this time. Hee, you're awake. Just as Lin Ling thought of the giant ghost, a figure floated in from outside the cave. It was about the size of a palm. It was the giant ghost. Giant ghost? Lin Ling shouted excitedly. You're really going all out. You actually swallowed so many sapphire spiritual flowers at once. Moreover, after your major talents were upgraded, you immediately went all out. At that time, your body had not adapted to that kind of power. Moreover, you fought with Wang Shui head-on. You're lucky to be alive now. The giant ghost lightly said. Compared to when they first met, it was clear that the giant ghost was less ferocious and more human. At that time, I had no other choice. Lin Ling shrugged helplessly. If he fought with his life on the line, the spirit nation might not let him go. However, it's very strange. When you were unconscious, a mysterious power was born in your body and continued to refine the blue spiritual flower. Moreover, it managed the chaotic realm essence in your body. Looking at its might, it seems to be extremely extraordinary, said the giant ghost. Lin Ling immediately nodded. He knew that what the giant ghost was talking about was the primal chaos divine formula. By the way, Longyang, where are Lu Chen and the others? Lin Ling did not explain the primal chaos divine formula because it was his biggest secret. This void is currently in chaos because you have been sleeping for 3 years. Over the past 3 years, the Spirit Nation has issued a warrant for your arrest in this void. Furthermore, foreign martial artists are also searching for you, as well as the God Slayer Alliance and the Serpent Clan. The giant ghost said, there were a few times when you were almost in danger. It was Longyang and Little South who lured them away. No wonder you've been outside all this time. You're probably trying to prevent others from approaching. Lin Ling also guessed what was going on and was secretly grateful to the giant ghost. He knew that the giant ghost was definitely waiting outside the cave. After all, he was at his weakest when he was asleep, and anyone could kill him. The Spirit Nation is looking for me? Then, Lin Ling frowned and thought of the 10 of the 9 states. He immediately guessed that Luchan alone would not be able to stop the 10 of the 9 states. The God-Slayer Alliance suffered heavy casualties as well. Many experts from the final world had entered this realm. The Spirit Nation had treated the God-Slayer Alliance as a traitor and had used treasures as bait to annihilate the God-Slayer Alliance and the Serpent Clan. The giant ghost seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's worries. It said, "Currently, I'm not too sure where the God-Slayer Alliance has fled to. During the first year, I could roughly guess their location, but it's too chaotic now. The Spirit Nation is so powerful? Aren't they afraid of the 4 gods?" Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression turned serious. Of course, they are afraid of the 4 great gods right now. However, among those who have entered this place, who knows that the will of the world is behind the Spirit Nation? The giant ghost suddenly asked. That's true. Lin Ling nodded. If the 4 great gods had announced that the will of the world was behind the Spirit Nation, no one would have dared to be so arrogant. He knew that in the eyes of others, the Spirit Nation was the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils. Naturally, they would not miss out on a reward from the Spirit Nation. The Spirit Nation's foundation is not weak. I've heard from the passers-by that the sapphire spiritual flower that you had plundered previously was only a small treasure of the Spirit Nation. It's not even worth mentioning to the entire Spirit Nation. Moreover, the Spirit Nation has also issued a reward. Whoever catches you will have all the sapphire spiritual flowers in your possession. Think about it, a spiritual flower that can increase one's talent. The giant ghost recounted everything that it had seen in the past 3 years. Based on what you've said, the matter here should have attracted the attention of the gods. Lin Ling listened quietly and then said, "That's right." Through the giant ghost's words, he knew that only the 4 great gods could open this void. Otherwise, whether it was him or the God-Slayer Alliance, they would be trapped like beasts. It won't be long before the gods arrive. The giant ghost immediately nodded. The Spirit Nation is really terrifying. Lin Ling was relieved when he heard this. Then, he said in shock. A sealed void. Unless the gods intervened, no one would be able to open it. It was just like the Phoenix Emperor Spring in the past. No matter what, it's great that you've awakened. At least you won't be at the mercy of others. Eh? Your strength has increased again? Gosh, your cultivation speed is too fast. The giant ghost stared at Lin Ling and exclaimed in disbelief. It sensed that Lin Ling had reached the level 3 martial god realm. However, it remembered that Lin Ling had only reached the level 2 martial god realm 4 years ago. Even in the era of the gods, no one had ever advanced to the martial god realm in 4 years. I've risked my life. How could I not improve my cultivation level? Lin Ling rolled his eyes and said. Following this, he stared at the inherited treasure in front of him. The giant ghost did the same too. This was because they all knew that even though there weren't many treasures that appeared, each one of them was incomparably precious. Currently, Lin Ling had reached the last level of the early stage martial god realm. They could not help but wonder what kind of treasures would appear. There are still 3 of them. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he sensed the treasures. It seems like there will only be more treasures after you reach the early stage martial god realm. Let's see what they are. The giant ghost wore a curious look. Godly stones, 50 of them this time. Lin Ling did not hesitate. He waved his hands and summoned a large number of godly stones. The giant ghost revealed a rare smile. However, its smile was slightly ferocious. 50 godly stones, more than the previous 2 times. Besides, Lin Ling still had more godly stones than the previous 2 times. How many godly stones do you have now? The giant ghost asked. A total of 80 pieces. Lin Ling quickly checked as well. That's good. Since you can even refine the blue spiritual flower, these godly stones will not be able to withstand your refinement. Previously, I was worried that you could not withstand the divine energy of the godly stones. However, it seems like you can refine the godly stones quickly and increase your divine energy. By the way, your physical strength has also increased greatly. This will greatly increase your endurance. The giant ghost said. He knew that it would not be long before Lin Ling's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Currently, I have 16 strands of divine energy. If I refine all the godly stones, I wonder how many strands of divine energy I will have. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling began to look forward to it. Naturally, he was well aware of the strength of divine energy. If he could raise the level of divine energy, his strength would increase by another 30%. Let's check out the rest. After that, Lin Ling took out the second treasure. As expected, the second treasure was the divine essence. There were 3 of them and they were used to increase Lin Ling's comprehension of the fire element. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Netherworld Massacre Order. As expected of the fire inheritance, Lin Ling put it away and looked at the last treasure. He knew that it was the last treasure that could save his life. A black token appeared in his hand, emitting a faint nether aura. What is this? Lin Ling was stunned. He waved the token around but did not find anything special about it. Could this be? The giant ghost, on the other hand, found it familiar. It shot towards Lin Ling and snatched the black token from Lin Ling's hand. It started to examine it. Lin Ling was speechless as he looked at the giant ghost. The giant ghost was only the size of a fist, but it was hugging a black token that was bigger than it. It looked hilarious. The giant ghost looked at the token for a while and said in shock, "Could this be the Netherworld Massacre Order? TSK, who is the owner of this divine inheritance? How did he get his hands on such a treasure? Is it very powerful?" Lin Ling blinked and became even more curious. This is the Netherworld Massacre Order, that a powerful divine inheritance has signed a contract with the Nether God. With the Netherworld Massacre Order, one can open the door to the Netherworld and summon the Nether soldiers. The giant ghost said word by word. Ah! Lin Ling's jaw dropped. The underworld had always been mysterious, and it was a place that Lin Ling had never been to. However, the underworld was incomparably powerful. Even the Thunder God had to get the approval of the god of the underworld if he wanted someone. Borrowing the Netherworld Massacre Order, that was too unbelievable. Those Nether soldiers are not to be underestimated. They are immortal and can kill any martial god realm experts and bring their souls into the Netherworld. Therefore, this token is also known as the Netherworld Massacre Order. However, your token is black. I remember that there was a Purple World Massacre Order. TSK, all the soldiers are Nether Riders. They can even bring the divine inheritance into the Netherworld. The giant ghost said. That's too powerful. Isn't this the same as King Yama's death warrant? Lin Ling was also shocked. This meant that with the token, he could summon the Netherworld soldiers to help him. This third-layer martial god realm life-saving treasure is even scarier than the previous 2 treasures. It's most likely beyond the level of innate god weapons. Lin Ling carefully put away the token. He knew that this was the trump card that would make him invincible in the martial god realm. By the way, how many times can I use this token? Then, Lin Ling stared at the giant ghost. How many times? Of course it's only once. A command medallion represents a single contract. Don't tell me you're thinking of using it countless times. If that's the case, then you're an infernal deity. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the giant ghost was speechless. It's fine if it's only once. After all, the succession treasure can still be opened after I rank up once. There must be something inside that is on par with the Underworld World Slaughtering Badge. Lin Ling twisted his lips. Hearing this, the giant ghost rolled its eyes at Lin Ling. It was speechless at Lin Ling's greed. It then exclaimed, that being said, the owner of the succession treasure is no ordinary person. No wonder so many people are fighting for it. With this treasure, unless you're going against all the martial gods in the world, you'll be able to rank up without any trouble. Such an expensive item must have its benefits. Let's not talk about that. I'll refine the god essence pieces first. Lin Ling nodded. 3 pieces of the god essence pieces appeared in his hand. He then began to refine them. He knew that many people were trying to rob him in the outside world. Therefore, it was not a bad idea to improve his strength. Sizzle sizzle, as Lin Ling refined the god essence pieces, golden flames burst out from Lin Ling's body and set the entire cave on fire. This guy's flame of the human monarch is getting bigger and bigger. The giant ghost narrowed its eyes and then flew out of the cave. Inside the cave, Lin Ling was surrounded by golden flames. His entire body became illusory. Behind him, the celestial body of the human monarch appeared. It was as if it wanted to unify the world. The 3 pieces in Lin Ling's hand were the comprehension of the fire-based god essence pieces. At this moment, they were like fireflies. They turned into sparkling lights and sprinkled around Lin Ling's body. At this moment, all the great Tao of fire from the ancient times, the era of the gods, and the present age quietly gushed out. It was as if someone was whispering in Lin Ling's ear. Why was fire born in this void? Lin Ling's comprehension of the fire-based god essence pieces was also increasing crazily. The way of fire was the martial art that Lin Ling had been practicing since he was young. Therefore, his foundation in this area had always been very solid. In addition, what Lin Ling obtained was the essence left behind by the gods. Therefore, his comprehension was also faster. 3 flames of heaven, earth, and man, Lord Flame, Great Earth Flame, and Great Heavenly Flame. In the endless golden flames, a majestic voice drifted out. Then, the golden flames rushed from the cave to the sky as if they were going to burn everything. Great Heavenly Flame. This was also the 3rd level of Lin Ling's self-created ability. It represented the gods and his own comprehension of the way of fire. In the ancient times, the ancients had no flames. When they saw the heavenly flame, they borrowed the flame seed to pass it down to this day. Therefore, to the people of the world, no matter how many ways there were to create a flame seed, the first flame came from the sky. The flame of the sky was the ancestor god of flames, Rumble. In the sky above the cave, countless golden flames were burning. They were like layers of clouds that stretched to the distant sky. What is that? This scene was naturally seen by some martial artists not far away. Their eyes focused, and suddenly, a feeling of worship was born. It was as if they had seen the heavenly flame, as if they had seen the King of Men. However, the mysterious scene in the sky disappeared as quickly as it appeared. When they were carefully comprehending it, the flames had completely disappeared. This also stunned many people on the spot. Then, they licked their lips. Although they didn't know what the flames were, they had a feeling that it was a kind of rare treasure. A rare treasure has appeared, and I'm actually fated to see it. It seems like it's destined. Maybe I'm the reincarnation of a god. Bullshasters do you think I'm transparent? I saw it too. What do you mean by destined? I think that treasure is mine. Damn it, do you have to fight with me? Many people were also excited about the mysterious flames. Then, they leaped forward in an attempt to try their luck. This scene seemed slow, but in fact, Lin Ling had spent a lot of time comprehending it. At this moment, Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged in the cave. However, outside his body, flames were lingering. The golden light was dazzling, forming a King of Men Dharma idol that was majestic without being angry. Clang, finally, Lin Ling opened his eyes. A wisp of golden flames flickered in his eyes. In a short moment, an incomparably terrifying King of Men aura exploded. However, when Lin Ling closed his eyes again, it completely disappeared. Great Heavenly Flame. Search. 20 streams of godly force. Together with the Great Earth Flame, the human Emperor's flame alone has 30 streams of godly force. Lin Ling stared at the fiery vortex in his hand. His eyes flickered with astonishment, as expected of the godly fetus. After comprehending the godly fetus, his godly force had increased by a few times. Furthermore, this was only the human Emperor's flame. If the lightning lock flesh also improved his godly force, it would not be any weaker than the human Emperor's flame. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had no clue how to comprehend the lightning lock flesh. I've been cultivating for quite some time. It's time for me to go out. Clenching his fist, the fiery vortex disappeared. Following this, Lin Ling rose to his feet. His eyes seemed to be able to see the outside of the cave. However, deep inside his eyes, there was a hint of confidence and battle intent, the reason being that his strength had improved by more than a few times during the mission. Not only had his cultivation improved, even the strength of his flesh and godly force had improved significantly. On top of that, he had obtained 2 great treasures. One was the Underworld World Massacre badge, and the other was the Beast Hide map. the beast hide map was also a rare treasure. However, it was still slightly weaker than the Underworld World Massacre badge. On top of that, Lin Ling also had quite a number of sapphire spiritual flowers and God stones. In other words, with the improvement of his talent and godly force, he would not be lacking treasures in the short term. However, Lin Ling was still lacking the treasures needed to improve his boundary force. Until now, among Lin Ling's 6 dantians, only his first dantian had reached the 3rd layer martial god realm. The stronger my strength, the more resources I'll need to cultivate. During the era of the gods, the birth of the gods was most likely due to the accumulation of countless precious resources. Lin Ling exclaimed. If the others had already done so, he would need even more treasures to cultivate all 6 dantians at the same time. Therefore, he sometimes secretly felt lucky that he was able to break through so quickly. He, Lin Ling, could be considered to have hit the jackpot. Is the cultivation done? At that instant, the giant ghost flew into the cave. Lin Ling nodded, tidied up his clothes, and then thanked the giant ghost. Thank you for your hard work during this time. It's fine. Just remember to help me find my origins. The giant ghost shook its head. Of course I remember. Lin Ling left the cave with the giant ghost. Then, he looked into the distance and discovered that the cave was hidden on a barren wall. However, there were a lot of barriers around it. Therefore, if one didn't get close, they wouldn't be able to detect it. It was set up by that trial taker called Little South. She looks pure, but she's not weak. When the giant ghost saw Lin Ling's gaze, it immediately explained. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. I wonder where they are now. I should be able to find them, including the God Extermination Alliance. Take your time. You'll eventually find them. By the way, when you were unconscious, Longyang wanted to kill you several times. However, she held herself back in the end. On the contrary, the cave was almost discovered several times. It was she who lured the intruders away. This Longyang kept her promise. However, she was able to suppress her killing intent. This shows that she has good self-control. However, I believe that when she made her move, she would definitely fail. Perhaps? Lin Ling led the giant ghost into the cave and walked slowly along the barren land. Their primary goal was naturally to find the God Extermination Alliance. Of course, Lin Ling also wanted to plunder some treasures to upgrade his 5 dantians. After all, he knew that most of the cultivators who had come to this void were here for him. Since they dared to come, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Oh, right. You don't have any impression of your origins, right? Actually, I've always had a guess. As they continued walking, Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and turned to the giant ghost. Speak. It's like this. You appeared in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Therefore, I'm guessing that you might be the other side of the 8 gods. I heard that the 8 gods have 8 sides, which represent good and evil. That person called Xianxia, the giant ghost that follows him, seems to be the other side of the 8 gods. Hearing this, the giant ghost fell silent. Lin Ling did not disturb it because he knew that the giant ghost had its own guesses. Look, there's someone there. As Lin Ling continued walking, someone suddenly exclaimed behind him. Then, more than 10 figures turned into rainbows and flew over, blocking Lin Ling's path. Kid, who are you? The leader was a man who looked to be in his 30s. However, his strength was not weak. He was a 7th-level martial god and possessed a 10th-grade ultimate desolate body. Of course, those who could appear here were naturally super experts of the final world. They were definitely not weak. I think I've seen him somewhere before. A woman beside the man said with a frown. However, she could not recall where she had seen him before. As a matter of fact, the man was familiar with Lin Ling too, but he could not recall Lin Ling's background. He observed Lin Ling and said calmly, "What's your cultivation?" Lin Ling was startled. The man was asking him what his cultivation was. However, Lin Ling did not try to hide it. He said calmly, 3rd level martial god realm. You dare to come here with such a cultivation? Are you out of your mind for the treasure? An old man beside the man snapped furiously. His voice was filled with disdain. This is the young master of Duke Lu's residence in E City, an expert of the 3rd hall of the E Garden. Our young master is asking you if you've seen any treasure nearby. They were obviously here for the golden flames they had seen before. I haven't seen any. Lin Ling glanced at them with great interest. Initially, Lin Ling was too lazy to pay attention to them since they were so weak. However, Lin Ling suddenly recalled that he still needed to gather some information to know if there were any changes to the rift, thus he was not in a rush. Did you steal that kind of treasure? I'm telling you, the treasure belongs to our Lu clan. If you hand it over at once, I'll spare your life. The man said coldly when he saw Lin Ling's calm reaction. To be honest, I have no idea what the treasure you're talking about is. However, I'm guessing that even if I do have the treasure. Lin Ling glanced at the crowd and shook his head, you might not be able to get it either. Are you trying to die? The man was infuriated hearing this. How dare a third-level martial god realm junior act so scornfully? Bang, his realm essence immediately erupted. Moreover, his innate talent was displayed. It was a mysterious leaf, but it released an incomparable might, the 10th grade ultimate desolated flesh, even in the 36 academies. This was a rare existence. Unfortunately, his opponent was trial taker Lin Ling. Lin Ling could not help but shake his head. Was it because he had been in seclusion for too long that the people in the final world could no longer recognize him? Young Master Lu, you can't. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations can't swallow it. However, the man called Young Master Lu did not listen to the woman and immediately attacked. Endless leaves floated out, slicing through everything. As the wind blew, more and more leaves appeared, drowning everything within a radius of 10,000 miles. Upon closer inspection, the sky was filled with leaves. However, even the air was being sliced apart, and the void was being sliced apart. Clearly, young Master Lu planned to use his powerful talent to force Lin Ling. Moreover, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He still believed that Lin Ling had stolen the golden flame from before, so if he killed Lin Ling, he would be able to obtain such a rare treasure. Young Master Lu. The woman still wanted to stop him. Time is tight. Many people will be here soon, so let's make the first move. After all, even if we don't attack, others will. However, the old man next to her stopped her. Killing Lin Ling would save them time and reduce unnecessary trouble. The endless leaves drowned Lin Ling like swords. The sound of leaves colliding was ear-piercing, like the sound of swords clashing, but with a touch of divine aura. Seeing this, the woman stopped trying to persuade him. She thought that Lin Ling might have a powerful background, but now it seemed that she was overthinking because Lin Ling seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. Is the power of a god going to be born? Then, the woman stared at the leaves around her and said in shock. She knew that young Master Lu's move was called the Realm Leaf Kill. It was extremely powerful and was about to give birth to the power of a god. Once it was born, young Master Lu's ranking on the stairway to heaven would definitely rise. That's it? At this moment, young Master Lu laughed disdainfully in the endless leaves. I thought you were someone important, but it turns out you're just a weakling. However, just as he finished speaking, a blinding light appeared. It was a golden light, mixed in with the dense leaves, and began to increase in number. In the end, the endless golden light was like a sea urchin, shooting out from the densest leaves in the center. Boom. Then, all the leaves were shattered into pieces. A faint figure slowly walked out from within. His pace did not seem fast, but it was filled with a domineering aura. Who else could it be but me? This time, young Master Lu was stunned. The woman, the old man, and the others were also stunned. What kind of method was this? It was too fierce. As for young Master Lu, he stood there in a daze, but his expression became extremely ugly. This person had broken through his killing move? I've always been curious about what treasure you're looking for. But now, I seem to have guessed it. Lin Ling was still moving forward, completely ignoring everyone's expressions. What a surprise, you're pretty impressive. You're the weakest third-layer martial god I've ever seen. Young Master Lu also sneered. A green leaf floated out from his palm. It kept spinning, but there was an irresistible majestic force mixed within it. Divine power. Sensing Ye's feedback, the woman's eyes trembled. Young Master Lu had comprehended the power of God. Looks like I've underestimated young Master Lu. Young Master Lu didn't even use his full strength earlier. You're also the weakest 7th-layer martial god I've ever seen. Meanwhile, Lin Ling spoke calmly. What he said was indeed the truth. Up until now, all the seventh layer martial gods he had fought against had possessed the god embryo. Shameless boasting, die. Young Master Lu tossed the green leaf forward. The mysterious leaf instantly vanished as it weaved through the rift at the speed of 6,000 worlds. The speed was not slow at all. An ordinary third-layer martial god would most likely be killed with a single blow. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was still holding his hands behind him. He did not seem to be doing anything, yet the green leaf had penetrated his body. Young Master Lu was startled. How did he end the battle so quickly? However, Lin Ling soon reappeared. The figure that the leaf had penetrated was only an illusionary figure. Most importantly, Lin Ling's speed was just too fast. It had completely exceeded their senses. What? Young Master Lu was overjoyed, but his eyes suddenly widened. However, Lin Ling was still walking toward him calmly with his hands behind him. Whoosh, the leaf with the god force kept penetrating Lin Ling's body, but it was only an illusionary figure. This. The crowd was utterly terrified by Qin Nan's speed. Wasn't the man too calm facing the god force? Young Master Lu was extremely confident at the beginning, but his forehead was soon covered in cold sweat. Unless he was an idiot, he could easily tell that the young man's strength was a few times stronger than his. However, how could a third-layer martial god be so strong? How was this possible? Do you only know how to dodge? Young Master Lu could not help but curse. However, as soon as he finished the sentence, the leaf with the god force was stopped. Upon taking a closer look, a few jellyfish had appeared and blocked the leaf eerily. They even began to devour the god force. In the end, the god force was completely devoured by the jellyfish. The jellyfish were like demons with a godly aura that surpassed the ultimate desolate flesh. This caused everyone to be even more dumbfounded. Their legs continued to tremble, especially young Master Lu. He almost couldn't stand properly. You must be looking for this wisp of flame. As for Lin Ling, he came in front of young Master Lu. A wisp of golden flame appeared in his palm, jumping around like a spirit. Yes. Young Master Lu stared at the flame and swallowed his saliva. Finally, he nodded. It's called the Flame of the Human King. Lin Ling nodded as well. If you want it, sure. However, it will depend on whether you can withstand it. After saying this, Lin Ling gently raised the flame. Flame of the Human King? Could he be? Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, the woman felt like she had been struck by lightning. This was because she had never seen Lin Ling before, but she had definitely heard of the Flame of the Human King. Below lay Gong's trial taker, the divine voice, Lin Ling's talent. He is Lin Ling. Upon thinking of this, the woman roared in horror. She never expected that the Lin Ling that the entire void was searching for would be here. Furthermore, according to the rumors, Lin Ling was heavily injured. However, from the looks of it, he did not look like he was heavily injured at all. Lin Ling. Young Master Lu stammered as he spoke. He naturally knew about the bounty issued by the Spirit Nation. Among them, the bounty for capturing Lin Ling was the highest. Furthermore, the Spirit Nation had said that although Lin Ling was a trial taker, the void here had been sealed. Therefore, even if the gods knew that Lin Ling was dead, they would not know who killed him. As such, everyone who entered this place went crazy. However, despite seeing many people from the God Slayer Alliance, they could not find Lin Ling, and now, young Master Lu's luck had come. He was the first to meet Lin Ling. Of course, young Master Lu also believed that this was not his luck, but his misfortune. Boom, a wisp of the Flame of the Human King landed on young Master Lu's body and immediately burned him. His realm essence and ultimate desolate body could not withstand a single blow. Translator, Nyoibo Studio. Crazy assimilation. Witnessing Lin Ling's graceful bearing, the legs of the others trembled even more violently. They stuttered, unable to utter a single word. Next, it's your turn. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly turned around, and the flames in his hand scattered out like fireworks. Run! Mercy! Those people let out a loud cry, but it was a pity that they were too slow. They were burned by the flame of the human monarch and then started to be assimilated. After a moment, the way they looked at Lin Ling changed quietly. After Lin Ling's human monarch flame had comprehended the great heavenly flame, the assimilation speed had undoubtedly become even faster. What's the situation now? Where is the Genesis Alliance? And where are the trial by fire participants from the four gods? Lin Ling looked at them calmly and said. "Milord." Those who were assimilated had a look of worship and helplessness in their eyes. What they admired was the fact that they had an innate reverence for Lin Ling. What made them helpless was that they actually dared to provoke Lin Ling. Idiot. The old man who had connived to kill Lin Ling had given himself a vicious slap. My lord, the situation here is very chaotic. Not only are there the 9 states 10 evils, but there are also many heroes fighting. I heard that there are even challengers who have declared themselves kings and are helping the Spirit Nation to eliminate the traitors. As for the Creation Alliance, they are still hiding in this void. Their speed of escape is very fast, so although they have been attacked, their foundation has not been harmed. Some people say that as long as they catch Lu Chen, the 9 lanterns fish, they will know the whereabouts of Lin Ling. The woman said respectfully to Lin Ling. Lin Ling continued to flicker. Was there a challenger helping the Spirit Nation, Longyang? Little South? Or Xianxia? Lin Ling instantly thought of Xianxia and felt that it was unbelievable. Of course, he was not too sure. Perhaps it was just a rumor. After all, the Spirit Nation was not on good terms with the four gods. If the challengers dared to help them, wouldn't they be betraying their own gods, unless the reward offered by the Spirit Nation was too great, causing Xianxia to be bewitched? Or perhaps, the elites of the Spirit Nation had taken action and controlled Xianxia with tyrannical means. Shaking his head, Lin Ling turned his attention to the Creation Alliance. Then, do you know the whereabouts of the Creation Alliance? Someone said they saw them in the north. The woman said immediately. Lin Ling nodded and started thinking. Finally, he decided to look for Lu Chen and the others first. Hand over all your royal crystals. Following that, Lin Ling issued an order. Yes, sir. Everyone handed over their emperor crystals. However, all the emperor crystals added up were not enough for Lin Ling's dantian to break through. It wasn't even enough for one dantian to break through. Let's go to the north. Lin Ling put away the emperor crystals and prepared to gather enough emperor crystals to break through in one go. At present, he was not afraid of the martial artists in the void. However, he was afraid of the Spirit Nation. As long as the Spirit Nation did not send elites like Lord Ning, Lin Ling was confident that he could do whatever he wanted. Where are you? Along the way, Lin Ling sensed something in his heart. It was the people in white who had been assimilated by him in Spirit Light City. Those people were obviously with the Creation Alliance at this moment. Sir, you've awakened. Those people in white were still far away, but they could sense Lin Ling's words and were overjoyed. They also told the news to Lu Chen, which made the Creation Alliance very excited. Tell me the general location, and I'll go find you. Lin Ling had roughly guessed that the Creation Alliance was not in big trouble at the moment, so he smiled and said. The people in white also told him the general direction. However, this void was ethereal and untraceable, and the ground was a wasteland, so Lin Ling could only know the general location. However, with the human king's flame's ability to sense those people, Lin Ling estimated that it should not be wrong. Of course, he also wanted to break through in his dantians, so he was constantly plundering emperor crystals along the way. Stop, who are you? Lin Ling did not need to do anything to plunder the emperor crystals. Those experts who had been assimilated before were like the vanguard, scrambling to get the credit. Who are you? We're just passing by. Why are you stopping us? Those who were stopped were naturally confused. In this void, wasn't the main goal to capture the Creation Alliance and Lin Ling? Get lost, we're going to capture the Creation Alliance now. What are you trying to do? After a moment of confusion, those people said angrily. Nothing, we're just asking you to give us some emperor crystals to spend. Those who had been assimilated by Lin Ling finally bared their fangs. Damn it, you're robbing us. Do you know who we are? Hearing those words, the other party was naturally furious. However, after the collision, they were no match for Lin Ling's group. One by one, they were beaten black and blue and had to hand over their emperor crystals. At this time, Lin Ling walked out of the crowd, sprinkled the human king's flame, and then moved forward again. There was no doubt that those people had become Lin Ling's followers again. Next, Lin Ling continued to plunder and assimilate his followers, causing more and more people to follow him. damn it, Lin Ling is so hard to find. I've been looking for him for 3 years. I was the first batch of people to enter here, but I couldn't even find a strand of hair on Lin Ling. Only the Creation Alliance knows the whereabouts of Lin Ling. Alas, I heard that Lin Ling is seriously injured now. It's the best time to catch him. Yeah, Lin Ling has a treasure on him. Whoever gets it can become a divine fetus. What a pity. Along the way, Lin Ling also met more people. It's not hard to find because I'm right here. Unfortunately, the strength of those people was not strong, so Lin Ling easily made a move and assimilated them. Lin. My lord. The whole process of assimilation could be said to be smooth sailing. Those who were assimilated were also speechless. It was not easy to meet Lin Ling, but in the blink of an eye, they became Lin Ling's people, and they could not resist at all. The most depressing thing in life was nothing more than this. After arriving in the north, Lin Ling met even more powerhouses. These powerhouses came from all over the 9 regions. They were all prominent existences in the 9 regions. Moreover, there were many powerhouses from the final world's Duke's mansion. This caused Lin Ling to sigh inwardly. The final world was indeed a place filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Normally, there weren't many experts, but the moment a treasure appeared, these experts would rush out from the shadows. Treasures were indeed always tempting. As soon as he approached this new area, all kinds of voices came. Someone saw the Creation Alliance in that direction, but it's strange. The Creation Alliance seems to have stopped moving and has been wandering in that direction. It was the real deal. I also heard that those people were prepared to capture Lin Ling. Lin Ling led a large number of people forward. When the people around him heard the rumors, they couldn't help but laugh. This was because they knew that he was talking about them. My lord, look. Then, they all looked at Lin Ling. On the ancient wasteland, Lin Ling looked into the distance. Then, he stared at the experts passing by from time to time in the sky and on the ground. Finally, he nodded and said, "Confess everything." All right. The people around him were all overjoyed. Then, they moved out. All the cultivators they met along the way were stopped by them, and they directly tried to recruit them. What are you doing? What? Trying to recruit us? When they heard Lin Ling's intentions, everyone was astonished. An old man at the level 8 martial god realm said indifferently, "Don't tell me you've heard about the emergence of a new force recently, so you want to form a powerful force to fight against it. Besides, I can guess what you're planning. You must want to form a powerful force to wipe out the Creation Alliance and the Orochi tribe in one fell swoop. However, what makes you think you can recruit us?" The old man clasped his hands behind his back, as if everything was under his control. His words also made Lin Ling startled. This old guy's imagination was really rich. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling, who was under the protection of his subordinates, shook his head and strode out. As he walked, he looked around and realized that a large number of experts had gathered here, and there were still many people rushing over. This was even better. "Milord." Seeing Lin Ling come out, his people also saluted. They knew that mortal monarch Lin Ling was going to personally take action. "You are their leader." Everyone also stared at Lin Ling with a look of contempt, as if to say, "You want to recruit us? What qualifications do you have? Kid, I have to say that your ambition and ideas are very good. However, you're still too inexperienced. We're here for the treasure. If you want to recruit us, I'm afraid you'll have to pay more than the Spirit Nation." The old man with decent strength also narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Ling, but a thought flashed through his mind. Because this young man seemed a little familiar. However, Lin Ling didn't say anything. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at them indifferently. Because he was waiting for more people to arrive. However, what made him speechless was that even though more and more people were arriving, not a single one of them was able to recognize him. On the contrary, those people were rubbing their chins as if they were thinking about something. In fact, they were also suspicious of Lin Ling. They felt that they had seen him somewhere before. However, they did not expect that the blue-robed man was Lin Ling. Perhaps, after 3 years of searching, they had become numb. They would never have thought that Lin Ling would appear in front of them. "It's about time." At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. "Pretty much? Are you saying that your reward is similar to that of the Spirit Nation?" Hearing Lin Ling's words, the old man's eyes lit up. At present, he had also obtained a sapphire spiritual flower from the spirit nation. Although this treasure was a precious treasure, he obviously wanted more. First, he wanted to capture the people of the Creation Alliance and the Serpent Clan. Second, he wanted to join the Spirit Nation. In this regard, he naturally wanted to capture more people from the Creation Alliance. On the other hand, he didn't know if joining the Spirit Nation was a conspiracy, so he had been hesitating. Now, this young man actually said that his reward was similar to that of the Spirit Nation. This was a great bargain. Everyone was stunned and then laughed. Some of them even licked their lips excitedly, waiting for Lin Ling to take out a treasure to recruit them. In any case, from their point of view, this so-called recruitment was nothing more than a gathering of people, so why not? Therefore, the way they looked at Lin Ling had a faint hint of the word idiot in their eyes. Moreover, he was an idiot with a lot of money. When I said it's about time, it means that your number is about the same. But at this moment, Lin Ling shook his head. What do you mean? Undoubtedly, his words were like a basin of cold water that extinguished everyone's enthusiasm. Not much. First, I'm recruiting you. Not only will there be no treasure, but you will also have to give me treasures and all the royal crystals you have. Lin Ling said lightly. Thousands of experts in this area all opened their mouths wide and were dumbfounded. They had joined Lin Ling's side. Not only would there be no treasure, but they would also have to pay for it. What kind of logic was this? Second, the foreign army you mentioned is actually not that many people. Lin Ling said again. So, you want to recruit us to fight against that foreign army? The old man immediately said, squinting his eyes. Not to resist, but to strengthen. Because we are that foreign army. However, Lin Ling's next sentence directly made the old man's mouth open. He was so shocked that 3 duck eggs could be stuffed in, because he thought that Lin Ling's purpose of recruiting people was to fight against that foreign army. Previously, he even praised Lin Ling for his ambition and ideas, but who knew that the foreign army was this group of people? Third, in fact, we are the Lin Ling that you are looking for. Lin Ling's words were not going to stop until they were shocked to death. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole mountain and wilderness fell silent. Everyone's mouths also opened even wider, so wide that 5 duck eggs could be stuffed in. Some martial artists who were slower to react were even more confused, because they had always thought that the foreign army that suddenly appeared was to compete with them for business and to capture Lin Ling. But who knew that this foreign army was formed by Lin Ling? This result was simply 180 degrees different from what they had guessed. As for the old man in the lead, his old face was flushed red. Previously, he had revealed a look of confidence, but now it seemed that all his guesses were wrong. You are Lin Ling? Then, the old man pointed at Lin Ling, his face full of disbelief, because he also did not expect that Lin Ling, who had been plundering for 3 years, would appear in front of him. This unexpected surprise was too unexpected. It's the real deal. Lin Ling nodded slightly, the corners of his mouth curling up, revealing a sinister smile. Ha, I heard that you have a precious treasure on you that can make an ordinary cultivator become a divine fetus. Is that true? The old man was ecstatic, even shouting excitedly to the sky. I never thought that I, Lord Liu, would have a day like this. The heavens do not disappoint those who wait. After waiting for so many years, I finally have a divine fetus. In his excitement, his old eyes became moist. He did not consider whether he was a match for Lin Ling, because the 3 years of plundering and searching had made him subconsciously think that Lin Ling was severely injured and could not withstand a single blow. Moreover, this news was released by the Spirit Nation, so it should be accurate. Taking a step back, if Lin Ling was as fierce as before, why did he hide for 3 years? That's great. I heard that he has a lot of indigo spiritual flowers. I want one. Equally. The whereabouts of the Creation Alliance. You really know how to take advantage of others. The current Lin Ling is no longer a trial taker. He's just a heavily injured old ghost. Excited voices drifted out from all over the mountains and plains. Everyone's eyes were red, and their bodies were trembling with excitement. Some of the warriors who still had unresolved matters in their hearts knelt down and kowtowed to the sky, crying, Master, my strength can finally increase. Your great enmity can be avenged in the future. This was because the blue spiritual flower was too rare to be found in the 9 prefectures. It could only be found in the spirit nation. Even if he didn't use it himself, he could still earn a huge sum of money by auctioning it in the 9 prefectures. Haha, Lin Ling, what else do you have to say now? After the old man called Duke Lu laughed heartily, he looked at Lin Ling with a burning gaze. All of you, call the Lord later. Lin Ling still had his hands behind his back. Are you AF** king idiot? What do you mean Lord? I think he's seriously injured and has lost his mind. Everyone was stunned because Lin Ling simply didn't answer the question. Great heavenly flame. At this time, Lin Ling also gave an answer. He stretched out his right hand and a golden flame spun in his palm, exuding the terrifying might of a human king. The moment this flame appeared, all of Lin Ling's subordinates felt their hearts tremble. They were so intimidated by the might of the human king that they almost knelt down. Of course, while they were shocked, they were also gloating at the group of people in front of them. Boom, endless golden flames rained down, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was as if the world's first flame had rained down. The people in the flames were all stunned at this moment. Next, they were burned by the human king's flames. They did not even have the chance to cry out in pain before they were completely assimilated. This was the might of the great heavenly flame. My lord, you're amazing. Behind Lin Ling, everyone's hearts trembled. To be able to subdue so many people in one move, this was the true means of a god. As for the woman who had followed Lin Ling from the beginning, her eyes were filled with worship. Crash, the golden flames disappeared as quickly as they appeared. Looking at the experts all over the mountain, they all smiled bitterly. At this moment, they no longer had any desire to snatch the treasure. All they had was aggrieved and bitter. My lord. They all shouted in unison. Everything was as Lin Ling had said. In a while, they could only call him Lord. SS sir. That Lord Lu stuttered the most and almost cried. Was this really the heavily injured Lin Ling? It was as ferocious as a god. The spirit nation was indeed lying to them. Alright, hand over all your monarch crystals. Lin Ling wasn't surprised by this outcome and spoke calmly. I'll give it to you. This is all I have. Sir, please keep it well. Those experts painfully handed over their treasures and cried. This was because this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. They were being recruited and still had to pay. This Lin Ling is really unreasonable. However, although they were heartbroken, deep in their hearts, there was a thought that they had to hand it over. Thank you. Lin Ling put away all the monarch crystals and evaluated them. Finally, he smiled with satisfaction. These monarch crystals were enough for his 5 dantians to break through. Next, tell me the whereabouts of the Creation Alliance. Then, Lin Ling said lightly. Everyone immediately scrambled to speak. After Lin Ling sensed something, he led a large number of people forward. Looking from afar, the large group of people and countless experts seemed to have gathered the 9 provinces' 10 evils in a short period of time. If the Spirit Kingdom were to find out that Lin Ling had used such a domineering method to recruit a powerful cultivator that they had tried so hard to recruit, they would be so angry that they would grit their teeth. At this moment, in the north, on a red wasteland, a large number of strange boulders stood there, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They looked somewhat ferocious. These red boulders were densely packed with people. Some of them were chatting around the fire, while others were sitting cross-legged and cultivating. They were the Creation Alliance. Senior Lu Chen, Lord Lin Ling is rushing over. I estimate that he will arrive within 3 days. Fire. The scorching flames crackled as they burned. Everyone looked at the fire, and one of them laughed. That kid has finally woken up. I've been worried for nothing. Haha. Hearing that, one of the middle-aged men let out a sigh of relief. Looking at his face, one could see that he had experienced the vicissitudes of life, and his eyes were bloodshot and tired. Of course, he was not the only one. The others were the same. However, while they were tired, their eyes were also filled with fighting spirit and tenacity. 3 years, 3 full years, they had to attract the attention of the entire spirit nation and the foreign martial artists. Naturally, this kind of life was not easy. It could be said that they were constantly on the move and had never rested for more than an hour in the same place, and that was not all. They were often surrounded and had to use all their strength to break out of the encirclement. Such difficult days lasted for 3 full years. If they were not the 9 states' 10 evils, but another big force, they would have been wiped out long ago. Everything they did was to attract the attention of the enemy and buy time for Lin Ling. Fortunately, they had finally made it. Last time, that kid was able to fight with the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils. Although it was a draw, this time, he should not be afraid of the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils. Sigh. Senior Lu Chen laughed as he poked the fire with a stick. That's for sure. Lord Lin Ling is not much weaker than Senior Lu Chen. Sigh. Next to him, someone immediately laughed. That's good. Haha, after the death of Orochi, I have been lacking a strong helper. Lin Ling's rise is just the right time. Lu Chen nodded heavily. He glanced at the crowd and said, guys, these 3 years of suffering are finally over. With Lin Ling joining us, unless those old ghosts of the Spirit Nation come, we will not be afraid of them. Then, when the 4 great gods come, this place will be opened and we will have won this battle. Haha, boss, we have persevered for 3 years. Why should we be afraid of a little more time? Haha. Lord Lin Ling is back. Our mission as bait is completed. Haha. Hearing this, everyone was undoubtedly very excited and excited. Senior Lu Chen, a large number of experts are coming because we have stayed here for too long. Haha. But at this time, a red eagle flew over from afar. As soon as it landed on the ground, it immediately turned into a human form. As soon as it finished speaking, the oppressive atmosphere quietly spread. The people who were still calm and relaxed a moment ago instantly entered battle mode. Obviously, they were already used to such unexpected events. Encirclement. Who took the lead? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and asked coldly as he looked at the newcomer. There are 2 powers. One of them is the true disciple of Miao Shen. They have summoned a large number of experts to come here. The other is the ancient demon tribe and the Tin Ghost tribe. The man that the red eagle had transformed into immediately said. True inheritance of Miao Shen? That be *TCH Princess Tian is still the leader. Damn, that woman is not strong, but she has repeatedly used the name of Miao Shen's true inheritance to do things. In the past 3 years, she has brought us a lot of trouble. I heard that she also has a great enmity with Lin Ling. Boss, the ancient demons are here too. Everyone scrambled to speak. Towards that Princess Tian, they were also extremely angry in their hearts. Lu Chen stared at the bonfire in front of him and said indifferently, the ancient demon tribe, the Tin Ghost tribe, the Tomb Guardian tribe, and the Immortal Temple almost wiped us out several times. They were the ones who secretly let us go. But this time, they found us again. I'm afraid they won't let us go easily anymore. The bonfire in front of him flickered, and the light of the flames shone on his face, causing his expression to change constantly. They should be giving face to Senior Lin Ling, because it's said that Lin Ling has a deep relationship with them. Someone whispered. Yes, but they have joined the Spirit Nation. They can let us go the first time, but the second time, the Spirit Nation will be aware of it. Although I am not familiar with them, I am indebted to them for taking care of me. I don't want to make things difficult for them. Lu Chen sighed and said helplessly. At the end of the day, it was because the Spirit Nation was too powerful. Furthermore, as far as he knew, the great god of the Spirit Nation was about to descend, he just didn't know if it was true or not. Then should we retreat? Someone looked at Lu Chen and asked. Lu Chen shook his head. This time is different. We can't retreat. Otherwise, Lin Ling won't be able to find us. So let's wait here. Shurying, how long will it take for those people to arrive? About 2 hours. The man transformed from the Red Eagle immediately said. He clearly had a powerful speed and had investigated many things in advance. Everyone, rest for 2 hours and prepare for battle. Lu Chen stood up and looked at the exhausted crowd. There was a trace of guilt in his eyes. These people had followed them for so long and had never had a good rest. However, the war was coming again. However, if he could hold on for a moment longer, he would be able to see the boundless sea and sky. Yes, boss. Everyone's eyes were boiling as they spoke. Next, everyone rested on the spot to recover their strength. However, in these 3 years, they had been constantly fighting, and all the treasures they possessed had been used up. coupled with the fact that they didn't have time to recover from their old injuries, their situation wasn't optimistic for the upcoming battle. 2 hours passed quietly. Rumble. In the distant sky, a huge ruby battleship flew over. Its speed was extremely fast, reaching the speed of 5,000 worlds. The warship was as big as a city, but with its incredible speed, it was clearly a rare innate divine weapon. On the warship, a large number of experts stood there, looking into the distance. There they are. Someone smiled faintly. Through some mysterious means, they had found out the whereabouts of Lu Chen and the others. They're all like a bunch of drowning dogs. The people on the side laughed mockingly because a mirror appeared in front of them, and in the mirror was the appearance of Lu Chen and the others. However, everyone could see that Lu Chen and the others were extremely tired at the moment. Their world essence had not recovered at all. Naturally, they were not afraid of the Creation Alliance. How pitiful, escaping for 3 years. If it were me, I would have killed myself long ago. Another person said coldly, his voice was filled with disdain and sarcasm. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Don't underestimate them. However, at this time a calm voice came from the side. A red-haired man held a long spear in his hand and looked calmly into the distance. Brother Red Maple is right. Looking at the red-haired man, many people stopped smiling and bowed politely. This was because they knew that this man was from the third-ranked in Action Academy among the 36 academies. Moreover, he was one of the top 5 experts in the Shinsan Hall of this academy. His strength surpassed most of the city lords of the 36 main cities. Among the city lords, there were no more than 5 who were stronger than him. Will we be able to find out Lin Ling's whereabouts if we catch them? This Lin Ling is really lucky. Every time he's at his weakest, there's always someone protecting him. If we let him pass through this calamity, he might be able to fly again. At this time, a cunning and mean voice also sounded. Then, a beautiful woman walked over. It was Princess Tian. Hee, even if he wasn't seriously injured, he might not be my match. I know he defeated the city lord, but I, Red Maple, have long been able to do that. The only thing that makes me afraid of him is his divine power. TSK, I'm really envious that he's a trial taker who can awaken divine power. I don't have such luck. Hearing Princess Tian's words, the man called Red Maple shrugged indifferently. However, there was a tinge of jealousy in his words. If it was in the past, you're indeed more powerful than him. However, Lin Ling is a freak. Every time we meet, his strength is much stronger than before. It's hard to say what his strength is now. Princess Tian shook her head. She had dealt with Lin Ling too many times, so she was very familiar with Lin Ling. What strength? He might still be seriously injured. You should know that a serious injury in the martial god realm can't be recovered in 2 or 3 years. It's impossible for him to recover in less than 100 years. Red Maple still smiled confidently. His eyes changed into 2 colors, which were extremely evil. Seeing how confident Red Maple was, Princess Tian didn't say anything more. However, she still didn't have much confidence in Red Maple. However, if it was that cold man, then everything was possible. She obviously thought of the cold man she had met outside. That man was covered in thunder and lightning and was a tyrant. He was the most handsome man she had ever seen in her life. He was also the most powerful martial artist with the power of thunder that she had ever seen. It was a pity that everything had turned into a dream. She would never see that man again. She didn't know when she would be able to repay him for saving her life. If you catch Lin Ling, God Miao's true inheritance will reward you. Moreover, the Spirit Nation will also reward you. Princess Tian suppressed her thoughts and gave her orders like a great empress. This time, she had come on behalf of God Miao's true inheritance. Naturally, God Miao's true inheritance had taken a fancy to some treasures of the Spirit Nation and had made a deal with the Spirit Nation. The treasures that the Spirit Nation had were things that Jiuzhou didn't have. Naturally, God Miao's true inheritance wouldn't miss this opportunity. However, this time, the Creation Alliance is strange. They knew that we were coming, but they didn't run away. After that, the Heaven Princess said cautiously. Maybe they're tired. We're on the same side. If Lu Chen was at his peak, he would only have 40% confidence. But now, he was 80% confident. Who are you? As the Ruby battleship got closer and closer, an ancient aura finally rose from the red earth wasteland and blocked the ruby battleship's speed. Lu Chen, the nine-lantern fish, I'm Hong Feng from Wuwei Academy. I'm here to meet you, one of the 10 evils of Jiuzhou. Red Maple immediately leaped up from the ruby battleship, and the spear in his hand transformed in midair. Red and white colors swept through the heavens and the earth, ghosts wailed and howled in the sky and the earth. This was the divine embryo body. Although it was only at the Hotian realm, it clearly had a powerful background. Behind Red Maple, a huge ghost face appeared. It was about 100 meters long, and it had 2 faces. One was smiling, and the other was crying. It was a shocking sight. On the other hand, despite Red Maple's outstanding talent, his god force was not weak either. He even possessed a cultivation of the 9th layer martial god realm, thus his strength was not to be underestimated. When a red and white spear pierced through the void and swept forward, rumble, a ferocious aura rose from the wasteland as a crescent blade, which was accompanied by a glaring glow, slashed out horizontally. The scimitar brought with it terrifying divine power. It was like a snake that stuck to the spear. Next, it took advantage of the situation and shot towards the owner of the spear. Humph. Seeing this, Hong Feng snorted coldly. The spear in his hand trembled, and a ferocious realm essence burst out, intimidating the curved blade. However, the fatal blade was also very powerful. The moment it was forced back, it immediately followed the boundary energy released by the spear to find a weak spot. As if it was following the flow, it once again approached Hong Feng. Then, it looked at his neck and slashed. Nine-lantern fish, Lu Chen, you're too slow. Red Maple was not afraid at all. He immediately withdrew his spear and started swinging it with both hands. Reverse yin and yang. A powerful move was unleashed. A yin-yang windfire wheel appeared around Hong Feng's body, protecting him while attacking Lu Chen. Retreat. Almost at the same time, a voice resounded. Then, a figure appeared in the distance. It was Lu Chen. At this moment, he was slightly out of breath. The collision just now seemed short, but it had exhausted quite a bit of his world essence. Go. Red Maple's yin-yang windfire wheels grew larger and larger. In the end, the windfire wheel seemed to have turned into a yin-yang ghost face, which then came crashing down on Lu Chen. 9 lanterns. Seeing this, Lu Chen also knew that there was no way to avoid it. He activated his talent and the 9-lantern fish, which was famous throughout the 9 provinces, appeared. The huge demonic fish was like a mountain. 9 mysterious lanterns hung on the fish's head. When the fish opened its mouth, its fangs were shining. The light of the 9 lanterns converged, illuminating all directions. Rumble, the terrifying yin-yang windfire wheels were immediately blocked outside the light, unable to advance any further. In the end, an explosive sound was heard. After the violent explosion, a figure retreated 1,000 miles away. Then, he looked in front of him with a grave expression. This person was none other than Lu Chen. 9-lantern fish Lu Chen, that's all you've got. Red Maple, on the other hand, was brandishing his spear with a heroic aura. In their first confrontation, he had clearly gained the upper hand. Brother Red Maple. Seeing the result of Red Maple's battle, the people on the Ruby warship cheered, knowing that with Lu Chen's defeat, the Creation Alliance is bound to collapse. Not bad. Even Princess Tian smiled with satisfaction. Boss. Boss. On the other hand, the people of the Creation Alliance and the Serpent Clan shouted worriedly. They knew that if their boss was at his peak, Red Maple would be nothing. Now, that kid had gained the upper hand and regarded himself as one of the 9 provinces' 10 villains. What other tricks do you have? Boss. Red Maple was undoubtedly very excited at this moment. He had indeed regarded himself as the leader of the 9 provinces' 10 villains. This was also the next goal that he had to surpass in his martial arts journey. Let me tell you, you can't escape even if you have wings. Behind us, there are 2 other 9 provinces' 10 villains. Their numbers and combat power are not something that you dying old dogs can resist. Boss. Then, Red Maple spoke again. Kid, if you want to destroy my confidence with words, I have to say that you are still too naive. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and replied calmly. Although he knew that he was no match for Red Maple, as the oldest person in the 9 provinces, he was not someone who could be easily subdued. Stubborn fool. Red Maple sneered and was about to make a move when suddenly, a powerful aura surged from afar. Upon closer inspection, one could see a large number of experts rushing over from afar. Ha ha ha, did you see that? I told you that someone would come. Do you still believe me now? Seeing the group of experts that resembled tribulation clouds, Red Maple was shocked because he did not expect the ancient demon race to send out so many experts. Of course, he also thought that the ones who were truly shocked should be the Creation Alliance. The Creation Alliance should have completely given up by now. The truth was more or less the same. As the people of the Creation Alliance stared at the tribulation clouds in the distance, their faces darkened completely. They knew that a bloody battle was unavoidable. That's really fast, and they have sent out so many experts. They are really giving me, Lu Chen, face. Even Lu Chen squinted his eyes. At this moment, on the Ruby warship, the people were naturally overjoyed. However, Princess Tian was frowning because she felt that something was wrong. Firstly, the direction that those people were coming from was not the same as the direction that the ancient demon race was coming from. Secondly, that group of people was even more numerous than the ancient demon race. Princess Tian, I've said it before. This time around, the Creation Alliance has nowhere to run. And Lin Ling's whereabouts will be revealed from their mouths as well. Seeing Princess Tian frowning, someone from the side said with a smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw that the group of powerhouses in the distance had all unleashed their talents. Then, they launched their attacks and charged toward the Ruby battleship. Although the Ruby warship was fast, the activation process was fast. Before it was activated, its speed was even slower than the martial artists. Now that the Ruby warship had stopped, it was naturally in a state where it was not activated. This caused the martial artists on the warship to be like fleas as they screamed in panic. Oh my god! They seem to be targeting the wrong person. Hey, we're on the same side. However, not only did the attacks not stop, there were even more waves. Holy sh*t. Without a doubt, the experts on the warship jumped off one by one. Because if they did not run, they would be killed by the waves of powerful attacks. F***ck. Princess Tian could not help but curse. She had no choice but to abandon her precious warship and flee. Just as they disappeared, the terrifying shockwave of the realm energy arrived and destroyed the Ruby warship completely. Rumble. When the deafening roar was heard, even the people of the Creation Alliance were dumbfounded. A single thought rose in their minds. A dogfight? Lin Ling was here. What's going on? Ancient Demonkin, have you all gone mad? Red Maple stared at the newcomer with an ugly expression. Who said I'm from the Ancient Demonkin? Amidst the endless sea of people ahead, a figure shot over like a comet. It was so fast that it had reached the speed of 10,000 worlds. Who are you? Hong Feng frowned and tightened his grip on his spear. He felt that something was wrong. However, the person who had come was too lazy to say any more nonsense. Instead, many people stared at the person who had come, their pupils trembling. Although the person had come very quickly, those who were familiar with the blue-robed figure knew that this was the trial-taker Lin Ling that they had been looking for 3 years. It's him, Lin Ling. Princess Tian's jaw dropped. He's here. Lu Chen's entire body trembled in excitement. He was so excited that he kept licking his lips. 3 years ago, in order to save the Genesis Alliance, the blue-robed man had been severely injured. Because of this, the Genesis Alliance had protected him for 3 years. 3 years later, the blue-robed man completely awakened, as if a king had returned. What? He's Lin Ling? Hong Feng's expression changed drastically. However, when he came to his senses, 2 huge palms slammed down from the sky. It contained the power of the Bodhi Buddha God, ferocious realm essence, and unimaginable physical strength. This was the Bodhidharma testimony. In your dreams. A ferocious pressure came crashing down, causing Red Maple's long hair to flutter in the wind. However, he coldly sneered. He had long since heard of the great name of trial challenger Lin Ling. Today was the perfect time to see just how strong he was. Moreover, he wanted to give Lin Ling a show of strength. Boom, the spear blocked horizontally, and the yin-yang ghost face appeared, attempting to block the palms in the sky. However, Lin Ling, who was in the sky, was like a shooting star. After his palms collided with the spear, he immediately bent it. Then, a destructive force exploded from his palms, smashing Red Maple and his spear into the ground under the shocked gazes of Princess Tian and the others. Whoosh, a meteor crashed into the ground like a cannonball, shattering the earth and causing the earth to tumble like waves. "And who are you?" Almost at the same time, the blue-robed young man in the sky spat out a doubtful voice. "And who are you?" His words clearly carried a domineering air. From the beginning until now, he didn't have the time to care about who Hong Feng was. It was as if Hong Feng wasn't worth his attention. But who was Red Maple? He was one of the top 5 masters in the history of Wuwei Academy, a master ranked in the top 100 on the Heaven Ladder on the Divine List, and a young Tianhao whose strength was only inferior to the leader of 9 provinces' 10 evils. However, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Lin Ling. After he recovered from his surprise, Lu Chen was the first to shout, and his eyes were filled with excitement. "Senior Lu Chen, everyone!" Lin Ling also looked at the Creation Alliance. After seeing that everyone was fine, he was finally relieved. However, with Lin Ling's eyesight, he could naturally see that the Creation Alliance was very tired at the moment. Obviously, in the past 3 years, Lin Ling had spent peacefully in the cave, but the Creation Alliance had attracted everyone's attention. Lin Ling would never forget the kindness of protecting them for 3 years. However, Lin Ling didn't say thank you. With his friendship with Lu Chen, saying thank you would be looking down on Senior Lu Chen. Lin Ling, at this time a sharp voice suddenly rang out. The voice was mixed with resentment and anger. Lin Ling turned his head and saw that it was Princess Tian. Lin Ling obviously didn't have time to pay attention to this bitch. So far, he had found the Creation Alliance and the Orochi clan. Now, the only ones left were Longyang and Little South. Lin Ling naturally didn't want to pay attention to Longyang. That woman had protected Lin Ling before, and it was just a deal. Moreover, with Longyang's ability to survive, she should be fine. On the other hand, Little South was a Kurishin. Although she seemed a little naive, in fact, she wasn't. However, in general, she was a good person. Therefore, Lin Ling must find her and give the Kurishin an explanation. Rumble. While Lin Ling was thinking, the ground split open and a huge yin-yang ghost head appeared. It roared and a man floated out from the yin-yang ghost head. It was Red Maple. At this moment, his face was ferocious and there was a trace of anger in his eyes. He obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful that he would suffer a loss in a single exchange. Although Lin Ling was a trial taker, he had always thought that Lin Ling was just a junior. "Red Maple, kill him." Princess Tian gritted her teeth and shouted when she saw Red Maple appear. "Don't worry, I will kill him." The long spear in Red Maple's hand danced and stirred up the yin-yang wind. He had a total of 15 strands of divine power. After all, Wang Shui only had 20 strands of divine power. Therefore, the gap between him and Wang Shui wasn't that big. Of course, Wang Shui wasn't powerful because of divine power, but because of the 8-9 demonic art. That was the reason why he wasn't weaker than the leader of the 9 State Spheres 10. "Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be Lin Ling." Red Maple looked coldly at Lin Ling. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit. "I'm from Wuwei Academy. My name is." "You don't have to introduce yourself." "I'm really not interested. I've fought too many opponents in my life. If I had to remember the name of every piece of trash, it would be a waste of my brain capacity." However, before Red Maple could finish, Lin Ling interrupted him. His face was calm and didn't look like he was joking at all. Perhaps before Lin Ling went to the stairway to God, Red Maple was indeed quite powerful. However, after meeting Lei Gong and improving after being severely injured, Lin Ling naturally didn't take Red Maple seriously. "You're boasting shamelessly." Lin Ling's words were undoubtedly a great humiliation to Red Maple. After all, he was an expert on the stairway to God. How could he not be qualified to have his name remembered? Lin Ling has been in the limelight recently. That's why he's so arrogant. This is great. I'll take advantage of his carelessness and kill him. Sigh. Seeing Lin Ling's disdain, Princess Tian was undoubtedly delighted. She knew that although Lin Ling wasn't weak, Red Maple wasn't weak either. If Lin Ling underestimated his opponent, he might be defeated by Red Maple. One thought of Yin, one thought of Yang. When Yin and Yang combine, the underworld will open. Sigh. At this moment, an ancient voice rushed out of Red Maple's mouth. He had obviously activated his talent to the limit. Around his body, 2 rays of light, one red and one white, were circling around him. His robe fluttered and a powerful aura spread out. Yang a flower, in vines. Red Maple disappeared on the spot. A huge yin-yang ghost face appeared where he was standing and looked down at the earth and the sky mercilessly. Whoosh, a long spear with the speed of 10,000 realms, carrying a majestic divine energy and realm essence, shot towards Lin Ling. In midair, countless long spears appeared and dazzled everyone's vision. Whoosh, an invisible wind blew at the long hair of Princess Tian and the others, causing their eyes to light up. What a powerful spear. It was a godly spear. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation 6 stanchions in unison. Apparently, many people knew that Red Maple's divine fetus was a righteous divine fetus. It was a Taoist talent, the Tao of Yin and Yang. It was specially designed to counter the Tao of the underworld. Then, they stared at Lin Ling. Suddenly, they realized that Lin Ling was not moving at all. He was even shaking his head. Idiot. Seeing that, many people laughed sarcastically. In a battle between martial artists, momentum was extremely important if they were on par with each other. Now, Red Maple's momentum was rising while Lin Ling's was weak. He didn't even raise his momentum. What else could he be if he wasn't an idiot? Could it be that he's scared silly by Lin Ling? Someone mocked. Heh, normally, when this happens, it's either because the gap is too big and the opponent's momentum makes him dizzy, or... A powerful old man said calmly. Senior, what's that? The people around him were no doubt curious. Or he's very confident in himself and doesn't take his opponent seriously. He doesn't even need to use his momentum to fight. The old man laughed. Hearing that, the others laughed too. However, one of them narrowed his eyes and said suspiciously, however, does Lin Ling belong to the latter and doesn't take Red Maple seriously? His words silenced everyone. However, they also shook their heads. The gap between Lin Ling and Red Maple shouldn't be that big. Look, he. Right at this moment, another person spoke with shock, and he even pointed ahead. This also caused everyone to look over, and their bodies trembled one after another. Even Lu Chen and the Creation Alliance were in disbelief. After Lin Ling shook his head, he took out a large number of royal crystals and refined them. Was this guy crazy? You're looking down on me. Red Maple was naturally enraged when he saw how arrogant and disdainful Yi Shiwen was. After practicing martial arts for so many years, this was the first time he had met an opponent who looked down on him. However, Lin Ling still ignored him. He shook his head in disdain because Hong Feng's attack was only 10,000 world speed. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was already 10,000 world speed. If he fused his innate talents, he would exceed 10,000 world speed. Therefore, it wasn't that Lin Ling was arrogant. It was just that Red Maple wasn't good enough for him. Weng, the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and his physical strength and realm essence surged out. Lin Ling planned to use this method to counter Hong Feng's attack. Meanwhile, his other hand was still sprinkling out sovereign crystals and refining them continuously. Boom, finally, that ferocious long spear finally arrived. But after colliding with Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword, it was actually unable to advance even an inch. This guy is ridiculously strong. This scene made Lu Chen gasp. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to block it. This also meant that Lin Ling's injuries should have been completely healed, and his cultivation should have improved. After all, when Lin Ling battled with Wang Shui, he was already on par with the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils. Now, he was probably only one step away. Hong Feng's expression kept changing as he looked at Hong Feng. His all-out attack was actually blocked by Lin Ling. If Lin Ling had blocked it with all his strength, he could still accept it. However, not only did Lin Ling not use all his strength, but he was also refining sovereign crystals while fighting with him. Was this telling Hong Feng that there was a huge gap between him and Lin Ling? At this moment, Lin Ling was still in the posture of pointing his sword forward. He closed his eyes and sensed the changes in his dantian. Bang, all of a sudden, he took a step forward. The ferocious realm essence and physical strength were comparable to the power of a god. He simply and violently bent Hong Feng's long spear. In your dreams. Hong Feng yelled when he saw Lin Ling closing his eyes. The giant yin-yang demon head in the distance arrived and activated the power of the godly embryo to assist Hong Feng. Unfortunately, Although the power of the godly embryo could suppress the ultimate desolated body, it had no effect on Lin Ling, who possessed a few godly embryos. Rumble. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's Dantian had finally leveled up. His second Dantian had reached the third-level martial god realm. Following this, it provided Lin Ling with abundant realm essence like a surging river. Bang! Lin Ling took another step forward. Crack, crack, crack. The long spear was bent even further. Rumble. His third Dantian leveled up. Another step. Crack, crack, crack. The long spear had turned into a bow and arrow. The crowd in the distance stared with their eyes wide open. They did not expect Lin Ling to surpass Hong Feng by so much. It was simply a one-sided battle. Hong Feng's face reddened too. Not only was he infuriated, he was also forced to resist Lin Ling's overwhelming strength. He discovered that even though Lin Ling's cultivation was only at the third-level martial god realm, his realm essence and strength were comparable to a ninth-level martial god realm cultivator. To him, all of this was too strange. Initially, even though he claimed that Lin Ling was impressive, he knew that Lin Ling must be quite capable since he was able to become a participant of the trial. However, he was confident that his strength was only slightly weaker than his. However, he now discovered that Lin Ling was toying with him like a child. Rumble. Meanwhile, his fourth and fifth Dantian leveled up simultaneously. His 6 Dantians had all reached the third-level martial god realm. In other words, Hong Feng was facing 6 third-level martial god realm experts at the same time, who all possessed the godly embryo flesh. 6 Unifying Genius. Blood began to drip from Hong Feng's skin. His teeth were trembling too. 6 Unifying Genius. It was a common saying among the cultivators ranked in the top 100 of the god ranking. It implied that a powerful genius was able to fight someone whose cultivation was higher than him. 6 Unifying Genius meant that he was able to fight someone whose cultivation was higher than him by 6 levels. Hong Feng was a 9th-level martial god realm cultivator while Lin Ling was only a 3rd-level martial god realm cultivator. Despite the difference of 6 levels, Lin Ling was still able to defeat him. Thus he was known as the 6 Unifying Genius. It was extremely rare to see a 6 Unifying Genius on the god ranking's heavenly stairway. Normally, it was extremely rare to see someone with the title of 3 Unifying Genius. As he held the spear with trembling hands, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His eyes flickered with excitement. "That's it?" he asked. Hong Feng clenched his teeth. He could not answer the question. "Piss off then." Lin Ling's sword shuddered as he fully unleashed his strength. A tremendous force surged toward Hong Feng, who could not resist it any longer. He was fired into the ground like a meteor. Rumble. The ground shuddered as dust sprang into the sky. "We've lost." Princess Tian and the others suffered a great blow after seeing the outcome. They glanced at Lin Ling and discovered countless experts standing behind Lin Ling. Many of them were engulfed in golden flames. It was obvious that they were not weak at all. How could they possibly make their moves now? "Impressive, you've managed to gather a bunch of experts in such a short period of time. They are comparable to the 10 evils of the 9 continents." TSK, Lin Ling, I can't see through your capabilities." 1 against 2, not too far away from him was an expressionless woman. She wore a black robe, and she was cold and emotionless. When the 2 of them appeared, Princess Tian and the others were the first to be shocked. Red Maple, who was defeated by Lin Ling, was also floating in the air while holding his injured chest. He looked at the group of people with a complicated expression. They knew that these people were the ancient demon clan and the she-ghost clan of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. These 2 magnates were the most ancient existences in the 9 continents. They were also existences akin to demons. In the current era, their strength was comparable to Mount Tai and Big Dipper. However, compared to the ancient demon race, the she-ghost race had very few people. They only had 1 leader, but still, no one dared to underestimate her. This was because many people knew that when they really needed people, the leader's body could release a large number of experts. They're finally here. Lu Chen was no exception when facing 2 of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Leaders, the Creation Alliance and the Orochi clan are all here. Lin Ling is also here. As long as you catch them, you can return to the Spirit Nation and report back. At this time, Princess Tian said coldly, looking at Lin Ling with a hint of madness in her eyes. Now, she wanted to see how Lin Ling was going to fight. She had already secretly vowed that no matter what, she would definitely kill Lin Ling today. Lin Ling, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Afterward, Princess Tian turned to Lin Ling and said, Hongfeng lost, but I'm still here. I swear a blood oath that if I don't kill you today, I won't return to Miao God's true teachings. Hearing that, Lin Ling looked at her indifferently. However, he ignored her and continued looking at the ancient demon race beings. At the same time, the two ancient demon kin leaders also stared at Lin Ling, especially the cold woman. Her merciless gaze flickered. This was because she had met Lin Ling and helped Lin Ling. At the same time, she also knew that the only successor of their Tin Ghost clan, Majin Tianzi, was by Lin Ling's side and had a very good relationship with Lin Ling, but now, she wanted to kill Lin Ling. This undoubtedly made her feel a little complicated. At the same time, the middle-aged man from the ancient demon race was feeling conflicted as well. You disappeared for 3 years. I heard that you were seriously injured. I didn't expect you to recover after 3 years. How surprising. After a short moment, the middle-aged man said calmly. 3 years ago, Lin Ling had battled Wang Shui in Spirit Light City. They hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, but they'd heard of it. Towards this, they naturally had some suspicions. This was because young demon lord, Majin Tianzi, and Lin Ling were people of the same generation, but none of them had reached such heights. Perhaps Lin Ling was slightly stronger, but he shouldn't be so ridiculously strong. Seniors, what do you plan to do next? Lin Ling smiled and said. You should know that we are now people of Spirit Nation, so sometimes, we have no choice. Yes. The middle-aged man replied. I understand. Lin Ling nodded. How about this, if you don't lose within 300 moves, we'll let you go. How about that? The middle-aged man suddenly thought for a while and said decisively. What? You're letting them go? Senior, have you thought about how you're going to explain this to Spirit Nation? Hearing the ancient demon race's words, Princess Tian let out a sharp cry. Although she didn't think that Lin Ling could withstand 300 moves from the ancient demon race, Lin Ling had always been the spokesperson of miracles. Anything was possible, so she didn't want to see the cooked duck fly away. Of course, we're just letting them go. It doesn't mean that the true disciples of Miao Shen have agreed. After we lose, if you're not convinced, you can fight on your own. The middle-aged man looked calmly at Princess Tian and said. He knew that the latter represented the true disciples of Miao Shen and had a high status in Spirit Nation. Secondly, if Lin Ling can withstand 300 moves, we won't have a chance to catch him if the battle continues. Moreover, Princess Tian, have you seen the people on their side? Their numbers are not fewer than ours. If we really fight to the death, both sides will suffer. We, the ancient demon race, are not going to risk our lives here. The middle-aged man said. Hearing this, Princess Tian had nothing else to say. She could only grit her teeth in anger. Thank you, Senior. However, to make things difficult for you, I'll have to ask the two leaders to come at me together. At this time, Lin Ling spoke. His words caused everyone's pupils to tremble. Lin Ling wanted to fight the two leaders? Oh, are you sure? The middle-aged man's eyes burned with passion. Of course. Lin Ling nodded. He knew that although the ancient demon race had joined Spirit Nation, Lin Ling had a good relationship with the 9 Province 10 Evils. Naturally, he did not want to make things difficult for them. Moreover, he guessed that the Creation Alliance had survived for 3 years because the ancient demon race and the other behemoths had secretly given them a lot of help. Alright, if you don't lose after 300 moves, Spirit Nation will not say anything about letting you leave. However, if you lose after 300 moves, you and Lu Chen will have to return with us. After all, I believe that although Spirit Nation wants your corpse, they are more interested in you alive. The woman from the Guishi tribe said calmly. Then, the two of them walked out. Cheers rang out from the ancient demon race as they watched the intense battle that was about to erupt. TSK, the young master's friend is really bold. He's willing to fight the two leaders. What friend? He's the young master's brother. However, the young master often praises this brother in front of the leaders. Seeing him today, he's really extraordinary. I heard that Lin Ling's strength is comparable to the leaders of the 9 Province 10 Evils. However, he's fighting the two leaders now. Fortunately, he only has to withstand 300 moves. Although they were from different camps, anyone could tell that they were praising Lin Ling and were speaking up for Lin Ling. This bunch of beasts. Princess Tian cursed under her breath. Then, she sneered and shouted, Lin Ling, it seems like you don't know what it means to be the leader of the 9 province 10 evils. Humph, you think you can fight these seniors? You're overestimating yourself. That's right, that's right. At the side, Hong Feng stroked his chest. And added insult to injury. Of course, when he said this, he also felt embarrassed because Lin Ling dared to fight the leaders. What about him? At this moment, Lin Ling pursed his lips and didn't hide anything. He muttered to himself, I'm sorry, but one of the leaders of the 9 province 10 evils has died in my hands. It's the Gu King from the land of eternal rest. As soon as he said this, Princess Tian's previous clamor was immediately silenced as if she had been slapped in the face. Even the 2 leaders were shocked. They naturally knew that the Gu King had disappeared, but they didn't expect him to be killed by Lin Ling. You little brat. The middle-aged man laughed bitterly because he knew what kind of ability it meant to be able to kill the Gu King. Moreover, the fact that Lin Ling had mentioned this matter was also a reminder to them not to underestimate Lin Ling. If that's the case, I have no choice but to go all out. The fusion of 6 divine embryos, obviously, after living in the 9 prefectures for so many years, this was the first time they had seen such an outstanding junior like Lin Ling. Come and fight. Lin Ling didn't plan on wasting any more time. 2 swords appeared in his hands. The strength of his 6 stanchions and his body that had just broken through quietly gathered together, their gazes were fixed on the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was calm as he stood in the air. His tyrannical demonic aura seethed around him, as though he was an immovable wisdom king. There were no flaws. Lin Ling instantly sensed his opponent's aura. It was watertight and impregnable, as expected of the leader of the ancient demon tribe. Although Wang Shui's strength was comparable to theirs, he was still not one of the 9 states' 10 evils. Most importantly, there were a total of 2 such experts. You're a junior, and we're 2 against 1, so you should make the first move. At this moment, the middle-aged man said indifferently. Thanks for letting me win. Lin Ling did not act pretentiously. With a shake of his 2 swords, he gathered his strength and unleashed a simple double sword thrust. Of course, although it looked like a simple move, it could be used to attack or defend. Not bad. Seeing this, the middle-aged man nodded slightly. He didn't hide his strength, and his demonic aura seemed to have solidified as it poured out. His figure became illusory. He seemed to be in the same place, but he disappeared like water ripples. In the blink of an eye, he also appeared in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. What incredible speed! He probably reached 20,000 world speed. 9 divinities Demon King, first style, Tiger's Roar in the forest. A palm shattered the void and grabbed at Lin Ling's 2 swords. In midair, the palm suddenly transformed into a huge divine tiger demonic elephant. The tiger opened its mouth and bit at Lin Ling's sword. Clang, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Lin Ling immediately sensed that the power of the divine tiger was not much weaker than his. Lin Ling was certain that the middle-aged man was at the peak of the martial god realm. In terms of world essence, he was stronger than Lin Ling. Fortunately, Lin Ling had the strength of 100,000 worlds. He could barely hold his own against the middle-aged man. However, compared to Lin Ling's shock, that middle-aged man was clearly even more shocked. He had long heard that Lin Ling's cultivation level wasn't high, but his realm essence was thick, surpassing those at the same cultivation level. Seeing him today, it was indeed true. Bodhi testimony. Lin Ling channeled the power of the dual Bodhi god into the 2 swords, causing them to vibrate and break away from the divine tiger's bite. Just as Lin Ling retreated, the middle-aged man followed closely behind. He raised both of his palms up high and suddenly slapped towards Lin Ling. 9 divinities Demon King, second style, Ape King Earthhammer. Crash, the palm leaf fan-like arms were like the arms of a divine ape as they enveloped Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker slightly. Golden flames erupted from his shoulders, forming a ripple of power as they bounced back. This was the divine power rippling from the human king's flame. Borrowing the divine power, Lin Ling's 2 swords were like dragonflies skimming the surface of the water. He touched the giant arms in the sky, and his entire body floated back like a willow catkin. You have rich battle experience. You don't want to meet force with force, but I will force you to meet force with force." That middle-aged man laughed heartily, his battle intent aroused. The more Lin Ling wanted to retreat, the more he wanted to madly attack. 9 Divinities Demon King, 3rd Style, Qilin King carries the mountain. Boom, terrifying waves of air rushed out from his body, and a fire Qilin King appeared, roaring as if summoning thousands of demons. This fire Qilin King's 4 limbs smashed the sky, and then it galloped in the sky. Wherever it passed, it left behind a beautiful trail of flames in the sky. Its speed was so fast that it actually reached the speed of 30,000 worlds, and that dazzling speed made Lin Ling's eyes narrow. He didn't know if this was the middle-aged man's full speed, but he knew that his own speed was definitely not comparable to the other parties. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't plan to compete in speed. Go! The 2 swords in his hands pointed forward, and the swords shot out like meteors. Behind them, a golden vortex of flames appeared in Lin Ling's palm, and he pushed it lightly. Great heavenly flames, the 2 swords were mixed with ferocious divine power, and they blasted forward like rotten wood. Looking from afar, the golden flame seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas, and within it, a human king's Dharma idol appeared, looking majestic without being angry. This also shocked the onlookers from afar. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to resist that middle-aged man for so long. Crackle, the 2 swords shot towards the fire Qilin King's eyes, but the fire Qilin King was intelligent. It closed its eyes and blocked the 2 swords. But at this moment, the great heavenly flames arrived, burning continuously, and began to assimilate. However, the leader of the ancient demon race was indeed powerful, and this assimilation speed was obviously very slow. TSK, 30 streaks of divine power. In the flames, the middle-aged man sighed, and there was a hint of shock in his voice. What, 30 streaks of divine power? Without a doubt, Red Maple's eyeballs were about to fall out. Only now did he know how big the gap was between him and Lin Ling, because he only had 15 streaks of divine power. No wonder Lin Ling didn't even care to know his name. Demonic hag, are you still not going to attack? At this moment, the middle-aged man's voice floated out from the golden flames, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as his voice fell, threads cut through the sky, slashing towards Lin Ling. These threads were formless and colorless, but they were incomparably sharp. This was because everyone could see that the vast sky was being cut into pieces like broken glass. Moreover, from the surface area that was cut, these threads were like a birdcage, surrounding Lin Ling, and constantly shrinking. Innate talent fusion. Lin Ling's soul power was strong, and he naturally sensed the danger. He no longer held back and unleashed his full strength. Boom, a ferocious aura exploded from Lin Ling's body. The new innate talent fusion was obviously more terrifying than before. This was because these were 6 divine embryos. If an ordinary person had 1 divine embryo, they would already be a titled god, but Lin Ling had 6 divine embryos: demon jellyfish, double dragon innate talent, savage chaos, flame of the human monarch, lightning pool physique. With the new innate talent fusion, Lin Ling was no longer a monster, but an awe-inspiring divine king. His 4 limbs turned into golden dragon claws, and dragon horns grew from his head. He alternated between dragon and human forms, but behind him, a ferocious aura surged. The chaotic body provided a powerful defense, and on his shoulders, a pair of wings formed from countless tentacles appeared, giving him unparalleled speed. And the human monarch's flame appeared on his body, burning him, making him come like a flame. Crackle. Finally, the lightning pool physique formed a terrifying region of lightning tribulation around him, like a sea urchin. This was the divine might of the Berserker realm. Rumble. Just after the innate talent fusion, a ferocious explosion sounded around him. Clearly, the power of Lin Ling's divine embryos was colliding with the threads, trying to break out of the cage and escape. Seeing Lin Ling go all out, everyone present was shocked, because from the aura that Lin Ling erupted, they could guess that the current Lin Ling was not much weaker than the leader of the 9 states 10 vicious. Good. Good. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Boiling Battle Intent. This is Lin Ling's full strength. Red Maple was so scared that his face turned pale. He had a feeling that Lin Ling could kill him with just a twitch of his eyebrows. Other than the top 3 academies' strongest experts, no one in the 36 academies could be his match. Most importantly, this Lin Ling was a rising star. He's definitely ranked in the top 70 on the stairway to heaven on the divine list. He mumbled incoherently to himself. However, compared to their surprise, Princess Tian looked as if she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes stared at the lightning around Lin Ling's body, and her mouth was wide open, because back then, it was a cold man with white lightning who had saved her. That man had left an endless shadow in her heart, cold and unruly, like lightning dominating the world, but now, she realized that Lin Ling also had the same power of white lightning. Could it be? Her body trembled as if she couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. Or perhaps, she didn't want to admit what was happening in front of her. The insignificant Lin Ling from back then, the lowly martial artist from the 9 states, had quietly merged with the man she admired the most. It was him. It was all him. This was the man that Princess Tian hated so much. This was the man that Princess Tian wanted to kill as soon as possible. God, why are you playing with me? Stunned, Princess Tian finally cried, because the idol she had been looking forward to finally revealed himself, but it was Lin Ling. This was a huge blow to her. Her enemy had turned into a hero. F'CKU, until now, she didn't even know if she could kill Lin Ling. However, no one was paying attention to her at this moment. Instead, they were staring at the earth-shattering battle in the sky. Break! After Lin Ling's innate talent had fused, his physical strength had reached 150,000 units of boundary energy. Coupled with the power of the 6 divine fetuses, his strength had more than doubled. He kept punching his fists in all directions, gathering all his strength to break the cage. Rumble. The sky kept cracking, shattering, and merging as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Looking into the distance, the black-dressed woman's face was cold. Her 10 fingers were like tentacles dancing in front of her. Clearly, she was controlling those threads. However, her eyes were somewhat solemn. This was because she could sense that Lin Ling's tyrannical strength was using the most violent force to break her cage. Old demon, is still not enough. She coldly spat out a sentence. The person she was referring to was the middle-aged man from the ancient demon tribe. However, the latter was entangled by the flame of the human monarch and would not be able to escape in the short term. Rumble. On the other hand, Lin Ling's attacks were like a violent storm, causing the threads to become chaotic. Suddenly, a flaw appeared. A part of the cage-like threads loosened, revealing a gap. This is not good. The woman in black roared, and the pinky on her right hand danced. In an instant, it moved 393 million times in an attempt to fill the gap. However, it was clear that her movements were too slow. This was because Lin Ling's soul force was powerful. While he was attacking, he was also sensing the hole in the cage. Now that he had sensed the hole, he immediately sent out the vines on his arm. Little Kunlun, under Lin Ling's command, the vines grew crazily and occupied the entire cage. Several vines rushed out of the cage, but they were quickly cut into pieces. How is it? Everyone stared intently at the sky and discovered that a primitive forest had appeared in the sky. Of course, the primitive forest was quickly cut into pieces. This made the people of the Creation Alliance extremely nervous. Could it be that Lin Ling was dead? Only the black-dressed woman knew that Lin Ling had rushed out of the cage. This was because several vines had rushed out of the cage, and Lin Ling was one of them. Although she had quickly fixed the hole, she believed that in a battle between experts, such a small hole was actually as big as the ocean in the eyes of others. Obviously, an expert like Lin Ling would not miss such a big hole. As soon as the thought came to her mind, a gust of wind rushed toward her. By the time the black-dressed woman reacted, a ferocious punch had broken through the void and reached her body. Rumble. This punch could cause the sun and moon to dim, and it had the power to move mountains and fill seas. This was probably the same as the ancient battle between the gods. Boom. The black-dressed woman's body suddenly exploded into pieces. However, the pieces quickly gathered together in the distance like a puppet and finally turned into the black-dressed woman again. However, this time, she looked at Lin Ling with a hint of respect in her eyes. Almost at the same time, a figure walked out of the golden sea in the distance. Although he looked a little battered, he was obviously safe and sound. He was the leader of the ancient demon race. The corners of his mouth curled into a bloodthirsty smile, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Amazing. You are not at a disadvantage against the two of us. Hearing that, Lin Ling sneered and said, I was just lucky. Again. The middle-aged man immediately rushed toward Lin Ling. Following his footsteps, tens of thousands of divine elephants galloped behind him. Puppet Empire. Seeing that, the black-dressed woman also made her move. She sat cross-legged in the sky, and needles, grass, wood, feathers, and other things appeared in her hands. She started to make dolls in the air. She threw one after the other. After the dolls were thrown out, they immediately became huge and turned into demon gods, heavenly soldiers, heavenly emperors, and even gods. Her speed was extremely fast, and her face was extremely cold. With such a method of transforming beings into soldiers, he deserved to be the leader of the Tin Ghost clan. Fight. Seeing the pressure coming from both sides, Lin Ling also let out a roar. Both swords returned, and all the power poured into them, causing the swords to emit cracking sounds. Among them, the true inheritance dark sword seemed to have reached its limit. On the other hand, the tyrannical singing sword rushed out with terrifying killing intent, and the power of God was about to be born. Lin Ling also activated all his power of God, a total of 36 beams. Awesome. If you want to fight, let's fight until the sky falls and the earth shatters. After Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly, this was the first time he had fought such a decisive battle. His heart began to boil, his blood was roaring. Beside him, an evil spirit the size of a fist was following him, but its hands kept taking out divine stones and throwing them into Lin Ling's mouth. Obviously, Lin Ling was also using this battle to refine the divine stones and increase his power of God. Rumble. With a slash of the sword, the all-creation demons in front of him were blocked. The momentum of the collision seemed to tear the void apart. Rumble. With another slash of the sword, the army of puppets behind him was also blocked. Needle-killing technique. Almost at the same time, a pitch-black figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ling, and the tip of a needle pierced towards Lin Ling's chest. It was the leader of the Tin Ghost tribe. She could actually use the puppets to change her body shape and get close to Lin Ling in the blink of an eye. However, after the needle pierced Lin Ling's chest, it disappeared as if it had sunk into mud. Not good. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Surrender. At this moment, Lin Ling turned his head slightly and smiled. Although he was defending against the other attacks with his two swords, he suddenly roared, "Scram!" This roar was accompanied by a dragon's breath. As if the dragon god was roaring, a storm came, causing the woman's expression to change drastically. With a boom, her body was blown into nothingness. However, after a while, the people saw that it was a puppet that had died. In the distant sky, the woman was still sitting cross-legged, but she was clearly injured. His strength has surpassed the leader of the 9 province 10 evils. She stared at Lin Ling and said coldly. As her words fell, the people felt as if 100 elephants were galloping through their hearts. I admit it too. The middle-aged man from the ancient demon race nodded solemnly. He knew that if not for this, Lin Ling would not have been able to withstand their combined attacks. Is that all? However, Lin Ling seemed to have gone crazy at this moment. His eyes were red and filled with fighting spirit. In his body, the energy formed by the refining of the sacred stones flowed into his limbs and bones. The energy of divinity was rapidly forming. 36 streaks of energy of divinity, 37, 38, 39. Originally, Lin Ling would not have been able to refine the sacred stones at such a speed. However, everything was as the giant ghost had said. Lin Ling had successfully refined a large amount of indigo spiritual flowers. Coupled with his strong physical body, refining the sacred stones was as easy as drinking water. This. Sensing that Lin Ling's strength was still increasing, the middle-aged man was stunned. Damn, this guy is really sick. He can still increase his strength after unleashing such powerful strength. Swoosh. As the energy of divinity increased, the first thing that changed was the army of puppets. They were completely destroyed by Lin Ling's sword. Although the puppets regrouped, it was obvious that they could not withstand Lin Ling's sword. 40. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's energy of divinity reached 40 streaks. The sword in front of him slashed fiercely. Rumble. The countless sacred elephants were all slashed horizontally. With the sacred elephant's thighs as the dividing line, they were all split into two. Clang. The moment the sword fell, the sword in Lin Ling's hand completely shattered into pieces. The true inheritance dark sword had collapsed. The dark sword was originally a post-celestial weapon, and although it was stronger than ordinary post-celestial weapons, it still couldn't fuse too much of Lin Ling's power. A hint of reluctance appeared in Lin Ling's eyes. The dark sword was Li Xiaoya's sword, but now it was broken. This meant that in the future, the dark sword would no longer be able to accompany Lin Ling. Old friend, rest well. If I, Lin Ling, become a god in the future, I'll help you become a god. Lin Ling waved his right hand and collected all the fragments. Next, Lin Ling held the sword with both hands and danced like a spinning top, forming a series of ferocious sword slashes that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The 112th move, the 113th move, the 155th move. Time passed just like that. After an unknown amount of time, a long sigh finally sounded. We've lost. 300 moves have passed. The ancient demon race's middle-aged man kept his realm essence and stood in the sky, shaking his head. Lin Ling, you've won. The woman in black said helplessly. She and the ancient demon race's middle-aged man looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Lin Ling was a member of the younger generation back then and had a close relationship with the younger generation of the ominous forces. They had intended to take care of this person as a senior. However, who would have thought that in the days after the incident, they would constantly hear of Lin Ling's name, which had shaken the 9 states and the final world. In the end, this junior had reached a point where he couldn't be ignored. This also made them sigh with emotion. Their disciple had followed such a good boss. However, this sigh didn't last long. Now, this junior was on the same level as them, and his strength was even stronger than theirs. Most importantly, this kid hadn't even needed 5,000 years to grow from a junior back then to his current strength. In the world of the strong, strength reigns supreme. Now, I don't know if I should call you brother or junior. The ancient demon race's middle-aged man smiled bitterly. According to seniority, Lin Ling and the ancient demon race were brothers, so he should call him senior. However, Lin Ling was stronger than him, so he would be embarrassed to call him senior. Senior, what was in the past will be the same in the future. Lin Ling stood there quietly and smiled. Sigh, if only our ancient demon race had your strength. That kid often praised you in front of me. At first, I thought he was bragging, but now it seems like I was blind. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly again. Now, you can leave. The woman in black said with a smile. 300 moves had passed. Even if the experts of Spirit Nation were here, they wouldn't have any objections. After all, Lin Ling had taken on 2 opponents by himself. By the way, have you seen a girl named Little South? Seeing that the 2 seniors were about to leave, Lin Ling quickly asked. The trial taker is Little South. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man chimed in, and Lin Ling hurriedly nodded upon seeing this. She's with Xianxia. The middle-aged man explained. Currently, Lord Ning and the others have all left. Spirit Light City is now under the control of the Dragon Spirit. I don't know what sort of agreement Xianxia and the Dragon Spirit have reached, but Xianxia is now helping the Dragon Spirit. Moreover, he has recruited many masters, such as the Duan family's Duan Wuhan, the 36 academies, and the powerhouses of the final world's great dukes. Could it be that the rumors are true? However, Xianxia is a trial taker. If he helps Spirit Nation, isn't that a betrayal? Lin Ling frowned. The so-called trial takers are sometimes focused on benefits. When the Spirit Nation gives more benefits than the gods, some people will turn around and target the gods. The middle-aged man said indifferently, of course, I'm not too sure if Xianxia did it willingly, or perhaps he was forced to do it. If you want to find the trial taker, little man, then go to Spirit Light City. Have you seen Longyang? Lin Ling asked again. I haven't seen Longyang. For the past 3 years, she has been missing. The middle-aged man shook his head. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that Longyang was not a simple person. She would not be caught so easily. Thank you, senior. After Lin Ling received the information he needed, he thanked the man. Lin Ling, the Spirit Nation isn't simple. It's said that a great god from the Spirit Nation is about to awaken, and the Spirit Nation values you greatly. Although it's not convenient for me to persuade you to join the Thunder God's side, the Spirit Nation welcomes you at any time. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The change in Spiritual Light City. Senior, I hope that when we meet again in the future, we will still be friends. Although we serve different masters, let's not show any mercy. Lin Ling took a deep breath and said calmly. His words made the middle-aged man and the woman in black tremble. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with mixed feelings. If possible, they did not want to be enemies with Lin Ling. The next time we meet, I'm afraid we won't be able to take more than 3 moves from you. Goodbye. The middle-aged man from the ancient goblin clan cupped his hands at Lin Ling. Then, he waved his hand and left with a large number of people. The woman in black nodded at Lin Ling and said, "Help me take care of Ma Jing Tianzi." "Thank you." She did not say much and left after saying that. The 29 prefecture's 10 evils came and left quickly. If it were not for the fact that the ground was in ruins, no one would have guessed that such a great battle had taken place here. He actually won. Princess Tian and Red Maple were still looking at Lin Ling with trembling eyes. Previously, they thought that the 29 prefecture's 10 evils would go easy on him. However, the previous battle had made them realize that Lin Ling was so powerful that there was no need to go easy on him. "Princess Tian, you have an irreconcilable enmity with him. Should we kill him?" Red Maple suddenly looked at Princess Tian and asked. Although Lin Ling was very powerful, they would not be able to swallow their pride if they ran away with their tails between their legs. In particular, Princess Tian had sworn in the name of Miaoshen's true teachings that she would kill Lin Ling no matter what. If Princess Tian went back on her words, Miaoshen's true teachings' reputation would be ruined. Others would think that Miaoshen's true teachings were afraid of Lin Ling. Therefore, many people looked at Princess Tian. The Genesis Alliance and the Orochi clan were also looking at Lin Ling. Although Princess Tian also had a large number of experts on her side, they were already exhausted. If they really fought head-on, the Genesis Alliance would definitely suffer losses. However, there were quite a few powerhouses behind Lin Ling, and they all looked like dragons and tigers. Therefore, if the two sides clashed, Miaoshen's true inheritance would not be able to gain the upper hand. Wow! But at this moment, a loud cry suddenly sounded. The sound also gave everyone a fright. When they looked over, they realized that the one crying was actually Princess Tian. What was going on? "I hate you." Princess Tian glared angrily at Lin Ling, but there was a complicated light in the depths of her eyes. Then, he turned around and ran. Ah? What the F***ck is going on? I don't know, but why does Princess Tian's "I hate you to death" sound like a couple talking? Who cares? Now that Princess Tian has left, let's go. After Princess Tian left, the experts who had been summoned by Miaoshen's true inheritance also dispersed one after another. This time, the people of the Genesis Alliance were also shocked. Only Lin Ling frowned and then said disdainfully, "Crazy." He was also confused about Princess Tian's sudden change, but he was too lazy to think about it. He just thought that Princess Tian was crazy. Lin Ling. At this time, Lu Chen finally came over and looked at Lin Ling with a gratified gaze. He had seen the previous battle with his own eyes, so he knew that Lin Ling was now above him. He could not help but think of the scene at the Kaiyuan River. At that time, Lin Ling was the big leader of the God Slayer Alliance, and even the Genesis Alliance had retreated under Lin Ling. Now, this title of big leader was deserved. During this period, everyone has worked hard. Lin Ling said to Lu Chen, cupping his hands. Then, he pondered for a moment and said, "I guess it won't be long before the gods break through here. At that time, we can also leave, but before that, I want to take little Nan with me." "What about Longyang?" Lu Chen asked immediately. Lin Ling said, "I'm not worried about her. I think she should be fine. Maybe she's hiding somewhere at this moment. That woman is not stupid. She won't fight Xianxia head-on." "Then we'll go with you," Lu Chen said again. "Okay, but this time, you don't have to do anything. Let us deal with it because you haven't had much rest in the past 3 years. This time, you should recover well." Lin Ling nodded, then looked at the people who had been assimilated by the human king's flame and said, "Take out your treasures and let the Genesis Alliance recover." "Yes, my lord." A neat shout was heard. Everyone handed over their treasures without any reluctance. Lu Chen looked at this group of people in shock. He could guess that this group of people had been assimilated by Lin Ling's human king's flame. However, he didn't expect that Lin Ling's human king's flame would be so powerful that it could even assimilate martial gods. It seemed that even the acquired divine embryo couldn't escape the fate of being assimilated. Moreover, it had assimilated over 10,000 experts in such a short time. This human king's flame was really heaven-defying. This kind of method was like the method of a god. Let's go to the spiritual light city. Lin Ling didn't know what Lu Chen was thinking. He just said to everyone. After experiencing the previous 300 moves, he had a good understanding of his own strength. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of going to the spiritual light city. Most importantly, experts like Lord Ning had left. With just the 9 prefectures, 10 ferocious beasts and the dragon spirit, they might not be able to stop him. After all, Lin Ling still had treasures that he hadn't used yet. Once we find Little Nan, we can leave. Lin Ling's goal was naturally Little Nan. At this moment, there were countless experts in the spiritual light city. In a large hall of the spiritual palace, the dragon spirit stood there indifferently. Around her were experts from the 9 prefectures, 10 ferocious beasts, the immortal temple, the great demon god, the Tomb Guardian clan, and other experts. Their gazes were fixed on the palace. There was a white light blooming, forming a 5-meter large ball of light. It was extremely dazzling. Ah ah ah. From within the ball of light, a painful sound was transmitted. If one looked carefully, one could vaguely see a figure curled up like a shrimp. Xianxia, this is Lord Ning's reward for you, the heart of a demigod. The dragon spirit narrowed her eyes as she indifferently looked at the ball of light and said. In the depths of her eyes, there was clearly a trace of jealousy. This was because she knew what the heart of a demigod was. It was said that it was the divine embryo of a mid-god and was incomparably powerful. From another perspective, it was also the divine embryo of a god. Between a god and a god, the former was obviously more powerful. And this heart of a demigod was something that even the dragon spirit didn't have, although as a reward, Xianxia had joined the spiritual nation. However, he was just a trial taker. Even if he joined the spiritual nation, he shouldn't have received such a reward. Thump, thump. At this moment, the sound of an invisible heartbeat was transmitted. In the hall, everyone's expression changed. They could feel that their hearts were beating violently and uncontrollably. So powerful. In terms of innate talent, this divine embryo is already beyond the postnatal realm. The Tomb Guardian clan's elder frowned and said, "Rumble." Almost at the same time, a terrifying sea urchin light bloomed. This was the divine might of the Berserker realm. At this moment, the leader of the 9 prefectures, 10 ferocious beasts couldn't withstand it. He retreated with a trace of shock in his eyes. Translator, trans and editor, trans in the heart of a demigod. Currently, only the 4 gods knew the method. However, Xianxia was once one of the 4 gods, so he had the means to comprehend the divine power. Now, he had obtained the spirit nation's heart of a demigod. It could be said that he had obtained benefits from both sides. It was no wonder that Xianxia had joined the spirit nation. What a lucky guy. Even the dragon spirit had an envious look on her face because she didn't know how to use divine might. Of course, there was a look of disdain in her eyes. Xianxia had been captured by Yi-City's city lord and should have died. However, this guy had suddenly begged for mercy and was recognized by Lord Ning, allowing him to join the spirit nation. Therefore, no matter how high Xianxia's position in the spirit nation was, to Long Ling, Xianxia was a coward who was afraid of death. Boom, a terrifying heartbeat passed through the palace and into spiritual light city. Bang. 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 In spiritual light city, the hearts of countless warriors jumped. Their eyes suddenly had a look of worship. It was worship for the spirit nation. Spirit nation, spirit nation. Following that, countless roars that sounded like a demon's voice soared into the sky. Upon closer inspection, the spirit nation was filled with experts. The streets and alleys were filled with experts. These experts were all people who had joined the spirit nation. The number of people had reached 100,000. Furthermore, their strength was not weak. The lowest talent was a 9th grade ultimate desolate body. The more powerful ones were acquired divine fetuses. This was the spirit nation's method of nurturing divine fetuses. It was no wonder these people were willing to join the spirit nation. Of course, to them, they did not know that the spirit nation was the world's consciousness. Brother Han, we finally succeeded. Within a restaurant in Spirit Light City, several white-robed youths were sitting there, drinking wine. Their eyes were filled with a strong self-confidence. Duan Wuhan, I never expected your strength to increase greatly. Peak of the martial god realm, acquired divine fetuses, 16 divine powers. TSK, you've soared to the heavens. Suddenly, a laugh was heard. In a corner, a youth looked at the wine cup in his hand and said, "Aren't you the same?" On the other side, a confident laugh was also heard. A young man in a white robe said with a smile as he tasted the wine in his cup. And he was naturally Duan Wuhan, the #1 genius of the Duan clan, because he heard the suggestion of the Duan clan's senior that there were divine treasures here. He came to try his luck, but who knew that his luck would be so good? Instead of finding the divine treasure, a spirit nation suddenly appeared and gave him 2 sapphire spiritual flowers, which greatly increased his strength. Even now, he still felt like he was dreaming. However, his powerful strength told him that he wasn't dreaming. The current him was no longer the same as before, therefore, he had naturally joined the spirit nation. Although he wasn't sure what Ling Nation did, he only knew that Ling Nation was the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils. However, as long as the spirit nation could make him stronger, everything would be enough. "I'm afraid that your mortal enemy, Lin Ling, is no longer your opponent," the young man in the corner said again. "Of course." Duan Wuhan nodded confidently. "Today's Lin Ling is wanted by the spirit nation. He was seriously injured 3 years ago. If he really had any strength, with his character, he would have resisted long ago. So, he must be like a stray dog now. Unfortunately, the spirit nation didn't take a fancy to him. This shows that he isn't the reincarnation of a god." His words were full of disdain. He didn't know that Lin Ling was not only favored by the spirit nation, but also by Lord Ning. It was just that Lin Ling had rejected him. At present, this void is sealed. So, sooner or later, Lin Ling will be found. At that time, you can surprise your old opponent. Someone else spoke. "Ha ha ha." Speaking of this, Duan Wuhan couldn't help but laugh excitedly. His mind was already filled with fantasies. At this moment, in the palace, a naked man walked out of the huge light ball step by step. Thump, thump, the deafening sound continued to float out, causing the hearts of everyone in the hall to resonate. The current me should be ranked before the 50th on the stairway to heaven on the divine list. The man's long hair was scattered as he said lightly. And he was Xianxia. Although he was a trial challenger, he also knew that the top 100 experts on the stairway to heaven on the divine list were all mythical existences. Even as a trial challenger, he was no match for them. The main thing was that to become a trial challenger, it depended on talent. As for the top 100 experts on the stairway to heaven on the divine list, they had cultivated for a long time. Of course, their talent wasn't weak, but they didn't have the opportunity to become a trial challenger. Xianxia. People also stared at the evil man and found that the man's whole body was covered in white light. His skin seemed to be transparent, and they could see the blood vessels, meridians, and bones. His whole person had undergone an earth-shattering change. At his chest, a light ball was hidden in the depths, quietly jumping. Every time it jumped, there was a white mysterious force flowing through his body like blood, providing a powerful force. "Congratulations." At this moment, the dragon spirit smiled faintly. "Hee, there's no need. From now on, we'll be allies." Xianxia waved his right hand, and a robe appeared in the void, covering his body. At the same time, a fist-sized evil spirit quietly appeared beside him, like a giant ghost. Moreover, when many people took a closer look, they found that Xianxia's right arm had disappeared. It had been cut off, and the wound had the power of the underworld, so it couldn't be healed. Previously, everyone's attention was attracted by the heart, so they missed this flaw. As for the evil spirit, it swam out from where the arm was cut off. It was extremely strange. Xianxia, as a trial challenger, had unimaginable means. Even the 9 states' 10 evils had never seen him before. This arm was cut off by her. As if sensing the people's gazes, Xianxia suddenly said with a smile. "Her? Longyang?" The dragon spirit's eyes flickered as it guessed. That B*TCH is really powerful. I heard that she has a grudge against Lin Ling, so I wanted to find out about Lin Ling's whereabouts through her. I also guessed that Longyang wanted Lin Ling dead, but who knew that the B*TCH would suddenly attack me when she got close to me? Xianxia was still smiling, but his laughter was very cold. "Longyang? The dragon spirit obviously wasn't very familiar with Longyang. That's right, she's one of the trial challengers. Xianxia nodded. I really don't understand why the B*TCH would protect Lin Ling. However, she attacked me, and I didn't let her off easily. After being poisoned by my evil poison, she must be in so much pain that she wants to die. Ha ha ha, she deserves it for protecting Lin Ling. Then where is she now? The dragon spirit asked again. I don't know, but I believe that she will appear because I caught her friend, Little Self. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Sowing Discord. When she said this, Long Ling's heart trembled. Although she didn't know what method Xianxia had used, she could guess that it must be terrifying. Oh right, you said that you were betrayed in the spirit palace and were hunted down by us. You've always been curious about who that person was. Now, I can tell you. Suppressing the fear in her heart, Long Ling said faintly. Oh? Xianxia's eyes lit up. He was still furious about this. Originally, he had almost obtained the treasures in the treasure room. However, a large number of Spirit Nation experts had suddenly appeared and interrupted him. The most despicable thing was that the leader of the Spirit Nation experts had brought along Longyang and the rest. Therefore, he was still curious about who was playing with him. His name is Lin Ling. Long Ling said faintly. Lin Ling. Hearing that name, Xianxia felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He then looked at Long Ling in shock. You lied to me? Hee, I know you don't believe me. I also know that you thought that after betraying Lin Ling outside the Spirit Light City, Lin Ling was hunted down by us. But let me tell you, we did find Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling escaped very quickly and played a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. He turned around and entered the Spirit Light City. Then, he pretended to be a Spirit Nation expert and fooled you. That's right, his acting skills are higher than yours. Long Ling said casually. Of course, she did it on purpose. She didn't want to see Xianxia rise and have a higher position in the hearts of Lord Ning and the rest than her. Lin Ling? Lure the tiger away from the mountain? An eye for an eye? Xianxia stared blankly for a moment, then began to laugh. His laughter was very maniacal. In his heart, anger erupted like a volcano. A mere Lin Ling dared to play with him. He would never have thought that after playing with Lin Ling not long ago, Lin Ling would immediately return the favor. Furthermore, he would be in an even more sorry state than when Lin Ling was being chased. A mere rookie cultivator dares to toy with an old man like me? Xianxia retracted his smile. Although there was anger in his eyes, there was also disdain. Don't underestimate him. However, the dragon spirit continued to rub salt into the wound. Xianxia, you were recruited by Sir Ning. To be recruited by Sir Ning is a supreme honor. Among the current batch of people who joined the Spirit Kingdom, you are the only one, correct? That's right. Xianxia nodded proudly. If it weren't for Lord Ning, do you think I would have joined the Spirit Nation? I'm sorry, but before you, there was another person who was valued by Sir Ning. He even took away the Creation Alliance right in front of Sir Ning. Sir Ning didn't get angry because Sir Ning valued him very much and tried every means to get him to join the Spirit Nation. However, he refused. The dragon spirit laughed. His words were trying to sow discord. What? Who is he? Xianxia was instantly jealous. It turned out that he wasn't the first person. Furthermore, from the tone of the dragon spirit, that person seemed to be more valued by Sir Ning than him. How could he not be jealous? Don't tell me that he's Lin Ling again. Then, Xianxia suddenly thought of something. That's right, it's Lin Ling. He was also the first person to take someone away from the Spirit Nation. Moreover, Sir Ning didn't kill him. The dragon spirit nodded. Lin Ling, what right does he have? Xianxia's eyes instantly became extremely cold. Originally, with his seniority, he didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes at all. However, now, Lin Ling had become his number 2 enemy. The number 1 enemy was naturally Longyang, who had cut off his arm. Longyang had a divine fetus and was related to the gate of the underworld. After cutting off his arm, he could never recover and was left with endless shame. As for Lin Ling, he stole his limelight and toyed with Xianxia. Where is Lin Ling? Xianxia asked coldly. We're still looking for him. However, I heard that someone saw him. Currently, 2 of the 9 states' 10 evils of the ancient demon race are heading for him. I reckon that if Lin Ling is really found, he's definitely dead. The dragon spirit shrugged. Leave him to me. Let's go and catch Lin Ling. Xianxia couldn't let Lin Ling die so easily. He then took a big step and walked out of the main hall. Thump, thump, almost at the same time, a roar came from his chest, shocking the entire city. 100,000 people looked up. My people, follow me to battle and kill Lin Ling. A loud roar, accompanied by the sound of a beating heart, exploded. The momentum was vast and domineering. It was as if Xianxia was the leader of the spiritual light city. This was one of the reasons why Xianxia joined the spirit nation. Because at the side of the 4 great gods, he was just an ordinary trial taker. However, here, he could summon more experts, and they were all experts with divine fetus. Such a domineering scene naturally caused the dragon spirit's eyes to flicker secretly. She was jealous, because if there was no Xianxia, she, the dragon spirit, would be the leader of the spiritual light city. Xianxia has come out. On the street, the eyes of a mysterious man dressed in white started to flicker. She was naturally Longyang, however, at this moment, her face was incomparably pale. Moreover, under her white robe, under her plump breasts, there was a fist-sized wound there. The wound was dripping with blood, and evil energy was invading her body, causing her to feel heart-wrenching pain. This was the result of her sneak attack on Xianxia. She had crippled Xianxia's arm, and Xianxia had also attacked her. At this moment, she couldn't escape because Little South had been captured. Xianxia is too strong. If I don't seize the opportunity to save Little South, I will definitely be captured by him. Longyang secretly said. Unfortunately, the current me is no match for him. She followed the people on the street and quietly approached Xianxia. From afar, she could see that Xianxia's strength had greatly increased. She really couldn't win against that man, therefore, she was very anxious. At the same time, blood quietly flowed out from the corner of her mouth. A cold chill suddenly spread throughout her body and wreaked havoc on her internal organs and meridians, causing her to be in so much pain that she wished she was dead. In order not to expose herself, she calmly stood there and endured without moving. There was only a trace of madness in her eyes. She couldn't leave Little South behind. Although her friendship with Little South was only during a mission, her only merit was that she kept her promises. Even if their friendship wasn't deep, she would still do what she promised. Xianxia and the others have left and are heading towards the gate of the spiritual light city. This means that there are no more strong people in the spiritual palace. This is the best chance to save Little South. Gritting her teeth and stubbornly, Longyang stroked the wound under her chest and then walked in the direction of the spiritual palace. This time, there were indeed very few people, which made Longyang happy. However, just as she approached the gate of the spiritual palace and tried to sneak in. Attack the city. Not good. Longyang's expression instantly changed. She knew that she had been discovered. Almost at the same time, Xianxia, who was about to reach the city gate, revealed a cold smile. The rats have entered the hole. What? On the other hand, Long Ling and the others instantly frowned. It's Longyang. I knew that she must be hiding in the spirit palace, so I took this opportunity to lure her out. Sure enough, she was anxious to save Little South and finally fell for it. And that B***TCH fell into my hands. Hee, I'm going to play her to death. Xianxia turned his head and smiled at Dragon Spirit. It seemed like a casual sentence, but it also seemed to be reminding the Dragon Spirit. It seemed like the Dragon Spirit sowing discord previously. Xianxia had long anticipated it. This caused the Dragon Spirit's eyes to narrow, and he didn't say a word. Previously, he thought that Xianxia had been infuriated by him and had lost his mind, and he wanted nothing more than to capture Lin Ling immediately. But who knew that this was just an act by Xianxia, and even he, the Dragon Spirit, had been fooled by this act. How shrewd. Hee, you've been locked down by my means. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. Xianxia knew that the Dragon Spirit must be feeling extremely complicated at this moment, so he ignored the Dragon Spirit and focused his attention on Longyang. A ball of light appeared in front of him, showing the scene in front of the gate of the Spirit Palace. This also allowed people to see a white-robed man trapped by a white beam of light. Was that Longyang? However, whether it was Longyang or not, he would know when he went back, At that moment, Longyang realized that the beam of light coming from the gate of the spirit palace had made the wounds on her body even more painful. The wounds seemed to have sprouted and formed endless roots that spread all over her body. She, who was already severely injured, couldn't even move. She could already guess what was going to happen next. Xianxia was definitely rushing over, and if she fell into Xianxia's hands, Longyang would definitely not treat Xianxia well because she had cut off his arm. What should I do? Longyang thought quickly in her heart. Suddenly, she realized that with her strength against Xianxia, she was still a little weaker. Rumble, however, just when Longyang thought that there was no way to escape, the whole city suddenly shook. Whoosh, soon after, the city gates of the spiritual light city collapsed. Such an unforeseen event had undoubtedly frightened the 100,000 experts within the city. Even Longyang's pupils constricted. Someone was attacking the city. Furthermore, they were attacking the city in such a brazen manner. Countless names instantly appeared in her mind. Could it be that the gods' people had come? Or was the Creation Alliance? Obviously, such a crucial attack had given Longyang time to escape, and that was indeed the case, because Xianxia and the others originally wanted to turn around and capture Longyang, but the entire city suddenly trembled, and the city gate not far away crashed in front of them, which made them dumbfounded. Could it be that there are two Longyang? Dragon Spirit asked suspiciously. Or is the real Longyang outside the city? As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia's expression was undoubtedly very unsightly. Because before this, he seemed to be in control of everything, and not a single sneaky rat could escape from his grasp. But now, someone was attacking the city. This had clearly exceeded his expectations. In the end, he even suspected that the real Longyang might be outside the city. This was because, in this void, the only one who dared to go against him, Xianxia, was Longyang. Let's go and take a look. Xianxia's voice was cold as he jumped up and reached the top of the city wall. Everyone was curious and followed closely. In a short moment, the walls of the spiritual light city were filled with people. Everyone wanted to know who dared to single-handedly attack the spirit light city. However, when they reached the top of the city wall, they immediately opened their mouths wide. This was because, in the distant sky, there was not only one person, but a dense crowd of people. These people walked in an orderly manner, gathering a powerful aura, and walked towards the spiritual light city in large strides. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Many people began to rub their eyes. Some people who thought that they were dreaming even gave themselves a fierce slap. This was because everyone knew that the people who came here were here for the treasures of the spirit nation. Therefore, in this void, the spirit nation was the boss. But now, there was someone who dared to attack the boss. It was fine if it was just one person, but there were actually so many people? Who was it that was calling for this group of people? Look, that seems to be the Creation Alliance? Suddenly, the old man from the Tomb Guardian race exclaimed. That's right, there's also the Serpent race. Beside him, the great elder of the Immortal Temple also spoke. Then, their gazes carefully swept and finally landed on a familiar figure. This made them blow their beards and stare because they were very familiar with that person, so familiar that they could not forget him even in their dreams. At this moment, the mighty group of experts in the sky stopped in their tracks. Instead, a young man in a blue robe swaggered out with a huge sword on his shoulder. You are Lin Ling. Walking out in such a conspicuous manner, undoubtedly, those who knew Lin Ling opened their mouths wide. The person they had been looking for 3 years finally appeared today. Moreover, he appeared in such a domineering manner. This was too unbelievable. It must be fake. Someone shook his head. Obviously, he would rather believe that someone was attacking the city than believe that Lin Ling would personally come to their door. Last time we parted in a hurry. Today, we meet again, Spiritual Light City. In the sky, a laughter drifted out like the wind. It seemed calm, but it carried with it a domineering aura. Whoosh, as his words fell, the large sword on his shoulder was swung down by Lin Ling. Rumble, the terrifying sword pillar formed by the large sword directly smashed onto the magnificent city wall of Spiritual Light City, causing it to collapse continuously. A large number of experts jumped up. However, what happened next made them even more dumbfounded. That was because that sword also told those who found it unbelievable that the person who came was really Lin Ling. This guy. Just as the magnificent city wall fell, a large number of experts appeared on the other side. they were naturally the experts of the ancient demon tribe and the she-ghost tribe. Moreover, the two leaders were here. As for them, their jaws dropped to the ground. Even the usually cold and emotionless woman in the black dress had her chin smashed on the ground. Not long ago, they had fought with Lin Ling and warned Lin Ling that there were countless experts in Spiritual Light City. However, just as they left, Lin Ling arrived and directly attacked the city. No, it should be said that Lin Ling arrived at Spiritual Light City faster than them. Damn it, this kid did it on purpose. Hey, two seniors, long time no see. Lin Ling clearly saw them and greeted them with a smile. To him, since he was going to come to Spiritual Light City, he was too lazy to be sneaky. He still wanted to test the power of his treasures. You. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Fury, looking at the appearance of the ancient demon race and the she-ghost race, Long Ling and the rest knew that the two of them had failed. After all, they had gone to kill Lin Ling. Old demon, are you going easy on us again? Someone from the Great Devil sect sneered. Don't think that we don't know. Our Great Devil God knows that you have been going easy on the Creation Alliance for the past 3 years. Obviously, they thought that the ancient demon race and the rest had let Lin Ling go on purpose. Hearing this, the ancient demon race and the she-ghost race were furious and helpless. They were furious because the Great Devil sect had wronged them. They wanted to go easy on Lin Ling, but with Lin Ling's ferocity, it was impossible. We will report this matter to the Spirit Nation and say that the ancient demon race did not kill Lin Ling. The Great Devil God said in a cold voice. Do you really want me to die? But at this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out. Lin Ling stretched out one hand and countless tentacles suddenly extended out. Then, under everyone's gaze, they wrapped around the person who had spoken first and pulled him over. Those tentacles were like the tentacles of a jellyfish. Sir, save me. This sudden change made the person scream in horror. Not far away, the Great Devil God's eyes narrowed because this person was from the Great Devil sect. Now, in the eyes of countless people, Lin Ling had kidnapped someone from the Great Devil sect. Lin Ling, you dare to act recklessly? The Great Devil God roared and his demonic aura soared into the sky. Aren't you afraid that the 9 prefectures' 10 fiends will join forces to kill you? Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge demonic bone condensed in the sky. The demonic bone was completely black with long hair fluttering above the skull. This was a demonic seed from the era of gods. It had stirred up a storm of blood during the era of gods. At that time, some people said that this was the descendant of the bull demon god. However, under the joint forces of the gods, this demonic god was eradicated. No one knew where his corpse was buried. After the era of gods, this demonic seed was obtained by the Great Devil God and completely awakened. At this moment, Lin Ling retracted his right hand and Lin Ling grabbed the neck of the person. His eyes were cold as he looked ahead. Trying to scare me with the spirit kingdom? Since I dared to come today, I am not afraid of the spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his fist. With a cracking sound, the neck of the person in his hand was crushed like a piece of bamboo. Lin Ling, you are courting death. The great demonic god's eyes instantly turned red. Now, Lin Ling had killed someone in front of him. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Are you looking for death? However, just as he was about to fly into a rage, a calm voice suddenly traveled over and stopped the great demon god. She was none other than the dragon spirit. Clearly, she was also very suspicious of Lin Ling's large-scale attack on the city. After all, based on Lin Ling's strength, he should not dare to meet force with force against Spirit Light City. Of course, she could not let Lin Ling do as he pleased. Although Lord Ning and the rest had left, she knew that they had important matters to attend to. In the Spirit Light City, a great god of the Spirit Nation would awaken. Therefore, she could not let Lin Ling cause trouble here. I know what he is here for. At this moment, Xianxia took a step forward. His left hand stroked his severed arm. He lowered his head and looked at Lin Ling with an evil smile. Lin Ling, you are here for Little South, right? Then, he said word by word, that's right. Little South is indeed in my hands. Lin Ling, do you want it? Hee, speaking of which, the taste of that girl is not bad. These words were undoubtedly provoking Lin Ling's anger. Seeing that, the dragon spirit also retreated. She knew that this was the battlefield between Lin Ling and Xianxia. Lin Ling might not have much enmity with Xianxia, but Xianxia definitely wanted to kill Lin Ling to prove himself. Of course, based on Xia's previous words, she had a feeling that Lin Ling should be angry. Reality was indeed so. Lin Ling strode forward once more above the surging smoke in the sky, and his expression became icy cold as if he'd come from the 9th level of hell. Hee, Little South and Longyang are very tight-lipped. They know that you're hiding there, but they won't say a word. So, in order to leave a deep impression on them, I'll let them experience what it means to be a man. Xianxia continued to sneer when he saw this. Then, as if he was venting something, his voice became sharper and sharper. Lin Ling, I didn't expect that you would actually dare to bite me after I framed you last time. Very good, you are the first person in my life who dared to trick me. Where's Little South? Lin Ling didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Little South is crying in my room. Beg me. Perhaps I will be merciful and give Little South to you. And Longyang, tsk, she was very loud last night. Xianxia grinned. The angrier Lin Ling was, the happier he was. Now, he wanted to show Ling country why Lin Ling has a higher status than him. He wanted to show Lord Ning what he, Xianxia, could not compare to Lin Ling. Following Xianxia's words, roars of laughter rang out from Spirit Light City. Everyone could see that Lin Ling's expression was incomparably gloomy. He must be in a violent rage at this moment. The angrier Lin Ling was, the happier they would be. In reality, Lin Ling knew that Xianxia was trying to provoke him. However, he couldn't be sure that Xianxia wasn't lying to him. If he wasn't, then he wouldn't be able to face Little South. Hence, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent and the flames of fury in his heart were burning. It's Lin Ling. Just as the laughter from Spirit Light City reached the heavens, a woman in white robes among the crowd looked into the distance with a complicated expression. She was Longyang. With the previous sensational attack on the city, she had been completely freed. However, she never expected that the one attacking the city would be Lin Ling. This meant that Lin Ling was the one who had saved her. Now, as she watched Lin Ling attack the city in a frenzy, her heart was filled with complicated emotions. She knew how powerful Xianxia was. Furthermore, the 9 states' 10 evils had gathered here. This wasn't something that a mere Lin Ling could stand against. He's attacking the city because of me and Little South? Then, Longyang furrowed her brows and gently bit her lips. However, she quickly shook her head. She could hear that Lin Ling seemed to be here for Little South. This made her feel uncomfortable because she had done a lot to protect Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you want to compete with Big Brother Xianxia? At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped up from the city wall. His robe was fluttering wildly and there was a huge sun above his head. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't a sun but a huge heavenly fate wheel. The heavenly fate wheel was no longer the same as before. It was much larger and the needle-like rays of light emitted from it seemed to have materialized. This was an innate divine fetus. It was also the means of the gods. People immediately looked at the man and found that it was Duan Wuhan, the #1 genius of the Duan family. He was also the only master in the Duan family who was second only to the martial god of the Duan lineage. Duan Wuhan and Lin Ling have always had a grudge against each other. However, he has been repeatedly defeated by Lin Ling. This time, he wants to wash away the humiliation. Young master, although Duan Wuhan had been defeated by Lin Ling many times and seemed to be extremely vulnerable, the reason was that Lin Ling was too strong, which led people to overlook Duan Wuhan's strength. Duan Wuhan was actually very powerful. He was currently the second strongest person in the Duan family. This had already proved everything. Duan Wuhan. Lin Ling also looked over. He had never paid attention to Duan Wuhan. It was just that in the past, he did not have time to pay attention to Duan Wuhan. Now at such a critical time, Duan Wuhan still dared to provoke Lin Ling. It seemed that he, Lin Ling, was too soft-hearted. Lin Ling, do you think you can go against the Spirit Nation? At this moment, Duan Wuhan was obviously not afraid of Lin Ling. He had the innate godly embryo and 10 more divine powers than before. Coupled with the improvement of his realm, he was confident that he was stronger than Lin Ling. Big Brother Xianxia, I'll fight him. Then, he held the fate wheel above his head and flew toward Lin Ling. From afar, he seemed to be holding a huge blazing sun, and the power hidden in the blazing sun could probably kill any strong person in the martial god realm. I promise you to go. Seeing this, Xianxia lightly waved his hand, looking as if he had a card up his sleeve. In his view, Lin Ling was simply courting death. Not to mention that he, Xianxia, was guarding here. Just the 9 states 10 evils here was not something that Lin Ling could fight against, so, let Duan Wuhan go and play with Lin Ling. Lin Ling, die for me. With Xianxia's promise, Duan Wuhan no longer held back. He stared at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with strong confidence. However, after Duan Wuhan spoke, Lin Ling also coldly looked over. Within his eyes, the flame of the human sovereign bloomed. Golden light shone resplendently, and those rays of light were like golden needles that pierced into Duan Wuhan's eyes, causing his entire body to tremble. Everything in front of him turned black, and he almost fell from the sky, but at the critical moment, he roared and urged his realm essence to destroy the strange power. Then, his face became a little ferocious. I don't believe you are so strong, change for me. Under his roar, all the power gathered, which caused the blazing sun above his head to become even bigger, pa. It was like blowing air. It started 100 meters, gradually, 1,000 miles, and then 10,000 miles, 10,000 miles of the heaven fate wheel. Even the martial god of Duanbane could only be like this. As soon as the heaven fate wheel came out, a fierce power of the fate wheel gushed out in all directions. The spiritual light city also shook. On the streets, the ground cracked, and then flew up. The spirit palace shook. Everyone be careful, use your realm essence to protect your whole body. On the side of the spiritual light city, the dragon spirit also whispered, and there was a hint of envy in his eyes. This was because Duan Wuhan was recruited by Xianxia and belonged to Xianxia. However, Duan Wuhan's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Everyone followed the dragon spirit's instructions and formed a huge amount of realm essence in their bodies. Only then did the pressure from the fate wheels of heaven lessen a lot. Then, they all looked at Duan Wuhan solemnly. The current Duan Wuhan was probably a master ranked 70th on the divine list. Such a master was recruited by the spirit nation. This was also the blessing of the spirit nation. Moreover, with Duan Wuhan's talent, in the future, the world would not be able to accommodate Duan Wuhan. Clearly, this was a future deity. With Duan Wuhan taking action against Lin Ling, it's very suitable. Haha, I think this Lin Ling is crazy. He thinks that he can fight against the spiritual light city with a group of people. It's simply a fool's dream. Haha, when Lin Ling is defeated, the people behind him will also be in a mess. In the spiritual light city, voices quietly sounded, swoosh. At this moment, a sword light flashed out. Murderous and demonic aura soared into the sky, turning into a straight line and flying out. Then, the huge heaven fate wheel shook, and a dazzling light bloomed. Everyone felt that the world was white, and nothing could be seen. After a short moment, when everything was restored, people rubbed their eyes and looked carefully. Only then did they realize that the huge heaven fate wheel had disappeared, and the sky was clear. Looking at the ground again, 2 figures stood there. The wind blew, and their robes fluttered. Moreover, the 2 of them stood with their backs facing each other. Plop, at this time, a dull sound rang out. Then, a head fell to the ground, rolling like a rubber ball. However, the person who lost his head was still standing there, motionless like a statue. It was as if even he did not expect that his head would fall off. This scene scared everyone into silence, because they saw that the person who was beheaded was actually the #1 genius of the Duan family, Duan Wuhan. A future god had fallen just like that. One must know that a moment ago, Duan Wuhan was full of energy, but the next moment, he became a headless corpse. This was too unbelievable. Who killed Duan Wuhan? Many people were silent. The previous confrontation was too fast and too dazzling, so they could not see anything. In addition, although they knew that Lin Ling was very strong, they did not think that Lin Ling had the strength to kill Duan Wuhan in one move. Therefore, they investigated everywhere, suspecting that someone had secretly helped Lin Ling. Among all the people, only Xianxia smiled slightly. His smile was very evil. Of course, he had noticed something. As for Long Ling next to him, although she did not see anything, she had heard that Lin Ling's strength was only inferior to the 9 regions' 10 evils. He had once defeated Lord Ning's Wang Shui under the curtain. However, even if he had such strength, he should not be able to kill Duan Wuhan in one move. Young master. While everyone was silent, suddenly, a loud roar was heard. Then, an old man at the late-stage martial god realm leaped out and rushed to the ground. He came behind Lin Ling and suddenly hugged his head. He was obviously a member of the Duan family and was also Duan Wuhan's bodyguard. He had protected Duan Wuhan since he was young. This time, he followed Duan Wuhan to the spirit kingdom and watched Duan Wuhan become stronger. He was very gratified, but he never expected that the young master had broken through so many storms and waves and finally fell here. How could he explain this to the old ancestor? Young master. The old man cried out in pain and was extremely sad. It was like a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. Then, he turned his head angrily and looked at Lin Ling. You killed the young master. There was hysterical madness in his eyes. Hearing this, Lin Ling slowly turned around and looked at the old man with a pair of cold eyes. He did not speak and gently raised the tyrannical song sword, killed Duan Wuhan. If he remembered correctly, Duan Wuhan had been defeated by Lin Ling several times. He, Lin Ling, had spared his opponent every time. This time, Duan Wuhan still wanted to come? Did he really think that Lin Ling was a sparring partner? Buzz. The sound of the sword rang out. Murderous and demonic aura soared to the sky and slashed toward the old man. Lin Ling made his move, because he could sense that the old man's eyes were full of resentment and murderous intent. This kind of murderous intent was as if he had killed his father. Mysterious. How dare you? However, just as Lin Ling's sword was about to land, a black skeletal arm suddenly appeared and grabbed the tyrannical song sword. This arm was a skeletal arm and was extremely strange. However, its power was not weak at all. It could actually block Lin Ling's sword. One had to know that in the current 9 states and the final world, Lin Ling knew that there were not many people who could block his sword. Therefore, he could guess the origin of this person. Lin Ling slowly raised his head and landed in the sky. In the sky, a huge black bone demon god appeared. On top of the skull, the long hair fluttered and the hollow eyes looked down at Lin Ling. The great demon god. Lin Ling instantly knew who the other party was. No wonder he was so strong. With me here, you can't kill him. The low voice sounded again and landed on the ground, causing a terrifying wave of air to appear. If I, Lin Ling, want to kill someone, no one can stop me. Lin Ling still looked at the sky and said calmly. Is that so? In the sky, the huge black bone demon god nodded. The demonic aura on his body seemed to condense into a solid form, eventually forming a huge black demonic shadow that covered the black bone. Only a pair of dazzling eyes could be seen, looking down at Lin Ling. This terrifying aura shook the spiritual light city. As if tribulation clouds had covered the sky, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and then laughed. This time, the one who came was the great demon god of the 9 states 10 vicious. Lin Ling could not win. Among everyone, only the ancient demon race secretly snorted. Perhaps no one had seen Lin Ling defeat Wang Shui, so they did not believe in Lin Ling's strength. However, they had personally experienced Lin Ling's strength. Therefore, they knew that the great demon god would not be at an advantage and would even be in danger. As for Long Ling, she knew that Lin Ling had defeated Wang Shui before. However, Wang Shui's strength was not enough to fight against the great demon god. Although the two were comparable in strength, in a life-and-death battle, after exchanging thousands of moves, the great demon god would obviously win by one move. If I say so, then so be it. At this moment, Lin Ling lowered his head and muttered to himself. In the next moment, he disappeared. The great demon god was still holding Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword. However, Lin Ling had already abandoned the sword and left to pounce on the old man. Instantly, a hand grabbed the old demon god's head, extremely fast, coupled with Lin Ling's unexpected actions. Not only the crowd, but even the great demon god was unable to react in time. Die. Next, the flame of the human sovereign gushed out from Lin Ling's palm and burned the old man's body into nothingness. Lin Ling's hand was still holding the old man's head, and the flames on the head were boiling. This ferocious action no doubt gave everyone a fright. Previously, the great demon god had said that with him around, Lin Ling would not be able to kill the old demon god. However, in the blink of an eye, the old demon god had been cleanly killed. This was undoubtedly a slap to the great demon god's face in front of everyone, and even to the spirit nation. Die. How could the great demon god endure this humiliation? Demonic chi surged from his 1,000-mile-tall body, and a huge palm slammed down. compared to the enormous great demon god, Lin Ling was like an ant. This felt like a battle between a great demon god and an ant. However, in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling did not move at all. He stood there quietly. Then, tentacles began to appear behind him, and the dragon god's talent began to fuse. The 6 divine embryos had arrived. What, these are the 6 divine embryos? Long Ling was the first to cry out in surprise. This was because she had fought with Lin Ling before. At that time, Lin Ling had only had 2 divine embryos. Boom, Lin Ling raised his hand, his palm facing up, and collided with the huge palm in the sky, forming a terrible storm. Bang! 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 The ground where Lin Ling stood sank inch by inch, and finally, a bottomless pit appeared. Moreover, at the edge of the pit, cracks spread rapidly. However, Lin Ling stood in the deep pit, as steady as a mountain. The huge palm in the sky could not make him retreat at all. He blocked the great demon god with one hand. Everyone exclaimed. So powerful. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Based on his understanding of Lin Ling, he was only at the level of Longyang, but now, he was sure that Lin Ling was much stronger than Longyang. Lin Ling, how did he suddenly become so strong? Even Longyang, who was hidden in the crowd, had a look of disbelief. Back when Lin Ling fought with Wang Shui, he was not as strong as he was now. Die for me. Still floating in the sky, Lin Ling looked up at the huge great demon god and coldly spat out these words. If he dared to come here today, then he was not afraid of anything. 9 provinces 10 vicious. He also wanted to see what was so great about them. Boom, the void exploded, and Lin Ling appeared in front of the great demon god, almost as tall as the black-bone demon god. In the next moment, Lin Ling's fist, which contained the power of 150,000 worlds and 6 stanchions, smashed into the great demon god's face. Rumble, Lin Ling's speed was too fast. After punching out, the demonic energy in the great demon god's body dissipated a little. Bang bang bang, the great demon god retreated, as if unable to block Lin Ling's strength. However, just as he moved, Lin Ling's fist came again, wildly landing on the great demon god's chest. Next, Lin Ling was like a raging storm, his fists crazily punching out. This strike seemed as if the heavens and the earth were falling apart, and even this expanse of space was swaying endlessly. It was hard to imagine that Lin Ling's seemingly small figure was actually able to repeatedly beat back the corpse of a fiend god from the era of gods. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, and in order to prevent the great demon god from retreating, countless jellyfish tentacles appeared behind Lin Ling, wrapping around the great demon god and preventing him from retreating. Bang bang bang. Next, Lin Ling's fists madly rained down. Strands of demonic energy poured out, and in the end, the great demon god's demonic energy was scattered, revealing his black demonic bones. Now, he was clearly stunned by Lin Ling's attacks. His skeletal face was filled with disbelief. This was because he never imagined that Lin Ling would possess such strength. Whoosh! At this time, Lin Ling leapt up, rushing to the peak. With a speed of 15,000 worlds, he almost broke through the void. When he landed, he stretched out his foot, ruthlessly chopping down like a battle axe. Die for me. Die. Bang, this foot landed on the great demon god's head, immediately producing a dull sound, like the explosion of heavenly thunder. Bang, then, Lin Ling landed on the ground, his tentacles and dragon claws slightly swaying, majestic and awe-inspiring. Looking at the great demon god again, he was frozen in place. Next, cracks began to appear on his head, continuously spreading, and finally spreading to his entire body. Ka ka ka, pieces of bones began to fall, finally collapsing like a tower, rumbling and turning into a pile of broken bones. Giant ghost against giant ghost. Just as the rumors say, his strength is comparable to the leader of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as his battle intent surged. However, he quickly shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be a match, it should be surpassing." As soon as he said this, the fighting spirit in his eyes almost materialized. The last time we fought, he wasn't this strong. Not far away, Long Ling's expression was incomparably complicated. He finally knew why Lord Ning valued Lin Ling so much. So this was the case. Xianxia, it seems like you're the only one up there. Then, Long Ling turned to Xianxia and said. Xianxia nodded. If there is me, then there is no him. The number 1 general under Lord Ning can only be me. Then, he waved his hand. Come out. the spirit palace in the distance suddenly broke open. Amidst the endless bricks and tiles, a figure seemed to be bound by an invisible force and floated over from afar. Upon closer inspection, this was the little South. Hee, Lin Ling, the little South you want is here. Xianxia said to Lin Ling with a smile as he controlled little South. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Let her go and I will spare your life. Haha, Lin Ling, are you dreaming? Xianxia laughed contemptuously. I admit that you're stronger than I thought, but do you think I'm afraid of you? As he spoke, his clothes fluttered in the wind, revealing his crystal-like body. There was a ray of white light on his chest that was slowly leaping about. Every time it leaped, an invisible divine might would spread out. This was the power of ripples. In the next moment, an explosion resounded as the sea urchin's divine might erupted. It seemed that this divine might was even more ferocious than Big Sister Jin's. Within the Spirit Light City, many people had the feeling of prostrating themselves in worship, as if they had seen a deity. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He sensed that Xianxia's divine might was very terrifying. It was even stronger than his Thunderlock physique. Moreover, this divine might was somewhat similar to that of the Spirit Nation's expert that Lin Ling had encountered. It seemed that Xianxia had joined the Spirit Nation because of this heart. Take it. Seeing Lin Ling, Xianxia handling editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Seeing little Lin Ling's eyes, a large number of tentacles appeared behind him, and little South. Then, tentacles appeared behind Lin Ling editor's Lin Lin's word. Lin Ling's translation, Endless Fantasy Translation. Translation? After that, Lin Ling secretly checked on Xiaonan. Seeing that she was fine, he used his tentacles to send Xiaonan to the Creation Alliance. Is translation, is? Translation is? Xianxia indifferently said. The reason why he let little South go was that he was afraid that Lin Ling would have scruples when fighting with him. Even if he won in the end, it would be a source of gossip. In this battle, he wanted to prove to Lord Ning that he was the #1 expert. Naturally, he wanted to have a fair fight. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to have obtained a god's heart. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and guessed Xianxia's thoughts. You have a good eye. Not bad, my demigod's heart is the same as your Thunderlock physique. They are both divine embryos of mid-gods. However, my divine embryo is obviously of a higher grade than your Thunderlock physique. Xianxia nodded and said contemptuously, your 6 divine embryos are not even worth mentioning when compared to my 2nd-grade divine embryo. So, you are confident that you can defeat me? Lin Ling asked. Yes, although it's not 90%, I estimate it to be as much as 80%. Xianxia floated out and walked toward the sky step by step. At the same time, the figure of an evil ghost also quietly flew out from his severed arm. Seeing this, Lin Ling also walked toward him step by step. At the same time, the giant ghost also appeared on his left shoulder. Look! Such a strange scene naturally attracted the attention of the crowd. Everyone was in disbelief, because both of them had a strange ghost beside them, as if they were the symbols of some kind of miracle. These two were clearly the kings of the trial takers. Now, it was time to see which of the trial takers below the god realm was stronger. It's you. It's you. Almost at the same time, the giant ghost and Xianxia evil ghost spoke at the same time. They stared at each other, and a complicated light flashed in their eyes. Meanwhile, Xianxia and Lin Ling did not speak and just stood there quietly. They obviously knew about the giant ghosts on each other's bodies and could more or less guess the relationship between these two evil ghosts. You've escaped from the 8 gods celestial palace. You've escaped from Master. At this time, Xianxia evil ghost floated out. Master? Lin Ling's giant ghost frowned, but it also floated out. Their speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they were 100 meters apart. From afar, the two fist-sized evil ghosts faced each other. It was extremely strange, however, no one dared to underestimate them because everyone knew that these two strange things had extremely powerful masters. Of course, the masters in everyone's eyes were naturally Lin Ling and Xianxia evil ghost, the two trial takers. However, the master in the giant ghost's eyes was not so. Instead, it was an incomparably ancient colossus in the 8 gods celestial palace. Didn't you also escape from Master? At this time, Lin Ling evil ghost said coldly. It knew that the giant ghost opposite it knew more than it, however, it was very clear that Xianxia evil ghost had seen through something. Hee, it seems that you don't know about master. Then, it stared at Lin Ling evil ghost. Instead, you followed a new master. Not bad at all. Then you can follow master forever. Being like this is already very good. Hearing this, Lin Ling evil ghost frowned and didn't know what to say for a moment. However, it quietly stared at the giant ghost opposite it. For some reason, many images suddenly appeared in its mind. There were no less than 8 giant ghosts like them, and they were all created by Master. No, it should be Master who broke them down. Master was still alive, and he was in the 8 gods' celestial palace. You want to devour Master? Suddenly, Lin Ling evil ghost let out a dignified voice, as if it had guessed something. Bang, this sentence seemed to have ignited the wrath of the giant ghost. Waves of evil chi surged out, covering the sky and covering the earth. They formed a huge light screen, and smashed out with devastating force. Bang, however, the giant ghost on Lin Ling evil ghost's side was not to be outdone. An ominous aura also erupted, resisting the evil energy. Rumble, these two powers were incomparably terrifying, as if they came from ancient times. They directly caused the Spirit Light City to collapse, and the Spirit Palace to collapse, turning into ashes, leaving behind only an ancient altar. What the hell, these two things are so strong. Master hasn't even opened it and they're already fighting. Everyone retreated. The leaders of the 9 prefectures 10 vicious were all shocked. They never thought that Lin Ling and Xianxia evil ghost would have such a secret. Currently, only Lin Ling and Xianxia evil ghost's bodies were still in the midst of the ominous and evil energies. It seems that the fellows beside us are starting to fight. Xianxia evil ghost retracted his gaze and stared at Lin Ling evil ghost. Translator, Trans and editor, Trans in a battle between trial challengers. That's exactly what I was thinking. You've harmed me once, so it's time to end it. Xianxia nodded. His heart was beating wildly in his chest. Divine light illuminated the world, swoosh swoosh, in the blink of an eye, 2 figures approached each other from afar and collided violently. The 2 fists smashed together, triggering a violent and tyrannical dimensional storm. This battle attracted everyone's attention, causing them to ignore the battle between the 2 giant ghosts in the distance. Lin Ling is very powerful, even more powerful than the leader of the 9 prefectures 10 evils. However, Xianxia has obtained the heart of a demigod, so Xianxia is definitely stronger. The dragon spirit said with narrowed eyes. Her eyes were filled with envy because the 2 of them were outstanding existences and were even more powerful than her dragon spirit. Her dragon spirit came from the spirit nation, but she could not compare to the 2 outsiders. How could she not be envious and furious? Crackle crackle. At this moment, the dimensional storm was still sweeping across the sky. Xianxia maintained his punching posture. His eyes were filled with evil intent as he stared at Lin Ling. Trial challenger Lin Ling, you're no match for me. Although you have 6 divine fetuses, my divine fetuses are of a higher level than yours. Moreover, I'm at the peak of the martial god realm. Although your dimensional storm is strong, it won't be able to take advantage of me. As soon as he finished speaking, a large hand suddenly surged out of his almost transparent body and grabbed at Lin Ling fiercely. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed and his other arm suddenly struck out. Boom! After the collision, Lin Ling immediately realized that Xianxia was very powerful. He was even more powerful than the first of the 9 prefectures 10 evils. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly heard a strange heartbeat sound. His expression changed instantly as he realized that his strength was being devoured. Then, Lin Ling immediately stared at Xianxia. He knew that it came from Xianxia's heart. I forgot to mention that I can devour your heartbeat and use it to devour all of your power. Xianxia sensed Lin Ling's gaze, and his smile became even more evil. A very powerful divine fetus, but my power isn't that easy to devour. Lin Ling also smiled. His hands were still stretched out in front of him, but his body suddenly leaped up and flipped in midair. His head was facing down and his feet were facing up. Following that, his boundary essence and physical strength were all gathered on his legs. His body drew a beautiful arc in the air, like a swallow flipping over its body. He flew past Xianxia and ruthlessly stomped down on Xianxia's back. This stomp contained Lin Ling's full strength. Even an ordinary peak martial god would be stomped to death. The crowd was also in an uproar. They were shocked by Lin Ling's battle reaction. Bang, a muffled sound rang out, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. However, the demigod's heart in Xianxia's chest shone brightly. His body only trembled, but he was actually unscathed. Lin Ling also clearly felt that he seemed to have stepped on an iron plate. Then, he slightly exerted force on his legs and shot forward like a cannonball. As soon as he disappeared, Xianxia's palm reached behind him, but he caught nothing. Xianxia slowly turned around and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's stomp earlier did not injure him, but it let him know that Lin Ling's strength was not as simple as he thought. Lin Ling appeared in the distance and looked at him indifferently. In their first confrontation, both of them knew that each other's strength was very strong. Ordinary methods that could defeat an enemy were useless against them. Xianxia knew that although Lin Ling's cultivation level was not high, his boundary essence was rich and he had 6 divine fetuses. This gave Lin Ling the ability to fight above his level. Lin Ling also knew that Xianxia's cultivation level was higher than his, and his talent was more powerful than his 6 divine fetuses. He was a strong opponent. In terms of talent, boundary essence, cultivation level, and divine might, they both had their own strengths and weaknesses, but they both knew that if they wanted to win this battle, they would have to rely on divine might. After their first confrontation, the two of them did not act rashly. Instead, they began to gather divine might. The two of them looked at each other from a distance. Then, they took a step forward. It looked like a simple step, but it caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. It caused the surrounding void to ripple like water. However, they still did not make a move. Their eyes stared at each other, not even blinking. They attempted to use the gap in each other's aura to launch a counterattack that could turn defeat into victory, and seeing Xianxia's appearance, many people's expressions became serious. They knew that the current Xianxia did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling. Even the 2 giant ghosts in the distance stopped fighting. They looked indifferently at Xianxia and Lin Ling. Boom, right at this moment, Xianxia took another step forward. A ferocious wave of energy surged out, and even the void seemed to jump. This was him activating his divine might, turning the void into his heart, moving in accordance with his will. Pong, and Lin Ling also took a step forward. Compared to Xianxia's earth-shattering attack, Lin Ling's attack was much dimmer. However, he was still awe-inspiring. His combat state was flawless. He clearly knew that at their level, if they really wanted to fight, it would take a few months to determine the victor. Therefore, sometimes, one's combat state was very important. If one's state was not good, even a god would fall here in a few moves. Their cautious state undoubtedly made the world feel incomparably oppressive. 9 states vicious 10, Immortal Temple's Great Elder, Ancient Demon Race, Tomb Guardian Race, and other experts, they all felt the pressure. Their pupils were trembling and flickering, because they were the oldest existences in 9 states. But now, they could only watch from the sidelines. Watching the younger generation fight, this feeling was really unpleasant. Of course, there was nothing they could do. Because they knew even more clearly that the 2 trial takers were really strong. Who would have thought that in the end, the one who could fight against Xianxia would be him? Among the countless experts of Spirit Nation, Longyang bit her lips tightly. Her expression was incomparably complicated. She knew that she was not Xianxia's opponent, but she did not expect Lin Ling to be able to. Moreover, she had watched Lin Ling grow. Not long ago, Lin Ling was only comparable to 9 states vicious 10, now, he had already surpassed them. If she wanted to kill Lin Ling, it would take a long time. This made her clench her fists quietly, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Of course, if even she was like this, the experts of Spirit Light City were even more anxious. After all, the strongest expert of Spirit Nation here was Xianxia. However, Xianxia did not easily defeat Lin Ling as they had imagined. Instead, he had a cautious expression. This made them all kinds of guesses. Could it be that Xianxia could not defeat Lin Ling? They looked into the distance, where Lin Ling had brought a large number of experts and the Genesis Alliance. Therefore, if Xianxia was defeated, Spirit Light City would not be able to defend itself. A sense of panic, under everyone's ulterior motives, quietly pervaded the air. Some people were shaken by Spirit Nation and were no longer so convinced. This kind of panic was naturally noticed by Xianxia, and this was not what he wanted to see. This was because Spirit Nation was currently recruiting a large number of experts. This was also one of Xianxia's tasks. If he could not do it beautifully, how could he report to Lord Ning? The hearts of the people are in chaos and need to be united. However, Lin Ling is too strong. I won't be able to defeat him in a short period of time. This won't be able to unite the hearts of the people. Although Lord Ning has left, he told me before he left that they were only going to another place to help awaken the great god of Spirit Nation. As for Spirit Light City, he left it to me. If I fail, how can I face them? I didn't expect this new challenger, Lin Ling, to be so powerful. It seems that I have underestimated him when I framed him. In a short moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind. Although his face was still cold and his aura was still strong, Lin Ling's soul force was able to detect the minute changes in his emotions. Xianxia had misgivings in his heart, right, he seemed to be jealous of him, which was why he wanted to fight with him. This meant that he wanted to prove himself, which was why he was worried about his gains and losses. He didn't dare to go all out in the battle, and when he was worried, it was undoubtedly the best time. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. 36 streaks of divine force gathered and merged into his palms, causing his palms to emit a red and yellow light. Bodhi-proof divine ability, rumble. Both palms struck out with earth-shattering force. In addition, Lin Ling was close to Xianxia, so he quickly arrived in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's face changed instantly. He also noticed that Lin Ling's palms contained 36 streaks of divine force. Obviously, Lin Ling knew that if he wanted to defeat Xianxia, relying on his talent, realm essence, and physical body wasn't enough. He had to add in divine force. Bang! Xianxia didn't seem to make any movements, but his figure quickly floated back. Although he wasn't afraid of Lin Ling's attack and knew that Lin Ling would be affected by his demigod's heart if he got close to him, he knew that he had missed the opportunity, so it wasn't suitable for him to fight head-on. This was because this would allow Lin Ling to rise. Rumble. Lin Ling's palms struck empty air, but his expression didn't change. He followed up and struck out 6 palms in a short moment. The ferocious power of divinity immediately surged out. Demigod Seal. The speed of the 6 palms was too fast, and Xianxia knew that he couldn't avoid them. The demigod's heart in his chest jumped, and light flowed along his transparent body, reaching his palms like blood. Boom. Boom. He also crazily struck out 6 palms. However, his momentum was too slow, so he only managed to break Lin Ling's attack, and he was also sent flying by the impact of that power. I have to suppress his aura. Just as he was sent flying, the space behind Xianxia exploded. A powerful force forced him to close in instead of retreat. At the same time, he pointed a finger at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, if you only have 36 strands of divinity, you will definitely lose. A huge finger stirred up the wind and clouds, as if a deity was guiding the way, suppressing Lin Ling. Break! Lin Ling raised his 36 strands of divine power to 40 strands of divine power, poured them into his fist, and punched out. Rumble. The powerful divine force was like a god destroying the world. When it slammed into the finger, it immediately crumbled. Lin Ling had comprehended the 36 streams of god force on his own, while the extra god force was obtained by refining the godly stones. He had refined the 2nd layer and 3rd layer martial god realm godly stones, thus how could the god force be any weaker than the ones he had obtained from the godly stones? The 2 leaders of the ancient beasts were well aware of this. They already knew that Lin Ling had not used his full strength as he was being cautious. Demigod Spear. Xianxia raised his arm when he saw Lin Ling's fist coming at him. The light gathered into a spear, and he threw it forward with all his might. He obviously did not expect Lin Ling to be so powerful in terms of divine power. He had received the demigod's heart as a reward from the Spirit Nation. Not only had his talent improved, but his divine power had also improved. On the other hand, Lin Ling had nothing. How could he comprehend so much divine power? Crack, crack, crack. The 2 divine powers clashed fiercely once again. This time, they were both dissipating. Xianxia, is that all you've got? However, Lin Ling leapt into the air. A sword flew toward him from the distance and landed in Lin Ling's hand. It was the dominating song sword. More divine power surged into the dominating song sword. There were 45 strands of divine power now. What? Xianxia did not expect Lin Ling's strength to skyrocket after his rise, and he was even able to improve his divine power. Could it be that Lin Ling had possessed so much divine power from the very beginning? He was only being cautious, thus he did not expose himself. He was waiting for Xianxia to reveal his weakness before executing a stormy attack. Wasn't the man being too cautious? At that instant, Xianxia's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He raised his hands and summoned 2 spears made of light. He threw them forward with all his might. These 2 divine spears were the demigod spears. They had a total of 46 strands of divine power. He was a trial taker who had cultivated for many years. His divine power was not weak to begin with. He had 40 strands of divine power. After joining the Spirit Nation, he was rewarded with 10 more strands of divine power. This was his hidden trump card. Originally, he did not want to reveal it so quickly. He wanted to save it for a critical moment, but who knew that Lin Ling would force him to use it? Bang bang bang. In the air, Lin Ling's 2 swords collided with the demigod spears. Various divine powers poured out: Jia Yuan, divine embryo, physical strength, and divine power. This clash could be said to represent the pinnacle of the deities' clash. Countless people looked up, shocked by the terrifying power. They were also envious of the 2's strength. Break for me. But at this time, Lin Ling's power of divinity increased again, reaching 48 strands. You. Xianxia was controlling the demigod spears. Naturally, he could sense Lin Ling's increase in divine power. His pupils trembled. Impossible, how could this be? Lin Ling was just a new trial taker. Even if Lei Gong focused on nurturing him, it was impossible for him to give him so many treasures to increase his strength. 48 strands of divine power. Was he still a newcomer? Among the 40 trial takers, his strength would probably be ranked in the top 20. You have divine power. Yes. However, Xianxia did not have time to be shocked. He activated all of his divine power. This was exactly 50 strands of divine power. I don't believe that you have more divine power than me. Yes. When his divine power was fully released, the heavens and the earth were illuminated with divine light, making people feel like prostrating themselves in worship. After the divine power was added to the demigod spears, the 2 spears immediately shone brightly. I have 2 more strands than you. Yes. Seeing this, Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword even more firmly. He knew that Xianxia had begun to lay his cards on the table, therefore, Lin Ling did not need to hide anything anymore. This was because after Lin Ling refined all of the divine stones, he had 52 strands of divine power. Boom! When all of the divine power was released through the tyrannical song sword, the tyrannical song sword suddenly erupted with ferocious killing intent and demonic chi. A strange headless old man appeared, his robes fluttering as he stood in the world. Then, he slashed out. At this moment, the tyrannical song sword had given birth to a trace of divine energy. The tyrannical song sword was not simple. The God Emperor Zhonggang had once said that this sword was left behind by a sword demon from the era of gods. However, with Lin Ling's strength, he was unable to activate the might of the tyrannical song sword. Moreover, during this period of time, Lin Ling's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Therefore, the tyrannical song sword had been eliminated by Lin Ling, but now, as Lin Ling's divine energy surged, the killing intent within the scabbard was naturally activated. As a result, Lin Ling's divine energy had reached 53 traces. Gotcha! The sword slashed out and actually caused the demigod spear to sway slightly. Then, it was activated by an unstoppable force and shattered like glass. Moreover, the sword did not stop as it slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as 10,000 impossibilities floated in his mind. He was completely confused. Why was Lin Ling's strength so strong? He was even stronger than him, who was nurtured by the Spirit Nation and the gods. Could it be that there was a person behind Lin Ling who was nurturing him in secret? Unfortunately, he did not know that Lin Ling's strength came from the gods' inheritance treasure. Whoosh! As the sword arrived, white blood gushed out from Xianxia's body. His originally transparent body quietly changed and became like an ordinary person. Looking at his chest, a sword mark appeared on his white heart, and white blood continuously flowed out from his heart. Xianxia stroked his chest as he stared at Lin Ling. His eyes were incomparably complicated. Until we meet again. Then, he said in a low voice. He knew that if he did not leave now, he would definitely die. Whoosh! He turned into a white ray of light and shot into the distance. Seeing Xianxia leave, the spirit light city was terrifyingly silent. Xianxia, a powerful god nurtured by the 4 great gods and the Spirit Nation, had the heart of an intermediate god. His divine embryo's level was higher than Lin Ling's, and his realm was also higher than Lin Ling's. However, after a battle where they were evenly matched, he was defeated in the end. This was unbelievable. In terms of various aspects, the two of them were actually evenly matched. Lin Ling's only advantage was that he had a few traces of divine energy. But in a life-and-death battle, Lin Ling would not be able to easily defeat Xianxia. Both of them clearly knew this, which was why they didn't acted rashly. Far in the distance, the middle-aged man from the ancient demon race said in a low voice. However, his eyes were filled with shock. That's right. If Xianxia hadn't exposed a flaw and allowed Lin Ling to boost his momentum, coupled with his fierce attacks, Xianxia wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. The lady in black nodded. They could see how Lin Ling won, therefore, they secretly admired Lin Ling. Not only did they admire Lin Ling's powerful strength, but they also admired Lin Ling's battle experience and improvisation. All of this was not accumulated in a short period of time. Instead, it was an innate battle instinct that was born from countless battles. Xianxia was defeated, but Lin Ling did not chase after him. The ancient demon race's middle-aged man frowned. Xianxia was Lin Ling's greatest enemy. Given Lin Ling's character, he should have killed Xianxia as soon as possible. In fact, Lin Ling did not chase after Xianxia. He only watched calmly as Xianxia escaped. After all, he was here for Little Self. Although Xianxia was arrogant, he had handed over Little Self. Therefore, Lin Ling gave him some face. Secondly, he was also giving face to Lord Ning. Lin Ling had been in a deep slumber for 3 years. If Ling Nation wanted to kill him, Lin Ling would not be able to escape death if Lord Ning took action personally. However, Lord Ning did not take action and allowed Lin Ling to escape. Lin Ling naturally knew this. Therefore, he had to return the favor. Of course, there was another main reason, which was that Lin Ling had sensed that within the shattered Spirit Light City, a mysterious power had truly and quietly awakened. It was also because of this power that Lin Ling was very wary of and did not dare to act rashly. The power of that power made Lin Ling feel as though he had met a god. Is this Ling Nation's purpose here? The awakening of Ling Nation's great god? Lin Ling began to speculate. In the beginning, everyone was shocked at Lin Ling's strength. However, they soon realized that there was a warm energy spreading out from the broken spiritual light city. This caused them to not be shocked as they turned their heads to look at the spiritual light city. Soon after, they realized that among the countless bricks and tiles, there was an ancient altar sitting there. On top of the altar, countless white lights swirled and gradually formed a human figure. Ling Nation's great god is coming. Seeing this, Long Ling and the other experts were stunned. Then, they became extremely excited. Even Xianxia, who had escaped far away, focused his gaze, looking at the human figure on the altar. It became clearer and clearer. The divine aura it emitted made people want to worship it. Greetings, great god. As though the belief in their hearts was born, the experts of Ling Nation all knelt down and kowtowed. It was the same for Long Ling and Xianxia. Although Xianxia was very suspicious of that great god, the heart of a demigod in his body made him unable to raise any thoughts of resistance. Looking from afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. Hundreds of thousands of experts knelt down and paid their respects to the god. Lin Ling, things seemed to have become troublesome. At this time, Lu Chen shouted at Lin Ling from afar. Then, he flew towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and frowned as he stared at the altar. Let's retreat immediately. If that great god awakens, we will definitely die. No one can stop him. Lu Chen said solemnly as he came to Lin Ling's side. However, Lin Ling did not say anything to Lu Chen's words. He continued to look ahead. Guesses kept appearing in his mind. That great god of Ling Nation was most likely a host body of the will of the world. Moreover, he was a powerful god from the era of gods. Therefore, Lin Ling was sure that if this god awakened, they would not be a match for him. However, Lin Ling's eyes lit up in an instant. That was because the scene in front of him was very familiar. Suddenly, he saw a figure in the crowd. It was Longyang. At this moment, Longyang was also looking at Lin Ling. Their gazes met, and a tacit understanding arose between them. That was because Longyang was also very familiar with this scene. That's right, I saw it in the Hall of the Ruins in the Spirit Palace. Lin Ling finally remembered, and it was as though he had been struck by lightning. at that time, in the hall of the spirit palace, there were two pictures that were the strangest. One of the pictures recorded the scene in front of them, and the other recorded the figure of the white light turning into a human and smiling at the people. Lin Ling even remembered that the smile was very evil. Even after Lin Ling left, Lin Ling almost fell for it. It was the giant ghost that helped Lin Ling, and Lin Ling awakened. The giant ghost. Then, Lin Ling looked around and shouted, "Everyone!" That's right. Upon hearing that, Lu Chen nodded. Lin Ling, the gods behind you are too slow. It's been 3 years, and they still haven't discovered this place? There was a hint of complaint in Lu Chen's voice. Lin Ling shook his head. For the gods, 3 years is just the blink of an eye. Moreover, our mission is to scout and gather information. The 4 great gods won't be easily dispatched. What should we do now? Lu Chen was getting more and more anxious. At that moment, Longyang also flew over, but there was anxiety on her face. She and Lin Ling had seen the murals in the spirit palace with their own eyes. Naturally, they knew how terrifying the gods were. It could be said that with just a strange smile, it was enough to turn them into ashes. Don't worry, there will be a way. Lin Ling immediately comforted them. His eyes were still fixed on the altar. He suddenly realized that the creepy white figure was becoming more and more like a human. Moreover, human facial features appeared on the face from time to time, which made one's scalp tingle. This was because the facial features were somewhat distorted during the process of forming. However, Lin Ling could clearly see that there was a smile on the face, that seemingly friendly yet terrifying smile. He had to be interrupted. Lin Ling recalled the murals he had seen, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. He remembered that in the first mural, a lot of the power of faith was born from the kneeling people, which was attracted by the white figure. Then, in the second mural, the white figure woke up. This meant that the awakening of the gods required the power of faith. All he had to do was to interrupt the power of faith. Interrupt those kneeling people. At that thought, Lin Ling shouted loudly. He also voiced his idea, which made Lu Chen and the others' pupils dilate. Interrupt those people? There were a total of 100,000 masters there. There's no time to lose. Hurry! Lin Ling couldn't care less and flew over. Go! Lu Chen and the others obviously knew that they had to fight to the death now. After all, if the gods were to arrive, they wouldn't be able to escape. Stop them! As if sensing Lin Ling's arrival, the dragon spirit suddenly stood up. Her eyes turned white as she shouted. Swish, whoosh. Whoosh. A large number of experts flew towards Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, their eyes were also white, as if they had lost their consciousness. They had become fearless. Die. Lin Ling naturally sensed the changes in them and attacked madly. However, the people who had become a little strange were undoubtedly more than twice as strong as before. Originally, according to Lin Ling's strength, he should be able to kill gods in his way. However, after one move, he only killed 100 people. Stop them! Moreover, at this moment, the leader of the 9 states 10 Vicious flew over. His murderous aura surged as if he had gone mad. Boom! Boom! Each and every one of them exploded forth with strength that was twice as strong as before as they charged forward. How terrifying! Sensing the sudden increase in strength, Lu Chen and the others turned pale. They were experts who had cultivated for tens of millions of years, but it was their first time witnessing something so strange. A person's strength could actually improve so much in such a short period of time. After all, these people were already martial gods, so it was extremely difficult to improve their strength. Grand Elder! Lin Ling looked at the expert closest to him and roared, "Kill him!" This was because the other party was the Grand Elder of the Celestial Temple and also the person in Yuer respected the most. However, the Grand Elder's face was ferocious as if he did not know Lin Ling. He can control so many experts at once and increase their strength by so much. This god is terrifying. Lin Ling became more serious. He originally wanted to slash out with his sword, but in the end, he restrained himself. He punched out with his left fist and sent the Grand Elder flying. However, just as the Grand Elder was sent flying, the old man from the Gravekeeper tribe arrived. It was obvious that he had also gone mad. There are so many of them. They are strong and fearless. Lord Lin Ling, why don't we retreat? Someone from the Creation Alliance shouted at Lin Ling. We have nowhere to go. We have to stop them. Lin Ling shook his head. If the void had been opened, they would not have cared about it. However, the void had been sealed. Where could they escape to? Lin Ling, die. While they were talking, Xianxia, who had escaped before, arrived with a murderous look on his face. Lin Ling, this is bad. Almost at the same time, the pupils of many people from the Creation Alliance behind Lin Ling began to change. They turned white. What? Lin Ling and Xianxia exchanged blows and repelled Xianxia. Then, they opened their mouths in shock. Had the Creation Alliance also gone mad? Kill. And that was indeed the case. They were all charging towards Lin Ling. It seems that when we were trapped in the Spirit Palace, a part of the Spirit Nation's power unknowingly appeared in our bodies. Now that the power has suddenly awakened, we are being controlled. Lu Chen looked anxious. Then, he said solemnly, Lin Ling, if I also change, don't hold back. Senior Lu Chen. Lin Ling had never expected things to turn out like this. He had come with confidence. Who would have thought that because of the awakening of the gods, the situation under his control would become a complete mess? Lin Ling. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, another voice came from not far away. This time, it was Longyang. At this moment, she was trembling in the sky, her eyes constantly changing. She had also fallen into the trap. Bitch, don't joke at a time like this. Lin Ling was furious. The Creation Alliance had been captured by the Spirit Nation and treated as traitors. They could be considered half of the Spirit Nation. Therefore, it was normal for them to go mad. However, Longyang was a trial taker. You must have stolen the power of the Spirit Nation. Lin Ling immediately guessed. The Spirit Nation seemed to give all living beings great power. However, in reality, that power was a double-edged sword. To gain something, one had to pay a price. The price was one's freedom. Wait, don't worry about me. If I can't control myself and you can kill me, then kill me. Longyang had obviously obtained a part of the power from the Spirit Nation. Therefore, she knew about him. Idiot. Lin Ling scolded. However, he couldn't care less. This was because, other than those who had been assimilated by the flame of the human king, his people had begun to betray him and attack him. There were strong enemies at the back, but there were also enemies at the front, and they were stronger than the ones at the back. As a result, the remaining people were surrounded together with Lin Ling. Lin Ling, use it. The giant ghost beside Lin Ling knew the urgency of the matter and immediately said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the altar in the distance. He immediately noticed the strange figure. A smile finally appeared on his face. Although he had no nose or eyes, Lin Ling could sense that the god was looking at him. Lin Ling, that smile was as terrifying as he had imagined. Great God of Spirit Nation, this beast skin map should be related to you, right? Then, I'll use your means to deal with you. Roar. Lin Ling shouted, and the beast skin map in his hand suddenly bloomed with endless purple light. When it shot into the distance, he saw a demon sun hanging behind the altar. Then, the beast skin map shook, and a large number of world scorpions crawled out and rushed toward the demon sun. World scorpions rushing toward the sun. Upon closer inspection, the number of world scorpions formed by the beast skin map was constantly decreasing. The scene of the world scorpions galloping in the sky was extremely spectacular. Wherever they passed, the Spirit Nation experts were all sent flying. They were either dead or injured. This beast skin map was terrifying. This is the treasure he obtained in the hall? Roar. Longyang, who was not far from Lin Ling, was shocked when she saw the power of the beast skin map, because in the hall, she had also obtained many treasures, but none of them could compare to the beast skin map. Lin Ling could not be bothered to admire the power of the beast skin map because he knew that the beast skin map could only repel all the experts who rushed over. It could not interrupt the altar ceremony. If it could not be interrupted, the god would awaken sooner or later. Open the gate to the underworld for me. Roar. Therefore, Lin Ling suddenly gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with determination. He was going all out. A black token appeared in his hand. It was the Underworld World Massacre token. Lord Ning, I'm sorry, but I have to interrupt you because I have my own master. Roar. Muttering to himself, Lin Ling activated his realm essence into the black token in his hand. In an instant, the black token emitted a demonic black gas. Then, the gas split into two and carried the black token in the sky. Go to hell. Roar. Behind Lin Ling, because there were no world scorpions to stop them, the experts of the Creation Alliance who had entered the demonic state attacked the token. However, before they could get close, they were immediately sent flying by a fierce force. Rumble. The black token was like a steady mountain as it emitted a thunderous sound. Subsequently, an ancient bronze door appeared in the void and slowly opened. The moment it opened, a ghost-like gas swam out from the door, causing one's scalp to turn numb. The gate to the underworld. In the crowd, Longyang stared at the bronze door, her body trembling. This was because her innate talent was the netherworld gate, but now, Lin Ling had opened the door to the underworld, like a god of the underworld. Damn you, Beiji. The ancient door opened wider and wider. His gaze followed the thick door and looked inside. He immediately discovered that it was pitch black inside, but there was also a very ancient sound coming out. After that voice, the shadow behind the door finally noticed the change. A shadow appeared and quietly transformed into a mysterious warrior who was 5 meters tall. The warrior was wearing black armor and holding a ghost blade in his hand. Upon closer inspection, the armor was somewhat ancient. It covered the warrior's entire body. However, under the helmet, there was a trace of something. His face was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, there was no flesh or blood to be seen at the joints of his knees, shoulders, and wrists. It was as if the armor had suddenly come to life. This was a nether soldier. It was said that it was a soldier under the nether emperor of the underworld. It was also the expert who ruled the underworld. No matter what kind of expert one was in the 9 prefectures, as long as they entered the underworld after death, they would be subdued by the nether soldier. Doomgon shouts. The first nether soldier that came out raised the ghost blade in his hand and emitted an ancient sound. Doomgon shouts. Following that, a neat sound rushed out from the door as a large number of nether soldiers came out. Swoosh, the first nether soldier that came out swung the ghost blade in his hand. The expert closest to him had his head pulled out like a radish and floated up with blood gushing out. Following that, a soul floated out from the expert's body and was sucked into the huge bronze door. Kill. Kill. However, the experts of the spirit kingdom who had fallen into the demonic path were still fearless. They charged toward the nether soldiers and unleashed a powerful attack. Boom. Boom, boom. As if the heavens and earth were falling apart, the void was blasted apart and gusts of wind from the outside world rushed in. However, after the terrifying attack ended, the endless nether soldiers were still charging forward. They were actually safe and sound. No matter what attacks landed on the nether soldiers, they all passed through. These nether soldiers seemed to have transcended the laws of the void and could not be attacked at all. So strong. The pupils of those who were still conscious were trembling. Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Even he, Lin Ling, could not do anything to the nether soldiers that could not be attacked. Only the step of wisdom can affect the nether soldiers. Beside Lin Ling, the giant ghost said. Only one kind of power works? Lin Ling was even more shocked. Wherever he looked, heads flew up and blood rained down on the ground. Following that, a large number of souls were brought into the underworld gate. This was a one-sided massacre. This was where the underworld massacre order came from. Even gods would not be able to escape the fate of falling here. The nether soldiers were like locusts, wreaking havoc in front of them. Together with the rising sun of the realm Scorpion, the 100,000 experts of the spirit kingdom were in chaos. Lin Ling also looked at the altar in the distance and saw that the figure was still standing there. The eyeless face stared at the sky and then fell on Lin Ling. There was still a smile on his face. For some reason, that smile made Lin Ling feel suffocated. Smile, smile, smile. Let's see how long you can smile. Lin Ling shouted angrily. Now that the ritual was in chaos, it would be difficult for the god to be resurrected. Therefore, Lin Ling was not afraid. However, the god seemed to have heard Lin Ling's voice and his smile deepened. Not good. Lin Ling, look. At this time, the giant ghost said anxiously. Lin Ling had an ominous premonition. Taking a closer look, he realized that the experts of the spirit kingdom who had died in the hands of the nether soldiers were also floating towards the god with an invisible force. It turned out that even though the experts of the spirit kingdom had died, the power of faith still existed. As long as the faith did not decrease, the god of the spirit kingdom would still awaken. Noticing this, Lin Ling's expression became even more serious. What should we do? Lu Chen and Longyang said worriedly. The speed at which they entered the demonic state slowed down. It's okay. I still have a way. At this time, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. A golden firestorm appeared in his hand and he scattered it into the sky. The golden flames carried the might of the human king as they flooded towards the 100,000 experts of the spirit kingdom. It's useless. Their strength has doubled. The human king's flame can't kill them. Even if it can kill them, the power of faith won't disappear. On the side, Lu Chen was surprised by Lin Ling's actions, but he also sighed. Not necessarily. If it were any other time, it would have been impossible for Lin Ling to assimilate such experts, because the strength of this group of experts was more than twice as strong as before, and there were more of them. However, at this moment, Lin Ling had the help of the realm scorpion and the nether soldiers, so it was obviously much simpler. Some of the heavily injured experts were assimilated at a much faster speed. After being assimilated, those people's eyes were white at first, but they gradually turned golden. Then, they looked at Lin Ling and shouted in unison, "Sir! Sir!" The power of faith in their bodies had obviously disappeared, but they had incomparable faith in Lin Ling. This was the power of the human king's flame, assimilation. After becoming Lin Ling's people, the netherworld soldiers obviously ignored them. Ah, it can be done like this. Ah. Lu Chen witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and his mouth was wide open. On the side, Dragon Mother's beautiful face also turned pale in disbelief. Was he trying to steal people from the gods? In the whole world, only Lin Ling would be so bold, and the truth was indeed so. With the assimilation of the human king's flame, the awakening of the gods finally slowed down. In the end, the progress did not progress at all. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked behind him and helplessly found that there were a large number of experts behind him. They were all assimilated and became Lin Ling's subordinates. Looking at the god's side, there were fewer and fewer people. Excluding the experts like the dragon spirit and the 9 states 10 vicious, there were less than 10,000 people left. Lin Ling. Almost at the same time, an old voice sounded on the altar. The figure without facial features, only a strange smile, spoke for the first time. I didn't expect you to be able to stop me. The spirit nation's god was clearly surprised. Under his voice, the dragon spirit and the 9 states 10 vicious stopped attacking and looked at Lin Ling in shock. The realm scorpion and the netherworld soldiers were still sweeping forward, causing the spirit nation's experts to continuously decrease. Some died, and some became Lin Ling's people. These experts came for the treasure, but they never imagined that they would end up like this. They were either dead or injured. If I don't stop you, you might kill all of us when you wake up. Lin Ling looked at the shadow indifferently and said. That's not necessarily true. Minister Ning values you very much. Therefore, I also want to see how great you, Lei Gong's trial taker, are. The figure condensed from the light said calmly. However, the seemingly calm voice carried an evil and domineering aura that surged into Lin Ling's mind, causing him to be momentarily dazed. Of course, this absent-mindedness quickly disappeared because Lin Ling knew that this great god of the spirit kingdom had lost. This also strengthened Lin Ling's confidence. After you see it, you might kill us. Lin Ling smiled and said. Although he knew that the spirit nation wanted to recruit him, he could not guarantee that if the recruitment failed, the spirit nation's god would not silence him. This gamble was too risky, so Lin Ling naturally had to choose the safest method. You're right, but it's only a possibility. Regardless, you didn't disappoint me. You're also the first person to stop me from waking up. Minister Ning has good taste. The shadow smiled and said. Around his body, light bloomed like needles, forming circles of light. Seeing this, Long Ling and the others also walked over. At this moment, they had regained their spiritual intelligence, so they also looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. In fact, even if I wake up, I might not be able to kill you because your gods are here. The shadow smiled evilly again and finally turned into endless light and disappeared. taking Long Ling and the others with him. The Spirit Nation had repeatedly recruited experts from the 9 states, and they had succeeded time and time again. Now, there were as many experts as there were clouds. This was the first time in the history of the Spirit Nation that they had failed. The one who disrupted them was an up-and-coming trial taker. Moreover, this trial taker actually had the means to fight against the gods. When the gods had completely disappeared, the broken Spirit Light City was like a ruin abandoned by the world. An ancient wind blew past, and it became quiet. It was as if the great battle between the gods had never happened. "It's over." A voice of disbelief suddenly rang out. It was Lu Chen. The people also seemed to have woken up from a dream. They had never imagined that they would actually stop the gods from waking up. Moreover, the most helpless thing was that they had become Lin Ling's people. Lin Ling. Lu Chen turned to look at Lin Ling with mixed feelings. In the end, he could only shake his head. Perhaps it was really hard for him to imagine the result before his eyes. Long Yang also looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. This was because the trial taker's mission here was to be scouts and gather information about the Spirit Nation. However, who would have thought that things would take so many twists and turns? In the end, not only did they gather information, but they also destroyed the Spirit Nation's plan. If this matter were to spread to the 4 great gods, it would definitely be a great merit. The gods have finally retreated. However, compared to the people's disbelief, Lin Ling was already used to it. This was because in order to chase away the great gods of the Spirit Nation, he had used up 2 treasures. Whoosh! Almost as soon as he thought of this, the animal skin map floating in front of him withered and turned yellow. Then, it dissipated like ashes. Looking at the gate of the underworld, he saw that it was slowly closing. The netherworld soldiers were also returning one after another. Either of these 2 treasures could kill the martial god of Jiuzhou. However, they had been used up here. However, Lin Ling only felt that it was a pity. After all, in the previous situation, if he had not used his treasures, he might have died here. Moreover, he had a treasure that was inherited from the gods. As long as he had a breakthrough, he would still have this treasure. Moreover, although Lin Ling had wasted 2 treasures, his strength had greatly increased. Therefore, Lin Ling did not lose out. "I didn't expect to block the gods." Then, Lin Ling smiled proudly. He was the only one in the 9 prefectures who could stop a god with the strength of a martial god. Swoosh! Just as he was feeling happy, the void suddenly trembled slightly. A figure appeared like a reflection on the surface of the water. Then, he smiled at Lin Ling and pointed at him. It was Lord Ning. A white light quickly attacked and then disappeared into Lin Ling's body. "Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be able to block the awakening of a god." "Amazing, amazing. However, a god is a god after all. He can't be violated by a junior like you. Therefore, I'm here to teach you a lesson on behalf of the gods." "See you again," Lord Ning said with a smile. Then, he disappeared without a trace. "Lin Ling, be careful." "My lord." Everyone was also looking at Lin Ling, their faces filled with anxiety. This was because they had all seen the powerful Lord Ning attack Lin Ling. Everyone who was close to Lin Ling was blown away by the wave-like boundary essence. They could not withstand the impact of Lin Ling's boundary essence. They floated in the distance, their faces filled with disbelief. This was because they clearly sensed that Lin Ling had made a breakthrough. What is going on? Wasn't Lin Ling attacked by the experts of the Spirit Nation? At this moment, Lin Ling was floating in the sky. He could feel a pure and ancient energy flowing through his body. This energy was extremely ancient, and it did not conflict with the various great attributes in his body. Hence, after it entered his body, it was immediately refined by the primal chaos divine art and divided between the 6 great dantians. His 6 dantians spun wildly and emitted a soul-crushing energy. With the addition of this energy, his 6 dantians expanded rapidly and advanced towards the 4th level of the martial god realm. Finally, he stepped into the 4th level of the martial god realm. What's going on? Lin Ling was undoubtedly shocked by such a smooth breakthrough. "Lin Ling, stop it now." However, the giant ghost's anxious voice rang in his ears. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to stop now. Rumble, Lin Ling could only let the powerful energy continue to awaken. In the end, his 6 dantians stabilized and his boundary essence was terrifying. It was comparable to the peak of the martial god realm. Lin Ling was now confident that as long as his opponent was not a peak martial god with the divine fetus body, he would not be afraid, even if he had the divine fetus. As long as his strength was not at the level of the top 10 martial gods, he would not be afraid. This meant that Lin Ling was now the strongest person below the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. Lin Ling was overjoyed by this sudden increase in his strength, but he was also worried. This was because the previous energy was too strange. After 6 hours, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. He glanced around and saw almost 60,000 experts standing in the distance, looking at him worriedly. The giant ghost floated beside him, his ferocious face filled with worry. It seems that it's too slow. That unknown energy has dissipated in my 6 stanchions. Lin Ling retracted his gaze and said helplessly to the giant ghost. Sigh. The giant ghost let out a rare sigh. Although that power allowed you to break through to the martial god realm in the shortest amount of time, that was the power of the spirit nation. What? Lin Ling instantly guessed something. That's right. The spirit planted its power in your body. Although it won't harm you, you will be controlled by it at any time, explained the giant ghost explained. Hearing this, Lin Ling was speechless. He did not expect such an outcome. And this lesson was that even if Lin Ling did not want to join the spirit nation, he would have to do so in the future. You're not too bad. That Lord Ning did not kill you. That's already giving you enough face. Moreover, he planted the energy of the spirit nation in you. This shows that the spirit nation still values you, said the giant ghost. What's the use of that? If the energy in my body is activated by the spirit nation's god, I will be controlled by him at any time. Lin Ling sighed. Is this the price of provoking a god? Don't worry. This energy has just been planted in your body. It will take some time to control you. Go back and see if the god behind you has any ideas, said the giant ghost. Lin Ling could only nod. When the others heard Lin Ling's conversation, the worry on their faces lessened. I'm fine. Everyone, rest here. Lin Ling could sense the people's worries and said with a smile. My lord, after we go back, we'll immediately look for ancient books and see if there's a way to break it. Yes, there's strength in numbers. We're all ancient experts in the final world. We'll definitely have a way. If my lord joins the spirit nation, we'll follow him. The experts spoke one after another. Some of them were dukes, some were city lords of the 36 main cities and 72 sub-cities, and some were old monsters who had lived in seclusion for many years. In short, Lin Ling was able to subdue this group of people. This was a pleasant surprise for Lin Ling. Without the help of the realm scorpion and the nether soldier, Lin Ling would never have succeeded. Then, everyone landed on the ground and sat cross-legged to recover. Lin Ling did the same. He felt the changes in his body but could not detect the energy. Even his soul power and the stare of wisdom could not detect it. In the end, he could only leave it as it was. This cultivation lasted for 3 full days. Rumble. On this day, the void finally cracked open as if an eggshell had been peeled open. Then, a large hand reached in and tore open the eggshell. Finally, 4 figures appeared in the sky. The void was completely shattered as a foreign spiritual energy surged in. This made everyone feel as if they had survived a disaster. The void was finally broken. Lin Ling, Longyang, Little South, Xianxia, are you here? The 4 people who appeared had unfathomable strength and were emitting a strong aura of majesty. Their strength was stronger than the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Obviously, they were the people of the gods. You are? Lin Ling immediately looked up and stared at the 4 people in the sky. The 4 of them were dressed differently. Some wore long robes while others wore armor. They seemed to be from different gods. Lin Ling? One of them stared at Lin Ling and laughed excitedly. I am the deity king of the east under Lei Gong. As he spoke, he walked towards Lin Ling. He wore a scholar's robe and looked approachable. However, Lin Ling could guess that this person's status in Lei Gong's hall was not low. He might be a divine general. What happened here? Did you find anything? The middle-aged man called the deity king of the east immediately asked. You guys are really slow. If it wasn't for Lord Lin Ling, we would have become people of the spirit nation. Seeing the middle-aged man, the crowd immediately sneered as if they were not afraid of the deity king of the East at all. Of course, these people felt that it was not worth it for Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had fought for so long and finally chased away the great god of the spirit nation. The so-called four great gods had only just arrived. It was too embarrassing. Lin Ling shook his head at the people behind him, stopping them from saying anything more. Then, he roughly explained what had happened. As the four people listened to Lin Ling, their expressions changed. In the end, their expressions changed drastically. You mean to say that the great god of the spirit nation is the host of the will of the world? The spirit nation is also the gathering place of the will of the world? It was no wonder that during the era of the gods, the will of the world could fight against the gods. It turned out that the will of the world was really terrifying. However, this had nothing to do with Lin Ling. To put it bluntly, Lin Ling was fighting against the spirit nation for his own sake. He did not have the heart to worry about the world. You stopped the awakening of the great gods of the spirit nation? Lin Ling, Longyang, Little South, you have done a great service. I didn't expect Xianxia to be so close to betraying the gods. Damn it. The four gods already know about this matter. You can go back now. You have successfully completed this mission. I estimate that this mission will allow you to increase your level by 1 star. Especially you, Lin Ling. You were originally a 5-star god of heaven sound. Now, you will definitely reach 6 star. Congratulations, congratulations. The four experts smiled and said. The deity king of the East even bowed to Lin Ling. He looked extremely polite. Although he was stronger than Lin Ling was still a trial taker. In the future, it was very likely that he would take over the Great Hall of Lei Gong. Therefore, he had to be respectful. He was a divine general. In fact, he was also a trial taker. However, he had failed many trial missions and was eventually eliminated. This matter is too important. We will go first. You can go back by yourselves. After that, they did not dare to stay. After cupping their hands to Lin Ling and the others, they immediately disappeared. All right. Lin Ling bowed slightly to the four of them. Looking at the endless void in the distance, his body finally relaxed. This mission was full of twists and turns and took a long time. It was beyond imagination. Fortunately, Lin Ling had completed everything he wanted to do. The Creation Alliance and the Serpent Clan were also saved by Lin Ling. During this mission, Lin Ling's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He had entered the ranks of the 9 continents Titans. Of course, the result seemed to be perfect. In fact, Lin Ling had risked his life to get it back. Lin Ling, it's time for me to go back. While Lin Ling was sighing, Longyang suddenly walked over and cupped her hands towards Lin Ling. Thanks to you, I have successfully completed my mission. I will return this favor to you in the future. However, don't think that our grudge is over. Looking at Lin Ling with a complicated expression, Longyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. That's for the best. If you gave up that battle out of gratitude, I would look down on you instead. Lin Ling immediately nodded lightly. I'll take Little South with me first. She's still in a coma. We can only ask the Curishin to take a look at her after we return. But I think she's fine. On the contrary, her status has been raised because of this mission. Longyang held Little South in her right hand, glanced at Lin Ling again, and flew off into the distance. Let's go. Seeing Longyang disappear, Lin Ling smiled and said to the tens of thousands of experts behind him. He strode into the void, and the experts behind him followed step by step. There was no doubt that this group of people would have another identity from now on. They would be members of the God Slayer Alliance. If Lin Ling raised his arms and shouted, countless experts in the final world would support Lin Ling. In addition to the God Slayer Alliance, Lin Ling was now a giant in the final world that could not be provoked. He even dared to face the 9 states' top 10 martial gods head-on. After leaving this realm, Lin Ling and Lu Chen continued to move forward. Senior Lu Chen, what are your plans now? Lin Ling asked. Lu Chen looked at the Creation Alliance and the Orochi clan behind him, then sighed and said, the Spirit Nation has treated us as traitors. They will definitely not let this go. So, for the time being, I'm afraid we have nowhere to go. Why don't you go to Qingzhou first? That's my territory, and Lei Gong's experts are secretly guarding it. If anything happens, Lei Gong and I will be the first to know, and we will definitely come to help you. Lin Ling suggested. Alright, since we can't go anywhere for the time being, let's go to Qingzhou. Lu Chen nodded immediately, then flew in the void for a long time. When Qingzhou gradually came into view, he led the Creation Alliance and left. In the blink of an eye, only the experts who had assimilated with Lin Ling were left behind. You guys should go back as well. Lin Ling said to these people. Alright, if my lord needs anything, just say the word, and we will rush over immediately. These experts all saluted Lin Ling. In their hearts, Lin Ling was their king. Then, they dispersed and disappeared into the vast void. The originally lively surroundings suddenly became quiet. Lin Ling was not used to this. He looked at the giant ghost beside him and asked, Did you discover anything during the battle with Xianxia's giant ghost? Helping the giant ghost find its origin was a promise that Lin Ling had made to the giant ghost. So, Lin Ling was very concerned about this matter. I've awakened some memories, but if I really want to know everything, I might have to return to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. The giant ghost's eyes looked into the distance with a complicated expression. Lin Ling looked at the giant ghost with a smile and said, You obtained the map of the 7th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace at the last auction. Once everything is settled, let's go to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. The giant ghost also looked at Lin Ling, and its eyes flickered. It seemed to be moved, but it did not say anything. You've been with me for so long, but you're still so arrogant. Lin Ling could not help but chide it. Compared to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, you should think of a way to deal with the energy in your body. First. Anyway, you won't die, so there will be a way to deal with it. However, I never thought that an evil ghost like you would care about others. Bullshit. One man and one ghost walked through the void. To Lin Ling, the giant ghost had accompanied him as he grew up, and the two of them roamed the strange lands together. Their relationship was extraordinary. Although the giant ghost represented evil, Lin Ling felt that it was not evil at all. Instead, it had emotions like a human. Perhaps, this was something that the 8 gods did not expect. Although I've gained a lot from this mission, I've also inadvertently been involved in an ancient deity storm. As they walked, Lin Ling sighed. After the incident in the Spirit Nation, Lin Ling realized how insignificant he was. An existence like the great god of the Spirit Nation could kill him, Lin Ling, with just a finger. There was no need for the great god of the Spirit Nation. As long as Lord Ning took action, Lin Ling would not be able to fight back. This made Lin Ling curious. During the era of the gods, how many experts were there, and how terrifying their strength was. Although you got involved in a storm, at least your strength has improved by leaps and bounds. The time needed for this is not even enough for 10 years. Be content. The giant ghost said from the side. Lin Ling nodded. To a warrior in the martial god realm, 10 years was just the blink of an eye. However, in these 10 years, Lin Ling had broken through 2 levels and even created 6 divine fetuses. Such progress was a pleasant surprise to anyone. Lin Ling, you have completed the mission this time. Lei Gong will definitely reward you greatly. When the time comes, let's see if there is any way to solve the hidden danger in your body. After all, although this hidden danger is not life-threatening, it is not good to leave it in your body. Okay. After Lin Ling disappeared for a long time, the void also flowed like water waves. A figure quietly appeared, looking in the direction they left with a faint smile. Trial taker Lin Ling. His strength is now comparable to the city lord of E-City. What a crazy growth of the younger generation. Such a god, the Spirit Nation must not miss. This person was Lord Ning. He knew very well that after Lin Ling's disruption, the Spirit Nation's great god was not angry. Instead, he praised Lin Ling and Lord Ning. Of course, the Spirit Nation's great god's purpose was to obtain Lin Ling, a fierce general, by any means possible. Let Lin Ling, a once powerful god, return to his position. At this moment, Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased, so it did not take long for him to return to the final world. This made Lin Ling very happy. For the past few years, he had been trapped in the void of Spirit Light City. It was like being in prison. So, when he returned to the final world, he immediately felt like he had returned from prison. Snow-blowing city. Without stopping, Lin Ling brought the giant ghost and quickly shot toward Snow-Blowing City. Snow-Blowing City could only be considered as a mid-tier city among the 36 main cities. This was the change in the past 100 years. In the past, Snow-Blowing City was at the bottom of the 36 main cities. There were even signs of it falling to the level of a secondary city. However, with the rise of Lin Ling, these signs obviously did not exist anymore. At this moment, on the ancient road leading to Snow-Blowing City, a large number of experts smiled and walked forward. If one looked carefully, the weakest of these experts were at the late stage of the martial god realm. There were even some at the peak of the martial god realm. Their temperament was extraordinary, and their every move carried the temperament of a superior person. This was because they were the city lords of the various cities. Among them, there were 8 city lords from the 36 main cities and 29 city lords from the 72 secondary cities. Their purpose was naturally to go to Snow-Blowing City to listen to the orders of the gods. Not long ago, the gods suddenly issued an order for the nearby city lords to go to the 4 main cities to discuss important matters. Among the 4 main cities, one of them was Snow-Blowing City. Therefore, all the city lords near Snow-Blowing City had gathered there, and for Snow-Blowing City, this was obviously a great honor. After all, to let the city lords of each city come in person and be the host, their status was like a cut above the others. This made the city lords' dissatisfaction. A trial tester named Lin Ling has appeared in Snow City. Therefore, Xianxia's status has also risen. It must be Lin Ling otherwise, with Snow-Blowing City? Hehe, it's not that I'm looking down on him, but how could he have the qualifications to gather us city lords? He can only be a runner. However, this god's order seems to be extremely urgent. I'm afraid something big is about to happen. These city lords talked as they walked. From their words, it could be seen that they were disdainful of Snow-Blowing City. I heard that the trial tester Lin Ling is very powerful. Among the 36 main cities, 80% of the people are no match for him. As for the 72 secondary cities, I'm afraid only 1 or 2 people can fight against him. At this moment, one of the young city lords suddenly said with a smile. City Lord Yang, do you also think Lin Ling is very strong? Someone next to him asked curiously. Whether he's strong or not, I don't know. But just based on his identity as a trial taker, he's higher than us. Sigh, comparisons are odious. Some people's luck is extremely good when they're born. The young city lord shook his head and said. He seemed to be in awe of Lin Ling, but there was a touch of jealousy in his words. He seemed to think that Lin Ling could become a trial tester because of luck, but he did not have such luck. I also agree with City Lord Yang's words. Another city lord said. He was also very young. Obviously, they were masters of the 36 academies. Because of their strength and talent, they had become the city lords of the 36 main cities. Originally, they thought they were young and promising. After all, it was a very glorious thing to become a city lord at such a young age. However, when it came to Lin Ling, they immediately dimmed like fireflies. Forget it. They have a god as their backer. They have a very strong background, while we have nothing. We can only rely on ourselves. Yes, there is an old saying in the final world. Unless you have the strength to change everything, background and relationships are extremely important. Now, I deeply understand this saying. The other city lords also said one after another. It's useless to say more. At present, we'd better do our job well. I just don't know if Xianxia is arrogant or not. I hope he won't use Lin Ling's name to show off. How dare he? Don't blame me for teaching him a lesson. Speaking of Xianxia, the city lord said with disdain. He only relies on Lin Ling's name. Otherwise, he would be nothing in the 36 main cities. The youngest city lord snorted disdainfully at this moment. Lin Ling was a trial taker, so he did not dare to provoke him casually. However, he did not care about Xianxia, who was of similar status. A moment later, a huge city quietly appeared in front of him. Obviously, it was Snow City. However, when they were heading to Snow City, a figure also flew over their heads. This caused the city lords to frown, and they were a little unhappy. These city lords were like the kings of the final world. They had always been the ones flying over other people's heads. Since when had they ever had their heads stepped on by others? How dare you? The young city lord called Yang waved his arm, and a gust of wind raged in the sky. City Lord Yang, this is the area near Snow City. Don't act rashly. Seeing this, a city lord immediately advised. So what? Snow City knows that we are coming, but they still let people fly at will. Obviously, they don't take us seriously. I am teaching them a lesson. City Lord Yang snorted coldly. I think so too. When the other city lords heard City Lord Yang's words, they also felt that it was reasonable. Originally, when they were going to Snow-Blowing City for a gathering, they already felt inferior. Now that they saw someone being so rude, it made them feel even more unhappy. Now, seeing City Lord Yang teaching that rude person a lesson, they naturally agreed. It could be regarded as another way to vent their anger. They also wanted to let Snow-Blowing City know that they, the city lords, had come and Snow-Blowing City would welcome their arrival. Whoosh, the wind raged in the sky, but the warrior waved his sleeve and the wind immediately dispersed. Then, the warrior floated in the distant sky and looked at the group of people on the ground indifferently. This also made the city lords realize that the warrior was wearing a blue and white robe and was extremely young. It seems that he is Lin Ling. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. However, the man in the blue robe, who was floating in the sky, did not say anything. He strode forward and ran toward Snow City again. He easily broke Mayor Yang's attack. His strength is absolutely amazing. Coupled with the blue robe, it is very likely that he is Lin Ling. Sigh. Looking at the man leaving, the other city lords frowned and said. As for City Lord Yang, his expression changed a bit. Then he let out a cold snort and said, so what if it's Lin Ling? Do you think he dares to touch me? Sigh. Let's go to Snow City. Sigh. After saying that, he strode forward. Although he wasn't sure if that person was Lin Ling, he had already done what he shouldn't have done. He, Yang Gang, was not going to be a coward. Moreover, Lin Ling was famous, but he had always been unconvinced. After all, he was the top master in the third hall of Wuwei College. Lin Ling was just a guy who relied on luck to get to the top. Even if it is Lin Ling, Mayor Yang is not afraid of him. Lin Ling relies on the support of the gods. In terms of strength, Mayor Yang is above him. Sigh. The other city lords looked at each other and then headed toward Snow City, led by Mayor Yang. At this moment, a large number of strong men gathered at the gate of Snow City. The leader was Xianxia. His eyes looked forward with a touch of dissatisfaction. My lord, according to the time, they should have come early in the morning, but we have waited until noon. Next to him, an old man frowned and said. Not long ago, the city lord mansion received an order from the gods, saying that the city lords of the nearby cities would gather in Snow City. Xianxia naturally did not dare to neglect this. This was the first time that Snow City had greeted those city lords as a host. Different from the last college exchange, it was a great honor for Snow City to have all the city lords come. However, when he greeted those city lords politely, they had been waiting for a whole morning. With the strength of those city lords, according to the time, they should not have taken so long to arrive. Obviously, those city lords were deliberately taking their time to suppress Xianxia's prestige. Those city lords are dissatisfied with your lordship's sudden rise in power and the importance of the gods. The old man beside him also knew this and spoke in a rather displeased manner. Xianxia squinted his eyes and said, I don't mind. What I'm afraid of is that the gods have an important task. If they come here lazily and delay the task, it will be difficult to report back to the gods. The old man nodded. And when the time comes, all the fault will be pushed onto you. It's really a group of guys who can't see the situation clearly. Do they still think that our snow-blowing city is the same as it was in the past? Xianxia snorted coldly. At this moment, a figure dashed over from afar, currently, in the area of Snow-Blowing City, because they wanted to welcome the various city lords. The cultivators were not allowed to fly. They could only walk as a sign of respect to the city lords. Therefore, when someone flew over proudly, it naturally attracted countless gazes. My lord, look, that looks like it. The old man next to him was angry at first, but then he suddenly became ecstatic. It's Lin Ling. He's back. Xianxia rubbed his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. He naturally knew that Lin Ling had gone to do a trial task, but he never expected that in just a few years, Lin Ling would come back. Go and inform my senior sister. By the way, inform Snowblowing Academy and Yu as well. Xianxia hurriedly said to the old man next to him. Okay. The old man nodded excitedly. Now he knew that the young man had become the representative of Snowblowing City. Because of the young man's rise, Snowblowing City's reputation among the 36 and 72 cities was not low. Senior Tsong. Not long after, Lin Ling landed at the city gate and then looked at Xianxia with a smile. Haha, Lin Ling, you're finally back. Xianxia laughed and came in front of Lin Ling and gave Lin Ling a punch on his chest. Back then, when he had found out that Lin Ling was a trial taker, he had given Lin Ling enough help. So many years had passed, and Lin Ling had not let him down. She had completely become the heavenly voice of God and had even become his superior. He clearly knew that because of Lin Ling's existence, Snowblowing City had been worry-free for thousands of years. Even a god would not easily change Snowblowing City. You're back. Is Snowblowing City all right? Lin Ling also gave Xianxia a punch on his chest. Even though his current status was higher than Xianxia's, he was still Lin Ling and did not bully others. It should be known that after becoming the heavenly voice of God, in the final world, all the city lords were lower than Lin Ling. Moreover, among all the trial testers, only the heavenly voice of God was qualified to talk to Lin Ling. When other trial testers saw Lin Ling, they had to call him Big Brother, not to mention the holy knights and messengers of God. When they saw Lin Ling, they all had to salute him. Only the great general of God, whose status was equal to Lin Ling's. Haha, you have a terrible senior in your family. How could anything happen? 2 years ago, in fact, there were experts who secretly sneaked into Snowblowing City. It seemed that they wanted to investigate something, but they were all thrown out of the city by that senior. After this incident, Snowblowing City has been peaceful. Xianxia said. Lin Ling knew that the senior must be treasure god Nanwufingyu. Nanwufingyu had indeed protected Snowblowing City in the past few years. Brother Ling. At this time, a large number of people came running from Snowblowing City. The fastest ones were undoubtedly Yu and Yuer, and Xianyuan. When they saw Lin Ling, their faces were obviously relaxed. Obviously, they were very worried about Lin Ling going to Spirit Kingdom to save Lu Chen. Fortunately, Lin Ling had once again overcome all the hardships he had to endure. Yuer. When Lin Ling saw his wives, his heart was filled with nostalgia. He strode forward and hugged his 3 beautiful wives in his arms. Everyone smiled as they watched this scene, but they did not interrupt. That's trial tester Lin Ling? Wow, I've heard of his name for a long time. Today, I finally have the chance to meet him. So handsome, and it seems that his strength is very strong. Haha, this is an expert from our Snowblowing Academy, the representative of our Snowblowing Academy. Far away on the street, a large number of Snowblowing Academy students stared at Lin Ling with burning admiration in their eyes. Some of the good-looking women's hearts were beating violently at this moment. If it were not for the beautiful women in Lin Ling's arms, they would have almost given him a flirtatious look. However, Lin Ling's 3 beautiful wives each had their own characteristics. They were all beautiful women. Compared to Yu and the others, these women felt a little inferior. Dad. Grandpa. At this moment, Lin Yi and the others walked out with Lin Ling's granddaughter in tow. Ling Brother Ling. Ancestor Taiyan and treasure god Nanwufingyu also came out with Xiaoyu and the others. Everyone immediately nodded. They stared at this tall man with deep admiration in the depths of their eyes. This was because they knew that this man had used his seemingly weak body to block all the storms and tribulations, allowing them to gain a foothold in the final world. Then, young Master Monster and the others appeared one after another. Regardless of whether they were in seclusion or adventuring outside, they all rushed back at once. Even outside Snow City, a large number of experts from the God-Slayer Alliance appeared. The various leaders looked at Lin Ling from afar, their hearts filled with joy. Without a doubt, the commotion caused by Lin Ling's return was huge. It was like pulling one hair and affecting the whole body. After all, in the final world, Lin Ling was now a famous person. Looking at the crowd, Lin Ling roughly told them what he had seen in the Spirit Nation, especially to young Master Monster and Majin Tianzi. Hearing this, young Master Monster and the others' faces changed. They had not expected their fierce forces to join the Spirit Nation, and behind the Spirit Nation was the will of the final world. Lin Ling, this young Master Monster and Ma Jing Tianzi were in a difficult position. They are them, and we are us. So, it's not a big problem. Lin Ling naturally knew why they were in a difficult position. They were afraid that the ancient goblin tribe would become Lin Ling's enemy in the future. That's right. They are them, and we are us. We are from the Godslayer Alliance. Young Master Monster pondered for a moment, then nodded with a smile. The ancient goblin tribe joining the Spirit Nation was their problem, but young Master Monster was from the Godslayer Alliance, and that was enough. It seems that the deities have gathered here to talk about the Spirit Nation. Song Qiri immediately guessed after hearing Lin Ling's words. I think so too. Lin Ling nodded. The Spirit Nation is recruiting experts everywhere, so the deities will interrupt them. Now that they have spread the news, it must be to warn people in advance and not to join the Spirit Nation. I didn't expect the Spirit Nation to be so powerful. Song Qiri and the old woman looked at each other, their eyes solemn, then, they stared at Lin Ling and shook their heads in disbelief. Back in the day, Lin Ling was very weak and didn't have the qualifications to know many secrets of the era of gods. But now, Lin Ling was already the spokesperson of the gods. He knew more things than they did and could do things in the name of the gods. Oh, it's so lively? Right at this moment, a large number of people finally walked in from the enormous city gates. They were the city lords of the various cities. They were obviously surprised. Originally, they thought that Song Qiri and the others were here to welcome them, so they were happy. Song Qiri knew how to do things. However, after entering Snow City, they found that these people were not here to welcome them at all. Even if they did not speak, no one would know that they had come. This undoubtedly made them very unhappy. Song Qiri, is this how you treat your guests? Don't you know that we're here on behalf of the gods? If you neglect us, it's the same as neglecting the gods. One of the young men suddenly shouted with great majesty, as if he were Song Qiri's immediate superior. This voice undoubtedly interrupted Lin Ling and attracted the attention of many people at the same time. That seems to be Yanggang? There were many experts present, and one or two people recognized the young man. The strongest expert of the Xianxia Hall of Wuwei College. When they finished speaking, the faces of the students in the college changed greatly. Wuwei College was ranked third among the 36 colleges and was even more powerful than the E-Garden. How could a young expert who could become the strongest in this college be weak? It could be said that 90% of the people in the 36 colleges were no match for this person alone. If this person had come to Snowwind College in the past, people would have been flattered and their eyes would have been opened. However, there was one more person above Yanggang, Lin Ling. Naturally, Yanggang seemed to be a lot dimmer. City Lord Yang, what do you mean by this? Seeing Yanggang's rudeness, Song Qiri felt a little embarrassed. He, Song Qiri, was a city lord. Although he was not as good as Yanggang, he was at least half of Yanggang's senior. Yanggang did not give him any face at all. What do you mean? I'm asking you, what do you mean? Didn't you receive the god's order? Before Yanggang could speak, another young man next to him spoke. This person was called Lin Xiu, the second strongest expert of the E-Garden's Xianxia Hall. He was also the most outstanding person in the college. Of course, compared to Yanggang, he was naturally a lot dimmer. After all, Yanggang was also ranked 50th on the Stairway of Heaven on the Divine List. Then do you know how long I've been waiting? I've been waiting since morning. You said I neglected the god's order, but I think you're the ones who neglected the god's order. Song Qiri was so angry that his voice was like a firecracker. He glanced around, and the city lords under the gate did not dare to look directly at him, because they were in the wrong. According to the rules, they should have rushed over immediately. However, Yanggang was walking slowly, which caused them to slow down as well. We came from all the main cities. Do you think we can get here in a day? If you're so powerful, why don't you come to my main city? However, Yanggang was still not afraid of Song Qiri. Hearing this, Song Qiri could not hold back anymore. He took a step forward, but Lin Ling stopped him and looked at Yanggang calmly. Yanggang also looked at Lin Ling naturally. He recognized Lin Ling as the man in the blue robe from before. He also guessed that the man in the blue robe was Lin Ling. Phoenix's eye. Then, he shouted. His eyes suddenly turned pitch black and his pupils changed. They did not look like the eyes of a human, but the eyes of a phoenix. Strangely, he could see Lin Ling's cultivation stage through the phoenix's eye. It was extremely rude to check someone's cultivation stage rashly, which made the eyes of young Master Yao and the others extremely cold. However, Lin Ling waved his hand indifferently. He believed that Yang could not see through Lin Ling's cultivation stage. Fourth level of the martial god realm. At this moment, Yang let out a long voice that was mixed with a wisp of disdain. Is that all? Beside him, Lin Xiao also laughed mockingly. They were both at the peak of the martial god realm, but Lin Ling was only at the fourth level of the martial god realm. Although Lin Ling was famous, they thought Lin Ling was only SOSO. If Lin Ling did not have a strong background, he would be weaker than them. I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Waiting for us? Yang squinted his eyes and looked indifferent. First in the Xianxia Hall of Wuwei College, right? What's your ranking on the stairway to heaven? Lin Ling asked again. 52nd. Not too bad. How about this, you're barely qualified to fight me. If you win, you can do whatever you want. Lin Ling nodded. If you lose, you'll have to do whatever you want. His voice was calm but it carried a domineering aura. Not too bad? Yang sneered. What do you mean by that? It's simple. If you're only ranked 80th or 90th on the stairway to heaven, I'm sorry but you're not even qualified to fight me. If you're ranked 52nd, you're barely qualified. Lin Ling said calmly. However, to Yang ears, it sounded like he was looking down on him. Shameless boasting. Before Yang could speak, Lin Xiao shouted angrily. That was because he was not ranked 52nd. Did that mean that he was not even qualified to fight Lin Ling? Although he had heard that Lin Ling had defeated the city governor, he did not think that Lin Ling was much stronger than him. Moreover, he was no match for Yang. However, before he could say anything, Yang had already stopped him. Alright, I'll fight you. Yang was obviously looking forward to this battle. He had heard of Lin Ling's name and had always wanted to learn from him. In his opinion, not every trial taker was strong. As far as he knew, the trial taker circle was very unbalanced. The strong ones had heaven-defying strength while the weak ones were even weaker than them. He guessed that Lin Ling had not been a trial taker for long and should be a weak trial taker. Therefore, he would teach Lin Ling a lesson today. Boom, Yang unleashed all of his boundary essence. He was at the peak of the martial god realm and was just a little bit away from breaking through to the martial god realm. Of course, although the gap did not seem big, it was huge. There were many cultivators who had been stuck at the martial god realm their entire lives. His divine energy was also surging out and he had more than 20 streaks. From this point of view, he was obviously much more powerful than Duan Wuhan. However, what was truly terrifying was his talent. The cry of a phoenix resounded through the sky. It was actually the phoenix bloodline. Furthermore, it was a pure phoenix bloodline. As soon as this phoenix appeared, its entire body was pitch black. After rushing out of snow-blowing city, it immediately sprinkled down endless brilliance. Although it was a completely black phoenix, it was still incomparably beautiful and sacred. Although Yang had not awakened his divine power, his innate talent was too powerful. He was an innate divine fetus. Just the flight of the black phoenix alone was enough to make people feel pressured. If he had awakened his divine power, he would probably be a genius without a divine fetus. He was just releasing his aura. Then he would be able to defeat his opponent, to be able to become the top student of Wuwei Academy. That kind of talent was enough to make people's scalps tingle. It was no wonder that he was jealous of Lin Ling. That was because Lin Ling was so talented and powerful, yet he hadn't become a cultivator. How could he be willing to accept that? Innate divine embryo. In Snow City, many people's faces changed greatly. In the beginning, they thought that the young man was too arrogant. But now it would seem that the young man really did have the ability to be arrogant. Don't worry, Lin Ling also has an innate divine embryo. There's no need to fear him. However, someone immediately said. Both of them have innate divine embryos. In this case, it will be difficult for Lord Lin Ling to defeat that young man. And with that young man's arrogant look, he will definitely be more arrogant after this. Someone secretly said worriedly. Because many people knew that the arrival of these city lords was a show of strength to Snow-Blowing City. Therefore, if Lin Ling couldn't defeat Yang Gang, then this show of strength would never dissipate and the other city lords would never give face to Snow-Blowing City. Lin Ling, student of Snow City, I heard that you have an innate divine embryo and are very powerful. But in my opinion, you're just SOSO. As his aura continued to rise, Yang Gang also said indifferently, looking at the sky again, the black phoenix was flying. It had a large number of phoenix bodies, turning the sky into a world of phoenixes. It was gorgeous and colorful. It is indeed the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. Treasure God Nanwufingyu said lightly. Like the Dragon clan, the Phoenix clan was an ancient clan that was rarely seen in the void. They couldn't understand how Yang Gang had obtained such a terrifying talent. Are you still not going to make your move? After his aura reached its peak, Yang Gang looked at Lin Ling proudly. Let's go. However, Lin Ling only glanced at the sky, then turned and left with Yu Yu and the others. This made everyone suspicious, even Yu Yu and the others were the same. Leave? Yang Gang was stunned. Because, weren't they supposed to have a big battle? Why did Lin Ling leave? Are you afraid? Yang Gang guessed that Lin Ling must be afraid of him. Trial taker Lin Ling didn't expect him to be so cowardly. He knew that he couldn't beat him and was embarrassed, so he didn't want to fight. The other city lords also had the same thought. They all smiled contemptuously, looking at Lin Ling's back and shaking their heads mockingly. It seemed that Lin Ling really relied on his identity as a trial taker to make a name for himself. Afraid? Just as they were laughing, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded out. You can't even tell when I'm about to make my move. How are you going to fight me? The voice came from Lin Ling, and it had a hint of helplessness. This caused the entire city to fall silent. Yang Gang's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling had made his move, boom. Almost as soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, two dragon gods suddenly appeared in the sky. They were majestic and filled with endless draconic might. These two dragon gods were so huge that one couldn't see the end of them. After they appeared, they coiled around the black phoenix from the left and right, one in front and one behind. This was also a battle between dragons and phoenixes. However, compared to the black phoenix, there were more dragon gods, and they were all innate godly fetuses. When did you have the innate bloodline of the dragon gods? Yang Gang's eyes trembled violently. In his eyes, the black phoenix was entangled by the two dragon gods. It couldn't resist at all, and then it fell to the ground under countless shocked gazes. Yang Gang also spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood, and his face turned pale. Just now, when the two dragon gods came at him, he immediately felt a terrifying aura that he couldn't resist at all. He was defeated in one move, and it was a clean defeat, and he was wholeheartedly convinced the Black Phoenix divine embryo was naturally weaker than the two dragon divine embryos. City Lord Yang Gang. Seeing Yang Gang sitting cross-legged, the other city lords were shocked. Their previous smugness disappeared in an instant, and they became docile and obedient. Thank you. Yang Gang sat cross-legged for a moment to recover, and finally opened his eyes. Then, he looked solemnly in the direction Lin Ling had disappeared and said word by word. He knew that Lin Ling had held back, or he would have been seriously injured. Moreover, it was rumored that Lin Ling had two divine embryos in his body, one of fire and one of thunder. But in his battle with him, Lin Ling had not used these two divine embryos. He had relied on his dragon god talent to defeat him. Therefore, if Lin Ling had used his full strength, he would have been defeated even more thoroughly. If you can't even sense when I attacked, how can you talk about fighting me? Lin Ling's words lingered in his mind, and then his bitter smile deepened. Indeed, he couldn't sense Lin Ling's attack at all. Governor. Yang, please. We don't have much time left. Let's get down to business. At this time, Song Chiri's voice drifted into his ears. Yes, the life of a deity is more important. Yang Gang quickly stood up and smiled apologetically. Now, he was no longer as proud and arrogant as before, because Lin Ling also taught him a lesson. In a place like Snow-Blowing City, it was better for them, the city lords, to follow the rules. Sorry, I'm late. Governor Tsong, I came here in a hurry and didn't bring anything good. However, I brought a bottle of 10,000-year-old Void Jade Star wine. I hope you'll accept it. When the other governors saw that Yonggang had been defeated, they surrendered completely and smiled apologetically. One by one, they became well-behaved and obedient. That's good. Let's go back. Song Chiri laughed and asked people to prepare good wine and delicious food to welcome the governors. Of course, the moment he turned around, he was extremely excited. He had never expected that Lin Ling would defeat the governors so easily. It was faster, more convenient, and more domineering than he had imagined. After all, if Lin Ling defeated Yonggang after 300 rounds, although it would be satisfying, obviously, the governors would not accept it, because Lin Ling was a trial taker. It was not surprising that he could win. However, Lin Ling's move was simple and neat, the effect was different. It was like a loud slap. At this time, Lin Ling led the crowd to the courtyard. As for what had happened before, Lin Ling naturally did not take it to heart. With his current strength, no one in the martial god realm could defeat him except for the top 10 martial gods of the 9 regions. Of course, the deities were an exception. After all, the deities were valued by the deities. Their means were mysterious and could not be underestimated. After returning to the courtyard, the crowd chatted animatedly. Lin Ling accompanied them for a long time, and then he was called out by the old woman. Under an ancient pine tree outside the courtyard, the needle-like pine leaves scattered in the wind. The old woman stood under the pine tree and looked at Lin Ling with gratification. "Senior, what is it?" Lin Ling respected the old woman from the bottom of his heart. Even if he felt that his current strength was probably not much weaker than the old woman was still a senior in his heart. "I just received an order from Lord Lei Gong. You have become a 7-star trial taker." The old woman took a deep breath, suppressed her excitement, and said word by word. 7 stars. Hearing this, Lin Ling's pupils trembled violently. One had to know that he was only a 5-star not long ago. Now that he had jumped by 2 stars, he had missed at least 5 or 6 missions. That's right, Lei Gong is currently discussing the spirit kingdom with the other 3 great gods. However, before he left the hall, he told me, "Lin Ling, you're amazing. You're a trial taker among the 4 great gods and have the fastest growth rate." The old woman, who had just suppressed her excitement, could no longer hold it in. You have to know that for others to complete a trial mission, the fastest would take 100 years, and the slowest would take 1,000 years. However, you have completed several major missions in just 3 years. It can be described as a miracle. Oh right, what did you encounter when you were searching for the spirit kingdom? Why did Lei Gong reward you like this? Now that you've completed a 2-star mission, you can request 4 rewards from Lei Gong. Congratulations. The old woman said incoherently. Senior, you spoke too fast. I can't even react. Seeing the excited old woman, Lin Ling was speechless. His words made the old woman slap her forehead and laugh. All along, the old woman did not speak much to Lin Ling and gave off a serious vibe. However, as Lin Ling continued to grow stronger, this seriousness disappeared. Instead, she was as close to Lin Ling as a family member. Next, Lin Ling did not hide anything and told her about how he had chased away the great god of the spirit kingdom. I see. Heavens, you actually chased away a god. TSK, TSK. Sometimes, even I am afraid of the things you do. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the old woman was undoubtedly shocked. With the strength of a martial god, he had disrupted the plan of a god. It was no wonder that Lei Gong had rewarded Lin Ling so much. She could not help but admire Lin Ling's luck. This was because a god could have killed Lin Ling with just one look. However, Lin Ling had taken the risk and stopped the great god of the spirit kingdom before he was about to awaken. All of this sounded simple, but the old woman knew that it was definitely more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Oh right, now that I've become a 7-star trial taker, I can get 4 rewards? Lin Ling was obviously more concerned about the rewards because he also wanted Lei Gong to help him remove the hidden danger in his body. Moreover, his realm had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his 6 dantians had all become divine fetuses. He also wanted to open his 7th dantian. To open the dantian, one had to cultivate their essence, qi, and spirit at the same time. However, Lin Ling's current realm, soul force, and physical strength had already reached the standard. He only lacked the cultivation resources needed to open the dantian. Therefore, he also wanted to use the rewards to exchange for treasures. That's right, there are 4 rewards. Moreover, you are a 7-star trial taker. When ordinary trial takers meet you, they have to bow to you because your status is higher than theirs. The old woman smiled and was happy for Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling's status had risen, and so had her status. Among the many guardians, the others did not dare to laugh at her easily. There's such a rule? Hearing this, Lin Ling was a little suspicious. He remembered that when he went to Lei Gong's hall, the trial takers had a higher status than him, but they rarely put on airs with their status. You don't know about this? Seeing that Lin Ling seemed to be hearing this for the first time, the old woman was shocked. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head. It was indeed his first time hearing this. However, his eyes suddenly lit up. He recalled the first time he went to Lei Gong's hall. Sister Zhen seemed to be making things difficult for him, and the other trial takers not only did not help him, but also spoke for Sister Zhen. This seemed to indicate the difference between the trial takers' level. As for later, Lei Gong had already regarded himself as a successor. Although the others did not know, they could more or less guess it from Lei Gong's attitude. No wonder later in Lei Gong's hall, although Sister Zhen and the others were easy to talk to, they looked at Lin Ling with strange eyes. You just entered the world of gods, so you are not familiar with these rules. This is normal. The old woman nodded to Lin Ling Sr. I heard that there is a world of gods in the final world, but why haven't I seen it yet? Lin Ling also remembered what people called this place when he first came to Miaozhou. This place had the final world and the world of gods. Now, he had a firm foothold in the final world, but he had never heard of the world of gods. You don't have to worry about this, because I estimate that it won't be long before Lord Lei Gong takes you to the world of gods. There are all the gods under the 4 great gods, powerful holy knights, great generals, and so on. The old woman smiled, her eyes filled with yearning. Even I have only been there once, and that was the homeland of the gods in the past. The place where the battle of the gods took place was also the era of the gods. The old woman nodded heavily at Lin Ling. Hearing this, Lin Ling was suddenly excited because he had heard many things about the era of the gods and had always been curious. He did not expect that it was the world of gods. At that time, during the dusk of the gods fell. That piece of land was probably deserted. For now, you should wait for the news because Lei Gong is discussing with the other gods. When he returns, he will definitely look for you. Seeing Lin Ling full of yearning, the old woman suddenly smiled and said, Moreover, you often do missions outside, so you should seize this time to rest and accompany your family. Okay. Lin Ling also had this idea. He also wanted to see what treasures would be in the inheritance treasure after reaching the 4th level of the martial god realm. By the way, Lei Gong also told you to be careful because you interrupted the plan of the Spirit Nation. I'm afraid that the Spirit Nation will target you. The Spirit Nation is in the dark and you are in the light. Sometimes it's impossible to guard against them. As for the 9 regions, there are very few people who can shake you. At this time, the old woman warned again. Lin Ling nodded and then walked back to the courtyard with the old woman. Lin Ling naturally knew that although he seemed powerful now, there were still many people who could take his life, and there were many such people: Luli Empress, 9 regions, 10 great martial gods, especially the Duan lineage martial god. Because Duan Wuhan died in the hands of Lin Ling, this was equivalent to cutting off the bloodline of the Duan family. The Duan lineage martial god would definitely not let Lin Ling go. Returning to the courtyard, Lin Ling suppressed all the things in his heart and enjoyed the hard-won family reunion. That night, Snow-Blowing City was also incomparably lively. Some acquaintances of the final world also came to visit at this moment. This kind of life lasted for a full 10 days before Lin Ling began to return to his peaceful life. At present, he was waiting for Lei Gong to summon him. At that time, he could mention the reward to Lei Gong. In the room, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. His eyes were calm. His originally well-defined face was now less murderous and more sacred. Strands of divine power lingered around his body, flickering like fireflies. It was this divine power that distinguished Lin Ling from ordinary martial gods. In the 9 regions, there were not many martial gods who had divine power. And those who had this power, without a doubt, a symbol of the top experts. Around Lin Ling, the phantoms of the 6 divine embryos flowed like water. The twin dragon gods, the wraith jellyfish, and primal chaos were like strange beasts of the world standing guard. And above Lin Ling's head, the human sovereign's flame and the Thunderlock physique were still fighting. The divine might they exuded was clearly superior to the other talents. Whoosh, after an unknown period of time, Lin Ling's eyes finally opened. His left eye was filled with golden flames and his right eye was filled with white lightning. My realm has finally stabilized, Lin Ling said softly. He had broken through 2 realms in a row on this trip to Spirit Light City. Therefore, he was afraid that his realm would be unstable. After all, the boundary essence of the martial god realm was no small matter. If he was careless and caused the boundary essence to become chaotic, it was possible for him to self-destruct. The power of that self-destruction was undoubtedly very strong, especially since Lin Ling had 6 stanchions. The power of his self-destruction was comparable to the peak of the martial god realm. Therefore, after reaching the 4th level of the martial god realm, Lin Ling did not dare to be in a hurry to break through. It seems that the energy given by the spirit nation is very pure. There are no side effects when breaking through realms. However, when I was stabilizing my realm, I did not feel anything strange. It was as if there were no changes in my body. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He knew that the quieter it was, the more dangerous it would be. If the spirit nation falls, the energy will never explode. However, once the spirit nation's deities come near, the energy will disturb your dantian and turn you into a member of the spirit nation. The giant ghost said calmly as he sat by the window and stared at the pitch-black night sky. What a ticking time bomb. Yes. Lin Ling nodded, then let out a helpless sigh. As expected, most of the things that were obtained too cheaply were not good stuff. Forget it. I'll wait for Lord Lei Gong to return and see if he has any ideas. Lin Ling did not think too much about it. Instead, the divine inheritance treasure appeared in his mind and a smile of anticipation appeared on his face. Currently, Lin Ling had many treasures on him, especially the indigo spiritual flower. Of course, he had given the precious indigo spiritual flower to Yu Yu and Yuer, and the others to increase their talents. However, he had only given them 1 indigo spiritual flower. After all, Lin Ling had personally experienced the power of the indigo spiritual flower. If he did not have a powerful refining method, he would explode. Currently, Lin Ling did not dare to refine the indigo spiritual flower so easily. He would only make plans after he became stronger. Therefore, his attention was now focused on the god's heirloom, 4th level martial god, who knew what kind of rare treasures there would be in this treasure trove. I estimate that the treasures of a 4th level martial god are similar to those of a 3rd level martial god. Seeing Lin Ling drawing the seal in the air, the giant ghost floated over and said curiously. Why are you so sure? Lin Ling asked the giant ghost as he drew the seal to open the divine inheritance treasure. Because the divine inheritance treasure will guarantee that you will surpass the martial god realm and achieve the martial god realm, but it won't provide you with too much help. After all, it's only beneficial to you. The ultimate tribulation of the martial god realm is the greatest tribulation of the martial god realm. It's a kind of reliance, a kind of inner demon, the giant ghost said. Lin Ling was well aware of this too. Let's see if you're right. Lin Ling waved his right hand, causing a loud explosion. Following this, the rift was torn open, revealing a black hole. Lin Ling and the giant ghost looked into the black hole, and the first thing they saw was a black token, the World Massacre Order. This treasure again? Lin Ling and the giant ghost exchanged glances with one another and smiled, even though it was as the giant ghost had said, that a 4th level martial god realm cultivator would not unlock any unique treasures. The World Massacre Order was more than enough. At the very least, it gave Lin Ling another life-saving trump card. Although this trump card was a one-time use, there weren't many powerhouses in the final world who could block this trump card. God stones, TSK, 100 of them. Based on the cost of refining them last time, I should be able to improve my god force by 50 streams. Following this, Lin Ling was overjoyed when he saw the number of God stones. Currently, if he were to stumble into someone with a strong godly embryo, he could defeat them with his god force, such as Xianxia. The last treasure was none other than the god's essence fragment. The looting of the treasures is over. Overall, it's the same as the 3rd layer martial god realm, but there are more of them. Following this, Lin Ling put the treasures away and said in a dissatisfied tone. Be content with what you have, any one of your treasures is priceless to others, But you can get one every time you break through. If others knew about it, they would be jealous. The giant ghost said fiercely. If I'm not mistaken, there are still a few of them. Therefore, I'm not the only one benefiting from it. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. He clearly knew that the benefits in the eyes of others were just so to the gods. For example, the Ling kingdom was a tycoon. They could easily give out godly embryos to others and grant them the right to become a god. That being said, those gods could not be compared to the real gods during the era of the gods. They could only be considered fake gods. However, even though your cultivation has stabilized, your godly force is rising too fast. It's not suitable for you to refine it anymore. Otherwise, the godly force will drown out the godly force you've comprehended. The giant ghost said. Lin Ling nodded. Why don't I exchange 100 godly stones for cultivation resources? You're going to use them to open your 7th dantian, right? The giant ghost guessed Lin Ling's intention. Even though it did not know what kind of cultivation technique Lin Ling had practiced that allowed him to open his dantian so frequently, it knew that Lin Ling had the ability to open his 7th dantian after spending some time with him. If you need a huge amount of cultivation resources, you'll need a lot of monarch crystals. During the era of the gods cultivated with the godly spring. This kind of spring water only appears in the void. It's the essence of spiritual qi. It's extremely rare, so it should be enough to satisfy your needs. Godly spring? Lin Ling remembered the name. Following this, he began to cultivate again. This time, he was not going to improve the human emperor's flame, but the Bodhi testimony godly art. The Bodhi testimony godly art could improve his soul force, which was what he valued the most. The words of the Bodhi testimony godly art appeared in his mind. Lin Ling entered a meditative state. The enlightened heart Bodhi was known as the Bodhisattva who had ascended to the ground to comprehend the truth of the Dharma. After all, it was pure, which was the so-called Prajna Paramitha form. The ancient Sanskrit words floated in Lin Ling's mind, as if an ancient elder was whispering in his ear. Inside Lin Ling's dantian, a wave of auspicious and peaceful energy appeared from the 6 great dantians, causing the tyrannical boundary essence to calm down. This made Lin Ling realize that the Bodhi testimony divine skill seemed to be able to suppress the evil power of the spirit kingdom. Weng. Suddenly, an ancient and huge statue appeared in Lin Ling's mind. The statue was benevolent and looked at Lin Ling with affection. This time, the ancient Sanskrit was being whispered by the statue. Patriarch Subhuti. Lin Ling's mind shook. Wasn't this the ancient god he met in the myriad worlds? Under the Sanskrit words of the statue, Lin Ling felt a warm energy flowing through his body. The sound of the great Tao seemed to be lingering around Lin Ling's body, constantly nourishing him. At the same time, a soul seed seemed to have been opened in his soul force. Then, the warm voice of the great Tao started to tumble, and it actually turned into a blue cloud. All of this appeared deeply in Lin Ling's soul. Lin Ling could clearly sense that in the blue cloud, a blue divine dragon was swallowing the clouds and riding the mist. It was so majestic. The Sin-Sea Dragon King of the Blue Bodhi, the divine dragon appeared to slay demons. This was the 3rd level of the Bodhi testimony divine skill. The 3rd level had increased the power of God by 10 strands. However, it had to be used after the 1st and 2nd levels. The 1st level was the red Bodhi, the 2nd level was the yellow Bodhi, and the 3rd level was the blue Bodhi. A total of 12 strands of the power of God were born. One had to know that these 12 strands of the power of God were much more powerful than the power of God that the Godstone had comprehended. Now, Lin Ling had a total of 62 strands of the power of God. Buzz, the sound of a Buddhist bell rang in Lin Ling's mind, causing him to slowly open his eyes. His body quietly emitted a righteous and peaceful power of Buddha. Success. The giant ghost's voice sounded at the same time. Lin Ling nodded immediately. He felt even more fortunate because he knew that the reason he was able to comprehend the 3rd level so smoothly was because of Patriarch Bodhi's Sanskrit. My soul force has increased by 3,000 strands, reaching 38,000 strands. Lin Ling licked his lips and became inexplicably excited. He then asked, how long did it take me to comprehend this? 3 months. The giant ghost said. Fortunately, it didn't take too long. Lin Ling had spent a lot of time in seclusion. This time it only took him 3 months. This undoubtedly made him very satisfied. Then, Lin Ling tidied up and left the room. Outside the room, everyone was still busy. Just like before, there was a happy atmosphere. Nan Wufingyu was playing with Xiaoyu. When he saw Lin Ling, he could not help but smile. "You're out?" Lin Ling smiled and nodded. "Brother Lin Ling." Xiaoyu immediately rushed to Lin Ling, and Lin Ling picked her up. Only then did he realize that the little girl had grown up a lot. "Right, treasure god, do you know where the holy spring is?" Lin Ling teased Xiaoyu, then looked at Nan Wufingyu and asked. "The holy spring is a very ancient item." Nan Wufingyu replied with a sigh, "This treasure is used by the gods for cultivation." "Why? Do you want it too?" "Yes, because the royal crystal is no longer of much help to me. Even if it can help with cultivation, it requires a lot of royal crystals. I'm afraid that only the Kaiyuan River can gather this amount, but it will take a lot of time." Lin Ling nodded. "I'm not too familiar with the current void. By the way, the last time I passed by a place, I heard that there was a holy spring there." Nan Wufingyu shook his head, then his eyes lit up and he smiled. "That's the true inheritance of Miao Shen." "Miao Shen's true inheritance?" Lin Ling exclaimed. He had forgotten about this place. This was the gathering place of the strongest boundary gods in the final world. It was not surprising that there was a holy spring here. "Thank you, senior." "Haha, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it." Lin Ling hurriedly bowed and said. "You, in fact, are more familiar with Miao Shen's true inheritance than I am. It's just that you have a lot of things to do and can't remember at the moment. However, I heard that Miao Shen's true inheritance has a grudge with you. If you trade with them for the holy spring, I'm afraid they won't agree." Nan Wufingyu reminded. Hearing this, Lin Ling slapped his forehead. Miao Shen's true inheritance was a group of arrogant boundary masters, and they had a grudge with Lin Ling. It was indeed difficult to trade with them. However, Lin Ling was determined to open the 7th Dantian, so he had to prepare in advance. "I have indeed offended many people in God Miao's true inheritance. Princess Tian and the woman who sat in the palanquin during Daoist Duobao's auction. In this World Spiritist Alliance, I only know Yeshua." "Oh, that's right, I can ask her where God Miao's true inheritance is." Lin Ling pondered for a bit and decided to leave immediately. Yu and the others were not far away. When they heard Lin Ling's words, they immediately wanted to follow him. Lin Ling felt that it should not be too dangerous and immediately nodded in agreement. God Miao's true inheritance was, after all, a huge alliance. They knew that Lin Ling was Lei Gong's man and would definitely not dare to act recklessly. Moreover, Lin Ling planned to use divine stones to buy the divine spring. It was likely that God Miao's true inheritance would not refuse divine stones. Lin Ling brought along Yu, Xianyuan and an Yuer, warned his family, and then left in large strides. He reckoned that he would not be leaving for long. Thus, he did not inform anyone. God Miao's true inheritance? I've heard of this mysterious World Spiritist Alliance. However, this alliance is very mysterious and I have never had the chance to see it. Today, I can finally see it. Yu was clearly very curious about God Miao's true inheritance. However, God Miao's true inheritance has enmity with Lin Ling. Those arrogant world spiritists are not easy to talk to. Xianyuan stuck out her nose and said. Although God Miao's true inheritance is arrogant, they still have principles. If Lin Ling is going to make a trade, I believe they will not refuse. And Yuer was once the holy maiden of the immortal temple. Thus, she was naturally more familiar with God Miao's true inheritance. Yu, here you go. Lin Ling took out an umbrella and gave it to Yu. Then, he explained, this is the great overarching sky umbrella. It can block the attacks of late-stage martial gods with divine embryo. Your talent is to support everyone. Thus, it's better to increase your defense. What about you? Yu immediately looked at Lin Ling. Don't worry, your husband is no longer the same as before. The overarching heavenly umbrella is no longer of much help to me. Lin Ling said with a smile. They had just walked out of the snow-blowing city when several silhouettes quickly arrived from afar. After seeing Lin Ling, they immediately saluted, Great Leader. The person in the lead was called Canon God. He was one of the leaders of the Godslayer Alliance. Lin Ling had subdued him at the Kaiyuan River. Lin Ling. Beside Canon God was a beautiful woman. She was Yi Shui, one of the 4 leaders of the God Slayer Alliance. She was also the successor of Miaoshen's true teachings. Yi Shui, do you know where Miaoshen's true inheritance is? Lin Ling exchanged some pleasantries before revealing his purpose. Hearing this, Yi Shui was stunned. The whereabouts of Miao God's true legacy was usually a secret and could not be easily revealed, even if she was the successor of Miao God's true legacy. However, on second thought, Lin Ling was a trial tester. His identity was obviously not an ordinary person, so he was qualified to know. Immediately, Yi Shui took out a compass and handed it to Lin Ling. The location of Miao God's true legacy is in the void, and the entrance is in Jiuzhou. Only this kind of compass can know where the entrance is. After all, there are many martial artists who want to help Miao God's true legacy refine weapons. In order to prevent too many people from rushing into Miao God's true legacy, this rule was set. Yi Shui said. Hearing this, Lin Ling curled his lips. This Miao God's true legacy was really arrogant. Okay, thank you. Then, Lin Ling thanked her and gave a sapphire nimble crystal to Yi Shui. Lin Ling, this is not good. Seeing this, Yi Shui was a little flattered. She knew that in today's God Slayer Alliance, Lin Ling was the biggest leader. Young Master Yao, Ma Jin Tianzi, and herself, the former 3 leaders, had quietly taken a step back and given their positions to Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was the last to join the God Slayer Alliance among the 4 of them, his abilities were obvious to all. Previously, he had destroyed the Qilin martial god and Wendian martial god. Now, he had established the God Slayer Alliance. All of these were thanks to him. It could be said that the God Slayer Alliance used to be a little famous in Qingzhou and other small divine prefectures. However, Lin Ling had promoted the God Slayer Alliance and made it famous in Jiuzhou. Take it. Don't treat me as a leader. We are friends. Lin Ling insisted that Yi Shui accept it. Yi Shui had no choice but to nod her head. Goodbye. Then, Lin Ling left Snow City with Yuer and the others. As soon as they left Snow City, Lin Ling took out the compass and checked it. The direction seemed to be outside the final world. What a troublesome true inheritance of Miaoshen. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Miaoshen's true inheritance was no different from a god to the experts in Jiuzhou. However, for experts like Lin Ling, it was not very useful. Because Lin Ling was after the innate divine weapon. Apparently, there were only a few people in Miaoshen's true inheritance who could make an innate divine weapon. Even if they could, they would need countless treasures. Therefore, it was more convenient for Lin Ling to explore the forbidden area. If Lin Ling was not in a hurry to get the divine spring, he would not have come into contact with Miaoshen's true inheritance. After leaving the final world, Lin Ling headed toward Jiuzhou. Finally, he found that the entrance was in Tianzhou, one of Jiuzhou's 9 prefectures. Lin Ling had not been to Tianzhou much. He only knew that it was the 3rd from the bottom in Jiuzhou. After confirming the target, Lin Ling looked back and saw Yu and the others chatting. It seemed that they were very happy to be able to accompany Lin Ling. Even the iceberg beauty and Yuer showed a rare happy smile. This made Lin Ling not in a hurry. He was out fighting all year round and rarely accompanied his wife. Today, he would walk slowly with them. However, even if Lin Ling and the others walked slowly, they were all very powerful. Therefore, in less than a day, Tianzhou appeared in front of them. Tianzhou, have we arrived? The few of them floated in the void and looked at the ancient continent in the distance. Then, Yu smiled and asked. When they first came to the martial god realm, the Tianzhou was undoubtedly a colossus. But now, to them, the Tianzhou was as insignificant as a countryside. However, Lin Ling's soul force was very powerful. He immediately sensed many powerful auras in Tianzhou. He immediately said, "Don't underestimate this place. Tianzhou is full of powerful experts now." And Yuer also sensed it. It seems that those people are also here for Miaoshen's true inheritance. This time, the entrance to Miaoshen's true inheritance was in Tianzhou. Some people who heard the news would naturally come. Moreover, those who were qualified to enter Miaoshen's true inheritance would definitely have powerful backgrounds. The warriors in Tianzhou don't seem to have noticed that a large number of experts have gathered where they are. They are so stupid. Xianxia suddenly laughed. Lin Ling immediately scratched her little nose and said, "It's not that they are stupid. It's just that the difference in strength is too great. In fact, when we were in Qingzhou, there might have been many experts. It's just that we couldn't detect them with our strength. So, we all thought that the strongest in Qingzhou was Emperor Qing. Let's go." Next, Lin Ling landed in Tianzhou with the girls. Tianzhou was very large, 3 times the size of Qingzhou. The cities were bustling and lively, similar to Qingzhou. After Lin Ling landed, he immediately sensed many familiar feelings. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. This was because the familiar feeling came from the flame of the human king. This meant that there were people who had been assimilated by the human king's flame. Of course, those people also sensed Lin Ling's arrival. Their expressions changed and they immediately rushed towards Lin Ling from all corners of Tianzhou. Lin Ling did not care about this. He guessed that those people were here for God Miao's true inheritance. It was a good opportunity to ask them about God Miao's true inheritance. Then, Lin Ling appeared in an extremely bustling city according to the compass. This was called Sky City, which was also the city where the divine emperor of Tianzhou lived. This divine emperor could also control ancient powers and was extremely powerful. Of course, to the current Lin Ling and the others, that ancient power was not worth mentioning. Walking on the street, Yu and the others' beautiful faces undoubtedly became the focus of attention. Many people looked at Lin Ling with envy but did not dare to approach him. Of course, there were always exceptions. "Eh? What beautiful ladies. Why don't you accompany me tonight?" "Young man." A young man in extraordinary attire led a few experts to block Lin Ling and the others' path. The young man said with a smile on his face, "He's so silly." Seeing this, Xianxia could not help but laugh. She naturally knew why the other party was here. However, in her eyes, this young man was too weak. Yes. I'm very silly. How about it? Are you interested in going shopping with me?" The young man was mocked but was not angry. Instead, he continued to smile. It was obvious that he was a veteran at picking up girls. "Come on, sir. I know you want to pursue them, but they are not people you can afford to offend." Lin Ling also shook his head. He was not angry at all. Instead, he advised him. "Brat, are you their guardian angel?" "What? When I, Li Xiao, do something, I still need your permission." The young man looked at Lin Ling and his eyes turned cold. "You don't have to ask for my permission. In fact, I'm not stopping you. I'm just advising you out of kindness." However, who would have thought that Lin Ling still wasn't angry? After leaving behind a sentence, he strode forward. That look seemed to say, "If you want to hit on them, go ahead." Such an action undoubtedly left the young man dumbfounded. The passers-by were also confused. Generally speaking, when encountering such a situation, shouldn't the blue-robed young man be the hero who saves the beauty? Who knew that he would run away instead? This was too unmanly. How would they know that the reason why Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with them was that Yu and the rest were much stronger than these people? Even if Yu and the others didn't have Lin Ling as their husband, Yu and the others wouldn't have taken a fancy to that young man, because his status and strength were not on the same level. Haha, did you see that? Aren't I very impressive? However, the young man obviously didn't know that. At this moment, he was very proud of himself. Impressive, you are indeed very impressive. Yu and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. Seeing that Lin Ling had walked far away, they hurriedly wanted to chase after him. However, the young man stopped Yu and the others and said confidently, "Beautiful ladies, tonight is the full moon. I wonder if I have the fortune to invite you to admire the full moon." This scene made many people on the street envious. They thought that Li Xiao was really lucky in love. "You're such an idiot. Reward your sister, don't block the way." However, Yu and the others were extremely impatient. They didn't hold back and directly attacked. Bang, 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 they didn't even need to use any moves. Just their aura alone was enough to defeat the young man and the others and trample them on the street. "Reward your sister, I already said, don't block the way." The Xianxia was the most violent. She directly beat the young man until his head was swollen like a pig's head. The people on the street were shocked. They never thought that these 3 delicate ladies would have such terrifying strength. Moreover, their attacks were so ferocious, Li Xiao was considered a celebrity in Heaven City. He was also extremely powerful. However, he was beaten like a dog. This was the first time they had seen the powerful Li Xiao end up in such a state. You. Li Xiao was clearly dumbfounded. He ignored the intense pain in his body and stared at the three beauties in disbelief. Unfortunately, Yu Yu and the Xianyuan didn't even look at him and left in disdain, and Yuer looked at Li Xiao calmly and asked, "Does it hurt?" It hurts a lot. Thank you for your concern, beautiful lady. Li Xiao replied instinctively. Bang, just as he raised his head, and Yuer stomped on Li Xiao's cheek. His cheek was deeply indented and his nose was probably broken into pieces. So violent. The people were shocked again. They thought that the last beauty was kinder, so they asked out of concern. Who knew that the last beauty was even more ferocious? Li Xiao knelt on the ground, his face facing in Yuer's foot. In the end, he fell to the ground. Sigh, it's bad enough that he's weak, but he's also so ugly. It's bad enough that he's ugly, but he's also so stupid. He's a disgrace to the martial arts world. And Yuer sighed softly and chased after Lin Ling. This. These are 3 female tyrannosauruses. No wonder that handsome blue-robed young man didn't even care about them. Who could handle such violent beauties? The people on the street shuddered. The more timid ones even had their pants wet. Not long after Li Xiao fainted, a few figures walked down the street, talking and laughing. They looked to be middle-aged men, but their temperament was extraordinary. Fanner! Suddenly, one of the middle-aged men cried out and rushed toward Li Xiao in disbelief. It was obvious that the young man who fell was his son. He never thought that in a place like Tianzhou, his son would be knocked out and thrown on the street. What happened? A seemingly gentle middle-aged man next to him frowned. Anyone who knew him would know that he was the Emperor God of Tianzhou. Someone immediately told him what happened, causing the Emperor God's face to darken. Under his watch, someone dared to be so arrogant. One should know that he and Li Xiao's father were close friends. Now that his son's head had been smashed and thrown on the street, how could he not do anything? No matter, I'll have them come personally to apologize. The Emperor God said coldly. A terrifying pressure quietly spread out, causing the street to become a little colder. Brother Chen, sorry to trouble you. Li Xiao's father naturally knew who the middle-aged man was. He immediately said gratefully. This is my territory. Whatever happens to your son, I'm responsible. The Emperor God nodded. He was still standing in the same spot, but in the sky, an invisible force appeared and covered the street. Let him see what the ancient power is. Boom, in the end, the celestial arch controlled the ancient power and suppressed it. Through the introduction of the passers-by, he roughly knew the appearance of those people, so he quickly locked onto them. In the sky, the ancient palace began to suppress, as if it was the will of the gods. This was the power that every celestial arch in the 9 states could control, and it was used to suppress the divine land. Now, facing a few passers-by, the ancient power had erupted. It was obviously overkill, but the celestial arch thought that it was all worth it. He wanted to give those people an unforgettable memory, and that memory was terrifying. What he hoped the most was that those people wouldn't be scared to death. While he was thinking, the huge palace had already approached the street. It was dark, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Everyone on the street was shocked, and they directly knelt down and kowtowed. This is the ancient power. The celestial arch is angry. Elder. An old man who was more knowledgeable said with a pale face. Then, like the passers-by, he looked around, wanting to see why the celestial arch was making such a big fuss. Then, they saw 3 women and a man walking along the street. The most speechless thing was that they did not seem to notice the ancient power in the sky. Instead, they walked while eating watermelons, as if they were shopping. What the hell, how could they be in the mood to eat watermelons? Brother Lin Ling, the watermelons here are not as sweet as the ones in the rainforest. Elder. One of them, a very beautiful woman, said with dissatisfaction. This made the martial artists on the street almost faint. It's not delicious. Elder. The man nodded and spat out the watermelon seed in his mouth. Rumble, in the sky, the ancient power roared and then stopped moving. Then, under the shocked eyes of the whole city, it exploded. The ancient power controlled by the celestial arch also exploded, and it was spat out by the watermelon seed. Plop. The people on the street were still kneeling on the ground, but this time, they had completely fainted. They fell down one by one like crops, and they had fainted. Pooh, as for the majestic celestial arch in the sky, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his face turned pale and his body trembled. Even the ancient power was destroyed. This was like a dream to him. Moreover, he could clearly see that the other party had only spat out a few watermelon seeds. What if the other party had used his full strength? It was hard to imagine. His vision blurred, and he almost fell from the sky. Of course, he knew that today, a giant force came and opened the entrance. Therefore, many powerhouses from all 9 continents came to Tianzhou, and this kind of thing, ordinary people were not qualified to know. Even he, the Celestial Emperor, knew a little about it through the grapevine. Of course, he also doubted the authenticity of this news, but now, he didn't doubt it, not in the slightest. This was because the 3 women and 1 man who had randomly appeared were already as powerful as gods. This also meant that in the Tianzhou, there were many powerhouses of this level hiding. However, his status was too low and those powerhouses had no time to pay attention to him. "Senior, spare my life, spare my life." Next, the celestial arch knelt down in the sky and kowtowed continuously. "Senior, please be magnanimous and forgive my previous offense. I was wrong, I know I was wrong." He was scared half to death. His soul was leaving his body and half of his soul was gone. However, the 3 women and 1 man on the street ignored him. Instead, they bought more fruits and ate them as they walked. Slowly, they disappeared at the end of the street. Naturally, the Celestial Emperor didn't dare to investigate anymore. He could only watch as those people disappeared. In the end, he sighed in relief. He knew that those people thought of him as a frog at the bottom of a well. They were too lazy to care about his previous mistakes. "I didn't deserve to die, I didn't deserve to die." Thinking that he was lucky, the Celestial Emperor descended from the sky and walked down the street. However, his heart was still pounding. "Brother Chen, where is that reckless piece of trash?" Just then, the middle-aged man brought Li Xiao over. Though Li Xiao had woken up, his appearance was too horrible to look at. It was as if he was a completely different person. His nose was gone. His mouth and eyes were all sunken in towards his nose. There was also a footprint carved there that couldn't be washed away. With this appearance, he would never be able to see anyone again. Reckless piece of trash. Seeing Li Xiao and his son, the Celestial Emperor's anger exploded. Earlier, he offended that powerhouse, but that powerhouse didn't even care about him. This meant that the powerhouse didn't care about Li Xiao either. However, Li Xiao was still beaten up so badly. This meant that Li Xiao must have done something that angered the heavens. He deserved it. It's bad enough that he was beaten up, but he almost dragged the Celestial Emperor down with him. "How dare you!" Bang! The Celestial Emperor kicked out and sent Li Xiao flying like a gourd. "You piece of trash!" He chased after him and started punching and kicking. "Do you know that you almost killed me? It's bad enough that you're an idiot, but why did you drag me down with you? Mother ****, it's bad enough that you're ugly, but you're also so stupid. You are a disgrace to Tianzhou." The Celestial Emperor today no longer had the dignity of a Celestial Emperor. He was more like a hooligan. This made Li Xiao's father speechless. His mind was full of questions. Because this was the first time he's seen the Celestial Emperor lose his composure like this. It was as if someone stole his wife. However, he was experienced and immediately guessed what was going on. "Father, save me." Li Xiao couldn't have been more wronged. He was just beaten up, and now he was being beaten up again. What did he, Li Xiao, do to make the heavens jealous of him? "Save your sister." After his father guessed what was going on, not only did he not save him, he also joined in the beating. Li Xiao was dumbfounded. Of course, as he was being beaten up, Li Xiao finally didn't act like an idiot. He remembered the 3 women and 1 man from not too long ago. Could it be them? At this moment, Lin Ling led An Yu and the rest through several streets. Then, a luxurious chamber of commerce appeared in front of them. The chamber of commerce was dazzling with people entering and leaving one after another. From the looks of it, these people were either rich or respectable. Even the guards behind them were not weak. of course, this strength was only to Tianzhou. To Lin Ling and them, who came from the final world, it was not worth mentioning. Lin Ling didn't come here out of boredom. Because he realized that the direction the compass was pointing to was this trading company. The trading company's name was also the Wanshan Trading Company. On the surface, it appeared to be a rich trading company that had nothing to do with Miaoshen's true teachings. But only those who knew about it knew that this place was not to be underestimated. Is it necessary to hide so much? How arrogant. I also want to ignore it, but I guess that if we want to enter Miaoshen's true inheritance, we will have to face some difficulties later. Lin Ling spread his hands and said. He had been to countless cities and forbidden areas since he started learning martial arts. Naturally, his life experience was not shallow. Oh. Yu and the others' eyes immediately flashed. As they walked into the Chamber of Commerce, the people who passed by them looked at Lin Ling and the others in shock. Their eyes were filled with admiration. What a handsome man. And those three women, they're all so beautiful. Many people were shocked, and even some big shots looked at Lin Ling and the others a few more times. However, Lin Ling and the others looked calm, neither arrogant nor humble, so they did not dare to approach and ask. Walking along the luxurious corridor, Lin Ling and the others came to the end of the corridor. There was a hall there, and the red sandalwood door of the hall was tightly closed. There were several people guarding outside. From time to time, a mysterious person would come to the red sandalwood door and show an exquisite jade plate. The people guarding the door would immediately open the door without any expression and let them in. The people guarding the door were not strong, but their every movement carried a touch of arrogance. Boundary Master? It seems that we have arrived. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. He could see that those people had soul power, so they were undoubtedly boundary masters. However, to Lin Ling, a world spiritist of that level was simply too weak. When Lin Ling and an Yuer moved forward, those people naturally stopped Lin Ling and the others. Moreover, they did not speak. They only looked up and down at Lin Ling and the others. Of course, more of them were staring at an Yuer and the others. Obviously, they were also stunned by the beauty of Yu and the others. They did not expect that the blue-robed young man would bring so many beauties with him, which made them very envious. Your Excellency, you are quite bold to bring so many beauties with you. Without a certain level of strength, you can't keep them. One of them said with a smile. What he meant was that Lin Ling would definitely attract bees and butterflies when he went out with these beauties. If Lin Ling's strength was not good, then there would be endless trouble. Of course, Lin Ling was too young, so they thought that Lin Ling dared to be so ostentatious because he was ignorant. As boundary masters, they had seen countless experts over the years. Generally speaking, there were very few people as young as Lin Ling were strong, but they definitely had a background. You don't need to worry. Is the true inheritance behind the door? Lin Ling smiled faintly and pointed behind them. Since you were able to make it this far, I believe you should have some guesses as well. Why is there a need to ask so many questions? Someone said with a smile, his voice carrying arrogance. Well, we are to go in. Lin Ling ignored their arrogance and said faintly. You to go in? They were all to themselves to lend to him to laugh. In short, if I wanted to go in, would the Miao clan's true inheritance let me in? Are you kidding me? If that was the case, everyone could easily enter Miaoshen's true inheritance. Miaoshen's true inheritance would have long been in chaos. Do you have an invitation? One of them asked. Then, when he saw Lin Ling's expression, he immediately knew that it was the first time that Lin Ling had heard of the invitation. He was even more certain that this blue-robed youth was a nouveau riche who did not understand the rules of the 9 prefectures. Do you think you can go in without an invitation? Or do you think that your father is the Heavenly Emperor? Let me tell you, even if your father is the Heavenly Emperor, you are not qualified to go in without an invitation. Boy, do you know what the final world is? Let me tell you, even if you are the city lord of the final world, you are not qualified to enter. Go. Do you know how the invitation is obtained? Our true inheritance sends out 356 invitation letters every year to various auctions. You can only obtain them through auctions. Do you understand? Country bumpkin. At the end, their voices became louder, and their saliva almost sprayed onto Lin Ling's face. It was as if they were wasting their saliva by saying so much to these country bumpkins. However, what they said was not wrong. The invitation letters of God Miao's true inheritance were very precious. There was no market for them. Whoever had more treasures could get an invitation letter. Those who had an invitation letter were also a symbol of status. In some big occasions, using an invitation letter could also make people look at them with new eyes and respect, because those who could get an invitation letter had a huge background and strength that defied the heavens. See, I told you that this would happen. Seeing the arrogance of these boundary masters, Lin Ling did not seem to care. Instead, he smiled at Yu and the others. Brother Ling is still the best. Yu and the others immediately nodded. Of course, I have encountered this kind of thing many times. Lin Ling shrugged and then touched his nose. He did not have an invitation letter. If he wanted to go in, he would have to report his identity. He believed that with his identity as a trial taker, it should not be difficult to enter. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's you. At that moment, a sneer suddenly sounded. A large number of people walked out from the corridor behind them. The person in the lead was wearing a luxurious brocade robe and a jade crown on his head. His every movement carried the majesty of an emperor. If Lin Ling was said to be a free and unfettered person in the world, then this person was the monarch who ruled the world. Moreover, this aura was not only possessed by the person in the lead, but also by the people behind him. Of course, the aura of the person in the lead was the strongest. He was also Lin Ling's acquaintance, the seventh prince. The people behind him were naturally people from the 7th Imperial Alliance. Even Grandfather Tang was beside the 7th prince. The 7th prince could be considered Lin Ling's old acquaintance. In the Kaiyuan River, Lin Ling's God Slayer Alliance had risen, and so had the 7th Imperial Alliance. During the competition for Inuer, the 7th prince had been defeated by Lin Ling. After that, the 7th prince had also come to the exchange of pointers between the various academies. He had wanted to suppress Lin Ling's spirit, but in the end, he had been defeated by Lin Ling and had even lost his balls. As for Grandfather Tang, he had wanted to stand up for the 7th prince, but he had been taught a lesson by treasure god Nanhua Fingyu. Therefore, when they saw Lin Ling, the 7th prince and Grandfather Tang's expressions turned ugly. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's you, the eunuch. Why have you come to Miaoshen's true inheritance? By the way, could it be that you want to buy a pair of balls? Lin Ling looked at the 7th prince with contempt and said in surprise. This sentence was like pouring salt on the wound. The 7th prince was stunned and trembled with anger. That day, his balls had been kicked by Lin Ling, and his dragon root had been destroyed. His innate talent had been damaged. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. That day, the damage to his innate talent was nothing. The main thing was his reputation. Now, the people who saw him looked at him strangely. Although they didn't dare to mention this matter personally, the 7th prince could sense their thoughts. Lin Ling, don't talk nonsense. While the 7th prince was trembling with anger, Grand Duke Tang gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Lin Ling looked at Grand Duke Tang indifferently. Although the other party was very strong, he now had a life-saving trump card and was not afraid of him. Moreover, he believed that Grand Duke Tang would not dare to make a move on him in such a place. You don't seem to have any balls. Are you here to buy God Miao's true inheritance? Lin Ling said suspiciously. Brother Ling, you're so bad. At the side, Yu and the others covered their mouths and laughed. Grand Duke Tang's fair face instantly turned red, all the way to his ears. His expression of gnashing his teeth but not daring to act recklessly was extremely comical. Sir, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that our God Miao's true inheritance specializes in making balls? The 7th prince and the others knew Lin Ling's identity, so they did not dare to act rashly. However, the barrier masters did not know. When they heard Lin Ling mocking God Miao's true inheritance, they were naturally not convinced. Masters, does he not have an invitation? At this time, the 7th prince finally reacted and suddenly sneered. That's right, he doesn't have an invitation. He can't enter God Miao's true inheritance. The barrier masters immediately nodded and looked at Lin Ling with mocking eyes. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the 7th prince suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was extremely carefree. It was as if he had finally seen Lin Ling lose face. The rules of God Miao's true inheritance state that one cannot enter without an invitation. Lin Ling, you want to enter without an invitation? Are you stupid? The seventh prince waved his right hand and an exquisite jade token appeared in his hand. Do you see this? This is an invitation. An invitation that was bought with real money. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, can you afford such a treasure? Country bumpkin. His last sentence was full of disdain. Country bumpkins really can't afford an invitation. The other barrier masters also nodded mockingly. Earlier, Lin Ling compared Miaoshen's true legacy to Eggy. Now, this Lin Ling didn't even have the qualifications to enter, so what was he pretending to be? Do you see it? This is an invitation. Do you have it? Do you have it? Popper. The other princes also seemed to have found a place to vent. Each of them took out an exquisite jade tablet and waved it, wanting to blind Lin Ling's eyes. With them blocking the entrance, the people entering from the back were also blocked. When everyone saw this scene, they gasped, so many invitations from the same group of people, this group of people must have a big background, one had to know that they had spent countless efforts to obtain an invitation letter. They had relied on their connections and traveled far and wide to obtain it, moreover, he had to pay a lot of royal crystals, with so many invitations, the amount of emperor crystals he had to pay was probably incalculable. Now, when they saw this group of people oppressing the blue-robed young man with invitations, they immediately sympathized with the blue-robed young man. Being mocked like this, the blue-robed young man must be very embarrassed and his self-esteem must have been hurt. Unfortunately, what could the blue-robed young man do? He could only endure the humiliation. Lin Ling, say something. Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that Lin Ling was silent, the seventh prince suddenly laughed even louder. Lin Ling was still laughing, but his smile gradually turned into a sneer, and Yuer and the others were also the same. They had never expected the seventh prince and the others to be so arrogant, their saliva was almost spitting on their faces. Who says he doesn't have an invitation letter? However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Then, the crowd was separated, and an old man strode over with an invitation letter in his hand. Then, he came in front of Lin Ling and presented it to Lin Ling with both hands. This sudden change caused the smiles of the seventh prince and the others to freeze in an instant. Someone gave up a precious invitation letter and gave it to Lin Ling? Is this person stupid? Do you know what you're doing? Giving away a precious invitation letter to someone else is also looking down on our invitation letter. The boundary master outside the door immediately said coldly. It's none of your business. Who knew that the old man was also incomparably domineering as he fiercely glared back. I bought this invitation letter. I can give it to whoever I want. Even if I use it to wipe my ass, it's none of your business. You. Those boundary masters were highly respected. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? I'm the city lord of the final world's 36 main cities, City Lord Ouyang. If you're not convinced, come and find me. The old man smiled domineeringly, appearing fearless. Then, he looked at Lin Ling. The domineering aura from before instantly disappeared, and in its place was a respectful expression. My lord, please accept the invitation letter. Lin Ling looked at the old man and smiled. Naturally, he knew who the old man was. It was an expert who had been assimilated by the human king's flame. Haha, how sad. You bought so many invitation letters, yet you still have to push and push each other. Lin Ling, you're too down and out. When the seventh prince saw that Lin Ling had received an invitation letter, he immediately changed his angle to ridicule Lin Ling. Then, he gave a look to the other princes behind him. Those princes all understood and raised the invitation letters in their hands, telling Lin Ling that their 7th Emperor Alliance had plenty of invitation letters. However, this time, they had clearly failed. Is that so? Just as they raised their invitation letters, and even as they were happily waving them around, a large amount of laughter resounded in the corridor. Soon after, a large number of powerhouses, who were dressed in luxurious robes and had powerful strength, walked over in an orderly manner. They all had invitation letters in their hands. The most shocking thing was that they were also waving their invitation letters. Their uniform movements actually blinded everyone's eyes. Most importantly, this group of people had more princes than the 7th Emperor Alliance. What a grand display! The surrounding people were shocked. However, what shocked them even more was that after the group of people arrived arrogantly, they all bowed to Lin Ling. My lord, please accept our invitation letters. This group of people were obviously experts who had been assimilated by Lin Ling. In the spiritual light city, there were tens of thousands of experts who had been assimilated by Lin Ling. Moreover, this group of people had personally witnessed Lin Ling's invincible might when he defeated the great god of the spirit nation. Therefore, even without the human king's flame, their respect for Lin Ling came from the bottom of their hearts. Swoosh, their neat and tidy salutes, coupled with the identical invitation letters, undoubtedly caused the entire hall to fall into silence. Those from the Seventh Emperor Alliance had their jaws dropped to the ground. Previously, they had mocked Lin Ling for not having an invitation letter. But now? So many invitations. Sigh, I'm getting tired of taking them all. At that moment, Lin Ling said helplessly, there are too many, and we can't use them all. By the way, Seventh Prince, do you want any? If you want, feel free to take them. You. The Seventh Prince felt as if he was suffocating, unable to move up or down. How could he compare to Lin Ling in terms of invitations? That was obviously impossible. Moreover, he could not understand why this group of people would give face to Lin Ling. Among this group of people, he knew that many of them were reputable figures. Even if these people wanted to befriend Lin Ling, they would not go so far as to give him an invitation. The preciousness of an invitation letter was more important than any kind of friendship. For a moment, the Seventh Prince fell silent. He felt a burning pain on his face, and a great humiliation floated in his heart. Sorry, I don't like to bring invitations. Why should I bring them with me all the time when I'm just using them to wipe my ass? When I really need them, someone will definitely deliver them. Then, Lin Ling looked at the barrier masters and said. The barrier masters opened their mouths wide, and they were so angry that they were in a mess. However, they also knew that this upstart young man was not simple to be able to get an invitation from someone else. Now that Lin Ling also had an invitation, they obviously could not stop Lin Ling from entering. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. Then, 3 figures appeared. They were 2 old women and a young woman. After they walked out, they looked at the crowd coldly. What happened? Why is it so noisy outside the door? The woman seemed to have a high status as she spoke coldly. Princess Tian. The barrier masters immediately bowed respectfully to Princess Tian. They knew that this Princess Tian was the spokesperson of Miaoshen's true teachings. Moreover, her master was also an extremely terrifying existence. Princess Tian. The Seventh Prince also noticed that someone had come. The humiliation from before disappeared in an instant. Instead, he almost laughed out loud. It was really like someone giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. He knew that Princess Tian and Lin Ling had always been enemies. Now that Lin Ling wanted to enter Miaoshen's true teachings, even if he had an invitation, as long as the Princess Tian said a word, Lin Ling would definitely run away. He was even imagining how he would laugh at Lin Ling when Lin Ling ran away. Someone wants to enter Miaoshen's true teachings, but he is too arrogant, so he blocked the door. Then, the Seventh Prince pointed his finger at Lin Ling's words. He knew that Miaoshen's true, Lin Ling's the way. Princess Tian frowned and looked in the direction the Seventh Prince was pointing at. When she saw the blue-robed young man, her body unnoticeably trembled. It was Lin Ling. Her mind was filled with thoughts in an instant. She never thought that Lin Ling would come here. With the hatred between Lin Ling and Princess Tian, plus the fact that Lin Ling had offended her master, Lin Ling dared to come to Miaoshen's true teachings. He was courting death. She subconsciously wanted to sneer and give Lin Ling a heavy blow. However, at this moment an image appeared in her mind. When she encountered the greatest humiliation in her life, a hero descended from the sky with lightning blooming, a ghostly face, and saved her from the evil smiling old men. That hero was a shadow that she could never erase. Most importantly, that hero quietly merged with the man she hated the most in her life. It's me. Princess Tian's heart suddenly became conflicted. He is Lin Ling. Seeing Princess Tian's expression constantly changing, the Seventh Prince thought that Princess Tian was angry, which made him laugh even more excitedly. Princess Tian, he is the one who is causing trouble. The few barrier masters seemed to have noticed the grudge between Princess Tian and the blue-robed young man, so they added insult to injury. Slap. However, as soon as they finished speaking, a crisp slap landed on their faces. What are you doing? Who asked you to stop them? Princess Tian stared at the barrier masters and said coldly. Ah. The barrier masters were stunned, the seventh prince was stunned, the seventh emperor alliance was also stunned. What the F***ck is going on? Princess Tian, Lin Ling is an arrogant person. He has humiliated you many times. Don't you think you should do something about it? The seventh prince gritted his teeth, but he forcefully swallowed them back into his stomach and braced himself to ask, Princess Tian, Lin Ling is an arrogant person. He has humiliated you many times. Don't you think you should do something about it? Are you blind? Let me ask you, does he have an invitation letter? Princess Tian immediately looked at the seventh prince with a cold expression. Yes. The seventh prince replied instinctively. That's right. What else do you want? Do you want to cause trouble? Or do you think that Miaoshen's true inheritance doesn't exist? Let me tell you, seventh prince, don't cause trouble in Miaoshen's true inheritance. Otherwise, even the gods behind you won't be able to protect you. Princess Tian's voice became even colder, the seventh prince's jaw dropped. Although he was not familiar with Princess Tian, they had worked together a few times. Now, Princess Tian was not fierce to Lin Ling, but she was fierce to him, who was the enemy here. And the few of you, are you blind as well? Can't you see that he has an invitation letter? Princess Tian then said to the barrier masters, scaring them so much that their faces turned pale. Do you know who he is? He is the trial taker of the current era. The heavenly princess continued to speak. Every time she spoke, the bodies of those world spiritists would tremble. Challenger? Trial taker of God, of course, they knew what it meant. He was the spokesperson of the gods, and his status was higher than that of the final world city lord. Moreover, he is the heavenly voice of God. The heavenly princess did not stop until she was shocked to death. Plop, the barrier master's legs went soft, and they directly knelt down. Not only was he a trial taker, but he was also the heavenly voice of God among the trial takers. One had to know that the so-called heavenly voice of the gods was someone who had completed 5 trial missions and had already met the gods. If they angered this young man and he spoke ill of them in front of the gods, even Miaoshen's true inheritance would not protect them. After all, they were just ordinary barrier masters. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became. Their eyes were wet, and they almost cried. All of you, stay in order and come in obediently. Princess Tian's gaze swept across the crowd, and Her Majesty was extremely strong. This was also the reason why all the forces gave her face even though she was not strong. Now, this majesty was clearly displayed. Then, Princess Tian looked at Lin Ling with a complicated gaze, but she did not say anything. She turned around and entered the red sandalwood door. Outside the door, there was only silence. No one had expected such an outcome, and even Lin Ling hadn't expected it. Of course, he didn't think too much about it. After all, as far as he was concerned, the heavenly princess was a crazy woman that could do anything. Now that she was helping him, it might be a trap. Of course, he did not think too much about it, but the seventh prince's imagination was running wild. It was as if he had become stupid. He was shocked by the thought. Then, he shook his head and threw the thought out of his mind. In his opinion, unless the heaven and earth merged, it would never happen. Let's go in. Lin Ling led Yu and the others through the red sandalwood door. Of course, before entering, he suddenly stopped and looked at the barrier masters who were sitting on the ground. Am I still a country bumpkin? Lin Ling asked. No, no. Those boundary masters immediately shook their heads like rattledrums. Now, do you still want my invitation? Lin Ling asked again. Don't. They shook their heads even harder. Then if I'm not a country bumpkin, who is? Lin Ling asked one last time. The few boundary masters' expressions changed, and their eyes continued to flicker. They did not understand why Lin Ling would ask such a question. I'll ask again. Who is a country bumpkin? Seeing this, Lin Ling's voice turned cold. I know. Perhaps it was because it was too cold and majestic. The barrier masters finally reacted. They pointed at the seventh prince and the others and said, they are country bumpkins. You're courting death. The people from the Seventh Emperor Alliance were infuriated. These good-for-nothings had betrayed the Seventh Emperor Alliance because of Lin Ling. Very well. Seeing this, Lin Ling laughed loudly and entered through the red sandalwood door. the barrier masters felt as if they had just been given a new lease of life. They had only guessed Lin Ling's intention after being interrogated by him. He wanted to use them to mock the Seventh Emperor Alliance, and that was indeed the case. However, they had offended the Seventh Emperor Alliance. This made them smile bitterly. Of course, even if they were given another choice, they would still choose to betray the Seventh Emperor Alliance. After all, the Seventh Emperor Alliance was not to be trifled with. However, they could see that Lin Ling was not to be trifled with. Moreover, Princess Tian seemed to be speaking for Lin Ling. "You have guts." The members of the Seventh Emperor Alliance were enraged. They wanted to use these boundary masters to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but in the end, the Seventh Emperor Alliance lost face. Lin Ling, on the other hand, did not take what had happened before to heart. He was still inside the red sandalwood door with Yu and the others. Behind the door was a luxurious hall. However, as they walked forward, the scenery around them constantly changed. Spring went and autumn came, flowers withered and bloomed. For a moment, the surrounding scenery turned into a sea of white clouds, but for a moment, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. A moment later, winter snow drifted over, and the whole world was wrapped in silver. Most importantly, this wasn't just a simple visual reaction, but also a physical reaction. The autumn wind blew gently, and it was a little cool. The spring rain fell on people's bodies, making them feel cold. Everything was vivid and lifelike. So beautiful. Yu and the others were also shocked by this scene, and their eyes flickered. Lin Ling immediately nodded his head. "I guess we should be in a divine artifact now." All this time, he was not familiar with God Miao's true inheritance. However, after seeing it today, he finally understood why the gods gave face to God Miao's true inheritance. The big boss behind God Miao's true inheritance was indeed quite capable. Ha! As they walked forward, some naked big men began to appear around them. They wore beast skins and began to forge bronze cauldrons, ancient buildings, altars, and other things. In the beginning, these forged items were very crude, but as time passed, they gradually became more refined, and in the end, they became mythical. They used altars, bronze cauldrons, ancient bells, ancient bronze trees, and other things to pray to the heavens for power. They borrowed the power of wind, fire, and the sea to explode with each forging. Sometimes, they failed, and the storm would drown them, and the earth would become a catastrophe, killing everything. However, when everything calmed down, they would get busy again and continue to forge bronze cauldrons and other things. They failed again, and finally, they gradually succeeded. This should be the most primitive form of a boundary master. And Yuer seemed to have seen something and said in shock. "Never would I have thought that the path of a boundary master would be so ancient." Lin Ling nodded his head. Suddenly, he saw that this group of people encountered an old man. That old man carefully gave guidance to this group of people, greatly increasing their path of boundary masters. The melody of the great Tao began to appear in the things they forged. This also allowed this group of people to slowly walk to the peak, standing in the ancient era of gods. However, a nameless gale came and caused this group of people to die. In the end, only a few people survived. Compared to their ancestors, these people were much more low-key. They secretly passed down the skills left behind by their ancestors. Until now. It seems that this group of people did not have it easy to reach this far. It seems that they leaked the secrets of the heavens, and that's why they suffered a great calamity. However, who is the old man that taught them? He's so powerful. Yu and the others looked at the surrounding scene and kept guessing. On the other hand, Lin Ling recalled the scene when the old man appeared. Although the old man had only appeared for a short time, he had said, "The primordial chaos has yet to be divided, transforming into a primordial light. This is the primordial ancestral qi of the highest supreme, and its name is Tao." This sentence sounded familiar to Lin Ling, as if he had heard it somewhere before. "Brother Lin Ling, what's wrong?" Yu asked when she saw Lin Ling's absent-minded look. "I remember now." And at this time, Lin Ling finally had some impression. In the past, he came from Xianxia. At that time, he was bored of studying. Therefore, he had always studied the myths and legends of Xianxia. He was also very curious and yearned for them. Only then did Lin Ling remember what the old man had said. He had once seen it in an ancient book in Xianxia. The primordial chaos has yet to be divided, transforming into a primordial light. This is the primordial ancestral chi of the highest supreme, and its name is Tao. It is also known as the highest supreme Tao. This also meant that the old man who taught the skills was the ruler of the great Tao, the ancestor of Taoism, Taisheng Laojun. Thinking of this, Lin Ling smiled bitterly and said, if these stories are true, then the person that the ancestors of this group of people met was Taisheng Laojun. He was the one who taught this group of people the true great Tao of enchantment. Taisheng Laojun? Yu Yu and the others were shocked. This is a deity from ancient times. I'm afraid not many people know his name. Lin Ling shook his head and said. If it was in the past, he would have thought that it was some kind of rumor. However, he had met Patriarch Bodhi, so he was a little bit sure. Ancient times? Lin Ling, is this an era even older than the era of the deities? And Yuer was even more surprised. She did not expect Lin Ling to know this. Yes, in fact, there was an era before the ancient times. It was also the era when the world was created. It was called the primordial chaos era. Lin Ling nodded and said. Brother Ling, could it be that you are an ancient deity? How do you know all this? Yu Yu and the others stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and said, these are just my guesses. They may not be accurate. In front of the Green Mountain, a white-clothed woman was sitting there, indifferently looking at Lin Ling and the others. The woman was sitting in a very dignified manner. Beside her was a small wooden table. On the wooden table was an exquisite vase with fresh flowers in it, adding a touch of elegance to the scene. Looking at the woman, she was around 30 years old, but she had a graceful bearing and a dignified aura. The white robe she wore was embroidered with exquisite dragon patterns. Those dragon patterns would occasionally emit light, making her look extremely extraordinary. That was a supreme dragon robe. It signified that the status of a world spiritist was a supreme position. Beside the woman stood two people. One of them was Princess Tian. At that moment, she was looking at Lin Ling with a complicated gaze. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored her. The other person was a man in his 20s. He didn't look old, but his eyes were calm and he had a superior demeanor. That man's long hair draped over his shoulders. He was also wearing a large robe. When the robe draped over the ground, it made him look somewhat lazy. However, his robe was embroidered with golden patterns. Clearly, he was a supreme dragon robe with golden patterns. Supreme Dragon Robe represented a title that surpassed world spiritist god. They were respectively golden, dragon, and purple. According to legend, purple was the most prominent. In the entire Miaoshen's true inheritance, and even in the entire universal void, there were no more than 3 people with such a title. In the past, there was also a supreme dragon robe with golden patterns by Princess Tian's side. However, at that time, Lin Ling didn't show any respect at all. He directly beat that guy up in front of Princess Tian. That was how the grudge between him and Princess Tian came about. Lin Ling, long time no see. At that moment, the white-clothed woman said indifferently. Long time no see. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was sure that this was the first time he had seen that woman. However, she said long time no see, that meant that she had seen him before. Could she be the woman with the proud son of heaven that he had met at Taoist Duobao's place? Long time no see. Lin Ling immediately smiled and nodded. Lin Ling, how dare you be so rude to our heavenly snow world spiritist god? You should know that this is Miaoshen's true inheritance. Suddenly, the long-haired man beside the woman shouted coldly. His eyes were like lightning as he attacked Lin Ling. Lin Ling instantly felt that the man's strength wasn't much weaker than his. If they were to fight, Lin Ling would have to use his full strength to defeat him. However, the other party was a world spiritist god. One's overall strength did not depend on one's appearance but on one's treasures. Thus, the other party's strength was unfathomable. I am the trial taker of the Thunder God, and I only bow to the Thunder God. And? Where? Senior brother Dragon Feng. Princess Tian suddenly shouted. The man was surprised as he didn't understand why Princess Tian would speak for Lin Ling. Dragon Feng, forget it. Give some face to Mr. Lei Gong. At that moment, the white-clothed woman waved her hand and asked the man to bow. She didn't say anything else. However, her cold eyes were still looking at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had repeatedly opposed Miaoshen's true inheritance. Dragon Fong naturally knew that. Originally, he wanted to find an opportunity to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, who knew that Lin Ling would send himself to the door? If it wasn't for Heavenly Snow World Spiritist God's words, Dragon Fong would definitely take action. Lin Ling, you seem to be very familiar with the matters of the ancient era. The white-clothed woman looked at Lin Ling and asked. She naturally heard the conversation between Lin Ling and Yu. She never thought that Lin Ling would know about the boundary primogenitor. Even she knew that the old man who taught the great Tao was a real person. However, she didn't know the origin of the latter. Moreover, she knew that no one in Miaoshen's true inheritance knew about it. I know a thing or two. Lin Ling nodded. The Grand Supreme Elderly Lord you mentioned before, does this senior really exist? The white-clothed woman's eyes were filled with curiosity. Of course. Lin Ling smiled. In fact, he wasn't 100% sure. However, he believed that the white-clothed woman knew even less than him. Therefore, it didn't matter if he bragged. This ancient great god was the boundary primogenitor and also the Tao primogenitor. He taught countless great Taos and was the first boundary master of the Grand Mist era. He had an 8 trigrams furnace. There was nothing that he couldn't refine and forge. He had forged many famous divine tools and treasures, such as the golden cudgel, the 9-tooth rake, and the golden cudgel. Among them, the Vajra bracelet can absorb any divine artifact, and the golden banded staff is even more of a stabilizing force. Lin Ling spoke frankly with assurance, causing the white-clothed woman's eyes to shine brighter and brighter. When Dragon Fong saw Lin Ling's appearance, he couldn't help but feel angry. He thought that Lin Ling was bragging. After all, Miaoshen's true inheritance gathered the number 1 great Tao of the void. If this Grand Supreme Elderly Lord really existed, how could they not know about it? However, soon, Lin Ling stopped talking halfway. That's all? When the white-clothed woman saw that Lin Ling stopped talking, she suddenly frowned. Senior, I came to Miaoshen's true inheritance to buy things, not to tell stories. If you want to listen to my story, you have to pay something. Lin Ling reminded her with a smile. When others came to Miaoshen's true inheritance to forge treasures, the price was very high. Therefore, since the white-clothed woman wanted to listen to his story, Lin Ling naturally had to ask for some compensation. Hearing this, the white-clothed woman snorted in her heart. With her seniority, others would be eager to work for her. However, Lin Ling was raising the price. He didn't put her in his eyes at all. Then what are you doing here? The white-clothed woman asked indifferently. I'm here to buy the divine spring. Lin Ling also stated his purpose. Hee, Lin Ling, you should know that our Miaoshen's true inheritance only sells divine tools. We don't sell treasures. In fact, we buy any treasures. The white-clothed woman refused. You should have seen the people of Miaoshen's true inheritance in the major forbidden areas. Therefore, as long as there are treasures, I will fight for them. By the way, last time at Daoist Duobao's place, you stole my map of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. I haven't settled this matter with you yet. Hee. I see. Hee. Lin Ling suddenly stroked his chin. However, there are always exceptions to everything. I have always believed that there is no transaction in the world that cannot be done. It mainly depends on the bargaining chip. Hee. Humph, Lin Ling, you really have a bargaining chip with our Miaoshen? Do you think you can compare to our Miaoshen's true inheritance? Hee. Hearing this, before the white-clothed woman could speak, Xianxia snorted disdainfully. I want a divine spring in exchange for divine stones. Hee. Lin Ling ignored him and said indifferently. Divine stones? Dragon Fong was also surprised by Lin Ling's generosity. He had taken out 1 divine stone to trade. However, he snorted disdainfully. It's not 1, it's 100. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling also spoke calmly. Silence, Dragon Fong's pupils constricted. Princess Tian looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Even the white-robed woman stared at Lin Ling in shock. 100 divine stones was no small matter. If given to a martial god realm expert, they would be able to produce at least 30 strands of divine force. Those with good talent and strong refining ability might even be able to produce 40 strands of divine force. This meant that with this batch of divine stones, an ordinary martial god realm expert could instantly become an expert. As for the divine spring, although it was rare, it was not without substitutes. For example, as long as one had enough royal crystals, their power would not be weaker than royal crystals. However, the amount of royal crystals required was too large. It would take a long time to gather enough. 100 divine stones? Are you kidding? Dragon Feng said word by word. Do I look like someone who would joke? Lin Ling finally looked at Dragon Feng with disdain. Don't tell me that 100 divine stones have scared you. You're a boundary master of God Miao's true inheritance. You shouldn't be so narrow-minded. Such a rhetorical question was undoubtedly sarcastic. Dragon Feng suddenly gritted his teeth and was unable to speak. After all, 100 divine stones was not a small amount for him. You're really a frog at the bottom of a well. Seeing Dragon Feng's silence, Lin Ling muttered to himself. Although 100 divine stones is indeed a large amount, the rules of God Miao's true inheritance cannot be ignored. At this time, the white-robed woman said again. She was still stubborn. Plus 10 indigo spiritual flowers. Lin Ling shouted again. Swoosh, this time, the white-robed woman gasped. When she looked at Dragon Feng again, he opened his mouth wide. Naturally, they knew what the indigo spiritual flower was. It could be said that there was no such spiritual flower in the entire void. Only the spirit nation had it. If one wanted to obtain the blue spiritual flower from the spirit nation, they would have to join them. However, the true disciple of Miao Shen had never participated in any power struggles. Naturally, he would not join the spirit nation, therefore, the true disciples of Miao Shen didn't have many sapphire spirit flowers. What do you think? Seeing the drastic change in their expressions, Lin Ling questioned indifferently as if he was the host. This was the territory of God Miao's true inheritance, which was also the place with the most treasures in the void. However, Lin Ling had used his heroic spirit to intimidate God Miao's true inheritance. Are you sure you want to exchange 1 divine spring with 100 divine stones and 10 scarlet flowers? Do you know what the treasure you took out represents? After recovering from his shock, Xianxia spoke solemnly. He was somewhat doubtful that Lin Ling had these treasures. Rich, willful. Lin Ling didn't explain anything. His words dispelled their suspicions. There was no reason, it was because he was rich. At this moment, the white-robed lady and the other two felt as if there was a huge rock in their hearts. They couldn't move up or down and felt uncomfortable. Alright, if you take out the map of the 8 gods' celestial palace, I'll give you the divine spring. In the end, the white-robed lady made a decision. Senior, I'm rich and willful. However, it doesn't mean that I can pay for anything. Money doesn't matter. However, the map isn't money. Therefore, it's impossible. Lin Ling shook his head and refused without hesitation. If you don't take out the map of the 8 gods' celestial palace, you won't be able to get the divine spring. Moreover, I can tell you that in the entire void, only God Miao's true inheritance has such a treasure. The white-robed lady looked at Lin Ling with burning eyes. She was determined to get the map of the 8 gods' celestial palace. After all, she knew that the 7th level of the 8 gods' celestial palace had many treasures that God Miao's true inheritance needed. Subsequently, just as she was about to speak, Lin Ling spoke before her. He said indifferently, I've already named the price. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to consider. Ah. The white-robed lady's eyes narrowed. Dragon Feng and Princess Tian's hearts skipped a beat, because, shouldn't those words be said by world deity Tian Shui? In an instant, they were all astonished. However, after the white-robed lady recovered from her astonishment, she looked at Lin Ling coldly. As for Lin Ling, he looked back at her indifferently. It was as if they were having a peak confrontation. It was as if they wanted to see a hint of compromise in each other's eyes. Obviously, they didn't want to give in. Their gazes collided in mid-air, creating invisible sparks. Even the heavenly princess and Yu could feel the invisible pressure. They felt suffocated and felt suffocated. Time seemed slow, but it also seemed to have passed in an instant. Time's up. Goodbye. Finally, a voice broke the silence. It was as if an ice cube that had been frozen for 10,000 years had been broken. The voice came from Lin Ling. After saying that, he turned around and left. Looking at Lin Ling's departure, the white-robed lady frowned. Finally, she compromised and said coldly, "Wait. If you tell us the secret of the ancient era, I can give you a chance to get the holy spring. Remember, it's just a chance. After all, the true inheritance of Miaoshen can only buy treasures, but not trade them. On the other hand, divine weapons can be traded at any time. As for the holy spring, whether you can get it depends on your ability. Deal." Yu Yu and the others immediately looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling stood quietly as if he was thinking about something. Then, he said, "You're not playing any tricks, are you?" "Humph, the true inheritance of Miaoshen won't destroy our reputation for 100 divine stones." Hearing that, the white-robed lady snorted coldly. "Okay, you win. Deal." Lin Ling finally turned around and nodded. However, the white-robed lady shook her head and said, "No one has ever threatened the true inheritance of Miaoshen, and the true inheritance of Miaoshen has never made an exception. You're the first, so you win." Obviously, she also knew that the treasures that Lin Ling took out had tempted the true inheritance of Miaoshen, especially the sapphire spiritual flower. The true inheritance of Miaoshen was currently refining an ancient elixir that could improve the divine fetus of a warrior and give birth to a divine fetus. It was comparable to the divine inheritance that was sold in the divine shop of the 4 great deities. What such an ancient elixir lacked was the sapphire spiritual flower. If such an elixir could be refined, the structure of the void in the 9 regions would be changed. At that time, a large number of divine fetus holders would appear. The true inheritance of Miaoshen would be famous throughout the ages. This was because the true inheritance of Miaoshen could refine the divine fetus elixir that only existed in the era of the deities. In the distance, the fog was hazy. 9 mountains could be vaguely seen sitting on the ground, as if 9 giants were standing between heaven and earth. Lin Ling looked over as well. Immediately, he sensed an ancient power within the 9 mountains. It was like the might of the heavens. The 9 mountains are sacred mountains from the era of gods. I don't know why they fell into the void and were brought here by Miaoshen's true disciples. The holy spring of Miaoshen's true disciples comes from this mountain," the white-robed woman said lightly. "Miaoshen's true disciples are really rich. With such a treasure, aren't you afraid that the 4 great gods will be jealous?" Hearing that, Lin Ling suddenly smiled faintly. "Humph, Lin Ling, don't try to drive a wedge between us." The white-robed woman immediately snorted. "Miaoshen's true disciples seem to be sitting on a treasure, but you have to know that the spirit array Tao is created by countless treasures. Only through failure can one finally succeed. Do you think the process of failure doesn't have to pay a price? The holy spring is the price of failure, the price of failure. That's my negligence." Lin Ling shrugged. "Now, how do I enter the mountain? Which mountain has the holy spring?" "These 9 mountains all have the holy spring. However, some have just been born, and some have a large amount of holy spring. How to choose is up to you." After saying that, the white-robed woman turned and left. "Up to me?" Lin Ling recalled the white-robed woman's words and instantly knew that it would be difficult to obtain the holy spring. However, there were risks and rewards, because from the white-robed woman's words, Lin Ling also knew that if he chose the right direction, he might get more than 1 holy spring. This was also a gamble. "I don't like to gamble." Lin Ling shook his head and helplessly spread out his hands. "Brother Ling, didn't you rely on gambling your whole life to make a name for yourself?" Yu Yu next to him said with a smile. Hearing that, Lin Ling curled his lips. Although he didn't like to gamble and preferred to take 1 step at a time, his life was often out of his control. He had to risk his life to rush to the sky, the sacred mountain of the era of gods. After that, Lin Ling did not act rashly. Instead, he quietly investigated. After all, he'd paid so many treasures, so he didn't want to return empty-handed because of carelessness. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jia, Zhen, Lai, in, front. This is the 9 words mantra. By borrowing the great Tao of the 9 words, it absorbs the essence of the world and condenses a divine spring. Among the 9 mountains, which mountain will have its own harvest? Lin Ling sensed for a moment, but he could only get a rough idea, which made him feel extremely helpless. Just as he was about to make his choice, a familiar aura suddenly spread out from one of the mountains. This aura was well hidden, but it was extremely terrifying. It was like a demon god, a god of death. Broken sword. Lin Ling's body trembled. Others might not be familiar with this aura, but how could he not be? Wasn't this the broken sword in the scabbard? Speaking of which, ever since Lin Ling's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, the tyrannical song sword could no longer help him. Sometimes, it was even inferior to the true inheritance dark sword. The only advantage that the tyrannical song sword had over the true inheritance dark sword was that it was hard. All this time, because Lin Ling had been busy, he had not been able to find the broken sword. He had never thought that he would meet the broken sword here. He remembered that Emperor God Zhonggang had once told Lin Ling that the scabbard was extremely powerful and contained a powerful divine power. However, it needed Lin Ling to activate it. It seems that my luck is not bad. Haha. Lin Ling couldn't help but lick his lips. It was rare to encounter it, so he definitely wouldn't miss it. Of course, God Miao's true inheritance had collected countless treasures from ancient times to the present, so it wasn't strange for it to have a scabbard. Without a doubt, Lin Ling would definitely choose the mountain with the broken sword. That mountain was also called Soldier Mountain. Yu, wait for me to come back. Haha. Then, Lin Ling said to Yu and the others. Immediately, he flew in the direction of the 9th mountain. A moment after Lin Ling left, two figures slowly walked over. They were Princess Tian and Dragon Fong. Have you made your choice? Hehe, this Lin Ling is really bold. He actually used 100 divine stones to bet with the blue spiritual flower. One should know that if his luck wasn't good, he would become a joke. Dragon Fong said as he walked with his hands behind his back. What do you mean? Yuer suddenly looked at him and said. Being stared at by Yuer, Dragon Fong didn't know why his heart suddenly skipped a beat. This was because he realized that this woman in white was really beautiful, like an otherworldly goddess. Then, he explained, the number of holy springs in the 9th mountain varies. If Lin Ling goes to the divine mountain, which happens to be collected by God Miao's true inheritance, then Lin Ling will return empty-handed. If his luck is slightly better, he will go to some divine mountains that have been brewing for a period of time. Maybe he can get half a holy spring. It could be said that in the 9th mountain, only one mountain had a complete holy spring, so there was no pressure to collect it. In that case, Lin Ling will have to rely on his luck. Yuer said. Dragon Fong nodded and then said with a smile, of course, if Lin Ling's luck is extremely bad, then he will be unlucky. Because there is a divine mountain that even God Miao's true inheritance doesn't dare to approach easily. If Lin Ling goes there, not only will he return empty-handed, but he will also be haunted by bad luck. For a very long time. Bad luck? This time, Yu and the others were also surprised. Yes, God Miao's true inheritance once had a boundary god enter that divine mountain, but in the end, he returned in failure. In the following days, he was unlucky no matter what he did. When refining divine weapons, he failed again and again. Even if he failed, his hands and feet were blown off. There was another person who went to that divine mountain and died. At that time, God Miao's true inheritance was alarmed and used countless treasures to investigate. The result could only prove that the boundary god really fell to his death. Dragon Fong spoke with assurance. Fell to his death? Yu and the others all exclaimed. Not to mention powerful warriors, even mortals rarely fell to their deaths. This luck was too bad. Even more exaggerated, someone drowned in the latrine. Dragon Fong said again. You lied to us. At this time, Yu and the others couldn't believe it. How could there be such a strange mountain? Brother Dragon Fong is right. There were people who drowned in the latrine. We don't know why this happened, but those who were close to the mountain were really unlucky. Some even died from drinking water. These are all true. We, the true disciples of Miao Shen, also regard the mountain as a cursed mountain. Seeing her silly appearance, Yu and the others immediately looked in the direction that Princess Tian was pointing at, and their expressions immediately froze. That was because Lin Ling had gone to Bing Mountain, which was the cursed mountain. Ah, this guy, waha, he is really unlucky. Of all the choices, he actually chose that mountain. Is he an idiot? Longya was stunned at first, then he burst into laughter. Because if he went to the cursed mountain, not only would he not be able to obtain the divine spring, he would also be plagued by bad luck, and this undoubtedly made God Miao's true disciples let out a big sigh of relief. As Lin Ling got closer and closer to Bing Mountain, many world spiritists and God Miao's true disciples also saw him. Even the white-robed woman saw him, and she could not help but laugh mockingly. As for the many world spiritists, they laughed unscrupulously. That was because they had also heard of Lin Ling, and this Lin Ling was very arrogant. He had repeatedly ruined the plans of God Miao's true disciples. If it was not for Lin Ling's background being too strong, they would have already made a move on Lin Ling, and now, God Miao's true disciples did not make a move, and Lin Ling instead went to seek his own bad luck. Is he an idiot? Of the 9 mountains, he actually chose the cursed mountain. Say, when he comes back with his tail between his legs, will he fall into the latrine and drown to death? Yes. You can't say that he is an idiot. Perhaps he knows that Soldier Mountain has the most divine springs, so he deliberately went there. However, although there are many divine springs, until now, no one has been able to obtain divine springs from Cursed Mountain. Haha. Heh, I fear that he was scared off before even seeing the divine spring. According to what I know, Grandmaster Lu has been there before. The pressure there is extremely great, and it is all a mysterious power that doesn't fear divine force, divine embryo, world essence, and other defenses. Yes. Let's wait and see this trial challenger Lin Ling lose face. Yes. Many world spiritists stopped their work and looked at the distant 9-layer mountain from the mountain range. As for some of the cultivators who came to buy treasures, at this moment, after hearing the conversation of the masters, they naturally understood the 9-layer mountain, and then laughed loudly. Among them were the 7th prince and the others. What an idiot! The 7th prince put his hands behind his back and said with a smile on his face. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that not long ago, Lin Ling had crippled his balls and humiliated him in public. Of course, after the 7th prince's mocking voice, another mocking voice rang out from the other side. Lin Ling, not only did you overestimate yourself, you're also very stupid. This time, the one who spoke was naturally Dragon Fong. He was all smiles as he quietly watched the show. It's still too early to say whether or not I've overestimated my capabilities. Yu and the others immediately refuted. However, the 7th prince obviously did not want to fight with them, because things would prove everything. At this moment, Lin Ling finally got close to Soldier Mountain. Upon closer inspection, he found that this mountain was majestic and unruly. It was as if it was a giant from ancient times, or a sword that soared into the sky. At the bottom of the ancient mountain, there was a winding path that was overgrown with weeds. It was as if this place had been abandoned by the world. There were no traces of human activity in this place. This made Lin Ling realize that no one had come to this mountain before. Lin Ling landed and appeared on the winding path. He looked forward and saw that the winding path went along the mountain and disappeared into the distance. It was as if following the winding path would lead him to the divine spring. Of course, Lin Ling also knew that this seemingly simple path would be filled with endless twists and turns. In fact, when Lin Ling took a step forward, a mysterious force enveloped him. The air seemed to ripple, and Lin Ling felt as if he had entered a mysterious domain. Moreover, what shocked Lin Ling was that he tried to use his realm essence, divine power, and even his physical strength to resist, but the force was not affected at all. It still lingered around Lin Ling's body. This is the steps of God, and it is demonic. At this moment, a palm-sized giant ghost floated out of Lin Ling's chest. It stared ahead and then retreated. The power of the divine stares, and the demonic chi is too dense. I have to avoid it. The steps of God was a force that surpassed divine power. Coupled with the strange and varied nature of this force, the giant ghost was naturally unable to resist it. Okay. Lin Ling nodded. He guessed that this force came from the broken sword. The force that the broken sword emitted had always been strange. It was both demonic and murderous. At this moment, it was preventing anyone from approaching it. If it was any other time, Lin Ling would naturally not want to provoke this strange force. However, he had the scabbard, so he was not afraid. Instead, he tried to sense the broken sword and let the scabbard communicate with the broken sword. However, the broken sword had probably been here for millions of years, so it did not seem to sense the scabbard. While Lin Ling was sensing, the people in the distance laughed. In their opinion, Lin Ling was already unable to move an inch. He even regretted choosing this mountain, As for the world boundary deities of God Miao's true inheritance, they had a look of disdain, because until now, no one from God Miao's true inheritance had obtained the divine spring from Bing Mountain. A mere Lin Ling wanted to get a share of it? He was simply overestimating himself. The force emitted by Bing Mountain is not simple. He will not be able to take the first step. Beside Princess Tian and the others, Xianxia laughed and said with incomparable confidence, I estimate that in less than an incense's time, he will run away with his tail between his legs. However, before he finished speaking, the blue-robed young man at the foot of the mountain had already taken a step. This gentle movement undoubtedly caused all the laughter to disappear in an instant. He took a step. At first, I also wanted to take a step, but in the end, I failed. How could he succeed? Some world boundary deities said with jealousy. As the famous cursed mountain of God Miao's true inheritance, some pretentious world boundary masters naturally wanted to challenge it to prove themselves and shock others. Of course, most of them failed. Xianxia was incomparably confident before, but Lin Ling instantly gave him a resounding slap, causing him to be stunned for a moment. However, very quickly, he said indifferently, you have some ability, but that's all. Because, I also wanted to challenge the cursed mountain, but in the end, I only took 5 steps. Senior Xianxia, you also went to challenge it? And you only took 5 steps? Beside him, Princess Tian was undoubtedly very surprised. Of course, as a world boundary master, we always like to challenge the difficulty. The cursed mountain is no exception. So, Lin Ling being able to take 1 step is also the limit. Xianxia nodded proudly. At that moment, his scattered long hair looked even more elegant. However, just as he finished speaking, his face froze. It was as if he had eaten feces, because Lin Ling at the foot of the mountain moved forward again. As if ignoring the bad luck and mysterious power, he took 5 steps in a row. This scene undoubtedly caused Dragon Fang's voice to become sharp, as if he had been slapped twice. However, it was only 2 slaps. Hey, Brother Ling has walked more than 5 steps. Open your big dog eyes and see. At this time, Yu pointed to the front and said. And this was the 3rd slap. Moreover, it was 3 crisp slaps. Dragon Fang could not help but open his mouth wide. He was so surprised that he could eat 5 duck eggs. Of course, it was not only him. In the mountains around the vast 9-layer mountain, countless noble boundary masters were also silent. Their ridicule and disdain were now replaced by surprise. Even on a distant mountain range, the white-robed woman stood there quietly, but her expression was incomparably wonderful. Could it be that he, who is not even a boundary master, has a more powerful soul power than the boundary master of God Miao's true inheritance? She naturally knew that the power emitted from Soldier Mountain could only be resisted by soul power. Moreover, it must be a powerful soul power. If Lin Ling was a world spiritist, she might have believed it a little. However, all the world spiritists in the entire void were gathered there, and Lin Ling was not among them, so, this was too inconceivable. Sure enough, this is the power of the God Steps. However, I can also use the God Steps, so I can resist a little. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know that he had caused a sensation in the entire God Miao's true inheritance. Countless boundary masters felt humiliated because of him. On the contrary, he relied on the powerful steps of wisdom to steadily move forward. Obviously, he did not care about the power around him. Instead, he cared about where the broken sword was. Watching Lin Ling walk faster and faster, God Miao's true inheritance became even more silent. Before, didn't someone say that Lin Ling would not be able to walk for long? And Yuer, who was beside Dragon Fang, suddenly said with a smile. Her words were full of sarcasm. It's just luck. He must have some treasure on him that can resist the mysterious power. Lin Ling is really sinister. However, this also means that he is not afraid of the power. However, if he is unlucky and encounters the legendary strange sword, he will be unlucky. Dragon Fang immediately snorted, his words full of jealousy. Haha. And Yuer and the others immediately chuckled. The ridicule in their laughter became even stronger. Because everyone knew that Dragon Fang was just trying to save face. Only a fool would believe his words. That's not right. Look, Brother Ling's luck seems to be really bad. That's because Brother Ling has already encountered that sword and has started to pick it up. At this moment, Yu suddenly said something. Ah. Dragon Feng was taken aback, then he rubbed his eyes hard. Next, his chin fell to the ground. At the foot of the distant mountains, Lin Ling's footsteps had already stopped. Moreover, he had found a broken sword, held it in his hand, and lightly played with it. This action also made the eyes of Miaoshen's true disciple fall to the ground. Only they knew that the reason why Soldier Mountain was a cursed mountain was because there was a mysterious evil sword. It could be said that it was a cursed sword. Originally, they thought that Lin Ling would definitely avoid that sword because those who saw that sword would either drown in the latrine or fall to their deaths while walking. Those who were lucky would also fail in everything they did, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would not be guilty if he did not know? Not only did he not avoid the cursed sword, but he also took the initiative to find it and picked up the evil sword. He will definitely fall into the latrine and drown to death. Compared to this, are we also unlucky? Because Lin Ling picked up the sword, we also saw the cursed sword. Quickly use the amulet to increase your luck and resist the bad luck. The true disciples of Miaoshen were all in chaos. At this moment, Lin Ling was standing at the foot of Soldier Mountain, looking at the violently trembling broken sword in his hand. Naturally, he could feel a terrible murderous and evil aura from the broken sword. This power seemed to have a spirit, and it was also cursing Lin Ling. Found you. However, Lin Ling was not afraid in the slightest. That was because the tyrannical Song sword had already fused with the scabbard. Thus, when he saw the broken sword, Lin Ling felt as if he had seen his companion, a lost companion. Everyone has been waiting for you. Then, Lin Ling said to the broken sword in his hand. The scabbard behind him also buzzed continuously, as if it was excited. However, the broken sword in his hand was still trembling, as if it still did not recognize Lin Ling. Chi. The broken sword even cut Lin Ling's palm, and a mysterious power rushed into Lin Ling's palm, crazily destroying everything. However, Lin Ling did not seem to notice it. He stared at the broken sword in his hand, took a deep breath, and said, "This is my, Lin Ling's sword. It will always be my sword." After saying that, he threw the broken sword fragment, which was as thick as an arm, into the sky. Then, the dark and cold sword slowly circled and stabbed towards Lin Ling. Such an action undoubtedly shocked the entire Ninth Mountain. Lunatic, that was the only word people could use to describe it. Of course, if they had to use another word to describe it, it would be that he was too arrogant. Everyone knew that Soldier Mountain had bad luck. Once someone saw the demonic sword, they would have bad luck after coming out. They might even die from drinking water. However, what about Lin Ling? He actually threw the demonic sword and let it shoot down from above his head. Was he not courting death? One had to know that even if the demonic sword did not have bad luck, there was a 50% chance that Lin Ling would be stabbed to death by the sword. There was no doubt that everyone's hearts were in suspense. Their gazes were fixed on the demonic sword that kept circling down, and their breathing stopped. Swoosh! The demonic sword that everyone feared was emitting a tempting demonic sound as it slowly fell, and it was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. Brother Ling! At that moment, Yu and the rest subconsciously shouted from afar. However, just as they finished speaking, the sword of Hex stabbed into Lin Ling's body. He's dead. Dragon Feng, who was beside them, immediately sneered because he had seen the scene in the distance with his own eyes. He was sure that Lin Ling was dead. Lin Ling, the divine heavenly voice of a generation, had fallen here. It's over just like that. Many people sighed when they saw that scene. They finally knew how terrible that bad luck was. In the beginning, many people even thought that falling into the latrine and drowning was a rumor. However, they believed it now because if the trial taker Lin Ling was killed in such a strange way, it would not be strange for him to drown in the latrine. The son of the undying demon, Lin Ling, actually died here. This kind of death is too tragic. The seventh prince was stunned for a moment, then said as if relieved of a heavy burden. However, just as he exhaled, his pupils suddenly narrowed, and then his pupils widened. The people around the Ninth Mountain, who had originally thought that the outcome was certain, suddenly became excited, because in their eyes, Lin Ling moved as if he had come back from the dead. Then, he patted the huge sword behind him and moved forward again. This also made many people in the mountains give themselves a few hard slaps to see if this was a dream. No, look at the sword on his back. However, some people were more attentive and immediately noticed that something was wrong. Could it be that the cursed sword was inserted into the scabbard on his back? Finally, a dignified voice thundered into everyone's heart, causing many people to react in horror. At this moment, Lin Ling carried the big sword on his back and continued to move forward in an extremely good mood. Previously, when he threw the sword, he gambled on the 50% chance. If the sword deviated by a bit, it would be inserted into Lin Ling's head. If it deviated by a bit, it would be inserted into Lin Ling's scabbard. In fact, this was also a 1% chance. After all, the scabbard's opening was so small, who could guarantee that the evil sword would enter the scabbard? However, Lin Ling dared to gamble, because he knew that if he wanted his lost companion to return, as the sword's owner, he should not be afraid of the sword and believe in his companion. Otherwise, he was not worthy of using the sword. Fortunately, at the last moment, the broken sword completely recognized Lin Ling. Look what happened. On the distant mountain range, the white-robed woman said lightly. Obviously, she did not see what happened. However, the 9-layer mountain was an important place, so Miaoshen's true inheritance had always been supervised by treasures to prevent the holy spring from being stolen. Open the mysterious yellow. She shouted in a low voice as her hands formed a complicated boundary. After the boundary was drawn in the air, a white horsetail whisk appeared in her hand and she gently waved it. The white clouds in the sky dispersed with a rumble, revealing 9 ancient mirrors. One of the mirrors absorbed the light of heaven and earth, reflecting a beautiful and blurry image that scattered on the ground, and those pictures were the scene after Lin Ling entered the Soldier Mountain. A master opened the mysterious yellow 9 mirrors. The boundary masters of Miaoshen's true inheritance exclaimed. Then, they curiously looked into the distance. In the reflection of the mirror, Lin Ling strode along the winding path and then picked up a broken sword. Then, he looked at it and threw the broken sword without any hesitation, looking at the broken sword rolling in the sky and falling toward Lin Ling. Such a scene once again frightened many people. Although people had seen such a scene before, they did not look carefully at that time. Now, they could see how Lin Ling survived. Whoosh, the cold and evil demonic sword was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. That sharp blade was about to claim Lin Ling's life at any moment. Everything was exactly the same as before. However, at this moment, the sword that was rolling up and down suddenly changed its trajectory. It was originally aimed at Lin Ling's head, but after rolling, it fell into the scabbard without missing a millimeter. All of this seemed to be magical, as if it was predestined by the unseen. Wow! Wow! After this clear scene, the endless green mountain was in an uproar. The mystery in everyone's hearts had been solved. The swords curse swords. Isn't he? After a moment of silence, a soft voice sounded from the green mountain, causing endless ripples in people's hearts. They cried out in their hearts. He dared to gamble with a 50% chance. This Lin Ling was indeed a madman. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know of the huge reaction outside. He walked along the winding path without any obstruction. After the broken sword was put away, the ancient power of the entire mountain range disappeared. Instead, the scabbard emitted bursts of joy. It was as if the broken swords were reunited, like brothers reuniting. 3 divine springs. Whoosh! Finally, Lin Ling stopped. In the distance, 3 clear springs sat on the ground, emitting rich spiritual energy. In the air above the springs, water droplets condensed in the void and slowly dripped down. However, the speed of condensation was very slow. It would take several years to condense a single drop. However, when the water droplets fell, ripples immediately appeared on the calm surface of the springs. Strands of spiritual energy spread out like ribbons. Good harvest. Whoosh! Staring at the 3 divine springs, Lin Ling licked his lips and immediately uprooted the divine springs. Even the soil was not spared. Then, he put them into his ring. After doing all this, Lin Ling seemed to have eaten a full meal. Then, he turned around and left. He came out. Yes. At this moment, in the distance of the 9-layered mountain, people saw Lin Ling coming out with the big sword on his back. Their hearts inexplicably trembled. I did not expect him to succeed. Moreover, he obtained a lot of divine springs. Yes. On the mountain range, the white-robed woman's expression was somewhat complicated. Originally, according to her estimation, Lin Ling only had a 30% chance of obtaining the divine springs. At that time, the true disciples of Miaoshen would also be able to obtain a lot of treasures from Lin Ling. However, she had obviously miscalculated. Lin Ling used an unknown evil method to subdue the sword of curse, allowing him to obtain the divine springs without any hindrance. The divine springs in Bing Mountain had not been collected for many years, so there must be a lot of them. Most importantly, each of the divine springs had been filled for many years and were in a full state. Lin Ling, come here. Then, the white-robed woman shouted at Lin Ling in the distance. Lin Ling, who was at the foot of Bing Mountain, also looked up. Then, he saw the white-robed woman in the distance and immediately walked over. How many divine springs have you obtained? After a long time, when she saw Lin Ling, the white-robed woman calmly asked. 3 woof. Lin Ling did not hide the truth. However, after he spoke, he clearly heard the white-robed woman gasp. In this regard, Lin Ling was not surprised. 3 divine springs. Such a harvest not only surprised the white-robed woman, but also Lin Ling himself. It could be said that the true disciples of Miao Shen had lost a lot of money this time. What's the matter with that broken sword? The white-robed woman asked again. Why? Does the true disciples of Miao Shen want to take back the sword? Hearing this, Lin Ling did not answer. Instead, he asked another question. That's not the case. The true disciples of Miao Shen have already investigated the sword. This broken sword is sharp and has spirituality. It is impossible for it to recognize a master. If you force it, the broken sword will self-destruct. Moreover, this broken sword also has an evil nature. Those who do not have a strong soul power will easily be affected by it and be plagued by bad luck. Today, it's better that you take the broken sword away. At least we can enter the divine springs in Bing Mountain to collect them at any time. The white-robed woman said. This sword is somewhat related to me. Although it has bad luck, I think I should be able to bear it. Since the true disciples of Miao Shen don't want it, then just give it to me. Lin Ling did not explain too much. Okay, but if you have bad luck, don't blame us for it. The white-robed woman nodded. She did not know that the broken sword was what Lin Ling wanted. Otherwise, she would have already raised the price. Although the sword of curse was a rare treasure, the true disciples of Miao Shen had investigated it for many years. Naturally, they knew that the power was not used by martial artists. As for Lin Ling, they estimated that they could not control that power. Here. Next, Lin Ling handed over a brocade pouch. Inside it were 100 divine stones and indigo spirit flowers. The white-robed woman took it and did not check it. Then, she asked calmly, about the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord you mentioned, what kind of big shot is this? This was also the bargaining chip that Lin Ling had agreed to with her earlier. Lin Ling laughed secretly again. He did not expect that the mythical stories that he had read in his previous life could be used as bargaining chips. He smiled faintly and said, Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, one of the 3 great sect masters of the primordial age. He was in charge of the Ren school and had the ability to transform into the 3 pure ones. In today's martial arts, many martial arts and divine abilities were derived from his hands. Moreover, he was also recognized as the #1 person in the spirit array. The 3 great sect masters? The ancient era was so powerful? The white-robed woman's heart trembled, as if she believed what Lin Ling said. Lin Ling nodded slightly and pointed at the white-robed woman like a teacher. It's not the ancient era, but the primordial age. The experts of the ancient era, such as Sun Wukong, Erlang Shen, Neza, and so on, are actually the descendants of the ancient gods of the primordial age. I've never heard of these people. But, what are the 3 great sect masters you mentioned? The so-called 3 great sect masters, their orthodoxies are immortalized for hundreds of generations. 99% of today's martial arts are from their orthodoxies. They are the ancestor of Taoism, the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, the Primordial Heavenly Lord, and the sect master of Jia School, the Prime of Heaven. Lin Ling, are these ancient figures the strongest gods in the void? Also, you should know about the will of the world, right? What does it represent? Also, where did these great gods of the primordial age go? Faced with the white-robed woman's continuous questions, Lin Ling felt a little dizzy because he was just spouting nonsense. However, he had already bragged, so he had to continue pretending. The mysteries of the Grand Tao are beyond your imagination. What you've seen now is merely the tip of the iceberg. Even above the Grand Mist era, there was another era, and that era was the era of creation. It was called the Desolate Era. At that time everything had yet to become a spirit. The most powerful gods in the void. Lin Ling spoke frankly, and frankly, Lin Ling's voice was like the sound of heaven as it spread through the boundless green mountains, causing countless world spiritists to widen their eyes as they carefully listened to what Lin Ling was saying. Bastard! Without a doubt, the seventh prince was so angry that he clenched his teeth. He did not know where Lin Ling had obtained these stories. He actually managed to frighten the world spiritist deity who looked down on true teachings to humbly ask for guidance. Since you're so good at bragging, why don't you go and brag? Dragon Fong was equally angry. He naturally didn't believe Lin Ling's words. What made him furious was that although he didn't believe it, many boundary masters in Miaoshen's true inheritance believed it. For example, world deity Tian Shui. If this continued, the true disciple of Miaoshen might break the ice with Lin Ling and make peace with him. Primeval Age? I've never heard of this before. And that was indeed the case. At that moment, the white-robed woman was getting more and more curious. Of course, hidden in the dark, many masters in dragon-patterned robes were quietly listening. Even the purple-patterned robed master of Miaoshen's true inheritance was the same. For them, Lin Ling's words were too novel. It was as if he had revealed the secret of the great Tao. The untainted age is the most ancient age. In fact, Taishang Laojun, Heavenly Lord Yuancher, and Tongdi Hierarch are also the disciples of a great god. This great god is the incarnation of the will of heaven. His name is Hongjun Ancestor. He is as famous as Pangu, the great god of creation, and as old as Nuwa, the mother of all things. The three great gods were the ancestors of the primeval age. They passed down the great Tao, opened the sky, and created all things. Because I only know the general idea. What happened in the primeval age, only those ancient great gods knew. However, I guess that the will of the world and the will of the great Tao must be incompatible. This led to all the ancient great gods fighting against the will of the world, so they disappeared without a trace. Lin Ling said faintly. However, when he was bragging, he had also guessed something. Moreover, his mind suddenly roared. He remembered that when he was young, he had read a fairy tale. In it, there was a mysterious and ancient existence. That was the primeval spirit of creation. This primeval spirit of creation was only the will of the universe, not a living being. Moreover, it taught Hongjun Ancestor. Could it be that the primeval spirit of creation was the will of the world? Thinking of this, Lin Ling's heart trembled. If that was the case, then who could fight against it? His random guess had undoubtedly frightened Tian Shui great boundary god so much that her face turned pale. The main reason was that she had once obtained a treasure in the secret realm. There were a few names recorded in the inscription. They were Pangu, Nuwa. This treasure was also the top secret of Miaoshen's true inheritance. Ordinary people wouldn't have access to it. She knew, however, Amir Lin Ling actually knew. Moreover, he said it clearly and logically as if he was the reincarnation of an ancient great god. Moreover, she agreed with Lin Ling's previous guess, ancient great gods had monstrous strength. Why couldn't any of them be seen today? Perhaps, they were really fighting against the will of the world. This was also the reason why the will of the world was so terrifying during the deity's era but had disappeared for so many years. Desolation era, primordial era, deity's era, and then our era? Are we also considered as the post-deity's era? The white-robed lady muttered to herself. No, the void universe has been born for countless years. How could it be just a few short eras? As far as I know, the desolation era was the creation of heaven and earth. The primordial era was the awakening of all living beings. After that, it was the deification era. In that era, the gods were in chaos. An ancient great god, Xianxia, used the reputation of the ancient great god to open the deification list. With the deification list, he sealed the gods in the chaotic primordial era, using order to make the world peaceful. Lin Ling said calmly. He told her about the deification of the gods and journey to the west that he had read when he was young. At this moment, in the endless mountain range of Miaoshen's true inheritance, there were boundary gods sitting cross-legged with their eyes opened. Some boundary gods stopped forging and some muttered to themselves. Deification. They only had this one sentence in their hearts. Suddenly, their minds lit up. It was as if they had found their past and present lives. However, this mysterious feeling quickly disappeared, causing their bodies to tremble. Could it be that they were a god in the primordial era? Had they entered the deification list? Now, they had reincarnated. Rumble. At the same time, under the mountains, there was an ancient aura erupting. Someone had broken through, then, a few more people broke through. What? Listening to Lin Ling's bragging, they actually broke through? Such a magical scene undoubtedly caused Xianxia and the seventh prince's jaws to hit the ground again. Even Princess Tian, Yu, and the others narrowed their eyes. They felt as if Lin Ling had sprinkled endless Tao. Those who listened to the Tao would instantly become gods. On the mountain peak where Lin Ling was, Tian Shui Great World Deity and Lin Ling were also shocked, especially Lin Ling. He was even more speechless than Yu and the others. Did they break through after listening to his boasting? However, he also realized that a warrior's breakthrough was dependent on the right time, right place, and right people. Those who broke through must have heard what he said and suddenly gained confidence, thinking that he was a reincarnated god. Therefore, with great courage and perseverance, they broke through the gate. There were so many people in the mountain, so it was normal for some of them to break through. Is this the so-called preaching of the great Tao? At this moment, the white-robed lady looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. At this moment, the blue-robed young man seemed to be shining with the light of a god. Lin Ling blushed when she looked at him. He said indifferently, "All right, I've given you what I should. Goodbye." "Wait, Lin Ling, who are you?" Tian Shui Great World Deity suddenly shouted. Her words made Lin Ling pause. He shook his head mysteriously and didn't say anything. He just turned around and left. "I'm the trial taker Lin Ling. That's all." A faint voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth and echoed in the mountain range. However, to those who believed in Lin Ling was even more unfathomable. He might be a reincarnated god from the ancient times, and for those who hated Lin Ling, it was Lin Ling who had pushed his pretentiousness to the limit, hiding his achievements and fame. Anger. The people of the Seventh Emperor Alliance were so angry that their teeth were itching. "Lin Ling, do you know the wood spirit queen of the Kaiyuan River? She's facing a great calamity now. Some people suspect that they are related to the will of the world. If you know them, you can go there now and save them." At this moment, Tian Shui Great World Deity's voice came again. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything. He called Yu and the others and left. Why is he so powerful? Looking at Lin Ling, who left casually, Princess Tian had a complicated expression. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. "Brother Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so talented in acting. You were fooled by Miao's true inheritance." After leaving Miaoshen's true inheritance, Yu and the others began to laugh like flowers blooming in the wind. "You're teasing me." Lin Ling smiled and stretched his hands towards Yu and the others' armpits, making them giggles. "Lin Ling, how do you know so many ancient myths?" And Yuer's cheeks were flushed, but she still looked at Lin Ling. Ancient gods, he said, the ancient ancients, the ancient times' stories, the story, the origin. Lin Ling looked at the endless sky with a complicated look in his eyes. If all of this was true, then Lin Ling had also walked out of the hometown of an ancient god. "Let's not talk about this. I heard from Miaoshen that the magical forest in the Kaiyuan River is a little dangerous." Then, Lin Ling frowned. When he saw Yu and the others were puzzled, he immediately explained. Back then, when Lin Ling had just gone to the Kaiyuan River, he had helped the Wood Spirit Clan, Rock Spirit Clan, and Fire Spirit Clan in the magical forest. Now, according to Miaoshen's legend, they seemed to be in danger and were regarded as the will of the world. Since it was related to the will of the world, it was no small matter. Therefore, Lin Ling had to go and take a look no matter what. After hearing Lin Ling's words, Yu and the others immediately nodded. After they left the Tianzhou, they immediately moved forward along the void and headed straight for the Kaiyuan River. The Kaiyuan River was one of the forbidden areas in the 9 prefectures. There were endless secrets hidden in it. There were even rumors that on the other side of the Kaiyuan River was the hidden place of the dragon tribe. However, in the history of the 9 prefectures, not many people had managed to reach the other side of the river. Lin Ling was one of them. While they were hurrying, Lin Ling also checked the scabbard. Now, he had found another broken sword. The scabbard would definitely increase its power by a lot, as for the scabbard, Lin Ling never needed to comprehend it. As long as he found the broken sword, he would be able to display the power of the scabbard. Of course, although this method was fast, there was also a fatal danger. For example, if he didn't find the corresponding broken sword, the sword would kill its owner. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. The originally hot scabbard suddenly began to cool down. Lin Ling instantly knew that this was the reason why the broken sword had merged with the tyrannical Song sword. Clang! Lin Ling immediately stopped and pulled out the sword. The new tyrannical Song sword was even more majestic. On the huge sword body, there was demonic energy flowing like water. The visual impact was very strong. Realm essence was activated. With a boom, a powerful force exploded from Lin Ling's body, causing Yu and the others to fly backward. All of them looked at Lin Ling in shock. 100 strands of divine power. Lin Ling looked at the tyrannical Song sword in his hand in disbelief. He was extremely shocked. Although Emperor God Zhonggang had once said that this sword was extremely powerful and was the sword of the sword demon, Lin Ling never expected that just finding a broken sword would give birth to 100 strands of divine power. One had to know that currently, Lin Ling had only cultivated and comprehended more than 50 strands of divine power. It seemed that Lin Ling had more than 150 strands of divine power. With such strength, Lin Ling was undoubtedly one step closer to becoming one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. If I open my 7th Dantian, I will definitely have the strength to fight against Luli Empress. Holding the magnificent sword, Lin Ling's heart was filled with heroism. Brother Ling. At this moment, Yu and the others also flew over and looked at Lin Ling in shock. Hee, this old friend, your strength has finally increased. Lin Ling immediately smiled and nodded. As he spoke, the tyrannical Song sword seemed to have sensed Lin Ling's voice. On the sword body, killing intent flowed like water from the sword tip to the sword hilt. It looked extremely beautiful. Lin Ling put away the tyrannical Song sword and patted the vines on his left shoulder. Now, among his companions, only little Kunlun's strength had not increased. However, in reality, little Kunlun was 1,000 times stronger than before. It was just that Lin Ling's strength had increased too quickly, so he felt that it was slow. However, if one were to take martial gods as an example, at least 60% of them would not be a match for little Kunlun. Let's go. Next, Lin Ling also increased his speed and rushed toward the Kaiyuan River. After a long time, a dazzling Milky Way appeared in the distance. Even though it was far away, Lin Ling and the others could still hear the rumbling sound of the river. They had arrived at the Kaiyuan River. Lin Ling's eyes immediately revealed a nostalgic look. It was here that he had obtained the inheritance treasure of the gods and met the Kurishin of the 4 great gods. He had also brought the God-Slayer alliance to its peak. It could be said that the Kaiyuan River was also the place that had allowed Lin Ling to completely transform. Of course, the most important thing was that this was the place where Lin Ling had brought An'Yuer back, and now, Lin Ling had come again. That's the Kaiyuan River. It was obviously the first time Yu and Xianxia had come here, so they could not help but be surprised. Without stopping, Lin Ling led the 3 ladies straight to the Kaiyuan River. Although the Kaiyuan River was huge, there was only one entrance. They could go through the entrance to reach the bottom of the Kaiyuan River. Stop. You can't enter the Kaiyuan River. When Lin Ling found the entrance, a loud shout came from the front. At this moment, the enormous entrance to the origin opening river was blocked by countless people, and all of these people were at the martial god realm. When Lin Ling was here last time, most of them were at the martial ancestor realm and half-step martial god realm. However, all of them were at the martial god realm now. There must be some secret hidden here. Who are you? Lin Ling spoke indifferently when he saw the group of people. It's none of your business. Get lost. Outside the entrance, an old man immediately shouted angrily. He didn't take Lin Ling seriously. Oh, what a beautiful lady. Not far away, a middle-aged man looked at Yu and the others with a lewd smile and licked his lips. His eyes were filled with evil intentions. Martial god Tianji, don't cause trouble. However, someone beside him advised him. We've been guarding this place for a year. It's been too boring. The middle-aged man shook his head and ignored that person's warning. Die. However, as soon as he moved, a black shadow immediately attacked him. It was extremely fast and charged into the middle-aged man's body. Then, the middle-aged man's body trembled and his face became distorted. "Save me, save me!" he cried out in pain. In the end, he stopped moving. A strange jellyfish swam out of his body with countless tentacles. Then, it flew back to Lin Ling. It was the evil ghost jellyfish. The evil ghost jellyfish was currently in the form of a divine fetus. How could the middle-aged man resist it? After it charged into the middle-aged man's body, it immediately devoured everything. The person who killed the middle-aged man was naturally Lin Ling. That was because the middle-aged man wanted to harm Yu Yu and the others. In Tianzhou, there were people who harassed Yu Yu and the others. However, Lin Ling didn't care because those people were too weak. Lin Ling didn't want to attack them, however, it was different now. Those people were all at the martial god realm. As a man, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't allow his wife to be humiliated in front of such experts. "You've got guts." Everyone looked at him coldly when they saw that Lin Ling had killed a martial god realm expert without saying a word. "You are the ones who are bold," Lin said coldly, because at this moment, he was even more certain that something had happened in the demon forest. "I ask you, why are you blocking the entrance?" "Who are you?" Lin Ling said again. "Ha ha ha." Outside the entrance, the martial gods laughed. Then, an old man who was sitting cross-legged slowly stood up. His aura was extremely terrifying. Behind him, a demonic shadow was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It turned into the shadow of a giant bat. It was obvious that it was a divine fetus talent. Moreover, it had reached the innate realm. A coffin floated not far from him. At that moment, the coffin slowly opened and a young man walked out. The young man's clothes were torn and there was a rotten smell on his body. When he opened his eyes, his gaze fell on Lin Ling as if he wanted to devour Lin Ling. Of course, this kind of power had no effect on Lin Ling. "You don't deserve to talk to me." Before the old man could speak, the young man said coldly. His voice was filled with disdain. It was obvious that these two people were the leaders. "Kid, I don't care who you are or who is behind you, but you can't interfere with what we want to do. You can't afford to offend the people behind us. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Apologize and get lost immediately. I'll spare your life," the old man said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. Did the old man think Lin Ling was an idiot because he was young? The old man seemed to be letting Lin Ling go, but in fact, he was testing Lin Ling. If Lin Ling really apologized, the old man would probably kill Lin Ling immediately. This was because he saw that Lin Ling was afraid. Naturally, he knew that Lin Ling was guilty. Unfortunately, regardless of whether it was a test or not, Lin Ling was not afraid of them at all. He was not afraid at all. He wanted to know who was the mastermind behind the scenes who could summon this group of powerhouses. "I'm talking to you because I'm giving you face. If I don't give you face, you'll definitely regret it." Lin Ling slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword. The 6 stanchions in his body started to roll quietly. "I wonder how they'll regret it." Seeing that Lin Ling was about to make a move, everyone activated their boundary essence. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. "That's death." Lin Ling finally made his move. There was no need for him to fuse his talents. He could crush the group of martial gods with his physical strength and boundary essence. Swoosh, with a slash of his sword, a martial god was cut in half before he could make a move. Swoosh, another sword strike, and another head flew into the air. With Lin Ling's current strength, only the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils could contend with him. However, that was all. His speed is so fast. Seeing that Lin Ling's sword had taken their lives, the martial gods were shocked and exclaimed. However, the person who exclaimed was instantly killed. Killing martial gods was like chopping vegetables. Gradually, everyone felt that a nightmare had arrived. "Capture those women." Then, the remaining people looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to capture Yu Yu and the others to make Lin Ling afraid. One had to admit that they were extremely sinister. However, were Yu Yu and the others weak? Yu Yu and Yu and the others looked at each other. They sneered and attacked as well. One by one, they unleashed their divine fetuses. Xianxia activated the flipping sky seal that he had obtained from Grandfather Tang and smashed a martial god into a meat patty. Oh no, These women have divine fetuses and the divine artifacts in their hands are very fierce. The people did not expect that these delicate beauties would be so strong. Those who had wanted to take advantage of them were now so scared that their legs turned to jelly. Where did these people come from? Why are they so fierce? The three women have divine fetuses and divine artifacts. That young man does not seem to have any divine fetuses, but his strength is simply overwhelming. They are definitely not ordinary people. As more and more martial gods were killed, the remaining people became more and more terrified. Boy, your strength is not bad. Let me fight you. Use your full strength. Seeing that the people around him were dying, the old man finally decided to attack. A pair of bat wings sprouted from his back. His entire body was surging with demonic chi, causing the surroundings to explode continuously. His cultivation was at the peak of the martial god realm and he had 18 divine forces, no wonder he was the leader. His strength was indeed terrifying. He was even more powerful than Duan Wuhan in the past. You are not qualified to make me use my full strength. However, this strength was like a chicken or a dog to Lin Ling. Swoosh. The old man immediately sensed the fierce murderous aura and demonic aura. He was shocked and immediately unleashed all his strength. Countless black lights surrounded him and formed a huge black ball in front of him. The black ball kept spinning and emitted a power that could crush one's soul. However, when Lin Ling's sword slashed at him, the black ball that condensed all of the old man's strength was instantly slashed open. The old man who was behind the black ball had a sword mark in the middle of his head that went all the way to his legs. He looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. You are. Before he could finish his sentence, his body was torn apart from both sides. He couldn't be more dead. Who are you? However, the stinky young man continued the old man's words and looked at Lin Ling with a face full of fear. He no longer had the disdainful look from before. He was so scared that the rotten flesh on his body kept dripping off. Lin Ling's previous slash made him realize that he was no match for Lin Ling. You should be from the land of eternal slumber, right? Lin Ling held his sword and walked toward the young man step by step. The young man was surrounded by a few people as if he was being protected. However, when Lin Ling arrived, those people all moved aside and didn't dare to block his path. They didn't even think about sneaking up on him when Lin Ling walked past them. They knew that the young man's strength had reached a level that defied the natural order. If they attacked such a strong person, they would die even faster. Yes, yes, yes. I'm the successor of the land of eternal slumber. The young man said nervously. Back then, I heard from the Gu King that he had found a successor. It turns out that it's a piece of trash like you. How disappointing. Lin Ling stopped in front of the young man and said calmly. Gu King? You know the Gu King? Hearing that, the young man's eyes lit up. I know him. How can I not know him? Lin Ling nodded. His words made the young man happy as if he had met an acquaintance. However, Lin Ling's next sentence sent him straight to hell. It was impossible for him to recover. Gu King died in my hands. Lin Ling said indifferently. Ah, you killed the Gu King? You're lying to me, you're lying to me. Gu King is the leader of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. No, the Gu King is indeed dead. Furthermore, he died in Spirit Light City. It is said that he was killed by the trial challenger Lin Ling. Could it be that you are trial taker Lin Ling? The young man said incoherently. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Lin Ling with even more fear in his eyes. As for the people around him, their faces were instantly filled with one emotion, terror. Trial challenger Lin Ling, how could they not know? Not only was this expert a follower of a god, his strength had also reached a heaven-defying level. Whether it was in terms of strength or status, they were like eggs hitting a rock. Now, can you tell me what you're doing here and whose orders you're following? Lin Ling said, still looking at the young man. You won't kill me if I tell you? The young man gritted his teeth. His desire to live made him unwilling to give up any chance. Swoosh, however, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling chopped off his head and killed him directly. Bargaining with me? Idiot, tell me obediently. If I'm in a good mood, I might let you go. To be honest, you're not qualified to negotiate with me. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at the remaining people around him. I'll tell you. We were ordered by martial god Huan Bo, one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures, to seal off Kaiyuan River. The people around him immediately scrambled to speak. Martial god Huan Bo? Hearing that, Lin Ling frowned slightly. Yes, yes. Since the fall of martial god Qilin and martial god Wen Tian, many martial gods have risen in the 9 prefectures in an attempt to replace the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Martial god Huan Bo is one of them. He has also been recognized by the other martial gods and has become one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Sir, this is all we know. Spare our lives, spare our lives. Lin Ling was even more puzzled when he heard these voices. Although the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures were very powerful, the wood spirit tribe of the demonic forest was no small matter either. If it wasn't necessary, martial god Huan Bo shouldn't have provoked the demonic forest, unless martial god Huan Bo was just a pawn and had been ordered to do so. It seemed like the only way to find out the answer was to enter the demonic forest. What's the situation in the demonic forest now? Lin Ling asked again. The demonic forest is resisting tenaciously because someone pleaded for mercy on their behalf when they were about to be destroyed. Furthermore, the wood spirit tribe and the others joined that powerhouse. The person who pleaded for mercy on their behalf was a Yuan Venerate martial god. The Yuan Venerate martial god has always been alone. Now, he seems to want to develop his own force, so he has also taken a liking to the wood spirit tribe and the others. However, they are still negotiating and we don't know the outcome. However, if the Yuan Venerate martial god no longer cares about the demonic forest, then the demonic forest will be in trouble. The surrounding people all began to speak out. Scram. After obtaining the information he needed, Lin Ling didn't kill them. Although Lin Ling looked down on people who obeyed his orders obediently, he couldn't be bothered to make a move. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Some of the surrounding martial gods kowtowed, some saluted, and some fled in terror. What a bunch of vile people. Yu and the others also walked over when they saw them flee. To them, martial gods were like gods in the sky. They had once looked up to them and envied them, however, now, even these godly existences were acting lowly like lapdogs. Naturally, they despised them. After all, they definitely wouldn't beg for mercy if they fell into the hands of the enemy, let alone betray their own people. Of course, while they despised them, they also felt a little sense of accomplishment. After all, being able to make a martial god flatter Lin Ling showed how strong he was. I never imagined that a Yuan Venerate martial god would also interfere. However, the wood spirit race, the stone spirit race, and the fire spirit race are all my people. A Yuan Venerate martial god is trying to snatch them from me. Lin Ling smiled faintly as he looked at the entrance. He was the totem of the 3 races. How could he let anything happen to the 3 races? Furthermore, he couldn't let a Yuan Venerate martial god snatch them away. Then, Lin Ling led Yu and the others through the entrance. How beautiful. Yu and Xianxia, who were here for the first time, were immediately filled with curiosity as they watched the surging river flow above their heads. Lin Ling smiled but didn't interrupt them. Instead, a map appeared in his hand. This map had been given to him by Brother Wudi. It would allow Lin Ling to find the whereabouts of the demonic forest. After all, the map of the Kaiyuan River was constantly changing. This way. Then, Lin Ling made up his mind and quickened his pace with Yu and the others. Back then, when the second master of the place of eternal slumber, Wanyan Shijing, arrived, the tribes in the forest were in a terrible fix. Now that the 10 martial gods had been mobilized, the demon forest would undoubtedly be difficult to resist. However, Lin Ling was a trial taker under Lei Gong. In the 9 states, there were not many who dared to disrespect Lei Gong, unless it was the spirit nation. Of course, if it was a life and death feud, they would not have to care about Lei Gong's face. The outcome would be to perish together with Lin Ling. After all, if Lin Ling was killed, Lei Gong would not let the matter rest. As they walked through the forest, Lin Ling saw that many tall trees had collapsed. The forest was filled with sorrow. He could not understand why someone would attack them when the 3 tribes were fighting against the world martial arts. Brother Ling, they will be fine. Sensing Lin Ling's cold expression, Yu immediately comforted him. Lin Ling nodded. According to his memories, he was getting closer and closer to where the wood spirits resided. Back then, Lin Ling had united the three tribes here to resist the place of eternal slumber. He remembered that Wanyan Shijing had arrived but was forced to flee with his tail between his legs. Back then, this was also where I obtained the fruit of good. At this moment, the giant ghost also floated out and sighed. This evil ghost was becoming more and more humane. Hee, this forest will belong to us from now on. At this moment, laughter came from afar. Then, a few figures walked through the dense forest, chatting as they walked. Of course, they soon discovered Lin Ling and the others and were all shocked. This was because the Kaiyuan River had been sealed. It should be impossible for anyone to enter. Who are you people? Immediately, they walked quickly toward Lin Ling and the others. Yu and the others stared at them calmly. They realized that these people were different from humans. They had long golden hair, pointed ears, and were extremely handsome. People from the Gold Spirit tribe. Instead, it was Lin Ling who recognized these people. The Gold Spirit clan was one of the 5 spirits ancient clans in the Kaiyuan River. However, the territory of the Gold Spirit clan was in the Guyuan Mountains. Now, they had come to the demonic forest. You don't have the right to ask who we are. However, this demon forest is my territory. When did I agree to let you in? Lin Ling's face turned cold. Ha ha ha. Those gold spirits roared with laughter when they heard this. However, not long after they started laughing, Lin Ling's powerful aura exploded, causing them to tremble in fear. Plop, in the end, he knelt down and kowtowed continuously. With their strength, how could they withstand Lin Ling's divine might? Speak. Why are the gold spirits here? Lin Ling took a step forward and asked coldly. Those people didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything they knew. It turned out that the gold spirits and the water spirits had taken a liking to the demonic forest and invited experts to help. As a reward, those experts would receive the Tree of Tao. Lin Ling came to a realization after listening to them. However, Lin Ling was still very curious about the experts they had invited because he knew that there were 2 of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 states. Moreover, it seemed that they weren't the ones behind this. Tell the gold spirits that this is my territory. Get lost. Lin Ling shouted angrily. Then, he led Yu and the others past them and toward the Wood Spirit tribe. Not long after, the Wood Spirit tribe appeared in front of them. There were tall trees and beautiful flowers. Although this place was still beautiful, it obviously lacked spirituality. Many of the Wood Spirit tribe's members were gathered there and their faces were gloomy. Seeing the Wood Spirit tribe, Lin Ling suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Lord Messenger. It didn't take long for the members of the Wood Spirit clan to notice Lin Ling, and they couldn't help but be shocked. Where is the Empress? Lin Ling greeted everyone and got straight to the point. The Empress is here. However, Lord Messenger, you have to help us. They want to kill us all. Yes, although a Yuan venerate martial god has appeared to help us, it has only allowed us to escape death. However, we still have to leave our home. Lord Messenger, we don't want to leave our home. Everyone looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling had originally intended to meet the Empress. However, after hearing their words, he stopped in his tracks and said, Don't worry, I will protect this place. I will protect this place. It was just a simple sentence, but it filled the Wood Spirits with boundless confidence. Of course, some of the Wood Spirit tribe elders who knew the situation were still worried because they knew who was attacking the demonic forest. Those were the people of the gods. Lord Messenger. At that moment, an exclamation was heard in the sky. A huge leaf slowly drifted down with a few people on it. One of them was the Empress. The Empress was undoubtedly very excited when she saw Lin Ling. However, when she saw Yu and the others, she was immediately shocked. It was no wonder that the Lord Messenger was indifferent to her beauty. It turned out that the people around him were all so beautiful. You will protect this place? That's some big talk, but in my opinion, you are just talking nonsense. There was a young man beside the Empress. At this moment, when he saw how agitated the Empress was, he was undoubtedly displeased and immediately spoke disdainfully. Who do you think you are? Do you know who is attacking the demonic forest? You will be scared to death if I tell you. You are really a frog at the bottom of a well. The young man was the first to drop the leaf as he shouted angrily. However, he had just finished speaking when a shocked voice was heard behind him. You are Lin Ling? A middle-aged man stood beside the empress. He was a Yuan venerate martial god. At the moment, his eyes were trembling as he looked at Lin Ling as though he had seen a demon. He had also seen Lin Ling at the auction held by Daoist Myriad Treasures and had been scared away by Lin Ling's treasure. Furthermore, Lin Ling had killed 2 martial gods in a row. Thus, he was in awe of Lin Ling from the bottom of his heart. Master, who is Lin Ling? The young man couldn't help but feel puzzled when he saw the Yuan venerate martial god's shocked expression. His master was one of the 10 great martial gods of Jiuzhou. How could such a person know the young man in blue? That's right, I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling replied as he looked at the Yuan venerate martial god. Ah. The Yuan venerate martial god exclaimed in surprise when he heard Lin Ling's acknowledgement. He actually didn't dare approach Lin Ling. This undoubtedly made the people of the wood spirit race feel incredulous. They naturally knew who a Yuan venerate martial god was. He was powerful and famous. Even the invaders had to give him some face. Otherwise, the 3 races of the demonic forest would have been wiped out a long time ago. However, such a powerhouse actually didn't dare approach the Lord Messenger. This guy, the Yuan venerate martial god, was stunned when he heard this. Then, he flew into a rage. The disciple he had just accepted had actually called Lin Ling this guy. He rushed forward and, under the confused gaze of the young man, suddenly grabbed his neck and smashed him to the ground. Apologize to me. Bang! 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 The Yuan venerate martial god grabbed the youth and kowtowed to Lin Ling, causing the youth to vomit blood continuously. Lin Ling, this disciple of mine is insensible. I hope you don't take it to heart. The Yuan venerate martial god then spoke to Lin Ling. Yes, I'm sorry. The youth's face was covered in blood, but he wasn't a fool. As he spoke, he kept spitting out broken teeth. It's fine. I don't have any objections to him. Lin Ling remained indifferent to the Yuan venerate martial god's actions. He only replied indifferently. His words made the Yuan venerate martial god relax. He knew that Lin Ling didn't care about his disciples' mistakes. However, I do have some objections to you. However, Lin Ling's next words made the Yuan venerate martial god's heart skip a beat. The demonic forest is my territory and I'm protecting it. I heard that you were snatching my people, right? Lin Ling played with his fingernails as he spoke casually. I really didn't know about this. The Yuan venerate martial god's hair stood on end as he explained immediately. In the end, he even gave himself 3 hard slaps. Lin Ling, it's my fault. I didn't know that this was your territory. I didn't recognize you when I tried to snatch people from you. It's my fault, my fault. The crisp sound of a slap rang out, causing the wood spirits to be dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on, however, they weren't fools. They immediately guessed that the status of the Great Envoy was higher than the Yuan venerate martial god. Great Envoy. The Empress also looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Last time, Lin Ling had saved their devil forest. This time, Lin Ling had come to save the devil forest once again. Lin Ling was worthy of being their envoy. Lin Ling, you also know that my island is very big, but there aren't many people. Right now, these 3 races are about to be killed, so I'm pleading for mercy on their behalf. I want to bring them to my island to increase their popularity. That's all. The Yuan venerate martial god explained after giving himself 3 slaps. Then, his eyes lit up. Furthermore, I also saved them. That's why I'm giving you a chance to speak. Lin Ling nodded. Then, he said calmly, tell me, who's having designs on the demon forest? It's a trial taker of a god. The Yuan venerate martial god said immediately. As expected. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. In fact, he had already guessed that this was the case. After all, the other party had to have a powerful background to be able to summon so many powerhouses. So, how's your discussion going? Lin Ling asked again. The trial taker only wants the great path tree, and this tree is in the devil forest. Therefore, after my pleading, they let the 3 races off. However, the 3 races want to leave the devil forest, the Yuan venerate martial god said. What a trial taker. Are you a bandit? Lin Ling's face turned cold. He didn't care what kind of trial taker the other party was. In any case, this was Lin Ling's territory. There was no way they could get their hands on it. The Yuan Venerate martial god heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Lin Ling's domineering voice. It seemed like Lin Ling didn't mind his mistake. Then, he realized that there was finally some way to resolve the matter of the three great races. After all, Lin Ling of the heavenly voice of the god was going to make an appearance. This was a god who had seen gods before, a god who possessed supreme authority. However, when I spoke with them last time, they said that they wouldn't show any respect to anyone who came. Then, the Yuan Venerate martial god pondered for a moment before speaking again. His tone was warm and gentle as he tried to sow discord. Lin Ling naturally heard the provocation. However, he didn't mind. Instead, he said nonchalantly, no matter who it is, they will have to show respect to me. Yuan Venerate martial god, I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. Lead the way. All right. The Yuan Venerate martial god couldn't help but smile excitedly when he heard this. Although he was one of the 10 great martial gods of Jiuzhou, this was a confrontation between trial takers. He couldn't afford to provoke either side, unless he didn't fear the gods, therefore, he could also follow along and watch the confrontation between the trial takers. Follow Sir Envoy. Upon seeing that Lin Ling had made a decision, the people of the wood spirit race also shouted one after another. The Empress was both excited and shocked. She was excited because Sir Envoy had returned. She was shocked because, based on Sir Envoy's tone, he didn't seem to be afraid of those powerhouses. She had never imagined that Lin Ling would actually grow to such a level after being separated from Lin Ling for a few years. This was because she knew very well just how incredible it was to be feared by the 9 states' 10 great martial gods. Moreover, there were such figures among those powerhouses. However, Lin Ling was also such a figure. The large group followed Lin Ling and advanced through the dense forest. Informed the fire spirit race and the earth spirit race. Along the way, the Empress also spoke to the people of her race. Those people understood and ran happily through the forest. After a long time, the people of the fire spirit race and the earth spirit race arrived. Without any suspense, they were extremely excited. Sir Totem. The patriarch of the fire spirit race knelt down immediately. Whine, whine, whine. The dwarves of the earth spirit race also knelt down. However, this group of dwarves also looked at Lin Ling anxiously. Lin Ling immediately scolded them jokingly and threw away the wine on his body. Over the years, he had already developed a habit of collecting fine wine from all over as long as he had the chance. He had never imagined that it would come in handy today. When the Yuan Venerate martial god saw that the 3 great races were very familiar with Lin Ling, he immediately knew that it was impossible for him to recruit the 3 great races. Continue leading the way. Lin Ling didn't stay here for too long. He let the Yuan Venerate martial god continue leading the way. Lin Ling was also very curious as to which trial taker had interfered in his territory. As they passed through the mountains, they finally saw a large luxurious mansion located in the distance when they were close to the ancient Yuan mountain range. It was obvious that these mansions had been built not long ago. However, they had everything they needed. They were magnificent and majestic. Furthermore, the martialists strolling around nearby were all martial gods. They were obviously extremely famous people in Jiuzhou. Based on their obedient appearance, this also indicated the trial taker's identity. If the 4 great gods were compared to emperors, then the trial taker would be the chief general. Of course, he had to be at the level of the divine heavenly voice. Ordinary trial takers still weren't valued. After all, the divine heavenly voice was something that could allow one to meet the gods. Lin Ling, we have arrived. I will go and talk to them. After all, I just saw the trial taker 3 days ago. I reckon he is still here. Their disdainful smiles deepened when they saw the Yuan Venerate martial god. This Yuan Venerate martial god was pleading for mercy. He was simply overestimating himself. May I ask if Sir Black Flag is here? The Yuan Venerate martial god asked with cupped fists. He was also a little depressed. He was one of the 10 great martial gods of Jiuzhou, a powerhouse with high standards. Now, he had to lower his voice before these weak martialists. This was too depressing. Yuan Venerate martial god, Sir Black Flag has already given you a lot of face. Now, you still want to plead for mercy? Let me give you a word of advice. Scram. An old man with a goatee said nonchalantly. His attitude was extremely arrogant. The Yuan venerate martial god cursed silently when he saw this. Spiritual Master Goat, I do have an important matter to discuss with him. I already said, scram. The old man called Spiritual Master Goat snorted. You should know that Sir Black Flag has already given you a lot of face. If you continue to pester him, Sir Black Flag's promise to you might fall through. Boom. However, as soon as he said this, a fist flew over from afar at an extremely fast speed. Bang. When it landed on the old man's head, it exploded like a watermelon. The entire process was straightforward and simple. This unforeseen event immediately made the powerhouses in front of the mansion feel as if they were facing a great enemy, the Yuan venerate. Martial God was flabbergasted and in disbelief. After all, the person standing in front of him was Lin Ling. What's the point of wasting time with them? Lin Ling shook off the blood on his hand as he spoke coldly to the Yuan venerate martial god. His words made the Yuan venerate martial god's jaw drop. He was shocked by Lin Ling's domineering attitude. However, a carefree feeling arose spontaneously soon after. He had also lowered his voice for a long time. Damn it, this was the first time he felt so refreshed. Then. What should we do next? The Yuan venerate martial god asked nervously. Are you an idiot? Lin Ling glanced at the Yuan venerate martial god strangely. We are here to look for someone, not to reminisce about the past, nor to plead for mercy. If anyone dares to talk nonsense, just beat them up. This sentence made the Yuan venerate martial god wake up from a dream. That's right, he followed Lin Ling. Why did he have to plead for mercy like a dog? At once, he straightened, his back stiffened and roared thunderously, Sir, come out here. The Yuan venerate martial god's attitude was insufferably arrogant, as if he was venting all his frustrations over the past few days. Yuan venerate martial god, you. These powerhouses were furious. How could Yuan venerates and martial gods of the past be so arrogant? Whoosh, the Yuan venerate martial god did not waste any more words. He lunged forward and his arm turned into a rock. He grabbed a powerhouse and smashed him into the ground. Boom. After smashing down, a black rock appeared out of thin air and suppressed the expert, causing him to vomit blood more than 10 meters away. Actually, the strongest martialist present was a Yuan venerate martial god. Even Lin Ling couldn't compare to him. It was just that Lin Ling's status was higher. After suppressing that powerhouse, the Yuan venerate martial god was elated as he glared angrily at everyone. With a martial god backing him, he could do things without the slightest scruple. Great! Great! Upon seeing the Yuan venerate martial god's insufferably arrogant attitude, the powerhouses didn't dare be arrogant anymore. Who are you? At this moment, a figure walked out of the mansion's door. This person looked very young, about 30 years old, but his strength was not weak. He was martial god Ripple Illusion, one of the 10 new martial gods in Jiuzhou. He immediately squinted at the Yuan venerate martial god when he walked out. He didn't understand why the latter was so bold. Damn you! Ask Sir Black Flag to come out here. However, the Yuan venerate martial god clearly wasn't afraid of him this time. Haha. Is Sir Black Flag someone you can meet whenever you want? I'll give you a chance. Get lost immediately. Martial god Ripple Illusion sneered. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's voice was heard. Yuan venerate martial god, can you capture him? Yes. The Yuan venerate martial god nodded instinctively and turned to look at Lin Ling. When he saw Lin Ling nod, he immediately understood and erupted with his full power. The ferocious speed, the unparalleled power of divinity, and the divine embryo all surged forward in a mighty wave. Boom! When this aura was unleashed, the mansion behind was the first to explode and turn into dust. The strength of a Yuan venerate martial god was terrifying. The surrounding martialists were also blown away by this violent storm. Martial god Ripple Illusion had clearly not expected that a Yuan venerate martial god would dare to attack him. This was rebellion. Could a Yuan venerate martial god dare to go against a martial god? Unfortunately, although he was also one of the 10 great martial gods in Jiuzhou, he was still a new martial god and his strength couldn't compare to a Yuan venerate martial god. Furthermore, the Yuan venerate martial god had attacked suddenly. This could be considered a sneak attack. Thus, in a short moment, he was sealed by the mysterious stone and turned into a 2-meter-tall divine stone. Only his head was exposed. He resisted with all his might, but it was useless. At the same time, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The strength of a Yuan venerate martial god was indeed terrifying. He had a feeling that even if he used all his strength, he might not be a match for a Yuan venerate martial god unless he used a treasure to suppress him. However, he had never imagined that a Yuan venerate martial god would be so cowardly despite being so strong. He would actually be so afraid of him and the other trial takers. However, Lin Ling quickly recalled that this Yuan venerate martial god had also been like this back at the Guyuan mountain range. This was a well-prepared powerhouse who had endured humiliation all his life. Thus, there was more or less some cowardice in the depths of his character. Swoosh, Lin Ling rushed forward and arrived before the divine stone. Following which, he viciously threw 3 slaps at it. You dare to act so arrogantly in my territory? Slap. Slap, slap. Martial god Ripple Illusion had been restrained by the Yuan venerate martial god and could only endure Lin Ling's 3 palm strikes, and he was also beaten silly. You. Who are you? You must have a death wish. Martial god Ripple Illusion roared furiously. He had never imagined that he, one of the 10 great martial gods of the 9 states, would actually be slapped in the face. You are indeed one of the 10 great martial gods of the 9 states. You are very strong. Even your skin is thicker than others. Lin Ling ignored his words. Instead, he waved his numb palm and took out his scabbard. Then, he swung it at martial god Ripple Illusion's face as though he was holding the leg of a chair. Bang, a dull sound was heard. Martial god Ripple Illusion's nose was smashed crooked and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This scared the surrounding martial gods so much that they started trembling. Who exactly was this person? He was simply too arrogant. Furthermore, this was because Lin Ling had used the scabbard. If he had used the Tyrant Song sword, the restrained martial god Ripple Illusion might have been killed immediately. Trial taker Lin Ling, what is the meaning of this? A figure finally leaped out of the crumbling mansion and appeared before Lin Ling's eyes. This person's strength was also unfathomable. However, there was also a sword-like sea urchin radiating from his body. This was a divine might. Trial challenger Lin Ling? Martial god Huan Bo's eyes narrowed at Huang Xiaolong's words. Everyone else's jaws dropped to the floor. So this frivolous and unruly young man was a trial challenger. No wonder he was so unbridled. Who are you? Lin Ling slowly sheathed his tyrannical song sword and asked nonchalantly when he saw the newcomer. Lin Ling had never seen this young man before, nor did he expect the other party to recognize him. I'm Youjin's 4-star trial challenger, Wang Guyanhui. The young man puffed out his chest proudly and said nonchalantly, Lin Ling, why did you disrupt my trial mission? You should know that disrupting other people's trial mission is equivalent to provoking a god. Trial mission? Lin Ling was inwardly surprised, then sneered, what trial mission is this? Looking for the world will in the Kaiyuan River. Wang Guyanhui immediately answered. The world will in the Kaiyuan River. Lin Ling naturally knew where it was. It was at the Dragon Clan's side. He had once communicated with that world will. The world will was on the other side of the Kaiyuan River, but this Wang Guyanhui's gaze was on the Devil Forest. Obviously, he was using the trial mission as an excuse to run amok. Bullshit. Thinking of this, Lin Ling snapped angrily. First, who said others can't interfere with the trial mission? Did you say that? Or did Eugene say that? This was the truth. Other trial challengers were not prohibited from participating in the trial mission. In fact, there were times when trial challengers would fight to the death just for a single mission. When Lin Ling went to the Spirit Light City as a scout, he was doing the same mission with Longyang and the others. Therefore, there was no such thing as not interfering. Second, this is my territory. You're behaving atrociously in my territory. Do you think I can just stand by and watch? Lin Ling repeated. You. Wang Guyanhui gritted his teeth, knowing that Lin Ling was right. Indeed, senior apprentice sister Luli had said that Lin Ling was very difficult to deal with. Seeing it today, it was indeed so. It was obvious that he and Luli Empress were both gods. Alright, you're right. However, are you really going to go against me for the sake of the demonic forest? Wang Guyanhui spoke again. Go against you? You think too highly of yourself. Let me tell you, this devil forest is under the protection of I, Lin Ling. Whoever dares to mess around here will be going against me, Lin Ling. Lin Ling stepped forward with an overbearing aura. Huang Xiaolong could tell that although Wan Gu Yanhui was a trial challenger, Wan Gu Yanhui's strength was lower than his. Alright, I will report this matter to Lei Gong and let him convict you. This is because you actually provoked other trial takers for no reason. Watching Lin Ling's momentum climbing higher and higher, Wan Gu Yanhui's anger soared once again. However, he didn't dare to make a move. If he did, it would be equivalent to provoking the lightning god Great Hall. Hee, you're talking big. May I ask, what star-level trial challenger are you now? Listening to Wan Gu Yanhui's words, Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and immediately mocked. Didn't you say you're a 4-star cultivator? A guy who hasn't even seen a god realm cultivator, you can see Lei Gong? You must be dreaming. Lin Ling's last sentence left Wan Gu Yanhui speechless. Wan Gu Yanhui's body trembled uncontrollably because Lin Ling was also mocking him, Wan Gu Yanhui, as trash. Yo, Lin Ling, why are you bullying some newcomers? But at this time, 2 figures slowly approached from the distant sky. Judging from the direction they were coming from, they seemed to be coming from the ancient Origin Mountains. Looking closer, they had a divine might similar to a sea urchin. Clearly, they were also trial challengers. No one had expected that 4 trial challengers would gather in the demonic Origin forest today. Lin Ling also looked up and immediately discovered that one of them was wearing a long black robe. Even his shoes were black. It was extremely strange. However, this person was very strong and wasn't much weaker than a Yuan Venerate martial god. Come to think of it, this person should be the black flag that the Yuan Venerate martial god had mentioned. Furthermore, he was also the person with the greatest authority here. The other person was someone Lin Ling was familiar with. It was Lei Gong's trial challenger, Zhong Shan. When Lin Ling had gone to Lei Gong's hall and walked up the sea god stairway, it had been Zhong Shan who had led the way and introduced the rules of Lei Gong's hall. To Lin Ling, Zhong Shan was a good friend. However, Zhong Shan's appearance here undoubtedly surprised Lin Ling. Of course, Zhong Shan was also very surprised as he exclaimed, Lin Ling, what are you doing here? As these words faded, Heike turned his head to look at Zhong Shan in astonishment. Clearly, he did not expect Zhong Shan to know Lin Ling. Although there were only 40 trial challengers below the 4 great gods, this didn't mean that everyone knew each other. Big brother Black Flag, this person is disrespectful to me. Wan Gu Yanhui immediately spoke up when he saw Black Flag arrive. Clearly, Black Flag's status and strength were above Wan Gu Yanhui's. Black Flag squinted at Lin Ling. He naturally knew about Lin Ling's name. This was someone who had embarrassed senior sister Liuli. He had heard of such a person before. However, after meeting him today, he realized that Lin Ling didn't live up to his reputation. He was as domineering as the rumors said. Lin Ling, this is our business. What's the meaning of this? Black Flag said nonchalantly. Then, he glanced at his residence, which had been reduced to dust, and added, you destroyed our residence. Aren't you being too arrogant by doing this? This fellow lacks manners, so I decided to teach him a lesson. However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all as he spoke nonchalantly with his hands behind his back. His frivolous attitude made the Yuan Venerate martial god admire him. Lin Ling wasn't strong, but his guts were ferocious. Previously, he had been afraid that Lin Ling would weaken when he saw Black Flag. If that had happened, even though Black Flag wouldn't have done anything to Lin Ling, the Yuan Venerate martial god would have been unlucky and would have made things difficult for him in the future. Fortunately, Lin Ling was still as arrogant as before. At the very least, Black Flag wouldn't look at the Yuan Venerate martial god anymore. Even if someone needs to be taught a lesson, it should be our god. What right do you have? Black Flag had never imagined that Lin Ling would be so arrogant and not give him any face at all. Right? Upon hearing this, Lin Ling smirked. I am a heavenly voice of God, while he is a 4-star trial taker that even the gods have never seen before. Is this considered a right? It is. Black Flag nodded. Does this mean that I would also have the right to teach you a lesson if my level was higher than yours? Black Flag was clearly a heavenly voice of God. He was a powerhouse that had seen Eugene before. Alright, then may I ask what star trial taker you are? Lin Ling nodded immediately. Sorry, I'm a 7-star. Black Flag didn't hide anything as he replied nonchalantly. He also wanted to see Lin Ling's terrified expression after he said this. After all, a 7-star trial taker was an extremely noble status. Being able to reach this level meant that he had completed many missions and was valued by the gods. I'm sorry, but I'm also a 7-star. Looking at Heiki's smug expression, Lin Ling said word by word. What? As soon as he said that, the 3 trial takers' eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was the trial taker with the fastest growth rate among the 4 gods. At such a young age, he already had the heavenly voice of God. They had long been envious of him. But now, Lin Ling had become a 7-star trial taker. If that was the case, it would be impossible for Heike to show his status in front of Lin Ling. Heike couldn't help but turn to look at Zhongshan. He wanted to know from Zhongshan whether Lin Ling was bragging. However, Zhongshan was also confused. He remembered that Lin Ling was only a 6-star trial taker before he left. Therefore, Zhongshan frowned and asked, Lin Ling, are you sure you're a 7-star trial taker? Could it be that someone dares to make a joke about a god? Lin Ling asked. His words made the 3 trial takers fall silent. Indeed, no matter how arrogant a trial taker was, he wouldn't dare to make a joke about a god. Since Lin Ling dared to say that, he must be really confident. I'll give you a chance. Scram. Seeing that they were silent, Lin Ling also ordered them to leave. Lin Ling, why do you have to do this? We're all trial takers. Why don't we each take a step back? There's no need to offend Heike and the others. Scram. At this moment, Zhongshan frowned and said, how about giving me face? Scram. Brother Zhongshan, I'm giving you face. That's why I'm being so nice. Lin Ling looked at Zhongshan indifferently and said, you should know that this demonic forest is my territory. If a trial taker dares to run amok in my territory, do you think I can stand by and do nothing? Therefore, he's the one offending me now, not the other way around. Scram. Hearing this, Zhongshan was enraged. This was because Heiqi and Wangu Yanhui were both looking at him, and Lin Ling had met the gods later than him. Therefore, if he couldn't even deal with Lin Ling, he wouldn't be able to swallow his pride. With this thought in mind, Zhongshan's voice also became solemn. Lin Ling, no matter what, I am the one who brought you to Lei Gong's great hall. You must give me this face no matter what. He remembered that Lin Ling was very easy to talk to in the Lei Gong hall, so his dignified appearance should be able to scare Lin Ling. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling was easy to talk to, but that depended on the time. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't give anyone face because this had already violated Lin Ling's principles. Moreover, if he, Zhongshan, walked around the 9 prefectures and the final world and asked for Lin Ling's name, everyone would say that this Lin Ling wasn't easy to talk to. Brother Zhongshan, you brought me to Lei Gong's great hall last time, so I will give you face. At this moment, Lin Ling looked indifferently at Zhongshan and said. These words made Zhongshan smile with satisfaction, but Lin Ling wasn't done yet. I will give you face, so I will call you Brother Zhongshan for the rest of my life. If you still want to go against me, then don't blame me for not being polite to you. With the last sentence, Lin Ling's voice was so cold that it penetrated one's heart. You dare. Hearing this, Zhongshan was furious. How dare a latecomer be so arrogant? Although Lei Gong valued Lin Ling a little, in Zhongshan's opinion, Lin Ling was just lucky to be chosen by Lei Gong. Sooner or later, he would return to his original state. In the past, Zhongshan was polite to Lin Ling on the surface, but in fact, he was already dissatisfied with Lin Ling. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of the time when Lin Ling left the Lei Gong's great hall to plot against Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling always disappeared too quickly, causing his plan to fail. It seems like Zhongshan, you are bent on going against me. Lin Ling was also angry. Of course, he would give face to Zhongshan. However, Zhongshan didn't know how to conduct himself. He, Lin Ling, had already made it clear that the demon forest was under his protection. If Zhongshan wanted to give face to him, he should have advised Heiqi, not him, Lin Ling. It was as if Zhongshan didn't help his own people when they were being bullied at home. Instead, he bullied his own family. Let me tell you, if you don't scram after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, don't blame me for taking action. Lin Ling issued his final order. Heiqi and the others' faces turned cold. This Lin Ling was too arrogant. He didn't give them any face at all. However, when they thought of Lin Ling's identity, they didn't dare to act recklessly. After all, angering Lin Ling wasn't a big deal, but angering Lei Gong would be troublesome. You have guts. Mountains and rivers will meet again. Don't fall into my hands. He Qi stared at Lin Ling and said word by word. Obviously, he had no choice but to retreat now. Wait. But at this time, Wangu Yanhui shouted. He looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, this matter is between you and me, why don't we settle it, using the simplest method of a cultivator to fight? If you win, this devil essence forest will belong to you, and we will never step into it again. If I win, the demon forest will belong to me. What do you think? Of course, you can also choose not to fight. However, if the dignified Tianyin of the seven-star god is afraid of a newcomer, your reputation will be tarnished. Of course, you, Lin Ling, might not care, but Lei Gong's side won't be able to say anything. In the mission, there must be something fishy going on. That's why you, Lin Ling, soared to the heavens in one step and became a seven-star god. Wangu Yanhui's voice was filled with provocation. Hearing Wangu Yanhui's words, He Qi and Zhong Shan sneered. Lin Ling was a seven-star cultivator, but in fact, they still doubted the authenticity of that claim. If Lin Ling didn't even dare to battle Wangu Yanhui, then the two-word seven-star would be an undeserved reputation. Do you dare or not? Wangu Yanhui's aura became overbearing when he saw Lin Ling's silence. Seeing this, a cold light flickered in Lin Ling's eyes. These people had turned the demon forest upside down, yet he, Lin Ling, only asked them to scram. This was already giving them enough face. However, this Wangu Yanhui was still unwilling to give up. Did he really think that he, Lin Ling, was an easy target to bully? As you wish. At this point, it was impossible for Lin Ling to refuse. Straightforward. Wangu Yanhui was not surprised by Lin Ling's nod. After all, he guessed that it was fine for Lin Ling to lose face, but he did not dare to make Lei Gong lose face as well. Let's go over there. Wangu Yanhui took the lead, flying towards the ancient Yuan mountain range's sky. He Qi and Zhong Shan also sneered coldly and flew away. Zhong Shan, how is this Lin Ling's strength? His talent is not bad, he has 2 divine embryos, but his cultivation realm is not high, and his divine force is not strong. He might be powerful against other martial god realm masters, but against us who are also martial god realm cultivators, his strength is weaker. I estimate that the gap between Wangu Yanhui and Lin Ling's strength is not too big. Wangu Yanhui is only a little bit stronger. After all, according to the time, they should be the same batch of cultivators. It's just that Lin Ling's luck was good, and he did some mission that caused his cultivation to soar. After all, every person who could become a trial taker was an extremely powerful entity. For example, although Wangu Yanhui wasn't the strongest among the trial takers, he was still considered a mid-tier existence. So far, he had only lost to one person. While Heike and the others were talking, the people from the 3 races and the Yuan venerates and martial gods were also heading towards the Guyuan mountain range. However, they were still a little worried about this battle. Even the Yuan venerates and martial gods weren't sure if Lin Ling could win, unless Lin Ling used his god-destroying trump cards. However, if that happened, Lin Ling would have an unfair advantage. This should be Big Brother Ling's first battle with a trial taker after becoming a trial taker, right? Lin Ling will definitely win. Even Yu and the others weren't completely confident. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Ling had already fought a trial taker in Spirit Light City. His opponent was Xianxia, who was also a rather famous existence among the trial takers. Unknowingly, more and more people had gathered in the sky above the Guyuan mountain range. The powerhouses of the metal spirit race and the water spirit race were lingering in the distance. Furthermore, they had all recognized Lin Ling. Back then, Lin Ling had killed the high priest and princess of the metal spirit race. Therefore, they hoped that Lin Ling would be defeated. Of course, they hadn't expected that the enemy of their 2 races, Lin Ling, would also be a trial taker. Furthermore, it seemed like his status wasn't low. Lin Ling, I heard that you have 2 divine embryos. Today, I'll be able to exchange some pointers with you. I'm especially curious about your human monarch flame. After a moment, the 2 of them floated in the sky. Wang Guyanhui also said, because I also have a fire divine embryo. I hope you can make me use this divine embryo. I also hope you can make me use my human monarch flame. Lin Ling said indifferently with his hands clasped behind his back. You're stubborn, but let me tell you this. Among the trial takers, I've defeated a few, but I've only suffered one defeat so far. And that person was the 7-star trial taker Xianxia. Only an old man with such qualifications can defeat me. As for you? I'm sorry. It's not that I'm looking down on you. You're a 7-star trial taker, but in my opinion, you're just someone who doesn't have the qualifications. Wang Guyanhui nodded his head. Suddenly, a large number of red light dots appeared around his body, condensing and covering his entire body. Oh right, I heard that you're a newbie, so I shouldn't talk about Xianxia in front of you. With your knowledge, I'm afraid you've never heard of him. In the end, Wang Guyanhui's body was covered by a layer of crystalline crystal. This crystalline crystal was neither jade nor gold, and it looked like a layer of armor. On the surface of this armor were tiger stripes, and there were 3 tiger stripes on Wang Guyanhui's cheeks. The aura of a ferocious beast burst out. This aura carried with it a unique characteristic, and that was chaos. One of the 4 great vicious beasts of the universe, Xianxia. In the distance, Black Flag stared at Wang Guyanhui's transformation with a faint smile on his face. He knew that Wang Guyanhui possessed the true Xianxia physique. His strength was boundless, and he was the representative of the world's most monstrous vicious beasts. A light flickered in Lin Ling's eyes. He possessed one of the 4 great vicious beasts, Chaos Beast, so he naturally sensed Wang Guyanhui's ferocious aura. However, unlike Chaos Beast, Wang Guyanhui's ferocious aura was more chaotic, as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. However, Lin Ling had to admit that Wang Guyanhui's Xianxia physique was slightly stronger than his Chaos Beast physique. At the same time, Wang Guyanhui opened his eyes. His pupils were crimson, looking extremely demonic. He spoke softly, my Xianxia divine fetus physique is the 8th strongest physique in the God's era. Now, I'll let you have a taste of my power. He stretched out a red claw and clenched it, causing the void to explode. That was 200,000 worlds worth of world force. No wonder he could become a cultivator. His physical strength was stronger than Lin Ling's. Wang Guyanhui was also an expert that Lin Ling had fought so far. His physical strength was stronger than Wang Shui's 8-9 devil art. From another perspective, Wang Guyanhui's strength was comparable to the leader of the 9 prefectures 10 vicious. After all, although Wang Shui's strength was comparable, there was still a gap between them. Wang Guyanhui, on the other hand, did not lack this gap. Interesting. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He no longer concealed his strength. Talent fusion, 6 divine embryos erupted at the same time. Lin Ling's entire person became majestic. Dragon claws, jellyfish tentacles, chaos beast, human king's flame, and lightning lock physique were all displayed. This aura is also very strong. Noticing Lin Ling's transformation, Black Flag and Zhong Shan frowned slightly, but at this time, Wang Guyanhui had already made his move. A red light flickered, splitting the sky. In the next moment, a giant claw with ferocious power slammed down on Lin Ling. 200,000 worlds worth of world force exploded, boom. At the same time, Lin Ling also swung his dragon claws. Like 2 fierce beasts colliding, both figures were sent flying back. How is this possible? Wang Guyanhui had just stopped moving when he exclaimed in shock. The arm that he had swung out earlier felt numb. In this first clash, he actually did not gain any advantage. His body of Xianxia had been nurtured by the fearsome sea, cleansed by the chaotic qi of the emperors of the realms, and refined by countless treasures. Only then had he reached the innate divine fetus realm and was very close to becoming a grade 2 divine fetus. Moreover, his cultivation level was at the advanced stage of the martial god realm, which was higher than Lin Ling's. Higher, but still unable to suppress the other party. Although Lin Ling had many talents and had the ability to fuse them together, in Wang Guyanhui's eyes, he was just an assortment of miscellaneous talents. No matter how many talents he had, they could not compare to a single talent specialization. At this time, Lin Ling also made his move, displaying the speed of 15,000 worlds. Huang Xiaolong appeared in front of Wang Guyanhui in the blink of an eye. His dragon claws clenched into a fist and punched out. Although Lin Ling only had 15 worlds worth of world force, Lin Ling had already fused his 6 stanchions. adding the power of his 6 divine embryos, it naturally made up for the difference of 50,000 worlds. In fact, Huang Xiaolong was even stronger. Dazzling divine light shone, as if his radiance would shine for eternity. The two experts exchanged more than a dozen moves. Looking at their figures, it was as if two gods were clashing, causing the earth to erupt in cheers. So fierce, Zhong Shan, this Linling's strength is stronger than expected. Ah. That's not possible. The last time he climbed the ascending god staircase, he barely managed to defeat the 36 city lords. With his current strength, I'm afraid he is invincible among the 36 city lords. Last time? How long was that? Ah. Don't tell me it was 100 years ago. In 100 years, his strength should have increased a long time ago. Ah. Less than 5 years. What? After exchanging a few words, even Heiqi was shocked. Reaching this level of strength in less than 5 years, this Linling was too monstrous. Rumble rumble rumble. While they were conversing, Linling and Wangu Yanhui had already exchanged more than 100 moves. It was as if the entire ancient Yuan mountain range had been destroyed by them. Linling's strength shocked the 5 great clans. Of course, even Yu and the rest were shocked, unable to understand where Linling had gone, and how did his strength increase so much. Of course, they didn't know that Linling had gone to the Spirit Light City, where he had undergone a complete transformation. As for Wangu Yanhui, the more he fought, the more shocked he became. From the beginning, Linling had been evenly matched, but now, Linling was slowly suppressing him. Linling, I have underestimated you, but you should be using your full strength, while I have not. After being sent flying by Linling's punch, Wangu Yanhui let out a roar and opened his mouth to spit out a red sword. It floated in front of Wangu Yanhui as if it had a spirit of its own, lightly nodding its head at Wangu Yanhui. The moment this red sword appeared, Wangu Yanhui's expression turned arrogant. He looked at Linling, waiting to see what Linling had to say. However, not only did Linling remain calm, he even crossed his arms over his chest, looking at Wangu Yanhui with indifference. The meaning behind his gaze was clear. Show me what you've got. I, Linling, will be waiting. Arrogant, with just a glance, Wangu Yanhui's lungs nearly exploded from anger. He had thought that once the red sword appeared, Linling would take it seriously. Spring wanes, the west wind fades, pouring the Big Dipper, filling it with the autumn wind. The slanting wind drizzles, the rain is sparse, the wind is sudden, the night rain is bleak. Wangu Yanhui's cold voice sounded, and the red sword floating in front of him emitted a dazzling light. It shot out, and actually split into a large number of red swords. These red swords formed a trumpet-like sword array, and all the swords were aimed at Linling, emitting a dazzling sword light. Then, they enveloped Linling and flew towards him. From afar, the scene was spectacular. 7 divine swords. Heiqi mumbled to himself. He knew that it was a grade 6 innate divine weapon. It was capable of unleashing a tremendous amount of divine energy. There were a total of 50 divine energy. Rumble, countless red swords shot towards Linling like waves. The red sword light seemed to illuminate the entire ancient Yuan mountain range. And within the waves of swords, Linling's eyes flashed. He immediately realized how extraordinary this sword was. Red sword, this was Linling's first time seeing a sword of this color. Furthermore, when the red light enveloped him, Linling discovered that his speed, defense, and attack were all suppressed by 10%, a very good sword. Come out. Linling smiled and shouted heroically. Whoosh, from the sword gate behind him, the tyrannical song sword drew a beautiful trajectory and landed on Linling's body. Billowing killing intent and demonic chi filled the air. Together with Linling's divine embryo aura, it made Linling look like a sword demon from the era of gods. How majestic! The 5 clans on the ground looked at Linling. They realized that Linling's long hair was dancing in the wind, and there were countless tentacles waving behind him. In addition to that, he had a mighty sword. He was truly a godlike existence. Bang, the void exploded as Linling pounced forward with the sword in his hand. The sword was brilliant, and it was as if it was slashing in all directions. Linling's sword could be both soft and hard. When it was soft, it was like a swift sword, and when it was hard, it was like a door plank. Right now, it was in the form of hard. Clang clang clang, the collision of swords was extremely ear-piercing. It was even more dazzling. The 5 races were so dazzled by the dazzling sword battle that they could not see the sky clearly. It took them a long time to get used to it. However, after they got used to it, they saw that Lin Ling had already exchanged countless moves with the countless red swords in the sky. Sword moves that seemed simple yet contained endless mysteries were clearly displayed before everyone's eyes. Originally, Wang Guyanhui had been attacking, while Lin Ling had been defending. However, gradually, Lin Ling began to take the initiative to attack. This was because the sword in his hand was too ferocious. When he swung it, those red swords were also swept away by a gust of wind. In the end, the entire sky had disappeared. Only endless sword lights were flickering, as dazzling as lightning. How terrifying! The people on the ground also exclaimed. These two people were not only powerful trial takers, but they were also two exceptional swordsmen. Lin Ling's sword is also so powerful. The Yuan venerate martial god knew that Lin Ling's treasures were powerful, but he had never imagined that Lin Ling's swordsmanship would also be so terrifying. Time passed quietly. In the end, the two figures in the sky had already disappeared. Only endless sword lights were left. However, from time to time, thunderous sounds could be heard. Those were the ear-piercing sounds formed by the collision of swords. Once the sword is unleashed, heaven and earth will end. An old man from the gold spirit race muttered to himself. He was also holding a golden sword in his hand. However, the sword was trembling and emitting a sword cry at the moment. At the same time, a sharp sword aura emanated from his body. All of a sudden, he had broken through. He had actually broken through. This old man was obviously also an expert swordsman. Thus, when he watched the clash of swords between Lin Ling and Yuan venerate martial god, he had actually comprehended something and his understanding of the sword had greatly improved. The people from the gold spirit race were also shocked. Then, they all stared at the sky. They immediately knew that the clash of swords between the two trial takers was actually sprinkling the great Tao of the sword. Clang! At that moment, an unprecedentedly crisp sound was heard. The red swords in the sky had been swept away and cracks had appeared on one of them. How can Lin Ling be so strong? Black Flag instantly realized something. After all, he saw that Wang Guyanhui couldn't suppress Lin Ling at all. Instead, Lin Ling was suppressing him. Flame mark. Right at this time, fiery runes appeared around Huang Xiaolong as Buddha flames descended. These Buddha flames were akin to the divine light behind a Buddha god, and the one who released this divine light was Wang Guyanhui. When it bloomed continuously, it caused everything to calm down. Furthermore, the Buddhist flames that bloomed were so large that they enveloped the entire ancient Yuan mountain range. In the sky, Lin Ling smiled slightly. He knew that Wang Guyanhui had unleashed another trump card after seeing that his red sword couldn't suppress him. This was normal because Wang Guyanhui's red sword had 50 strands of god force. However, Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword had produced 100 strands of god force. Therefore, Lin Ling was merely playing around with Wang Guyanhui. Otherwise, if they were serious, Lin Ling was confident that he could break all of Wang Guyanhui's swords. However, Wang Guyanhui was worthy of being a trial taker. He had many tricks up his sleeves, and all of them were extremely powerful. If Lin Ling hadn't gone to the Spirit Light City and obtained the broken sword, Lin Ling admitted that he wouldn't be Wang Guyanhui's opponent. But now, Wang Guyanhui was at the end of his rope. Flame mark? Lin Ling noticed that the rings of Buddhist flames were innate divine embryos. However, when it came to playing with fire, among Lin Ling's many divine embryos, he had the deepest understanding of fire. Moreover, he had obtained the God Fragment's essence from the God's inheritance treasure. Therefore, when it came to playing with fire, Lin Ling feared no one. In fact, he wanted to completely suppress Wang Guyanhui. Boom boom boom. Everyone was looking at Wang Guyanhui in the sky. After 2 hours of battle, Wang Guyanhui's hair was disheveled, and his face was covered in blood. He cut a sorry figure. In these 2 hours, Lin Ling had been beating Wang Guyanhui up. At this point, no one thought that Wang Guyanhui was Lin Ling's opponent anymore. Of course, this reality was hard to believe. Wang Guyanhui was the same batch as Lin Ling. No, Wang Guyanhui had become a trial challenger earlier than Lin Ling. It was just that Lin Ling's speed was too fast, which led to Lin Ling's higher status. Because of this, many people thought that Lin Ling was among the trial challengers. His strength was not strong, but now, Lin Ling had proven everything. Wang Guyanhui had only lost to one person in his life, and that was Xianxia. Now, there was another Lin Ling. Go die. Right at this time, Wang Guyanhui let out an angry roar, and a crystal head appeared in his palm. This crystal head was extremely mysterious, exuding a gentle light, but there was also a hint of evilness in this light. When this light shone, even He Qi and the others felt a pressure pressing down on them. It was obvious that the crystal head was a rare treasure that came from the gods' era. Wang Guyanhui had only used it now. This meant that this was Wang Guyanhui's trump card. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and pounced forward. At this moment, the Tyrant Song Sword's god force erupted. Kacha, with a single slash, Wang Guyanhui's arm was severed, and the crystal head fell to the ground. However, the crystal head was very strange. After it fell to the ground, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had a spirit of its own. Ah! Wang Guyanhui let out a blood-curdling scream. His anger was on the verge of exploding. He had just taken out his trump card, but it was interrupted by Lin Ling before he could use it. Lin Ling had definitely concealed his true strength during the previous battle. Admit defeat. Such a scene finally caused Black Flag to shake his head helplessly. At this time, Lin Ling, who had already appeared in front of Wang Guyanhui, clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out mercilessly. The first palm strike was red Bodhi, and the second palm strike was yellow Bodhi. When the third palm strike appeared, the blue Bodhi appeared and landed on Wang Guyanhui's chest. A terrifying Bodhi power erupted from Wang Guyanhui's body. A blue dragon rushed out from Wang Guyanhui's back, sweeping across the sky and sprinkling rain onto the ground. Lan Bodhi Sin Sea Dragon King. Divine Dragon Claw Slay Demons. Ah! Wang Guyanhui let out another blood-curdling scream. Lin Ling was expressionless. I'm giving this to you on behalf of the demon primordial forest. Boom, a golden flame appeared in his left hand. Holding the golden flame, Lin Ling ruthlessly slammed it into Wang Guyanhui's chest. The flame of the human sovereign, great heavenly flame. I'm giving this to you on behalf of the three races. Boom, the golden flame landed on Wang Guyanhui's body, causing his body to tremble. In the next second, his body was burned beyond recognition. His flame runes were no match for the human sovereign's flame. Crackle. At this time, white lightning erupted from Lin Ling's body, ferocious beyond compare. These lightning bolts swam towards Lin Ling's arm like a tidal wave, lightning luster physique. Lin Ling, enough. At the same time, Black Flag's cold voice sounded from the sky. Lin Ling had already won, but Lin Ling was still unwilling to let Wang Guyanhui off the hook. He said coldly, "Do you know the consequences of your actions?" Lin Ling's actions were equivalent to provoking the participants for no reason. If Eugene found out about this, Lin Ling would definitely suffer. Therefore, when Black Flag's words fell, Zhong Shan and the others narrowed their eyes, thinking that Lin Ling would stop before going too far. I'm sorry, I really don't know what the consequences are. However, Lin Ling did not even spare Black Flag a glance. His palm was mixed with lightning bolts, and it landed heavily on Wang Guyanhui's body. The ferocious power wreaked havoc on Wang Guyanhui's body, causing him to spit out white bubbles from his mouth. I'm sorry, I really don't know what the consequences are. The crowd was also pondering over Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Although his cultivation level was higher than Wang Guyanhui's, he did not have the qualifications to abuse Wang Guyanhui like this. Ah! You're courting death. Black Flag's face was black with anger. He wanted to attack Lin Ling, but he did not dare to. He did not have Lin Ling's crazy spirit, attacking without regard for the consequences. He was very clear that if he attacked, Lei Gong would definitely teach him a lesson if Lei Gong found out about this. Of course, Lin Ling was the same. If Eugene knew about this, he would not let Lin Ling off the hook either. However, Lin Ling was even more daring than Black Flag and dared to attack. Lin Ling, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Zhong Shan couldn't stand it anymore and said, "If you continue to mess around like this, it'll be fun, but you'll be in trouble afterwards. Get lost." Lin Ling glared at Zhong Shan and shouted coldly, "I want to beat up Wang Guyanhui. So what? Come and stop me if you have the ability. If you don't dare, then don't fart over there." Bullshit, his tyrannical voice echoed endlessly in the Guyuan mountain range. Bullshit, bullshit, those echoes were also replaying in Zhong Shan's ears. He was so angry that he wanted to explode. Lin Ling was telling him to fart less, he was too arrogant. The Yuan venerates and martial gods from the three races shuddered when they saw this scene. Lin Ling was indeed arrogant. After all, he was beating up Wangu Yanhui in front of a few trial takers. This kind of violent beating lasted for half an hour. In the end, Lin Ling released Wangu Yanhui. Although he dared to teach Wangu Yanhui a lesson, he did not dare to kill him. After all, killing a trial challenger was no small matter. Take him back and scram. Lin Ling shouted angrily as he threw Wangu Yanhui back. Heike took Wangu Yanhui from Huang Xiaolong's hands and examined him carefully. Wangu Yanhui's current state could only be described as miserable awe. His face was completely unrecognizable. His skin and flesh were split open, and his body was trembling from the electric shocks. How was this still a trial challenger? He was more like a drowning dog. This made him raise his head and glare at Lin Ling fiercely. He would definitely report this matter to Eugene and make Lin Ling pay the price for his arrogance. Lin Ling shrugged indifferently when he saw Black Flag's glare. He was now a 7-star trial taker and had even prevented the great god of the spirit nation from descending. This merit was no small matter. Therefore, he reckoned that Lei Gong would definitely not blame him for beating up a trial taker. Therefore, Lin Ling raised his middle finger when he met Black Flag's glare. If you are not convinced, go ahead and sue me. Definitely. Black Flag nodded firmly. Remember, I, Lin Ling, am protecting the demonic origin forest. Today is just a small lesson. If you dare come here again, I won't give you a person, but a corpse. Lin Ling threatened again. I don't believe you. Black Flag revealed a sinister smile when he heard this. Go ahead and try. Lin Ling also smiled. His smile contained a hint of madness. All trial takers, return. However, at this moment, an aged voice suddenly resounded, and it clearly fell into everyone's ears. All trial takers, return. He Qi, Zhongshan, and the others' expressions changed. This was the order of a god. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He immediately knew that the four gods' discussion had ended. Good timing. He, Lin Ling, wanted to see Lei Gong. Moreover, all the trial takers were gathered here. Lin Ling also wanted to see who the remaining 39 trial takers were. Lin Ling, your good luck ends here. See you later. He Qi snorted coldly and left with Wangu Yanhui. Zhongshan, on the other hand, frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. His previous ferocious look had suddenly changed. It was as if he had expected better from Lin Ling. He was complaining about Lin Ling's ignorance, causing him to be unable to help Lin Ling even if he wanted to. However, after this matter, Lin Ling no longer treated Zhongshan as a friend. Therefore, Lin Ling smiled and said, Brother Zhongshan, do you have something to say? Lin Ling, I don't know what to say to you. Look at you, aren't you just stirring up trouble for no reason? Zhongshan sighed. Since you don't know what to say to me, then there's no need to say anything. I'm not interested in listening. On the contrary, I know what I should say to you. Lin Ling said with a smile. His expression was a little cold. In short, get the F***ck out of here. You. Zhongshan gritted his teeth. Because of his anger, his teeth were crushed. However, he forcefully swallowed them into his stomach. Go to Lei Gong, I won't help you. He snorted angrily, flicked his sleeves, and left. Despicable person. Looking at Zhongshan's back, Lin Ling coldly snorted. Initially, Lin Ling had a pretty good impression of Zhongshan. However, after this incident, he saw Zhongshan clearly. This person was a despicable person. When Heike and the others were still around, Zhongshan had been targeting him. Now that Heike and the others had left, Zhongshan played the pity card as if everything was for Lin Ling's sake. It was as if he was thinking about her. Did they really think that he, Lin Ling, was a newbie? Metal Spirit Clan, Water Spirit Clan, get over here. After that, Lin Ling looked at the Guyuan mountain range and said. In the distance, the two races rushed over in a grandiose manner. Their faces were all pale, and they did not even dare to let out a fart. After experiencing the terrifying battle between the gods, they already knew what kind of existence Lin Ling, who used to be weak, was now. I've never had a good impression of your two clans. However, you two are still ancient clans. Thus, I'll let bygones be bygones. You two are now under my jurisdiction. Do you have any objections? Lin Ling looked at the two races and said calmly. No objections, no objections. We can't wait. The people of the two races shouted one after another. Previously, Lin Ling was so domineering that he even dared to beat up trial takers. If they could be protected by Lin Ling, it would be a great blessing. They never expected that. Not only did Lin Ling not blame them, but he also wanted to protect them. That's good. You and the Wood Spirit Clan, Fire Spirit Clan, and Earth Spirit Clan will jointly manage the bottom of the Kaiyuan River. Be united and don't cause any trouble. Do you understand? Lin Ling said sternly again. Yes, yes. The people of the two races hurriedly replied. Of course, if there's an enemy that you can't deal with, just say my name and say that this is the territory of trial taker Lin Ling. Lin Ling said again. This sentence was directed at the 5 races. Yes, sir. The 5 races shouted in unison. What Lin Ling hadn't expected was that after the unification of the bottom of the Kaiyuan River, the legend of Lin Ling was still being passed down here thousands of years later. Every martialist who entered the Kaiyuan River knew that in the past, a deity had unified the Kaiyuan River and was also the totem of the 5 races. Of course, this was a story for another time. Lin Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the Yuan Venerate Martial God. The Yuan Venerate Martial God shuddered and said nervously, Lin Ling, if you have anything to say, then say it. I'm leaving. I'll have to trouble you to take care of the Kaiyuan River. How about that? Lin Ling said nonchalantly. Sure. The Yuan Venerate Martial God nodded immediately. Previously, Lin Ling had beaten up Wan Guyenhui. This had undoubtedly scared the weak Yuan Venerate Martial God out of his wits. Thank you. We can be considered friends after a fight. I hope we can still be friends in the future. Lin Ling's attitude towards the Yuan Venerate Martial God wasn't as fierce as before, although the Yuan Venerate Martial God had wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson after his battle with the Carefree Sword Martial God on the Guyuan mountain range. Lin Ling didn't care about what had happened in the past after so many interactions. Furthermore, the Yuan Venerate Martial God was helping Lin Ling look after this place, so Lin Ling wouldn't give him a hard time. After all, Lin Ling also knew that the Yuan Venerate Martial God was stronger than Lin Ling in terms of strength. Yu, are you all going back? Lin Ling asked Yu and the others. We'll stay here for the time being. Big brother Ling, you have urgent matters to attend to. You should leave first. You'll offend the deity if you're late. Yu and the others looked at Lin Ling obediently. Alright, I'll look for you all when I return from the deity's side. Lin Ling nodded. He naturally knew that it had to be an extremely urgent matter for the deity's order to reach the Kaiyuan River. Furthermore, he reckoned that this matter had to be related to the Spirit Nation. Therefore, after he said goodbye, he immediately left without stopping for a moment. Only the giant ghost followed him on this trip. The giant ghost sat on Lin Ling's shoulder and said, if you meet Lei Gong, don't forget to ask him to help you resolve the matter of your Dantian. Lin Ling nodded. His Dantian had been implanted with a mysterious power by the Spirit Nation. This matter couldn't be delayed any longer. It was better to resolve it as soon as possible. After leaving the Kaiyuan River, Lin Ling appeared in the sky. He began to form complicated world spirit seals with his hands. After a short moment, rumbling sounds were heard. A flight of stairs extended out from the depths of the sky. It was the stairway to Godhead. Lin Ling immediately went up the stairs. As time passed, the ancient Lei Gong's grand hall above his head quietly appeared before his eyes. Staring at the ancient grand hall, Lin Ling felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that on this trip, he would definitely be able to step into the realm of the gods and search for the ultimate secret of the current 9 prefectures. This also meant that he, Lin Ling, had finally stepped into the peak of the void. Of course, Lin Ling also had a feeling that on this trip, he would meet Luli Empress. This was because this was the moment when the challengers gathered. When Lin Ling arrived at the Lei Gong's grand hall, he saw that the grand hall was densely packed with figures. Moreover, all of them were indomitable powerhouses, like heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. These people were also from the Lei Gong's grand hall. To the 9 prefectures, they were like deities. Just as Lin Ling walked out of the sea god stairs, many people looked over. Some immediately smiled, some remained indifferent, and some quietly flashed their eyes. Everyone had their own thoughts, however, it was obvious that they all knew the name Lin Ling. End of chapter 4191. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.